By day, he went to work in a harmonious office. By night, he transformed into an online writer, calmly pounding out words to stockpile chapters for his readers. Although he had yet to become famous, he firmly believed that one day he would. For the moment, however, he was a little annoyed. A page popped up on his phone, flickering with blue and red mosaic patterns, bearing the title Naruto World Transmigration Journey. That was not the main point. The key was that the yes button on the page was flashing wildly, while cheap-looking barrage text kept flying across the screen. Click to enter and begin your transmigration. Transmigrate your sister. These programmers were getting more and more shameless. He groused inwardly and tried to tap the NO button, but his finger hovered in midair for a long moment, never quite coming down. Had the programmers eaten the damned NO button? Was this forceful coercion in disguise? He refused to accept it. Rubbing his eyes, he pressed his face closer to the screen, eyes open wide. At last, he spotted in the lower right corner of the window an extremely tiny X icon. Its blue frame and red background were dim and lifeless, blending almost perfectly into the backdrop. So you still want to spar with your grandpa? Filled with deep satisfaction, he tapped the little X to close the page without hesitation. The screen flashed black, vibrated inexplicably a few times, then lit up again as a line of black text appeared on a white background. Do you wish to understand the meaning of life? Do you wish to live more thrillingly? Yesies. What a scheming little trap this was. Resignedly impressed by the devious game programmers, Zhang Lan pressed his thumb heavily on one of the yes options. Something horrifying happened. His phone interface turned into a pulsating battery icon. It was the standard charging screen. How boring. People actually still play tricks like this. He muttered, not noticing that the battery percentage on his phone had leapt from 0 straight to 100 and that the charging process showed no intention of stopping. The consequence was, boom, the phone exploded. Zhang Lan, who was holding it, naturally bore the brunt of the blast and became the first victim. In the instant before he lost consciousness, he had only one thought: did the S.H.I.E.L.D. Corporation also run a military factory that specialized in manufacturing bombs? The next day, Zhang Lan finally achieved fame as he had always wished, appearing on the front pages of major newspapers. The headlines read, Man in XM injured by exploding S.H.I.E.L.D. phone while charging. Explosive power of S.H.I.E.L.D. phones reaches new heights. S.H.I.E.L.D. phones the fighter jets among mobile devices. Of course, Zhang Lan never had the chance to see any of this, nor did he have the leisure to care. He realized he still possessed a faint sense of consciousness, though it might have been a concussion, because he clearly heard a voice in his mind speaking continuously. Beep. Host detected. Conditions met. System authentication in progress. System authentication complete. Beep. Activating one-time transmigration system. Target Naruto. Beep. Unknown obstacle encountered. Recalculating route. New route has been calculated. Beep. Unknown obstacle encountered. Recalculating route. New route has been calculated. Beep. Unknown obstacle encountered. Recalculating route. System energy insufficient, not enough to enter the Naruto world. Beep. Emergency system protocol initiated. Randomly selecting a target world. Beep. Target confirmed. Marvel. Beep. Marvel reached. One-time transmigration system initiating self-destruction. Self-destruction complete. Host, please issue a new command. At first, he really thought he was concussed, but as the messages went on, he realized something was wrong. Online medical articles said a concussion would only produce a buzzing in the ears, not orderly paragraphs of text. At that moment, a question struck him. Could it be that those articles were wrong? His mind ran wild with random thoughts, and after this prolonged traffic jam in his head, his body felt utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to drift off, a gust of icy wind swept over him, making his barely awakened body shudder uncontrollably as a moldy stench drilled straight into his nose. His drowsiness vanished in an instant. So cold, so disgusting. He forced his exhausted eyes open and tried to stand, only to realize that his body refused to obey, or rather that his body simply could not carry out the commands from his brain. He blinked and lowered his head to look at his own body. What was normally the simplest of movements now felt as if it required the strength of a primordial titan, strenuously difficult. Zhang Lan saw his naked body, his tiny limbs, and a certain part that had yet to develop. What is going on? How have I become a baby, and a naked baby at that? At that moment, his mind was utterly blank. Only after a long time of forced calm did he slowly accept the reality. He looked around and finally identified the source of the stench that had been assaulting his nose. The smell of a garbage bin was naturally far from pleasant. What kind of sick joke is this? Could it be that so-called system I heard just now? He speculated wildly. Beep. The host's current circumstances are indeed the result of the system. A plain, emotionless voice sounded in his mind. Who's there? Who's talking? What system? Zhang Lan was startled. Beep. Hello, host. It is the system answering your question. System? What system? Where did you come from? Where are you going? How many people are in your family? How much land do you own? Uh-huh. Beep. The system's full name is Naruto World Transmigration Tour System, abbreviated as the System. It originated from the place where systems are manufactured. Its original destination was the Naruto world, but due to insufficient energy, it was forced to remain in the Marvel world. The system has no home, thus no family or fields. Naruto World Transmigration Tour System. Could it be damn? System have I actually transmigrated and ended up in Marvel? Only now did Zhonglan finally catch up. Beep. Correct. The world the host currently inhabits is Marvel. Give me a moment to process this. Zhonglan's mind was in a tangle. He needed a moment of silence. After a long while his thoughts were still jumbled, but the biting cold wind reminded him that there were more pressing concerns. System, why have I become a naked baby thrown into a garbage bin? Zhonglan needed to understand his situation. Beep. During transmigration, the system encountered multiple unknown obstacles and was forced to change course several times. After repeated diversions, the stored energy was insufficient to reach the Naruto world. The system randomly selected the Marvel world instead. Only one energy point remains. Multiple obstacles. Multiple course changes. Stored energy insufficient. That sounds exactly like getting stuck in traffic, taking detours, and running out of gas. If you're low on energy, then just recharge it. Do you run on gasoline? Zhonglan was nearly losing it. Beep. Warning, system energy critically low, imminent shutdown. Emergency measures activated. Beep. In view of the host's extreme weakness, a novice gift pack will be issued. Distributing novice gift pack, distribution complete. Beep. Issuing novice mission. Novice mission, before reaching the host's legal age of adulthood, please recharge the system with enough energy to meet boot-up requirements. Current completion 0100. Mission reward 1 adult gift pack. Beep. System energy depleted, initiating shutdown. Wishing the host good luck and a happy life. Beep. System has shut down. What was this? Had the system collapsed face first? Before he could complain, a flood of information was rammed into his mind. Basic hand seals for ninjutsu applications of chakra, the sequence of seals for the 3 basic techniques, and so on. An infant's body was fragile to begin with, and he had already been shivering in the freezing wind for a long time, utterly exhausted. Now, with that mass of information forced into his brain, his spirit grew even more fatigued. Just as numbness crept over his tiny body, a lance of excruciating pain struck, and Zhonglan blacked out without resistance. When he next awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed. To his relief, he was no longer inside the garbage bin, but freshly washed and lying in a baby cradle. Seeing that no one was nearby, Zhonglan did not fuss. After calling silently for the system several times to no avail, he could only begin sorting through that so-called novice gift pack. The novice gift pack contained chakra extraction technique 1, a substitution technique 1, a transformation technique 1, clone technique 1, and body modification 1. In simple terms, it amounted to 1 chakra extraction method, the 3 basic techniques, and 1 inscrutable body modification. That last one was likely the source of the agonizing pain before he blacked out. Just hearing the words modification conjured images of a laboratory dissecting a white mouse. Setting aside the baffling body modification, Zhonglan could only describe his opinion of the novice gift pack with 2 words: utterly stingy. Other novel protagonists started out with Sharingan, Saint Seiya bloodlines, or devil fruits. Yet when it came to him, he received only these basic tricks. I'm probably the poorest transmigrator in history, Zhonglan thought to himself. Suddenly his expression tightened, and he stopped lying quietly. Instead, he began to shout at the top of his lungs, ah! Ah! He had no choice. His vocal cords were not yet developed, and this was the only way to attract attention. Amid hurried footsteps, a young white woman appeared in Zhonglan's field of vision. She spoke to him soothingly in English as she clumsily picked him up, but he only patted at her anxiously, his cries of ah, 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 growing more frantic. Just as the woman was wondering what was wrong, she suddenly felt warmth spread across her chest. At the same time, Zhonglan stopped all movement, his tiny face taking on an expression of utter despair. She was not sure whether her eyes were deceiving her. After all, how could a newborn possibly understand what despair meant? An ordinary infant indeed would not, but Zhonglan did, because he had just wet himself. It was mortifying. After going so many years without needing diapers, he was once again experiencing the sensation of peeing his pants. In the midst of his despair, Zhonglan suddenly began to fuss again, for he had discovered a problem even more serious than wetting the bed. He felt that he was about to poop. It had already been 17 years since he was adopted by the Parker couple, with only 3 months left before Zhonglan's 18th birthday. 3 months left to complete the task required to activate the system. On the day he fell unconscious, Aunt May had stepped out to take out the trash. Her careful habit of always checking the trash can before emptying it ended up saving his life. Believing Zhonglan to be an abandoned baby, Aunt May had been startled to find that he was still breathing. Out of kindness, she rushed him to the hospital, where the doctors declared his physique not only normal, but markedly better than that of an average infant. After a day of observation, with no signs of him waking, she brought him home. She decided to adopt this pitiful child. What followed was the farcical scene of Zhonglan waking up, a story Aunt May would mention with amusement again and again. Things had come to this point, and there was nothing he could do. The so-called system was for the moment completely crashed. As for recharging its energy, after Zhonglun was accidentally electrocuted once and his limbs convulsed from the shock, he began to feel utterly bewildered. Soon after, he discovered that ever since he began cultivating chakra at the age of 3, the progress bar would twitch once on each birthday, creeping up to 1100. In other words, if he did nothing at all, he would need a full 100 years to fill the bar? What a joke. Who knew if he would even still be alive by then? What use would the system be at that point? Besides, once he passed 18, the mission would automatically be deemed a failure. The system had never specified any punishment for failure, but clearly if it could never be powered on, it would be nothing more than scrap. All Zhonglun could do for now was to cultivate diligently and then slowly devise a strategy. There were only a few things he could train in chakra: his physical body and the 3-body technique. His chakra cultivation progressed steadily, much like a slow, consistent jog. Simply put, chakra was the product of mixing the physical energy extracted from his cells with his mental energy. Only after extracting chakra and channeling it through hand seals could he use a technique. As for physical energy, that depended on relentless training. Perhaps because of his modified physique, his stamina recovery was far beyond ordinary, even absurdly better than in his previous life as an adult. In terms of mental energy, for the moment, he possessed more than enough. His spirit was exceptionally robust. After all, he carried the soul of someone in his 20s from his previous life, youthful with no lack of mental resilience. In his past life, Zhonglun had loved Naruto, but not to the point of obsessively practicing all 12 basic hand seals, let alone memorizing the sequences for countless jutsu. Now he regretted that omission bitterly. At present, the only ninjutsu he truly commanded was the 3-body technique, the most basic of techniques in the anime. His casting time for these 3 techniques was 0.8 seconds. That was to say, there was a 0.8 second delay before the ninjutsu took effect. Hand seals were merely fundamental skills, yet they were among the few things that could be painstakingly improved through sheer effort. As for legendary sealless techniques like the Rasengan, he could only scoff at himself. After 17 years, he was still stuck at the stage of merely bursting a training balloon. So much for the protagonist's halo. Clearly, transmigration novels were nothing but self-indulgent fantasies meant to deceive people. Without Shadow Clone, he had no way to generate multiple air currents in a confined space while maintaining a stable sphere, so Naruto's clever shortcut was useless to him. As for Chakra's form and nature transformation, put it this way: the tree in the yard was bare even in summer, and he still had not sensed anything particularly special about it. The only comforting point was his practical application of chakra, climbing trees, walking on water, and projecting a defensive aura. All of these he could now perform with ease and control. As for finer, more delicate control, he had no additional training methods, so he could only drill these basic exercises day after day. Beyond these routines, Zhonglun had 2 major matters to attend to. First, he needed to write down in exhaustive detail all the Marvel plot lines he remembered from his previous life. A good memory was still no match for ink on paper. Then, with his clumsy knack for plotting, he would see whether he could extract anything of value from them. Since he had come all the way to the Marvel world, was it really just to experience the life of an ordinary American citizen? If that was all he wanted, he could simply have emigrated in his previous life, if that is, he had ever possessed the financial means to do so. Second, he was experimentally adapting several famous works from his previous life into screenplays and publishing them online. In his former world, he had been a subtitle translator familiar with the dialogue details of many blockbuster films. This was the only golden finger he had managed to salvage after transmigrating. If after transmigrating, he did not plagiarize a few classic works from his past world to show off, would it even count as a proper transmigration? He could not compose lofty poetry, but when it came to creating film and television in the Marvel world, he believed he was second to none. Naturally, he set up a literary website of his own, naming it Zhonglun Literature. There was no profound reason or hidden meaning. He simply used his own name as the brand. Of course, in real life, he still went by the name Lon Parker, the name Uncle Ben had given him. The site existed merely to give him a personal platform. He had no intention of expanding it into a giant comparable to the online literature behemoths of his previous world. For now, things were progressing smoothly. After serializing several preliminary novels as groundwork, he had attracted a modest readership. He was biding his time, waiting for the right moment to release the wildly influential Harry Potter series from his past world. In that first endeavor, Zhonglun perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be a third-rate writer. He realized that with his current clumsy level, he could not even compare to the dust on the toes of those omnipotent deities in fantasy epics. As for the locals, well, the Hulk had once used Loki like a hammer. That was the caliber of awesome he was up against. In the end, everything circled back to the same point: he needed a solid foundation of power. Right now, even using an rank 3-body technique, his chakra reserves only allowed for about 20 casts. What could he possibly accomplish with that? He probably could not even defeat Captain America. To increase his strength, the most efficient method was clearly to recharge that trial system that had shut down after less than 10 minutes of use. Damn those capitalist leeches. That was Zhang Lan's only comment on the matter. After numerous experiments, Zhang Lan confirmed that electrical power and other technological energy sources were not recognized by the system. Or perhaps the system was simply too picky, unable to stomach the food this Earth provided. At present, the only energy that could charge the system was the chakra he had been painstakingly cultivating all along. Zhang Lan kept agonizing over it. His physique was clearly not weak and his spirit was fairly strong, so why was his total amount of chakra so small? After long observation, he discovered that every night at midnight the chakra he had worked so hard to refine would mysteriously vanish. Once every other possibility was eliminated, only one truth remained: the damned system was secretly siphoning away his chakra. Thus his chakra reserves remained fixed at the level required to release 20 E-rank techniques. He tentatively concluded that the system's rations must be a form of supernatural energy. Earth's electricity, rock, soil, and the like all had their uses, but the system simply refused to eat them. In the ordinary world, he might have been helpless, but this was the Marvel Universe. There were plenty of targets to harvest rations from. The most straightforward was the Cosmic Cube, the Space Stone among the Infinity Stones. After repeated investigation, meaning extensive online searches, Zhang Lan sadly discovered that Captain America had been buried in ice for nearly 70 years. In other words, Captain America was about to be dug out, but as of now had not yet been found. There was nothing for Zhang Lan to exploit there. After much thought and another round of elimination, only one feasible plan remained: the cosmic energy storm that would give birth to the Fantastic Four. By the law of conservation of energy, ordinary people like Reed and his companions could not possibly mutate into such powerful beings without any meaningful expenditure of energy. It simply was not scientific, nor did it conform to the laws of physics. Though Marvel boasted beings called gods, in Zhang Lan's eyes they were no more than technologically advanced extraterrestrials. Even in Marvel, every superhero's emergence followed some discernible logic: the Hulk's gamma radiation, Captain America's super soldier serum. Even Spider-Man owed his powers to a viral biospider gene his father had engineered from their own genetics. Therefore, Zhang Lan concluded that the cosmic energy storm must contain an unimaginably terrifying amount of energy, enough to drive the Fantastic Four's evolution into superhumans within mere days. But that raised a new problem: he was just an adopted child of an ordinary couple, and an Asian boy at that. What reason could he possibly give for Reed and the others to take him into space with them? At the moment, the only thing he could rely on was his familiarity with future events, essentially a disguised form of prophetic ability. After lengthy deliberation, Zhang Lan decided that under any non-essential circumstances, he would avoid revealing this ability as much as possible. He had to remember that this was the Marvel world. Although many people possessed powers, the truly valuable abilities were all monopolized by high-level organizations. Iron Man's armor belonged to Tony Stark, the son of Howard, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders and the United States' foremost military arms supplier. His status was beyond question. He was a man who dared to openly mock senators in a congressional hearing. Captain America was a soldier, a spiritual symbol of the military, naturally backed by the government. Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the like were all high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the likes of Hulk and Thor, the former currently had no equal on Earth, and the latter was a prince from an alien world. In summary, powers of exceptional value were inevitably coveted from all sides. The pseudo-prophetic ability Zhang Lan held would be something no organization could bear to relinquish. After all, what leader or politician did not crave the feeling of having everything firmly under control? If Red Skull had possessed a genuine prophet at his side back, then the world today might well have belonged entirely to Hydra. There were exceptions, however. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. could be a viable partner. If Zhang Lan truly had prophetic powers, he would not mind cooperating with an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it would be mutual exploitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. would use his prophetic intelligence while he would use S.H.I.E.L.D. to accomplish things he could not do alone. Through them, he could gain access to things like Reed's research team and later, even the Cosmic Cube itself. The problem was he did not actually possess any prophetic ability. He merely knew parts of the plot. Those storylines were the vital intelligence he would rely on to survive in the future. He would not simply sell them to any organization. He still hesitated, torn over how to choose. For now, he could still use that information to secure benefits for himself. One person alone could hardly alter the course of the world, but if S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or the U.S. government obtained that intelligence, then would the Marvel that lay ahead still be the Marvel Zhang Lan knew? After weighing everything, he finally made up his mind. He had devised a compromise and was already putting it smoothly into practice. Now he only had to wait for the moment when he could reap the fruits of his plan. The cabin door opened, and a black man in military uniform assisted a bearded man with a bandaged right hand as he stepped down. A white woman below was watching the bearded man with concern. "Be careful, Tony, walk this way." The black man in military uniform reminded guiding the slightly uneasy bearded man to step aside from the cabin door's gap. "Are you kidding me, Road?" The man referred to as Tony pointed at the stretcher being pushed in as if he found an excuse to break away from the white woman's intense gaze. His tone exaggerated. "Get it out of my sight quickly." Road, the black man in uniform, waved his hand at the medical personnel, signaling them to leave, then let go of his support for Tony. He felt it was time for Tony and her to reminisce. "Red eyes. Missing your boss who went missing." Tony awkwardly touched his beard and spoke first. "I'm just happy," the white woman replied, her eyes slightly red. "At least I don't have to look for a job again." "Yeah, your vacation is over." Tony joked, observing the woman's expression with a hint of fear, and thus walked towards his vehicle first. Upon entering the car, Tony immediately noticed a young Asian boy in the back seat around 17 or 18 years old. Though his face was youthful, he was quite handsome and destined to be a heartthrob, but there was one thing that left Tony dissatisfied. "Zhonglon, wake up, hey, wake up." Tony nudged Zhonglon with his good left hand. "Could you wipe your drool, please?" Awoken by Tony, Zhonglon looked around in confusion, seemingly still half asleep. Seeing Tony's disdainful expression, he blinked as if contemplating something until he let out a yawn and stretched lazily. How refreshing. This series of actions made Tony raise an eyebrow, and it seemed his limit of patience was about to be breached. "Hey, Tony, don't act like that." Before Tony could explode, Zhonglon finally spoke. "Protecting you is tough work. I haven't had a good sleep in a long time." Hearing the boy's words, Tony's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He indeed needed to thank the boy in front of him, as over the past 2 months it was he who had been accompanying Tony, providing a lot of help in that dark cave. This was the strategic maneuver Zhonglon intended to employ. Tony was sharp-tongued, but understood the importance of reciprocity, and based on this character, Zhonglon approached him. His address wasn't hard to find, at least not for Zhonglon, as Tony had publicly announced it in Iron Man 3, paying the price of a villa for that. After finding Tony, Zhonglon didn't even enter the door. Since he wasn't on Jarvis's visitor list, and Zhonglon wasn't ready to meet Tony immediately, he handed Jarvis a letter and left a message for him. "Jarvis, please inform Tony that I have a design for a miniature arc reactor and hope he can read this letter. I will appear myself afterward." The so-called design for a miniature arc reactor was of course a deception. In Zhonglan's world, this technology hadn't even emerged yet. It was merely an excuse to pique Tony's interest. The ultimate goal was to get him to read the letter. The letter didn't contain much. The gist was that Zhonglon had learned through some channels that Tony would soon encounter an attack, and he would appear at the right time to protect Tony's life, with a commission being one condition. As for what the condition was and the specifics of the attack, they were not written on the paper. Tony merely treated it as a prank and casually checked Zhonglan's appearance. However, the prepared Zhonglon naturally wouldn't reveal his true self, as he was adept at transformation techniques. His model was Hugo, so Tony naturally found nothing. Thereafter, Zhonglon kept an eye on Tony's private jet movements, disguising himself as the co-pilot to follow Tony to Afghanistan. As for why he was monitoring Tony's flight path rather than Tony himself, it's simple. He couldn't find anything about Tony. Tony's flight itinerary was much simpler, given that his website had begun to take shape, even forming a small working group, and among his employees was a fortunate hacker. After Tony tested the weapons, Zhonglon killed an English-speaking robber, then used transformation techniques to disguise himself as the robber lurking nearby and witnessing the process of Tony being knocked out by his own weapon. Coincidentally, the missile was actually fired by the robber Zhonglon disguised as, and now it was he who launched it. Did he inadvertently become the mentor to Iron Man's awakening? The reason he didn't prevent this tragedy was that the environment at the time left him unable to do anything. After all, he was just a mediocre person capable of releasing a level ninjutsu 20 times. With so many guns and ammunition on site, he could have escaped, but Tony couldn't afford to mess things up. Moreover, a crucial point was that if Tony had never been harmed by his own family's weapons, would he still become Iron Man? Would his mind awaken? No one knows. Thus, Zhonglon followed the original plot, lurking by Tony's side for 2 months, creating the illusion that he saved Tony while providing as much help as possible. Tony also asked Zhonglon in confusion why he didn't directly seek help from the outside. The military would rescue him. Zhonglan's response at the time was simple. "Do you want me to notify the military?" Tony fell silent. Hope? No, he didn't hope for that. As a self-proclaimed genius, he could not be a child who, after losing a fight, sought help from his parents. Moreover, he already had his own plan. This plan was well executed in the film, but Tony was unaware of it, so Zhonglon happily rode the wave of goodwill. Building the Iron Man armor required tools, many of which Tony couldn't straightforwardly ask the robbers for, but Zhonglon could slip them into the original materials as a favor. With sufficient tools, the original 3-month time was unexpectedly shortened to 2 months. As for whether the robbers would discover the delivery, with transformation techniques, Zhang Lan could become any robber at will. The prerequisite was that the robber had to speak English, otherwise he would be exposed. Zhang Lan never impersonated a robber for more than a week. He always participated in activities with various demands and then cleverly died before killing another to disguise as him. The only pity was that Ethan still died and couldn't be saved. On the last night before Tony was about to take action, Zhang Lan participated in an event, leaving the den and timing it right to inform Road of Tony's location. The contact information was naturally given by Tony. Thus, he perfectly gained a significant amount of goodwill in front of Tony. Between life and death, the two people who stayed by Tony's side, Ethan, had already died, so Zhang Lan, who dared to venture to rescue Tony, was naturally regarded as a confidant. "Where to, sir?" the driver spoke up at this moment. "Hogan, to the hospital," Pepper responded from the passenger seat. No hospital," Tony interrupted. "Pepper, I'm not going to the hospital." "Tony, you must go to the hospital. To check your body." "I said no, don't force me to go to the hospital. I've been locked up for 2 months." Tony firmly rejected. "I only want to do 2 things. One is..." Before Tony could finish, the boy who had been forgotten by Tony suddenly reached out in front of him, palm up, holding a hamburger. "Sir, is this the cheeseburger you ordered?" Zhang Lan's voice chimed in. Tony hesitated for a moment, then naturally took the cheeseburger with his good left hand, turning to Pepper as he spoke. He needed to handle the second matter. "Pepper, I still need Hogan to the company. Our press conference is about to start." Tony's words were once again interrupted by Zhang Lan. "I've already notified major media outlets using your account." Tony's account was of course the one Tony had given to Zhang Lan for notifying Road. The driver referred to as Hogan did not recognize Zhang Lan, so he did not directly start the car, but looked at Tony, seeing his reluctant nod, then started the car. "How did you know?" "Know what? Are you referring to this attack? Or that Pepper thinks you will look for women as soon as you return?" Zhang Lan's answer was off topic, causing Pepper to blush. "Tony," Pepper in the front seat said in a slightly flustered manner. "Who is this?" "I'm sorry, I don't know him." As Tony's personal assistant, she needed to know everyone Tony knew. She wasn't changing the subject. "Zhang Lan, a Chinese American." "Yeah, in this escape, he contributed 12% of the effort." Tony introduced them to each other. "Lan, this is Pepper, my assistant." "Lan, nice to meet you." Pepper politely turned in the front seat to shake hands with Zhang Lan, but was directly pulled back by Tony. "Lan doesn't like women, so it's better if I shake your hand instead." "Could this be tolerated?" "Naturally not." "Pepper, this trip was quite nice. I spent 2 months with Tony and found that at night when he sleeps, he always calls out one name, and that is Pei Hua." Although Tony awkwardly covered his mouth, the emergence of the word Pei was already very obvious. Tony was still a bit unprepared, hence slightly flustered. "Hey buddy, the condition you mentioned earlier doesn't need to change, right?" Tony threatened. Before returning, Zhang Lan had already told Tony his demands. "Well, can I change it now?" Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Pepper. "My request is to have Pepper as my assistant." "How about that? They'll give Pepper 10 times the salary." This statement was naturally teasing Tony, as he certainly couldn't afford such a high salary. Pepper in the front seat was also tense, keeping a close watch on Tony through the rearview mirror, eager to know the answer. "No, you little opportunist, that condition is absolutely unacceptable." Tony reacted quite fiercely. "Your original condition was already excellent, I agreed to it." Tony was just getting excited when he saw the smirk on Zhang Lan's lips and Hogan in the front seat chuckling. He couldn't see Pepper's mouth because he was sitting behind her, but he could see in the rearview mirror that the tips of Pepper's eyebrows were raised, indicating she was happy. "Sir, we've arrived," Hogan timely interjected, alleviating Tony's embarrassment. Indeed, they had arrived at the press conference venue, where an old man with a white beard was knocking on the window. It was Obadiah Stane, the one who plotted to kidnap Tony. Obadiah personally opened the car door for Tony, embracing him as he stepped out, warmly greeting him and expressing concern for Tony's health. He didn't seem at all like someone who wanted Tony dead. After briefly greeting Obadiah, Tony introduced Zhang Lan and Obadiah to each other. "Oh Lan, thank you so much for saving Tony," Obadiah exaggeratedly exclaimed. "Do you realize you saved Stark Industries?" It sounded as though he was feeling guilty and trying to play the emotional card. Zhang Lan didn't express much warmth on his face, simply shaking Obadiah's hand before inquiring whether it was time for Tony to enter. For the sake of the plot, Zhang Lan had yet to reveal Obadiah's true nature to Tony, but that didn't mean Zhang Lan could don a hypocritical mask and conspire with a tiger. That wasn't his style. He didn't wish to overexert himself. Obadiah, on the other hand, seemed unaffected by Zhang Lan's indifference, at least in his expression. As a person skilled in emotional control, he casually joked with Tony while walking towards the press hall. In the hall, Zhang Lan didn't try to steal the spotlight, but quietly stood beside Pepper, needing to meet someone. "Miss Potts, Mr. Zhang." "Hello." Coulson's calm voice resonated. "What's the matter?" Pepper responded politely. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" Coulson politely invited. "I don't need to be involved in the press conference for now, but I'd like to watch." Pepper considered Coulson as a reporter. "I'm not a reporter. I'm Agent Coulson, representing the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division." A classic line was repeated. Coulson handed a business card to both Zhang and Pepper. Wow, Pepper exclaimed quietly, that's really tongue-twisting. We're also working to resolve this issue. The Department of Defense, FBI, and CIA have all sought us out. We are an independent department. Coulson interrupted Pepper. Our functions are more concentrated. We would like to hear the details of Mr. Stark's escape. I'll arrange that, all right. Pepper practiced Tai Chi. Thank you, Coulson politely replied, then turned to Zhang. So, Mr. Zhang, do you have time now? Zhang looked at Coulson's signature serious expression, then glanced back at Tony and the others who were sitting on the ground. Coulson, Zhang stated, you shouldn't be busy, right? I think there will be a good show. Why don't we watch it before leaving? As you wish, Coulson replied politely. Tony was sharing his experiences from his 2-month journey in the cave, building up to a significant revelation. I have come to understand, I have realized. Tony stood up from the floor and walked to the microphone. Aside from manufacturing weapons, I can contribute more to the world. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division effective immediately. As soon as these words left his mouth, the reporters who had been seated on the ground momentarily stunned sprang up, forgetting their professional inquiries, utterly astonished. The old fox Obadiah reacted quickly, standing up to pat Tony on the shoulder and casually pushing him away from the microphone while chuckling. Okay, everyone has some news now. Our main focus today is that Tony has returned safely, but who would pay attention to Obadiah's bureaucratic response? Naturally, everyone rushed after Tony. After the excitement died down, Zhang glanced at the evidently astonished Coulson and Pepper, sharing a knowing smile. Pepper, are you surprised? Zhang teased. Do you like Tony even more now? Yes, you're not wrong. Before Pepper could fully react, she inadvertently agreed with Zhang. By the time she realized her response could be misinterpreted, Zhang had already called out to Coulson and was heading to the reception room. He is my boss. Pepper mumbled softly, unsure if she was speaking to anyone or just voicing her thoughts. On the other side, Zhang, who had been teasing Pepper, waited for Coulson to finish reporting on the incident before diving into the topic. So, Coulson, what do you want to know? Mr. Zhang, is it acceptable to address you this way? You Chinese placed the surname first, if I recall correctly. Of course, your memory is quite impressive. Personally, I prefer you call me Zhang or just Lon, just like you. Zhang glanced at the business card in his hand, Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. How does that name sound? It's a great name, we will consider it. Even Coulson's professionalism was slightly hindered by the breadth of Zhang's words, indicating he was having a hard time keeping up. So Zhang, the intelligence we received states that you returned to New York with Tony on one of his private jets from Afghanistan. However, there is no record of your departure from the country. What do you have to say about that? Coulson asked bluntly. Is Stark's mouth really that tight? Zhang was a bit surprised, instinctively blurted out, then realized Tony was helping him cover up, so he chose not to elaborate. I was on the same plane as Tony when I left. However, there was no record of you on that plane at the time. We asked Colonel Rhodes and he did not see you. Coulson certainly would not believe that. Then there's nothing I can do, I swear I'm telling the truth. Zhang shrugged, indicating that Rhodes, who was in disguise, naturally wouldn't have seen him. So Lon, can you explain why you returned before Tony? How much do you know about the incident in which Tony was attacked? I completed my mission and came back. Zhang answered matter-of-factly. As for Tony's matter, why not ask him? I almost choked earlier for talking about him. Lon, I hope you can cooperate with our work. Coulson stated, feeling that Zhang's words held no value whatsoever. But I only know this much. Zhang flashed a big grin, revealing a hint of shining reflection. If that's the case, then thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhang. Coulson, seeing Zhang's lack of cooperation, could only relent due to his relationship with Tony, but his tone became considerably more rigid. Then I won't take up any more of your time. With that, after receiving a signal from Zhang, Coulson walked straight out the door. What a polite agent. No wonder he was rated by White as the agent template. Once outside, the first person he saw was Hogan, Tony's white bodyguard, who in his previous life directed Iron Man 1. Tony had him wait here for Zhang to invite him to his villa, the same villa where he was once barred from entering on his first visit. Hi J.R.V.I.S. We meet again. As Zhang arrived outside the villa, he smiled at a camera, knowing that J.R.V.I.S. could see him. It's worth mentioning that Zhang's appearance now was the same as it was on his first visit to the villa, which was a transformation technique. The energy consumption of the transformation technique mainly occurs when releasing the jutsu. Maintaining a form consumes very little. Zhang's regular chakra recovery was more than enough to support it. Zhang decided to temporarily use this appearance to interact with superheroes, while his true identity would just be that of an ordinary person avoiding contact with anyone. The model Zhang transformed into was a male celebrity. He particularly admired Hugo. As for his name under his legal identity in the United States, he was known as Lon Parker, while in this form, he continued to use his real name Zhang Lan. Welcome, Mr. Zhang from China. J-R-V-I-S. S distinctive electronic voice sounded, and the door opened immediately as Hogan drove the car into the villa. In the hall, Zhang Lan only saw Pepper. She was on the phone seemingly explaining something which was related to Tony's previous remarks. This Tony surely knows how to find such a considerate Pepper. Pepper, how big are your hands? Suddenly Tony's voice rang out from a fixed tablet on the bar. What? Pepper had just hung up the phone and looked at her palm. Lon is here too. Do you want to come up to see him? Lon is here. Hey Lon, it's great that you're here. Can you come down for a moment? I'm in a bit of trouble. Hearing that Zhang Lan was also present, Tony was very pleased and sent an invitation to Zhang Lan. Pepper was obviously a bit surprised that she would let Zhang Lan go to Tony's own basement, which was Tony's private research room, where even Obadiah was not allowed. Pepper, you should go down. Trust me, Tony needs you more. Zhang Lan expressed, not wanting to ruin the chance for Tony and Pepper to get closer. Hey Lan, I'm still on the line. Tony's voice came through, right now. It's not really suitable for Pepper to see this eye. Before he could finish, Zhang Lan hung up the call directly. Zhang Lan felt as if he had accomplished something trivial. He casually picked up an apple from the side and took a bite. Other people's stuff is indeed quite good. If you don't go down soon, Tony might die. Seeing Pepper still hesitating, Zhang Lan gestured with a few motions on his chest, causing Pepper's expression to tighten, and she hurriedly ran downstairs. Zhang Lan could only assist Tony up to this point, wandering around the hall, where many high-tech products were displayed. Zhang Lan had only seen them in movies 17 years ago, and now seeing them in reality made him quite curious. As Pepper hurriedly researched, she evidently forgot to close the door, and from the basement came bursts of exclamations along with Tony's feigned cries of pain. Zhang Lan was quite entertained, and before long Tony and Pepper came up together. When Zhang Lan looked over, Pepper was panic-stricken, shaking off Tony's hand. We were just Tony is my boss, you know. Pepper stammered. Zhang Lan merely smiled in understanding and said nothing more, causing Pepper to grab her documents and flee. What? Haven't you confessed yet? Zhang Lan said to Tony, recalling their earlier conversation in the cave about Tony's feelings for Pepper. Why should I? Tony retorted. Don't you think the ambiguity before establishing a relationship is wonderful? Plus she looks quite cute right now. If you think that way rather than being shy, then fine, I believe you. Zhang Lan had long seen through Tony's mindset. Hey, let's not talk about that. I've already sorted out your request. Tony quickly changed the subject. In a moment, he'll have Hogan take you over. That little inventor is already preparing for the launch, and I've arranged an identity for you to be his assistant. After a pause, he continued. This has cost me nearly $50 million in equipment. Can you tell me why you must go? Space is not that fun. Indeed, Zhang Lan's roundabout way of seeking help was to have Tony assist him in boarding Reed Richards' spacecraft, the Fantastic Four's Mr. Fantastic. As the publicly acknowledged richest man in America and the owner of the first weapons processing factory in the country, Tony undoubtedly had the means to do so. Want to know? You could join me. Zhang Lan extended an invitation. After all, being washed by that energy storm wouldn't be a bad thing. Tony directly refused, saying that in the upcoming period he needed to improve his Iron Man suit, which he named the Mark series. To this, Zhang Lan could only say that he was not the one losing out. Eager for this space journey, Tony, operating such a large company as the executive president, naturally noticed Zhang Lan's obvious eagerness. However, he still wouldn't let him go and pulled Zhang Lan down to the basement to discuss the concept of Mark II. MKI was the hunk of metal that got him out of the bandit lair. Despite its unappealing appearance, its utility was undeniable. The bandit leader over there was currently collecting its remnants. As for secrecy, on one hand, MKI was completed under Zhang Lan's witness with materials he provided. On the other hand, it was Tony's instinct. His instinct told him that Zhang Lan bore him no ill will. Tony's original plan was merely to tease Zhang Lan, as he figured he wouldn't understand, and to wait until Zhang Lan patiently wore himself out before making a request. Without any concern for face conspiracy, etc., Tony simply wanted to see Zhang Lan ask him for something. However, the developments once again surprised Tony. Although Zhang Lan knew nothing about mechanical structures, he surprisingly proposed more precise values for appearance system, weapon allocation, and some flight data than Tony's original settings. It's a joke. Zhang Lan had watched the Iron Man series of movies and even translated subtitles for a while to ensure accuracy, later glancing through some Iron Man comics. He might not understand the technology, but regarding appearance and concepts, he had a grasp of what Tony's Mark N1 should look like in the future. As a result, their conversation extended from 11 in the morning until 10 at night. As someone who practiced chakra, Zhang Lan felt no pressure, but the ordinary Tony finally couldn't bear it and declared he would treat Zhang Lan to dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan merely looked at Tony with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, neither refusing nor leaving, just watching Tony, not responding regardless of what Tony said. Okay, I'll invite that little scientist, Reed Richards. Let's go have a late-night meal together. As for your reason for being late, I'll handle it. Ultimately, Tony was still in the wrong, stating he would take the blame. Where are we eating? Seeing his goal achieved, Zhang took the opportunity to pull back. Soon Zhang met Reed smoothly at a Chinese restaurant. He had no idea how Tony managed to get a fervent scientist who was about to execute his own research plan out at 11 at night. It's important to note that Reed was so passionate about science that just before marrying the sexy goddess Jessica Alba's character Susan, he was still repairing a military-acquired locator. Afterward, Zhang witnessed why Tony was called a genius. Although he was a mechanical weapons expert, he could engage in conversations about biological genes with Reed that were perfectly logical. Is Reed Richards a genius? There's no doubt about it. In the movies, Reed's character is set as a genius scientist with low emotional intelligence. When one genius encounters another, the sparks that fly are no less than those between best friends. Zhang remained silent, listening quietly, while his mouth continued to chew as the transformation technique he maintained throughout the day had consumed a lot of his energy. In the end, under pleasant circumstances for all three, the time for the space journey was set for 3 days later. Zhang was very excited. Finally, although his golden finger seemed a bit unreliable, a golden finger is still a golden finger, much faster than leveling up on his own. He was also very much looking forward to the big gift for completing the mission. After all, having a big is much better than just a novice gift, right? It should be right. Please don't vote for this book. The new book, I Became a Fake God, has been released. I ask all the little masters for your collection and recommendation support. As an entrepreneur who established the Zhang Literature Network, the leading literary platform in the United States, he has self-created works on the struggles for power, including Bankruptcy Sisters, and the already adapted TV series Superpowered Heroes, which has been widely broadcast across the nation. With such impressive achievements and outstanding college entrance examination results, renowned schools across the United States have reached out to Zhang legal guardian Uncle Ben with offers. The reason Zhang chose New York University was partly due to its proximity to home, but primarily because Harry Osborn and Peter Parker were both enrolled in the biology department there. Initially, Zhang did not realize the uniqueness of the family that adopted him, but it was only when young Peter, the future Spider-Man, was sent to Uncle Ben and Aunt May's home by his parents that Zhang understood. Was the future Spider-Man going to be his brother? Peter Parker is 3 months younger than Zhang. After observing the Spider-Man from his own timeline for a long while, Zhang ultimately concluded that he was the amazing Spider-Man. Naturally, attending classes alongside Peter, Zhang deliberately got to know Harry Osborn, the future first-generation Green Goblin. Over time, Zhang subtly influenced Harry, who had transformed from the timid character in the films into one of the leading figures of Oscorp after his father fell ill. Even though he was just a 17-year-old kid, he lamented, "Damn, why didn't I learn the shadow clone technique back then? There's simply no comparison to it, S.H.I.E.L.D." In the library of New York University, Zhang bit his pencil in frustration. The university coursework was too challenging, as he had only previously copied the finished products from the original world, and starting over in a new field proved to be difficult. "Hey Lon," a boy peeked over Zhang shoulder, glancing at his textbook. "Wow, already starting to preview the courses. No wonder you're the top student among our trio. Where did you go for your vacation internship?" "Oscorp," Zhang teased. "Peter, could you tidy up your bird's nest? Also, have you made any progress with Gwen lately?" The boy in front of him was none other than Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man, who was now Zhang friend. The world kept turning, and surprisingly, Gwen was also at New York University. The mention of Gwen made the future superhero Spider-Man visibly shy, though he awkwardly chuckled a few times, but did not respond. "What's wrong? Haven't you confessed yet? Or are you planning to give her to Harry?" Zhang asked incredulously, though his voice was low in the library, making it sound a bit mocking. "No." Peter's reaction was intense, even forgetting they were in the library. "I won't let Gwen go." A crisp cough came from the table across from Zhang. "This is a library, keep it down." The speaker was a blonde girl with bangs partially covering her big eyes, glaring at Peter, her cheeks flushed. Peter obediently sat down straight, lowering his head to read. "Ha ha ha." Zhang let out a magical laugh. "Lon, did you know Gwen was sitting across from us all along?" Peter said angrily. "Gwen?" Zhang didn't reply to Peter, but turned to Gwen across the way. Peter said, "He has 2 tickets for the upcoming premiere of Superman. He wants to know if you'd like to go with him." Zhang words made Peter tense up, straining to hear Gwen's response. "Peter, is that true?" Gwen's voice was filled with excitement. "Is it the Superman written by Zhang on the Zhang Literature Network?" At that moment, the true identity of Lon Parker was apparent. Hearing Gwen admire him brought him great joy. "Ah, of course, yes, it's that one. When will you be free to come?" Peter had to raise his head in panic, nervously avoiding eye contact with Gwen. "Wow, that's amazing. I definitely won't miss it. I've been trying to get premiere tickets for ages, but couldn't manage to do so." "How did you get them?" Gwen leaned in, excitedly whispering. "It was really hard to get him tickets." "Oh yes, I got them. Don't worry." Peter's heart tightened. "Did he even have any?" "All right, it's settled then." Gwen cheerfully picked up her book and headed for the library exit. "Lon, I'm leaving now. Also, Peter, your book is upside down. The last comment sent Peter into a flurry as he hurriedly turned his book around. Lon, where am I supposed to get premiere tickets? How am I going to explain this to Gwen? Peter chuckled foolishly before realizing he had no tickets. Don't worry, have you forgotten who started the Zhonglon Literature Network? Zhonglon comforted Peter. Let's head back to the dorm. Harry invited us to lunch together. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Peter relaxed. The future Spider-Man looked a bit foolishly adorable. After Peter spoke, he picked up his camera and stepped out only to see Gwen sitting at a long table in the school engrossed in her book, which compelled Peter to take a few shots. Eat it, eat it, eat it. On the other side, a group of students was gathered together, making a ruckus. Peter couldn't help but walk over, and seeing this, Zhonglon hurriedly followed. After all, Peter was his brother now, and shouldn't be bullied by Eugene Flash. The beginning of the Amazing Spider-Man had also commenced. Tomorrow was the day Reed was set to go to space, marking the start of the Fantastic Four. Meanwhile, the future Iron Man Tony was at home researching his armor, feeling that with the data provided by Zhonglon his progress would be significantly accelerated. Why did it feel so lively, as if a gathering was about to commence? Today was the day Zhonglon had arranged to ascend to the heavens with Reed. He had arrived early at the Space Launch Center and was changing into the Fantastic Four's costumes from the movie made of a synthetic fiber. In mathematics, there are variables and constants. Simply put, variables refer to factors that can change while constants refer to factors that cannot. Zhonglon was unsure if the birth of the Fantastic Four in the film was solely due to that energy storm or if there were other inducing factors. What Zhonglon could do was to replicate the constants as closely as possible, such as Victor's space shield and the synthetic fiber clothing he was now wearing. As for the variables, the number of people going could still change, since there was plenty of energy available. Sorry, Lon. Reed approached Zhonglon. Since I don't own the rights and patents for this project, I can't give you the project data. Tony had leveraged Zhonglon's need for practical experience on a university project and the high-end Stark equipment to negotiate with Reed. For the honest, Reed, having taken so many resources, even more than the 25 million Victor had, yet only being able to accompany them on a space flight, made him feel a bit guilty. Reed, you don't have to worry about that. Haven't you given me everything I needed? Zhonglon expressed that he was unfazed. Indeed, he was unfazed. After the energy storm, Victor's company had gone bankrupt, so where would the profits come from? Zhonglon had already prepared to reap the biggest rewards. Reed evidently thought Zhonglon was trying to comfort him and was about to say something more when a commotion interrupted them. The captain has arrived. A booming voice echoed. Ben, who was organizing his luggage, reflexively turned and stood at attention, his expression serious and demeanor very earnest. However, what greeted him was a flash from a camera. The photographer was a young man dressed in a tight suit, like Zhonglon. Digital camera 264, memory stick 59. The once tough commander now wore a gloomy expression due to becoming a subordinate. Priceless. Such a flippant opening line could only come from the future Human Torch Johnny. Ben, with anger on his face, walked toward Johnny, suddenly reaching out his hand, startling Johnny into instinctively ducking his head. However, the anticipated assault did not come. Instead, Ben zipped up Johnny's collar. Haha, thanks, you're so nice, Johnny replied, looking up with a smug tone. I can handle this spaceship. I can handle this ambitious blonde kid too, Ben said seriously, turning to the wardrobe. But I don't know if I should fly or do a swan dance in this outfit. Saying that, Ben pulled out the synthetic fiber bodysuit from the wardrobe, which indeed resembled Captain America's tight suit. If it weren't for the fact that it could withstand the energy storm in space, Zhonglon wouldn't wear it at all. Who the hell designed this? Ben continued to complain. It was Victor. A stunning woman outside the fitting room chimed in, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit with the zipper at her neck, not fully zipped, revealing a deep cleavage. With her beautiful face and alluring figure, she was simply the embodiment of a seductive goddess. This synthetic fiber acts like a second skin, adapting to the body's different needs. As the goddess spoke, she walked towards the crowd, her gaze often unintentionally landing on Reed. Such a mesmerizing enchantress could only be the future Invisible Woman Susan. Reed couldn't help but approach Susan, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing." Hearing this, Susan's smile widened and her gaze towards Reed was filled with admiration, only for Reed to follow up with, "Using materials made from self-regulating, unstable molecules, I've been researching this." Clearly, the previous remark was not a compliment for Susan, which made her instantly lose her radiant smile, exchanging a silent glance with Ben. This scientifically brilliant genius with a negative EQ was the shared thought of everyone present. Hello, Zhonglon. Susan shifted the conversation to Zhonglon, elegantly extending her left hand. I am the head of the gene research department for this investment company, Susan. Nice to meet you, Susan, Zhonglon said, somewhat excitedly shaking hands with his past lives goddess. Reed often mentions you, beautiful lady, but he seems unaware of the treasure he possesses. As he spoke, Zhonglon glanced at Reed, who was still engrossed in studying the synthetic fiber, a faint teasing smile on his lips. He couldn't understand why the seductive goddess would like this foolish boy. Perhaps foolish people have their own fortune. Thank you. Susan clearly appreciated this remark, her fondness for Zhang increasing substantially. After exchanging greetings, Susan handed one of the astronaut suits to Ben, while the other one she casually tossed into Reed's arms as she passed by, leaving him with a bewildered expression that made Zhang unable to suppress his laughter. After the farce, it was time to board. Given today's technology, manned space technology was quite advanced, so there were no crises to worry about, making the process very straightforward. However, Zhang did not expect that upon seeing the Earth in its entirety for the first time, he would feel a bit of motion sickness. Moreover, this was Zhang's first time on a rocket, and he felt somewhat out of sorts with space. Please do not vote for this book. The new book Naruto Becoming a False God has been released. I kindly request all Little Masters' support in terms of collections and recommendation votes. Zhang subconsciously followed Johnny's finger to look out the window, where a corner of Earth could be seen, the white atmosphere dotted with azure waters, a breathtaking sight. Zhang let out a dry heave, his body going limp like a noodle hanging onto Ruid's shoulder. This made Susan glare angrily at Johnny, who could only awkwardly smile and jog ahead to catch up with Ben. Is he all right? Susan asked, frowning as she approached, clearly concerned about Zhang's condition. Ruid, don't worry about me. You have more important matters to attend to, Zhang's weak voice echoed, glancing at the beautiful Susan, feeling slightly better, but no longer daring to look out the window. All right, then you can sit here and rest for a bit. Ruid helped Zhang to a seat by the aisle. Meanwhile, everyone had already entered the space station, the one protected by a shield. Although it could not protect against energy storms. From here, we can monitor the approaching clouds and conduct observational experiments. Susan pointed at the space shield. Is this safe? Ben asked, concerned. The shield on the space station should keep everyone safe, Ruid replied, albeit uncertain. Should? Ben keenly caught the keyword, turning to glance at the pale-faced Zhang, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. What's wrong, Ben? Have you gotten old and paranoid? A rebellious young man interjected. The only person left in the station was Victor, the future big boss. Let's start moving the test samples. Prepare your work uniform, Ben. Ruid shifted the topic. Victor watched the scene with great interest, remarking, I see you're still doing such heavy work. Perhaps you should be in the lab. A field work has never suited you. Ben felt annoyed by this remark, turning back to Victor and stating he directs, I do got it. That should keep you busy. Victor smirked disdainfully at the response, directly leveraging his advantage. If possible, I would like to have a private chat with Susan. Ruid's expression became a bit unnatural, but he could only helplessly respond, of course, before turning and leaving. At that moment, Victor noticed the limp Zhang by the side, his expression growing even more peculiar. Assistant, what's wrong with you? Victor questioned uncertainly. Where did Ruid find this assistant? This isn't your concern, Victor. After resting for a while, Zhang felt a bit better and managed to stand up. Victor, am not Ruid. You have plenty of work ahead of you. Zhang was not just some small assistant. He implied a warning before walking outside, as the space shield was not as useful as imagined, and he was indeed heading towards the energy storm. As he passed Susan, he whispered, Victor will propose to you, but I believe Ruid will stop him. Ignoring Susan's reaction, he walked toward the lounge, his legs still a bit weak. In the lounge, Ruid was busy preparing, separated from the control room by only a door. Mom, I don't understand why you're here. What can you do in this state? I don't need to do anything, you'll know soon enough, but won't be long. Zhang licked his lips, looking at a section of the alloy wall, as if he could see through it. It's as simple as taking a shower. Meanwhile, outside, Johnny and Ben were discussing the possibility of rekindled feelings between Susan and Ruid, unaware that Victor was already considering proposing to Susan. Ruid, stationed beside the instruments, finally noticed something amiss, recalculating the incoming storm's arrival time, resulting in the storm will arrive in 9 minutes and 51 seconds. This is impossible, Ruid said in disbelief. There should still be 7 hours left. Inside the space station, Victor held a gift box containing all the rings for the proposal. Consider it a promotion, I am about to say 4 words that will change my life, Victor said, deeply realizing that Susan might still have feelings for Ruid. He needed to force Susan to make a choice. As long as he uttered those 4 words. The clouds are accelerating, Ruid's voice suddenly interjected. It will arrive in a few minutes, not in a few hours. This sudden change startled Victor, retracting his hand, holding the ring, glancing helplessly at Susan, who was surprised. Victor, we must stop the operation. Ruid seemed unaware of the disruption to Victor's plan. Ruid, calm down. We didn't come all this way to panic over a minor issue. Victor seized the opportunity to lecture, shut down the shield. But Ben is still outside, Ruid said seriously. Then bring him in, Victor impatiently commanded. We have a mission here, move quickly. Outside, Ben also saw the approaching energy storm illuminating the surrounding dark universe, and it was clear that the visitor was not friendly. Ben, come back. Johnny shouted, who had been arguing with Ben. At this point, the energy storm had already reached the space station, and Zhang could feel the violent tremors. I can't go back, guys, Ben said despairingly. Jump over, Johnny said calmly at a critical moment. That's the only way now. Ben instinctively jumped towards the hatch, and shortly after he jumped, the spot where he had been standing was ravaged by the energy storm that followed. Meanwhile, inside the space station, Victor began to close the shield, knowing that the shield's protective range was limited, merely covering the observation deck. Susan argued fiercely with him, the emotion from Victor's proposal moments ago dissipating instantly as she ran toward the shield. "What are you going to do?" "I can't help them. What can you do?" "At least I tried," Susan said, not looking back as she ran out. Victor hesitated for a moment, but resolutely pressed the button to close the shield. "There are plenty of women. I can find another." On the other side, Ben, at a critical moment, entered the cabin, and Johnny, who had been bickering with him, perfectly timed the moment to close the hatch as he entered. Without this protective filter, no one knew if they could survive being directly exposed to the energy storm. Before Ben and the others could catch their breath, the energy storm swept through the space station, as if the steel structure was nothing, passing through the bodies of the group, with only a small portion remaining inside them, most of it penetrating out again, continuing forward. The energy storm washed over them like waves, one after another, causing everyone to faint except for one person, Zhonglun. He appeared pale, surrounded by a dazzling yellow light that raged around him, while the light close to Zhonglun seemed to vanish into thin air, having been absorbed before it could enter his body, creating a clear path amidst the brilliant energy storm. Zhonglun remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on a spot where only he could see a series of numbers pulsating, the system tasks he hadn't seen in years, the long-forgotten golden finger. Efforts before adulthood. Please charge the system before the host reaches legal age to meet the system's startup conditions. Current completion 0-100, current completion 7,100, current completion 14,100, current completion 21100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Efforts before adulthood. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Beep. System rebooting. Please wait a moment. During the system reboot, the mysterious attraction of the system also vanished, and the raging energy storm instantly engulfed Zhonglun. Due to the previous passive attraction of the system, the energy he was exposed to was far greater than that of the 5 others. Beep. System initialization complete. Detecting absorbable energy absorption in progress. As this system voice sounded, it was like the call to arms had been sounded. The energy storm that could still barely pass Zhonglun began to be drawn and rushing toward Zhonglun in droves, embedding itself in his body. The sensation of being washed by the energy storm was not unpleasant. It felt like being soaked in seawater for a long time and then leaping into the sky. Although he couldn't breathe through his nose, his cells, as if suffocated for a long time, greedily absorbed the energy entering Zhonglun's body, yet only a small portion was absorbed. Most still flowed out like the others, but at the moment they left Zhonglun's body, they instantly vanished. This was absorbed by the system. Hearing this, Zhonglun finally felt at ease and closed his eyes. He had long wanted to sleep. It felt so good. After blinking his eyes, he remained still and closed them again, wanting to further understand the system that had just activated. With this thought, Zhonglun attempted to summon the system with his mind. "Halo." There was no response. "Does it not understand English? Are you their fellow villager? Wake up." Still no response. "Does it require a special command? Open sesame. Pineapple, pineapple, honey." No response again. "Supreme Lord Lao Jun, as per the law, we summon you, Buddha, Tathagata, Guanyin, Bodhisattva, Jesus Christ." Yet there was still no response. What the hell? Zhonglun was on the verge of breaking down. Did the system shut down due to lack of energy while he was unconscious? Beep. The system has started. The host has a task reward that has not been claimed. Please claim it in a timely manner. Just as Zhonglun was musing, a rigid voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. How do I activate you?" After waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Zhonglun pondered for a moment and rephrased his question. "System, how do I activate you?" Beep. The host can summon the system interface by silently thinking. System. Zhonglun was internally frustrated, almost wanting to flip the table. So it was that simple. "System, open the interface," Zhonglun muttered in disbelief. Zhonglun had initially kept his eyes tightly shut, but as he silently urged the system, a screen suddenly appeared before him. How should he describe it? A screen that was simple to the extreme. From top to bottom, there was a personal panel to check host data and a task system, where system tasks and rewards would be released again. Mysterious shop, where rule fragments can be used to unlock exchange privileges for corresponding tier items. Achievement system, where completing specified tasks grants achievements and rewards. More exciting content, stay tuned. An advertisement. The rest is understandable, but the 5th item, more exciting content, stay tuned. What is that? Zhonglun was quite curious. With this thought, he focused his attention on this particular option. Beep. Host permissions are insufficient. Please level up diligently. More exciting content, stay tuned. I just turned this on. It can't consider me a level 1 newbie, can it? I clearly recharged energy. Seeing no result from this, Zhonglun's attention was drawn to the flashing task options. He concentrated and clicked on task system, which made the other options fade away, revealing main quest that must be completed. Side quests available for selection. Urgent tasks are randomly released with a short time limit, high difficulty, and great rewards. 3 options with the main quest flashing. Zhang continued to use his mental hand to click on it. Why did he feel like he was playing a cheap mobile game that required payment before trying? It felt like a desktop board game, didn't it? After clicking on main quest, finally there were no branches, only a shining efforts before adulthood appeared, and Zhang obediently clicked on it. Ding, congratulations host for completing the efforts before adulthood task. Yes, no, claimed the reward. Yes. Zhang suppressed his inexplicable emotions and clicked yes again. Beep, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations host, you have obtained a random lottery ticket from various categories 1. Yes, no, draw the lottery. Yes. At this moment Zhang eyebrows were twitching. Programmer who developed this system, come out. I promise I won't kill you. This player's experience is truly terrible. The system's big will has started, please manually draw the lottery. After the system prompt, all text disappeared and a gigantic spinning wheel appeared in Zhang consciousness, but the wheel was completely blank without any options. System, what's going on? There's nothing, what should I spin? Zhang expressed that it was good to ask the system. Please understand on your own. The system was unyielding, directly responding with a sentence that left Zhang speechless. He felt that his temper had been severely provoked, and this so-called system was invisible and intangible, making him grit his teeth in frustration. However, frustration aside, he still wanted the rewards. Zhang could only ponder. Soon he discovered that when he clicked on the pointer with his mind, several options would appear. Current lottery options are as follows: Bloodline Limit 1, Ninjutsu 1, Taijutsu 1, Jinjutsu 1, Special 1. Zhang tried clicking on the option he was most interested in, Bloodline Limit, and immediately all options disappeared, while words slowly appeared on the big wheel. Sharingan, Steel Release, Ice Release, Magnet Release, Wood Release, Byakugan Red, Eye Corpse Bone Pulse. There were many varieties, and among them the Sharingan that Zhang had always favored was also there, along with the powerful Wood Release and Corpse Bone Pulse. Zhang, feeling a bit impatient, used his mental hand to gently spin the wheel. Instantly the big wheel began to spin rapidly. Zhang could only watch as it spun, his eyes closed as it was projected directly into his consciousness. After all, without a power source the big wheel spun for a long time before gradually slowing down, currently passing by the Corpse Bone Pulse and slowly moving towards his long-desired Sharingan. Hey, so close, so close. Yes, go in. Good job. Zhang watched as the pointer moved into Sharingan and paused between Sharingan and Death God Ritual, almost jumping out of bed. Just when he thought it was a done deal, the system's prompt sound also rang. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining Death God Ritual incomplete. What is this? Wasn't it the Sharingan? It turned out that just as Zhang was excited, the pointer surprisingly moved a small step and turned into Death God Ritual incomplete. But what does incomplete mean? He asked the system. Beep, detecting partial system loss. Some system rewards may be incomplete. Please level up diligently to trigger the main quest to collect the scattered system. Zhang saw the system's explanation and wanted to flip the table. Do you believe it? A cheap interface is one thing, but it's still an unfinished product. System, which part of the Death God Ritual incomplete is missing? Zhang weakly asked. If he could gain the immortal ability from the anime, that would be nice. Name: Death God Ritual incomplete. Category: Forbidden Technique. Tier: A description allows the host to have the characteristic of immortality, but cannot recover independently, so please be careful not to lose body parts. Consumption: None. Remark: the Death God Ritual is divided into Immortality and Ritual originally and Steer Forbidden Technique. Due to partial system loss, only the Immortality ability remains, hence downgraded to a tie. In the future, this skill's name will appear as Immortality. Zhang felt the deep malice from the system after reading the system's introduction. Fine, let's continue drawing. It's better to have a short pain than a long one. Given the system's nature, it probably won't yield anything good, so he simply chose to draw randomly for everything. Immediately, the big wheel split into 4 and started spinning, then came to a stop. Ding, congratulations host for drawing Shadow Clone Technique from the Ninjutsu Lottery. Ding, congratulations host for drawing 8 Gates of Duanjia Lotus Blossom from the Taijutsu Lottery. Ding, congratulations host for drawing Illusion Realm from the Jinjutsu Lottery. Ding, congratulations host for drawing Sand Guardian from the Special Lottery. Ding, due to the host completing the task ahead of time, a special reward of Talent Skill 1 is granted, and in Steer Characteristic 1 will be randomly added. 5 system prompts sounded consecutively. Zhang was momentarily stunned, then counted carefully. Indeed, it was 5 prompts. You have to admit this system was surprisingly generous this time. Shadow Clone Technique is a cheat device, the simplified version of Prince Naruto's signature skill. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Goes without saying, it is the strongest taijutsu that almost led Guy to kick out a major finale. Even Madara had to admit that Guy is the strongest in taijutsu. As for Illusion Realm, Zhang had no impression. Sand Guardian seems to be the blessing from Gaara's mother before she died. The sand defense that always automatically protects Gaara is her mother's love. As for the last random draw of all categories, it seems like it can add characteristics, which sounds quite impressive. But Zhang felt that it couldn't be true. The system's level segmentation wouldn't be backwards, would it? System list the levels from low to high. Zhang Lan asked tentatively. Beep. The system includes, but is not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, bloodline limits, equipment, etc. Divided into EDC, BAS, SS, and SSS, 8 levels, with E being the lowest and SSS the highest. This time the system actually answered. Zhang Lan couldn't help but feel delighted. Didn't this mean the system directly gifted him a 6th level reward? System, you did well this time. Activate the talent lottery. Zhang Lan praised the system with satisfaction. As Zhang Lan issued his mental command, the system surprisingly did not present a big wheel, but a large slot machine with 3 options and a big lever beside it. Zhang Lan didn't need the system's prompt. He directly pulled the lever, and the slot machine began to operate with the 3 options in the middle spinning wildly. With his eyesight, he was dazzled and couldn't see a single thing, so he simply decided to wait for it to stop. After a long wait, the slot machine continued to spin happily, showing no signs of stopping. Was it going to require a manual stop? Zhang Lan thought to himself, and once again used his mental hand to pull the lever. The 3 rapidly spinning options immediately began to slow down until they finally appeared. Naruto Uzumaki's avatar, Taijutsu, 1. This left Zhang Lan a bit confused. Shouldn't there be 3 of the same? How is it calculated now? Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing Naruto Uzumaki's first learning of Taijutsu. The reward is currently undergoing steer characteristic enhancement. Please wait. The first ninjutsu learned by the Big Prince. It should be quite good, right? His first learned ninjutsu was the multi-shadow clone technique. I already have it. No, wait, could it be the 3-body technique? Zhang Lan thought to himself, suddenly recalling a key phrase. Taijutsu. What the hell? The taijutsu that Naruto learned first, won't it be the one taught by Kakashi? Zhang Lan felt a strong, ominous premonition. Ding! Enhancement completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ability. Ding! Enhancement completed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the 1000-year kill technique of the Konoha body technique. This time Zhang Lan could no longer hold back, jumping up from the bed and unleashing a torrent of curses interspersed with the Minnan dialect from his hometown, cursing for a full 10 minutes without repetition. After a long while, Zhang Lan finally vented his frustration and angrily demanded that the system display the information on this body technique 1000-year secret. Name: 1000-year kill. Category: body technique. Grade E. Effect: form a tiger seal with both hands to launch an attack from behind any target, fully penetrating their rear, causing an interruption in their energy cycle with the duration depending on their will. Consumption: a small amount of physical energy. Characteristics: you can instantly appear behind any enemy in your line of sight, but the skill cannot be interrupted. Note: due to the enhancement of its characteristics, the practicality of this skill has greatly increased, but since it cannot be interrupted, it should be used with caution. The room fell into a long silence. After a while, Zhang Lan shook his head in frustration, reflecting on the system's dark humor. It's really powerful, but this 1000-year kill combined with that characteristic is just a teleportation godly technique. What's more important is that it is instantaneous. All he needs to do is form the tiger seal with his hands. System: what about the other skills? Let's see them all together. Name: illusion. Category: illusion technique. Grade E. Effect: a beginner-level illusion that can simply implant an illusion in the target. Consumption: chakra 10. Note: the success factor is determined by mental strength. Name: shadow clone technique. Category: ninjutsu. Grade B. Effect: can create an independent clone with self-awareness. It automatically dissolves after taking damage. After dissolution, it will transmit all experiences back to the main body. Consumption: shares the caster's chakra. Note: due to quality enhancements, this skill will not dissolve automatically, due to the main Buddhist thoughts or unconsciousness. Name: undying. Category: forbidden technique. Grade A. Description: allows the host to possess the characteristic of physical immortality. However, it does not provide self-recovery abilities, so the host must exercise caution and avoid losing body parts. Consumption: none. Note: the death god ritual consists of 2 parts, undying and ritual. Originally in grade bloodline limit, it has been downgraded to a grade due to the loss of the ritual part. Name: 8 gates of Duanjia primary lotus. Category: body technique. Grade C. Description: the human body has a self-protection mechanism. Therefore, normal individuals can only use less than 50 of their physical power, and chakra is also restricted by 8 gates. Opening these gates will release the limits, granting powerful strength for a short duration. This skill is the primary lotus. The second gate, rest gate, must be open to use it. Consumption: physical energy. Note: the rapidly expanding power comes with a correspondingly heavy price. Name: protection of sand. Category: special passive. Grade S. Effect: can manipulate sand using chakra. Sand mixed with the host's chakra will automatically defend against all potential harm to the host. Characteristics: releasing Gara series of ninjutsu will reduce energy efficiency by 50%. Consumption: none. Note: the host can only manipulate sand infused with their chakra. Ding! Rewards confirmed and dispatched to the host's storage space. Zhang looked at the skills above and sadly discovered that the only usable attack skill available to him was the grade 1000-year kill. The protection of sand is a passive skill, it merely manipulates sand, and he still needs to exchange for Garus-related ninjutsu to exert any offensive power. The 8 gates of Duinjia primary lotus mentioned twice in Naruto always ended in being resolved, making it seem rather weak. Moreover, this technique is self-harming. Even if he has the undying ability from the evil god ritual, which will be referred to as undying later, it does not provide recovery capabilities. Watching the anime, one knows that if the head is severed, yes, one does not die, but it will not grow back either. Over time, if the Bodis energy is completely expended, won't he still die? As for that illusion technique, given its a grade rating, it is likely not very effective. And the final shadow clone. I had originally thought I could use the Great Prince's Sea of People tactic, but it turns out to be just a grade shadow clone, not a grade multi-shadow clone. If there is only one, this clone that cannot take damage has very little combat value for Zhang right now. After all, Zhang has little experience with body techniques and can be easily hit, plus his total chakra capacity is not much to begin with, and splitting it in half, how can he still fight? Can I teach others besides myself? Zhang asked with confusion. Ding, insufficient permissions. Please host strive to level up. Alright then. Zhang expressed his frustration towards the system. The storage space allocated by the system is very small, only 1 cubic meter in size, filled with a few thin cards. With a thought, these cards immediately appeared in Zhang's hands. The cards are not large, resembling game cards from his past life. The back features a unified Taiji diagram, while the front displays the card's name and its function description complete with illustrations. Zhang glanced at the illustration of 1000-year kill, a yellow-haired child being approached from behind by an adult man, covering his left eye, the man forming a tiger seal, bending down to aim at his target, the yellow-haired child's rear. Zhang seemed to hear Naruto's scream. System, how do I learn this? Do I just eat it? Zhang said, feeling exhausted. Ding, please place the card on your pineal gland. Pineal gland? Isn't that just the forehead? Why make it sound so mysterious? Zhang scornfully dismissed the system, then directly slapped the stack of cards against his forehead. Ding, congratulations host for learning grade body technique 1000-year kill, a grade illusion grade ninjutsu shadow clone technique, a grade forbidden technique death god ritual incomplete grade body technique 8 gates of Duinjia primary lotus grade special skill protection of sand. With the system's prompt, Zhang felt a flood of information surge into his mind, including the sequence of hand seals for ninjutsu insights on body techniques and other complicated details. The key point is that this information is extremely vast. Not only is it a mental ordeal, but his body is also undergoing a transformation, making Zhang stronger and more robust. Of course, at this moment, all Zhang can feel is pain. Without a doubt, he gloriously fainted again. Not long after Zhang lost consciousness, the door to the room opened, and Reed entered, looking puzzled at Zhang lying on the floor. Earlier, the data showed he had already woken up. Reed said, puzzled, as he helped Zhang onto the bed and called for a doctor for further examination. The examination process naturally included blood tests, which had to be done every 5 hours. This is one of the key points in the intensive care unit. The issue arose when the doctor attempted to draw blood from Zhang again, only to discover mysteriously that a small pile of sand was floating around Zhang, crowding around the needle point, preventing it from touching Zhang's skin. After Reed took a look at this peculiar situation, he immediately realized this was a mutation caused by radiation in space. It should be noted that his close friend was still unconscious. When Zhang woke up again, he felt extremely hungry and opened his eyes to find a nurse sitting beside him, dozing off. However, he had no interest in this sleeping beauty. All his attention was focused on a small thermos cup beside him. Zhang knew that it must contain some kind of porridge or liquid food prepared for patients who have been in a long-term coma. It has been 3 days since he last woke up, and due to his protection of sand, no needle could pierce Zhang's veins, and even the action of feeding him was deemed an attack by the sand. So the hospital had no way to provide Zhang with nutrients, and could only wait for him to wake up using the most primitive method. Zhang's body was still undergoing transformation, and according to its self-protective measures, he could not wake up until the transformation was complete. Now awake, Zhang felt extremely weak. He tried hard to lift his body, but failed, so he could only look longingly at the thermos cup. In Zhang's intense longing gaze, a small amount of sand swept in from all directions, gently lifting the thermos cup, and at Zhang's thoughts slowly flying towards his bed. Is this the sand manipulation of the protection of sand? Zhang was also encountering this supernatural phenomenon for the first time, appearing a bit dazed. In this moment of distraction, the still untrained sand manipulation lost control and passively returned to its protective state, flowing back around Zhang, guarding his safety. Without the sand to support it, the thermos naturally fell to the ground, making a noise that woke the sleeping nurse. The awakened nurse also realized her negligence. While notifying the doctor, she began to feed Zhonglan the nutrient solution, which was the liquid food inside the thermos. This time, under Zhonglan's conscious control, the sand did not obstruct, and Zhonglan successfully ate the food, thus obtaining nutrients. Not long after Zhonglan woke up, Reed, Susan, and Ben hurried into the ward, greeting Zhonglan and briefly explaining what had happened. Initially, Zhonglan had woken up once the day after the energy storm, but due to the system's transformation, he fell into a coma again for a full 3 days, while Ben also woke up yesterday. Upon hearing the story of nearly starving to death due to the sand's loyal protection, Zhonglan increasingly felt that this system was a bit unreliable. If the host is facing imminent death, the system will provide energy to maintain the host's biological functions. Because Zhonglan's consciousness mentioned this key term, the system provided an answer. If that's the case, it's somewhat reliable. Zhonglan nodded, then realized another issue. System, what do I look like now? Is it still the transformation technique? During the host's coma, the transformation technique is maintained by the system's energy supply, so it has not been lifted. The system provided some good news. Thank goodness I haven't been exposed. After some discussion with everyone, Reed was still fixated on Zhonglan's blood sample, hoping Zhonglan would cooperate and allow for a blood sample to be taken. Zhonglan naturally did not want to have blood drawn, and after reluctantly agreeing, he was relieved to find that he could not control the sand to give the command to abandon the protection. System, what's going on? Why can't I control the sand? Asking the system is the way to go when in doubt. The defense of the protection of sand is a passive skill. Just like animals need to breathe, it is instinctual and cannot be changed. After a fruitless discussion, Reed could only leave regretfully. Susan timely extended an invitation to go to the cafeteria for dinner, which Zhonglan gladly accepted, but he had some matters to resolve first. He needed to reassure his family. With that in mind, Zhonglan first called home, and the one who answered was Aunt May. Since he had told Aunt May beforehand that there was a problem with the script for his new movie Superman, and he needed to work in the theater for a few days, Aunt May was not surprised that Zhonglan had not been in contact with the family for 5 days. Hold on. Are you coming back? Aye. Aunt May's voice trembled, clearly a bit emotional. Aunt May, are you okay? Zhonglan asked with concern. Before Aunt May could answer, a quarrel broke out on the line. Oh, did you have something delayed? This was Uncle Ben's voice. He seemed quite angry. It was rare for him to raise his voice. Your aunt, my wife, walked 5 blocks alone in the most chaotic area of the borough at noon. I can walk back myself. Aunt May disregarded Zhonglan to defend Peter. Don't protect that kid. Zhonglan didn't listen further. He felt that he needed to rush back immediately, or something he would regret for life would happen. Aunt May saved Zhonglan, and Uncle Ben agreed to adopt him. He had lived with this beloved couple for 17 years, and for Zhonglan, who had experienced his biological parents' divorce, he cherished Uncle Ben's fatherly love. Despite calling him Uncle Ben in Zhonglan's heart, he had long regarded Uncle Ben as his own father. He did not want to see Uncle Ben guide Spider-Man to become a superhero at the cost of his life. Originally, Zhonglan did not need to worry about these things happening. After all, there was quite a long period from when Peter gained his Spider-Man abilities to when he fell out with Uncle Ben and left home. Who knew that the vicious system transformation caused Zhonglan to faint for 3 days? Zhonglan formed hand seals, skillfully releasing the ninjutsu taught by the system. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. Create a shadow clone to say goodbye to Reed and the others, then jump out the window. Is this a virtual world? Or is it just a very long dream of my own? Zhonglan had doubted this before, but now he had no doubts at all because he felt a heart-wrenching pain, a pain of the soul being torn apart. Looking at the body of Uncle Ben before him, Peter wailed like a discarded child. Slowly, Zhonglan felt his eyes welling with a liquid. He thought it was tears. Am I crying? He did not want to shed tears in front of Uncle Ben. He wiped his eyes with his hand, only to find his hand stained with a vivid shade of red. Blood tears. This was the last memory of Zhonglan, and then he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and he fainted once again. Bang! A cloud of smoke rose, and this time Zhonglan truly lost consciousness. Without the system's help, he could no longer maintain the transformation technique, which automatically released. At the moment the smoke was about to dissipate, a black cloak was draped over Zhonglan's body. It was the shadow clone. Zhonglan had not given the shadow clone a direct order to dissolve, so it followed him. At the last moment when Zhonglan might be exposed, it covered for him. The shadow clone endured the urge to look at Uncle Ben on the ground and glared angrily at Peter, who was immersed in extreme self-blame, helping Uncle Ben say his last words. With great power comes great responsibility. After saying that, it ignored Peter, picked up Zhonglan, and vanished with a few leaps. Shortly after the shadow clone left, an ambulance arrived at the scene. Someone had called an ambulance for Peter, but unfortunately the paramedics just shook their heads, comforted Peter a few times, and then left. With a pierced heart and stopped breathing, there was no hope for resuscitation. After the paramedics issued the death notice, Peter, who had been suppressing his emotions, could no longer hold back and began to scream in pain. When he woke up again, Zhonglan felt his eyes were extremely dry. He blinked hard, hoping to moisten them, but they only became drier. "You're awake," the shadow clone spoke, its voice hoarse. "How do you feel?" "If everything is fine, I will dissolve the clone." Without an ID, we are currently at a villa in Tony's New York. Tony is currently in the basement of his Los Angeles villa tinkering with his Iron Man suit. Zhang remained silent, merely nodding indifferently. Shadow clone dissolved. The shadow clone made a hand seal, and with a bang, it transformed into a puff of smoke and quickly dissipated. Zhang, who had been indifferent on the bed, suddenly felt a small surge of memory information flooding into his mind. Compared to the previous system skill information, it was much less, just a bit mentally exhausting. Shaking his head vigorously with the experience from the system, he quickly adapted, rapidly browsing through the information the shadow clone brought, and understood why he had ended up here. He absent-mindedly touched his arm, his expression lost in thought. Just 3 hours ago, in an extreme state of fatigue, he had excessively used the 8 gates technique, causing many of his capillaries to burst. Now, however, he had fully recovered. The blood was washed away by the shadow clone, but the wounds on his skin healed automatically. The ability to not die emphasized that it does not have recovery capabilities. The shadow clone did not have access to the system's permissions, so it could not fully understand the reason, only having some vague guesses. System, bring up the personal panel. Zhang silently thought, his hand touching his chest where a heart was beating. He clearly remembered that his heart had already burst along with the capillaries, so it should not be beating. Name Zhang. Status healthy. Chakra 9494. Skills. E rank clone technique, substitute technique, transformation technique. D rank illusion. C rank surface lotus. B rank shadow clone technique. A rank immortality cellular surge passive. S rank sand protection passive millennium kill. SSS rank Konoha physique. Comprehensive ability rank. Overall evaluation, insufficient combat skill, reserves low chakra storage, low combat experience, and low psychological quality. Current tasks none. Current assets energy points 31581. I rule fragments none, as expected. Seeing his attribute panel, Zhang found the reason for his recovery. He used his mind to check A rank cellular surge and SSS rank physique modification. Name cellular surge passive. Category super ability. Rank A. Description, can accelerate cellular division and reproduction during non-combat moments. The fewer cells in the body, the faster they divide and reproduce. Consumption, cellular division limit. Note, the number of cell divisions in a person's life is limited. Excessive consumption will result in a permanent loss of physical limits, and severe cases will lead to cell death. Name physique modification. Category physique modification. Rank SSS. Description, automatically possesses all attribute chakra attributes. Under suitable environmental conditions, can awaken any physique of Konoha. Consumption, unknown. Note, as long as conditions allow, the host can even awaken the bloodline of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing the cellular surge skill, Zhang could not help but think of Wolverine's terrifying recovery ability. What a pity it's a non-combat skill. It can only activate automatically when out of combat, or ensuring no harm in battle. As for the only SSS rank skill, physique modification, it is essentially a potential gift package that can awaken any bloodline limit existing in the Naruto world under certain conditions. Right resurrection. Zhang shivered. He needed to hurry back. He couldn't let anyone cremate Uncle Ben's body. Speaking of resurrection, there are indeed many resurrection techniques, or bloodlines in Naruto. Hyo's self-revival, Konoha's Edo Tensei, the Rinnegan's Outer Path Samsara technique, all of which can achieve this. Thinking of this, Zhang quickly rushed home. The place the shadow clone had chosen was not far from home. After all, Tony was very wealthy and had many locations to choose from. Since he was going home, he did not use the transformation technique. To avoid exposure, he ran at a speed faster than an average person. The police would still need to gather evidence, and they would not cremate the body so quickly. There was shattered glass scattered at the door. It was the result of Peter slamming the door earlier. Stepping on the glass shards, he entered the house and immediately saw Aunt May sitting in the living room where 2 black police officers were verifying something with her. Seeing Aunt May with red eyes from crying, the sadness that had already subsided surged back again. In her eyes there were 2 small black dots swirling slowly around the black pupils, reacting to Zhang emotional outburst. Faintly visible. He did not look at Peter, who was standing dumbfounded nearby, and walked straight towards Aunt May. When Aunt May saw him, she covered her mouth and began to choke up again. Zhang did not know how to comfort her. He could only wrap his arms around her shoulders, letting Aunt May rest against his chest. Looking at Aunt May, who was so heartbroken, his heart, which had never belonged to this world, finally returned to the present from his past life. Since the past life is already gone, and I have few attachments, why should I cling to it? At the same time, he silently vowed that he would never let Aunt May suffer even the slightest harm. Absolutely not. If anyone dares to harm Aunt May, I will never let them go. Thinking this, Zhang squinted at Peter. Peter was obviously very sad. His eyes were red and swollen, having probably cried for a long time before. In front of Aunt May he couldn't cry, so he held back and didn't shed tears. At this moment Peter was asking the black police officer for a suspect sketch. The black officer kindly handed Peter a copy stating that the original was at the police station. And one more thing, he has a star-shaped tattoo on his left wrist, the black officer kindly reminded. Peter did not respond. He stared blankly at the sketch in his hand, engraving that face firmly in his mind. Ding, detecting host emotional fluctuations matching with corresponding mainline task, issuing mainline task. The first battle. The first battle, the host's emotions need to be released, hatred needs to be avenged, defeat Spider-Man, and then find the murderer of Ben Parker to execute your revenge. This task aligned perfectly with Zhonglan's intentions, since he was already planning to do so. He wanted to first coax Aunt May to sleep, but how could she sleep after just losing her beloved? She held onto Zhonglan's hand, saying illogical things, rambling on, without any coherence, speaking whatever came to her mind. Seeing this, he used a moment to go to the restroom, splitting off a shadow clone to accompany Aunt May while he went upstairs to confront Peter. Peter's door was locked. Zhonglan knocked on the door. Both he and Peter needed to vent properly. Is that you, Aunt May? Peter's voice trembled heavily, and it sounded like he was crouched behind the door. Is there something? I'm getting ready to sleep. Peter obviously did not want Aunt May to see him crying. Knock, knock, knock. Zhonglan did not speak, continuing to knock softly on the door, not wanting to disturb Aunt May downstairs. Feeling the determination of the knocker, Peter opened the door from the inside. His eyes were even redder and swollen, his eyelashes stuck together, and there was a faint light reflecting at the corner of his eye. It's you, Lanyu. Before Peter could finish his sentence, Zhonglan grabbed him by the collar and walked towards the window. Lan, let go of your hand. Ooh, I don't want to hurt you. Peter did not resist. He still did not know about Zhonglan's cultivation, as Zhonglan had always kept this a secret from his family. After just losing Uncle Ben, he did not want to hurt his other two relatives. Zhonglan ignored him and pulled Peter directly out the window. This action startled Peter a bit. Reacting quickly, he hurriedly grabbed Zhonglan's shoulder, not to break free, but to try to twist his body in the air, placing himself below. His physique had become very strong after the mutation, enabling him to act as a human cushion. Peter's arms exerted force, and he was surprised to find that his body did not turn as expected, or force countered his own strength. After all, he once accidentally pulled the faucet off. Zhonglan smoothly landed Peter on the ground, ignoring Peter's surprise, dragging him away. Lan, what's going on? Have you also been to Oscar? Peter stumbled over his words, slightly increasing his strength, finally breaking free from Zhonglan's grip. Zhonglan remained silent and did not speak. After Peter broke free, he pointed towards the living room, leading the way further away. Peter turned to look back at the living room. Through the window, he could see Aunt May sitting there, while beside her was Zhonglan, who had just appeared in front of him. Peter suddenly turned to look at the already distant Zhonglan. He hesitated for a moment, watching Zhonglan's figure about to disappear from his sight. He gritted his teeth and chased after him. The more Peter chased, the more surprised he became. He had awakened his spider physique for a few days and was well aware of how much faster he was than an average person. Yet he found that the person ahead of him was surprisingly about 60% as fast as him. Though not as fast as him, it was still very frightening compared to an average person. Thus, the two chased each other to an abandoned factory that Peter recognized. It was their secret base from childhood, an abandoned steel smelting plant. Who exactly are you? Why do you look exactly like Lan? Peter asked loudly as Zhonglan finally came to a stop. You followed me here without knowing who I am. Zhonglan raised an eyebrow in response. Hey bro, I just don't want you bothering my brother Lan. I came here specifically to warn you. Do you understand? Peter's words stirred emotions within Zhonglan. Still, this fight needed to happen. Changing his hand seals, he was ready to attack. Ninjutsu clone technique. The next scene left Peter a bit spooked. Like a special effect, a puff of white smoke quickly dissipated, revealing 6 Zhonglans in front of him. You? Are you a ghost? Peter was a bit scared. After all, just a few days ago, he was an ordinary American boy. Zhonglan did not respond. The 5 clones and the main body charged forward, simultaneously attacking Peter. Although Peter felt a bit scared, his danger sense allowed him to detect that the other party did not harbor clear hostility, but rather resentment. Peter's agility surpassed Zhonglan's. He easily dodged Zhonglan's straight punch and jumped upside down on an iron cable, watching Zhonglan defy gravity as he ran on the wall, becoming even more amazed. Hey dude, can't we talk this out? I'm really not in a good mood today, and I don't want to hurt you. While dodging Zhonglan's attacks, Peter warned him in a friendly manner. He did not want to act against someone who had not shown malice. Upon hearing this, Zhonglan also ceased his actions. He had no choice. Peter was too much faster than him, and he couldn't hit the guy. System, can you scan Peter's data? Zhonglan tentatively inquired the system. Name: Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Skills: Danger Sense C-Class, Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, Reflex Enhancement, Constitution Enhancement. Status: SAD. Overall ability: C-Class, Combat Value 176. Overall evaluation: Agile and quick to react, but slightly lacking in strength. Having just awakened, he is still in the process of becoming stronger, and his lack of combat experience is his Achilles heel. It seems this system still has many features I have yet to explore, Zhang Lanqing thought. But even Peter's slightly weaker strength is still much stronger than mine, and I can't match his combat experience either. He glanced at Peter's data, then looked at his own skill panel, contemplating strategy. Hey, can you hear me? Peter hung upside down on the iron chain, a position he preferred. I really don't feel like fighting you today. Can we do this another day? If you beat me, I'll tell you what you want to know. Do we really have to fight? I'm just not in the mood today. Body technique 1000-year, Kill Zhang Lan directly unleashed his only displacement skill. He currently lacked ranged attack skills and had to engage up close. He instantly vanished from Peter's sight. Peter's newly acquired danger sense fell to tightening, and this signal caused him to change color, forcing his hands and feet to push toward the ground. He turned to look and saw Zhang Lan forming a tiger seal with both hands, arms extended straight ahead, wearing an expression of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected Peter to dodge his instantaneous 1000-year kill. This is getting tricky. In a critical moment, Zhang Lan's fingertips brushed against the edge of Peter's pants, but he still failed to hit his target. Peter ran on the iron chain, using all 4 limbs. Until now, he still felt a lingering chill. What kind of move is this? So despicable, so vile. Don't push me or else. Fuck. Peter warned again, and Zhang Lan suddenly vanished from his sight once more. At the same time, the tightening sensation returned. Without a moment to warn, he thrust his hips forward, pressing his entire abdomen against the iron chain, pushing off with all his strength like a bolt from a crossbow, landing on his hands to narrowly avoid the danger of being violated. Peter shook his slightly numb arm. The impact from his full-force kick toward the ground had been substantial. He glanced at Zhang Lan, who was charging at him silently with a strange expression, already somewhat annoyed. This time Peter did not dodge again. Since this person was so unresponsive to warnings, it was time to teach him a harsh lesson. Besides, he needed an outlet. The two fought fiercely, with Peter filled with rage, launching powerful punches at Zhang Lan. Unable to rely on his agility to evade, Peter noticed that every time his opponent used that strange technique, he first formed the tiger seal with both hands before disappearing. Thus, Peter's attacks came in a relentless wave. He couldn't allow Zhang Lan's hands to remain idle. Initially, Peter thought his strength was greater than Zhang Lan's. Even if he gave up his agility, he should be able to knock Zhang Lan down. However, the more they fought, the worse he felt. The two exchanged punches face to face for nearly a minute, blocking each other's blows more than 50 times. Peter's hands began to show an unusual red-purple hue. In contrast, Zhang Lan's arms remained smooth and unblemished without a hint of discoloration. The reason was that each of Peter's attacks always struck a mass of shifting sand, dissipating most of the force. Furthermore, Zhang Lan concentrated his chakra at the points of impact, effectively defending against the attacks. This guy is strange. His resilience is greater than mine, Peter thought clearly. After successfully blocking Zhang Lan's attack again, he immediately leaped back, creating distance and pressing his back against the wall to guard against Zhang Lan's 1000-year kill. Zhang Lan did not pursue. He had just unleashed a series of unrefined attacks to vent his emotions. Next, he needed to think about how to defeat Peter, as it was a requirement of the main quest. Looks like I have no choice but to use this, Zhang Lan said, frowning helplessly. His attack skills were still too few. 8 gates, opening gate release veins bulged on his forehead. The blue chakra on his arms intensified, and faint blue chakra gradually appeared on his legs. His body was filled with power. Feeling the changes in his body this time, he was in a normal state. He sensed that maintaining this form could last a maximum of 3 minutes before his body couldn't withstand the blood loss. His body was still too weak. I can't delay any longer. I need to end this quickly with the Surface Lotus. The Surface Lotus could only be used in the state of the opening gate, classified as C-class body technique. Formulating a strategy, Zhang Lan exerted force with his feet and dashed toward Peter like lightning. Meanwhile, Peter, unexpectedly armed with a finger-thick iron chain, stood poised, watching Zhang Lan charge at him without any intention of attacking. Bang! A dull thud sounded as Zhang Lan, clutching his head, crouched against the wall not far from Peter. He had moved too quickly and crashed into the wall. Peter had clearly anticipated this outcome, swinging the iron chain in his hands to entangle Zhang Lan, trying to bind this lost sheep. Coming to from his dizziness, Zhang Lan found himself wrapped in several loops of iron chain by Peter. Unable to use his limbs, he attempted to stand, but Peter yanked hard on the other end of the chain, toppling the unsteady Zhang Lan to the ground. Hey, what now? Peter did not pursue the attack. He felt he had already won. Zhang Lan, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, his face pressed to the ground, feeling more pain than crashing into the wall. His handsome face. Zhang Lan shot Peter a cold smile and raised his hand, fingers clenched together in a tiger seal that caused Peter's expression to change suddenly. Without thinking, before Zhang Lan could disappear, Peter leaped up, twisting his body midair to kick backward. He had to teach this shameless guy a lesson. But there was no impact as expected. It turned out that Zhang had indeed used a skill, but it was the body replacement technique targeting a small mass of sand that had secretly moved under Peter. Only objects of equal mass infused with one's chakra can be used for the body replacement technique. Therefore, as Peter executed a beautiful spinning kick, Zhang appeared beneath him. He was seen in a handstand, bending his arms against the ground using his waist to exert force. A rabbit kick strike landed on Peter's abdomen, propelling Peter's descent even higher, while Zhang, impacted by Peter's relative force, pushed his arms down to an extreme. The dense chakra surged through his arms. As he unleashed a torrent of blood, Zhang shot toward Peter like a slingshot, his powerful legs packed with chakra. Each time Peter was about to descend, he would be kicked back into the air. This explosive speed, which occurred in an instant, left the sand flow that had previously surrounded Zhang unable to keep up cast aside behind him. The iron chain that had been in Peter's hands was now held by Zhang. Though it sounded long, this series of actions happened within a second. Peter, unable to leverage himself in the air, was struck directly in the abdomen, causing all the force within him to disperse. Following that, a continuous series of kicks prevented Peter from gathering any strength to counter. When Peter was lifted 7 meters off the ground by Zhang only, then did Zhang's arms finally exhaust their strength. He swung the iron chain in his hand, intending to use it as a bandage to wrap around Peter, then execute the latter half of the surface lotus, helping Peter to spin before landing perfectly. However, the previous explosive force that allowed Zhang to leap so high came at a great cost. The burst of blood caused the blood vessels in his entire arm to endure a massive amount of chakra, which ruptured after the extreme exertion. This resulted in his swinging arm losing the ability to control the iron chain, perfectly failing to bind Peter and giving him time to react. Peter, with great effort, kicked Zhang away from him. Without the cushioning of the sand flow, Peter's kick struck directly against Zhang's abdomen. Peter's instinct told him that if he didn't kick Zhang away, he might die, really die. Even the enhanced Peter didn't dare to spiral down headfirst from a height of 7 meters, close to 2 stories high. After all, he had only awakened his abilities a few days ago, and had not yet reached his peak. Bang! Bang! The sounds of 2 high-altitude falls rang out one after another. Peter clutched his abdomen, weakly lying on the ground. Even though he had avoided the main damage of the latter half, the series of consecutive strikes before that were not without consequence. As for Zhang the attacker, he was even worse off. His hands and feet had been stained red with blood, even though he had used chakra to protect vital areas from Peter's kick. However, the chakra had already been exhausted. Without any cushioning actions, and without chakra protection, Zhang slammed into the ground. The impact perfectly struck his body, then reverberated through his bones to his organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with some fragments of internal organs. The acceleration from Peter's kick was not weak either. His undying ability once again proved effective. Even though he had physically died, he could still move. Zhang was relieved. Thankfully, his arm was injured, and thankfully Peter's kick had been executed. Otherwise, that smooth series of combos could have caused him to lose 2 relatives in a single day. I underestimated the effectiveness of this move. It didn't perform well in the manga, and I thought it was just a minor technique. Damn it, even so I still couldn't defeat Peter. No wonder he had a combat value of 196 with a C-class rating. The two lay silently on the ground, recovering their stamina, while Peter rarely quieted down. Between the two, Peter's injuries weren't severe, he just needed a moment to catch his breath. In contrast, Zhang had even vomited up internal organs, clearly faring worse. The first to stand up was Peter, who had caught his breath. He pressed his hand against his abdomen as he rose, glancing at Zhang's miserable state, frowning with some hesitation. Can you tell me who you are now? I'm really not in a good mood right now. After all, Peter was still a merciful American-style superhero, and killing indiscriminately was not his style. Who do you think I am? Zhang retorted. He needed to buy some time for his passive skill cell mutation to take effect. Now, even moving a little caused him sharp tearing pain, making it impossible to continue fighting. Not dying doesn't mean not feeling pain. On the contrary, because he couldn't die, he remained conscious and felt the pain more acutely. Anyway, it won't be my brother. Peter did not perceive Zhang's intentions, frowning. If you don't say anything soon, you might die. You've already started to bubble. Hearing Peter speak, Zhang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What does bubbling mean? Isn't Spider-Man a goof only after putting on the mask? Here, bubbling referred to his internal organ fragments. Yeah, could you help me call an ambulance? Calling the police would work too. The movement of raising his eyebrow seemed to aggravate his wound, causing Zhang to gasp in pain. Peter, clearly moved by Zhang's suggestion, reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone. I think calling the police is better since you're a violent criminal. Zhang did not stop him, knowing Peter wouldn't reveal his own name. From Spider-Man's identity, which few people knew, it was evident he disliked being in the spotlight. Hey, is this the police station? I found a violent criminal here, in an abandoned steel factory on street in Queens. He's here. Oh, who hit him? I'll hurry up and come. I'm hanging up now. While Peter diverted his attention, Zhang Lan had secretly intertwined his hands behind his back, waiting for the right moment. This is only the beginning of Peter's awakening. If he waits any longer, he will become even stronger, making it impossible to defeat him. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. Peter, do you know why I look so much like the Lan you mentioned? Zhang Lan suddenly spoke. Peter assumed a posture of attentive listening. Zhang Lan did not speak, but instead grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-red teeth before vanishing from Peter's sight. Peter deeply engraved Zhang Lan's treachery into his memory, and without hesitation lunged forward, ready to evade Zhang Lan's lewd attack. After lunging, Peter rolled on the ground, turning his back, where Zhang Lan was striking a lewd pose, but his movements were clearly too slow to catch up with Peter. I say, you are truly despicable. You. Ow. Peter's words were cut short as he felt a sharp pain in his rear. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, behind where Peter had stood, another Zhang Lan maintained the same pose as the one in front of him. Peter was puzzled. How could the opponent who was clearly in front of him appear behind him to launch a sneak attack? His danger sense had indeed detected Zhang Lan's intent, and it was strong, but he had not seen Zhang Lan's form disappear, causing him to hesitate for a moment. It was during this split second that he could not evade the devastation of Zhang Lan's attack. Oh, it hurts so much. Peter groaned in pain while clutching his rear. This physical torment was truly vicious, but the most sinister part was the psychological damage. A boy being stabbed by another boy in such a way would surely leave a shadow on anyone, right? Zhang Lan stood upright, smiling brightly. He initially intended to smooth over the awkwardness by ruffling his hair, but halfway through he realized what he had just done and quickly lowered his hand. In truth, the scene earlier was not surprising. After Peter stood up, he realized that what he had seen was merely an illusion created by a technique, while Zhang Lan had been hiding behind a machine, deliberately posing to make Peter think he was using an attack. Then it was simple. When another hidden clone reached behind Peter, the fallen clone would assume the stance of using an attack, and then cancel this clone, while the main body would simultaneously lock onto Peter with the attack, creating the illusion that the attack had missed. And then, while his danger sense had not yet dissipated, he would execute the attack. Indeed, it was a sure hit. All of the above was predicated on the technique being an illusion with no actual harm, allowing him to approach Peter's back without being detected by his danger sense. The transitions between the skills had to be seamless, and the timing had to be precise. Of course, the main reason was that Peter did not understand Zhang Lan's skills, which was the biggest factor. Watching Peter still rolling on the ground, Zhang Lan nervously touched his own behind, asking the system if his task of defeating Spider-Man was complete. Beep, Spider-Man currently has no fighting capability. Condition 1 met. Please continue to strive for Condition 2. After receiving confirmation from the system, Zhang Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the distant sound of police sirens, he hurried over to help Peter up. Get away, what do you want to do? IFUCK. Feeling Zhang Lan's approach, Peter rolled away in fear, moving a meter away. Perhaps in the process of rolling, he had pressed against his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. All right, little spider, I'm Lan Parker, your brother. The police are coming, so you should head home first. Reluctantly calling out the nickname he had given Peter, which only Peter, Harry, and Zhang Lan knew, he continued, How do you know that name? Are you really Lan? Peter was extremely surprised. Noticing that Zhang Lan bore no malice, he followed Zhang Lan's force to stand up, limping as he left the place. Not long after the two left, the sound of sirens grew nearer, arriving at the scene only to find no one there apart from some signs of a struggle. The police thought they would have to leave empty-handed once again and got back into their car. However, the police car did not drive away. Instead, an elderly officer exited the driver's seat, surveying the area. A younger officer, reluctant, got out to help inspect the scene until they reached the spot where Zhang Lan had crashed into the wall, staring in shock at the blurred human face shape left by Zhang Lan's impact. Because Aunt May and the shadow clone were still in the living room, they could not leave and had to climb the wall. Underneath Peter's window, Peter was covering his rear, insisting that Zhang Lan go up first. He dared not turn his back to him. Zhang Lan helplessly shrugged, chakra attached to his feet, defying gravity as he walked step by step up the wall to the window, while Peter was less elegant, crawling up with all fours. He had no choice. With an injury, he could only choose the safest method. Lan, what exactly is going on? Before this? No, you were bitten by that spider too, weren't you? As soon as he sat down, Peter bombarded Zhang Lan with a series of rapid-fire questions. Fortunately, he was able to keep his voice down enough not to disturb Aunt May downstairs. Peter, you are asking too many questions, Zhang Lan interrupted Peter's barrage. Let me think about how to explain this to you. Why don't you start by telling me about your situation? After all, having been Peter's older brother for nearly 10 years, he naturally held the dominant position. Peter did not hold a grudge against Zhang Lan for their earlier fight. He inhaled sharply through his teeth. He certainly did not harbor any resentment. Peter then briefly recounted what had happened during his transformation, which generally aligned with Zhang Lan's memories, with some minor details that were not in the movies, but they did not affect the overall plot. Zhang Lan made sure to jot down these crucial plot points. Although there might be a risk of missing some, it was better than forgetting them entirely. 17 years, oh, not everyone can have a photographic memory. After all, the system was already quite unreliable, so it was better to rely more on oneself. That's roughly how it is, Lon. Now it's your turn to speak. Peter had finished narrating his experiences. Peter, I have a lot of questions. I can talk to you, but I need to state that our matters must not be known to Aunt May. I do not want to make her sad again. Otherwise, I will beat you like today. Zhang Lan issued a warning. That was just you being unfair, Peter retorted, wincing from the pain. We all know you can't defeat me, it's just that your moves are too underhanded. Your combat experience is too limited, that is your flaw. Also, you are unfamiliar with my abilities, which is why you lost to me, Zhang Lan rationally analyzed. We can discuss this later. I'll take it as you agreeing to my proposal. Now let me tell you something. You know, I was found by Aunt May's husband near a trash can at the door. Due to some special reasons, I can remember my identity and know some things about our side's cultivation methods. This is a cultivation system that allows ordinary people to defeat the strong. We call it ninja, not to be confused with Japanese ninjas. The foundation of ninjas is chakra, a type of energy that combines physical and spiritual essence. If we equate chakra to electricity, then the body is a battery, and with special hand seals, one can unleash unique skills. They have many names: ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc. Zhang Lan slowly narrated as Peter was one of his only 2 relatives in this world, and also a supernatural being. Zhang Lan needed someone to confide in. He referred to his otherworldly place as a memory, and then pushed the system's issues directly to his brain, stating that under certain conditions, he could recall a combination of hand signs for a skill from his body, thus acquiring a new skill. So that blood person was you. You saw Uncle Ben in a vision. And that's why you rushed back. Peter recalled the person who had told him, with great power comes great responsibility. Initially, that was me using a power similar to what I just showed, which is taijutsu. The one that appeared afterward was a shadow clone. He is physical, but will disappear if he receives damage. So, you mean the one who suddenly multiplied into 6 tonight? Peter's eyes widened. Isn't that cheating? I thought the other 5 were illusions. Ew, I couldn't sense their presence. No, that's a low-level ninjutsu called the shadow clone technique. They are merely illusions, Zhang Lan denied. Currently, I can only produce 1 shadow clone. Can your shadow clone use your kind of overpowered taijutsu? Peter asked. Well, theoretically they shouldn't be able to, but I am somewhat unique, so I might be able to. Zhang Lan pondered seriously for a moment. As you can see, my body is quite special. I can still move even if my heart stops. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's answer, Peter's face flushed as he held back for a while, before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. You're just a scoundrel. Those skills are incredible. Teach me, teach me. Zhang Lan did not respond immediately. Instead, he asked the system, can I teach skills to others? Beep, as long as the learner can generate chakra, they can use the corresponding skills. Just as long as. System, isn't chakra something that anyone can learn? Zhang Lan had never thought about teaching others chakra, so he was quite puzzled. Beep, chakra is a special energy formed by the fusion of physical cell energy and spiritual soul energy. A learner must be able to perceive both cell energy and soul energy, and have a certain level of control to extract and mix them to create chakra. Ordinary people generally do not possess this ability. After digesting the system's lengthy explanation, Zhang Lan understood the implications. So to put it simply, only geniuses can produce chakra, right? Beep, yes. System, don't you think you're being a bit verbose? Zhang Lan responded, feeling speechless. Beep, this system will do its utmost to serve the host, striving to resolve problems from the root. Hearing this, Zhang Lan seriously pondered whether the system was finding ways to insult his intelligence. Hey Lan, what are you dazed about? Peter interrupted Zhang Lan's thoughts. Can you teach me? I can, but whether you can learn depends on your own abilities. Zhang Lan decided to experiment a bit. A Spider-Man who could use ninjutsu. Wonder what that would be like. Subsequently, Peter began to experiment with chakra, knowing that it would take some time. Zhang Lan did not return to his room, but stayed in Peter's, and despite Peter's seemingly enthusiastic demeanor, Zhang Lan could sense it was a deliberate act. Having known each other for over a decade, he could tell that Peter was still immersed in sorrow. He was merely trying to keep himself busy. He couldn't afford to be downcast, as Aunt May still needed care from him and Zhang Lan. Sitting in Peter's chair, he closed his eyes and pretended to doze off, yet his thoughts drifted to the system. During this time, he had either been in a coma or faced urgent matters, and he hadn't had the chance to delve deeply into understanding his golden finger. It seemed he was the first to take his golden finger so lightly. System, open the main panel. Personal panel. Task system. Mysterious shop. Achievement system. Wealth column, energy points, 32154, rule fragments, none. More exciting content, please stay tuned. System, what is this wealth column? I don't recall this being here last time. Zhang Lan asked in confusion. Moreover, the interface looks much more refined than before. Last time, it was like a 3-cent effect, and this time it's like a 4-cent effect. Ding, the system will update in real time based on external information and the host's needs. Update the system. Please remember to notify me when it updates. Zhang Lan was speechless. He disliked selfless acts. If you do something good, you should speak about it. Ding, command accepted. New command has been recorded in the system. Zhang Lan nodded in satisfaction and checked his personal attributes panel. Not bad, but his combat power had dropped from 94 to 90. What on earth is this? No progress, but rather a setback. System, why has my combat power decreased? Ding, the ability of cellular revolt has the power to accelerate cell division, thus healing wounds and regenerating limbs and organs, but the cost is the number of cell divisions. The number of divisions in a cell's lifespan is constant, or accelerating division inevitably leads to accelerated cell death. Combat power reflects the host's overall strength, including the number of cell divisions. Thus, the host's combat power decreases. Wow, that's quite a lengthy explanation. Let me sort this out. Simply put, the more serious the injury, the faster the death, right? Ding, correct. Is there any way to solve this? Zhang Lan asked anxiously. Ding, the host possesses an immortal characteristic. The cells themselves have self-healing capabilities. Just supplement energy to slowly recover. However, if the number of cell divisions is exhausted within a short time, without a buffer, the host will die directly. Zhang Lan understood this explanation. The first Hokage in Naruto died without a scratch after battling Madara because his body accelerated cell division to quickly recover from injuries. However, the injuries were too severe, and after an intense battle, the number of cell divisions was exhausted, leading to immediate cell death. Zhang Lan's skill, although similar to that of the first Hokage, was a non-combat skill. There was no scenario of consuming energy while fighting, risking immediate death. Impressive, although my combat power is lacking right now, my survival ability is formidable. Zhang Lan couldn't help but praise himself. What man doesn't have a hero's dream? Since his worries were resolved, Zhang Lan continued to look further. He opened the task system, pondered for a bit, and confirmed its functions. Main quest tasks related to rule fragments. Side quests, selectable tasks based on current circumstances. Urgent quests, randomly refreshed tasks with enticing rewards. Currently, Zhang Lan had only accepted 2 main quests. He had not taken on any side or urgent quests, but with time on his side, he was not worried. Zhang Lan glanced at the mysterious shop. He bit his lip, deciding to set it aside for now, as that should be the core of the system. He would save the best for last. The wealth column did not have sub-options, so Zhang Lan curiously clicked on energy points and rule fragments. Ding, energy points, the energy necessary for the system's basic operation, which can also be used as currency to purchase items in the mysterious shop. Ding, rule fragments can unlock purchasing rights for valuable options in the mysterious shop. Energy points are like gold coins in a game, which Zhang Lan understood. As for rule fragments, Zhang Lan inquired separately to the system and received the same short answer. Not understanding, he could only give up for now, knowing he would learn more once he entered the mysterious shop. With this in mind, Zhang Lan couldn't wait to click on the achievement system. Ding, achievement system. The achievement system is invisible and automatically grants rewards upon triggering specific scenarios. Each completed achievement task increases the storage space by 1 cubic meter. Wow, storage space. He had been wondering why the system was so stingy with only 1 cubic meter of storage space. Now it seemed the way to increase it was through achievements, but why were the achievement tasks invisible? Angry, he slammed the table. Unwilling, Zhang Lan clicked on the option for more functions, please stay tuned, and received the same response, please strive to level up. Finally, he reached the core of the mysterious shop. With great anticipation, he prepared to take a good look at the system's offerings. Lan, I've successfully cultivated. Peter's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhang Lan awake. Looking at the visibly excited Peter, Zhang Lan could only gloomily close the system interface and go check Peter's results. He needed to see if he had truly succeeded. Zhang Lan had the simplest and most direct method. System scan Peter. Ding, scanning. Data updated. Name Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Skills, danger sense, C-level strength enhancement, agility enhancement, reflex enhancement, stamina enhancement. Chakra 4176. Status, mildly sad. Overall ability, C-level combat value 176. Overall evaluation, agile and quick reacting, but slightly lacking in strength. Having just awakened, he is still in the process of becoming stronger. His lack of combat experience is his only weakness. Seeing Peter's newly appeared chakra column 1176 indicated that Peter's body could extract a maximum of 176 points of chakra, perfectly aligning with his combat power. Zhang Lan, Tioti, I want to cry, what do I do? My limit is only 94 Zhang Lan felt as if he was about to cry. This was too demoralizing. Exhausted in body and mind, Zhang Lan let out a wail and directly collapsed onto Peter's bed. At that moment, he had only one thought, where is this? Who am I? What am I supposed to do? Hey Lan, you're covered in blood, don't lie on my bed. Peter approached, wanting to pull Zhang Lan up, but he didn't dare use too much strength as Zhang Lan still had injuries. With a long face, he sat up, taught Peter the 12 basic hand seals, and then dragged his fatigued body back to his room. He needed a good bath. First, he took a quick shower to wash away the blood, then lay back in a bathtub filled with hot water. His body and mind relaxed, and he couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh of comfort. Today had truly been exhausting. He woke up from a stupor, ran frantically, witnessed his beloved uncle's death, and later had an intense spar with Peter. Due to a skill he had just learned, he hadn't yet compared it with reality, thinking it was an ordinary display, yet it nearly killed Peter, who severely lacked combat experience. Most importantly, Peter had genuinely demoralized him. After more than 17 years of cultivating chakra, Peter had surpassed him in less than 10 minutes. This was truly, I just want to curse you, you dog of a sage. With this thought, the tension he had held all day slowly relaxed, and he couldn't help but gently close his eyes, quietly falling asleep in the bathtub. He was just too tired. When he awoke again, it was already the next morning, awakened by the shadow clone. Aunt May had just chatted with him until recently before returning to her room to sleep, and the liberated shadow clone naturally rushed to find the main body. Oh, what time is it? Zhonglun, feeling a bit dazed, splashed around in the still warm water. This bathtub has a constant temperature system which automatically drains and refills with hot water. The shadow clone ignored Zhonglun and directly formed a hand seal. Shadow clone release. As Zhonglun had just woken up, a stream of information surged into his mind, including the fatigue from the previous night, combined with the comfortable water temperature beside him, making Zhonglun yawn widely. Oh, why do I feel like I wasted my sleep last night? Zhonglun shook his head and, relying on the last bit of rationality, turned on the cold water tap of the bathtub. He watched as a small whirlpool formed in the center of the bathtub, which was draining, and then a stream of clear water flowed into the bathtub, causing Zhonglun to shiver and jump up. Damn, no wonder this shadow clone technique is classified as a forbidden technique. It's so eerie. Thinking back to Naruto's Bug, he felt utterly weak in comparison. By the way, was there something I forgot to do last night? Let me think. Forget it, I can't remember. Zhonglun had a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something important. Splash. He stepped out of the bathtub, washed up, and went out to prepare breakfast. To his surprise, Peter was already in the dining room, having prepared breakfast. Good morning, Peter. Zhonglun greeted lazily. Good morning, Lon. Peter responded enthusiastically. Aunt May just went to sleep. I had your shadow clone wake you up. I learned all the moves you taught me last night. Look. Saying this, Peter demonstrated a basic hand seal to Zhonglun. The movements were smooth, and aside from not being very standard, which would affect the effectiveness of casting, he could attempt to release simple ninjutsu with chakra. I'll teach you a few A-level ninjutsu later. You can give them a try. He replied nonchalantly with a mouthful of sandwich. He remembered what it was. That damn Spider-Man seemed to have quite the talent. Should he give his backdoor a little more of a workout? While happily eating breakfast, Peter felt his backdoor tighten unexpectedly, as if something was lurking. While Zhonglun was just thinking about it. While taking a sip of milk to moisten his throat, he opened the system to Mysterious Shop, wanting to see how he could quickly increase his combat power. He sprayed the milk in his mouth, all over Peter, standing up in a flurry. System, come out. Do you think I won't knock you out? The items exchange can only be used by those who possess chakra. Skill cards are for host use only. The store randomly offers 10 exchange items at midnight every day, refreshing at 12 a.m. the next day. Energy points are the basic unit for system operation and purchases. Some items require corresponding rule fragments to unlock purchasing rights for first-time buyers. Rule fragments can be split into 3 lower-level rule fragments, but cannot be synthesized into higher-level fragments. The same item can be purchased multiple times in a day, with the purchase energy points being the base multiplied by the number of purchases for that day. The system's levels are divided as follows. Level energy point range required for exchange: E1 10 energy points, D1 0100 energy points, C 1000, and 1K energy points, B 1K, 3K energy points, A 3K, 1W energy points, S 1W 5W energy points, SS 5W 10W energy points, SSS. Insufficient privileges. The Mysterious Store currently has the following card category: skill cards. After use, you can learn card skills. Bloodline card allows the user to possess the bloodline of the card. Only one bloodline card can be used for the same body part. Item card contains various bizarre items. There's nothing that the host cannot conjure with item cards. Equipment card grants the equipment associated with the card. At first glance, this rule seemed perfectly fine. In terms of energy points, he has 31581 energy points, which should at least allow him to exchange for its level card right. After looking at the 10 cards refreshed today, the incident of spitting milk occurred. The cards in the Mysterious Store were simply arranged in 2 rows, 5 cards on top and 5 on the bottom, most of which were displayed in a dull gray-white color. Skill card Super Strength, a 49.99 energy points Bloodline card. Sharingan skill card Shadow Binding Technique, a 34.54 energy points skill card. Heart Decapitation Technique, D 88 energy points skill card. Meat Tank skill card. Desert Floating, a 4,000 energy points item card. Healing card, E5 energy points skill card. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, C 564 energy points. Bloodline card. Corpse Bone Vein Equipment card. Battlesuit card, D 50 energy points. From the frequency of the cards, it can be seen that skill cards appeared the most, accounting for 6/10, followed by bloodline cards at 2/10 and item cards, and the remaining equipment cards, each at 1/10. Seeing these 10 cards, Zhang Lan's eyes lit up. He wanted every single one. Especially the long-desired Sharingan, which despite being just a single tomo, only required 894 energy points. Zhang Lan eagerly clicked on the Sharingan card, wanting to exchange for this bloodline card, but, beep, please use a clever rule fragment to unlock this option. Zhang Lan. Then the milk-spitting incident occurred. Peter the innocent heir was once again sprayed in the face with white milk by Zhang Lan. Oh no God! Peter exclaimed, Lan, what are you doing? I just took a shower. Just moments before Peter was pondering that strange tightness, when unexpectedly Zhang Lan sprayed milk at him, causing Peter to be unable to dodge in time as his attention was diverted. System, come out. Do you think I want beat you out? Zhang Lan did not respond to Peter's words. Instead, he yelled at the system, come out, don't be shy. I promise to beat you out. Beep, the system exists deep within the host's soul. In a sense, the host is the manifestation of the system. This implies that Zhang Lan is the system, and the system is Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, oh, don't deceive me because I have read little. System, how do I acquire that rule fragment? Beep, complete system tasks, alter fundamental plot lines, and submit important items to obtain rule fragments of varying levels. Completing system tasks and altering plot lines is understandable, but what does submitting important items refer to? Beep, obtaining items with recycling value and submitting them to the system will allow the system to decompose the items into rule fragments of varying levels. Understood. So if Zhang Lan obtains Tony's Iron Man suit and submits it to the system for decomposition, he can obtain rule fragments. I didn't originally plan to take Tony's Iron Man suit, but now it seems I need to come up with a plan. Zhang Lan pondered while stroking his chin, thinking about how to deceive Tony. Far away in Los Angeles, Tony, who was developing the Iron Man suit, suddenly felt as if someone was watching him from behind. But when he turned around, he saw no one. He hurriedly instructed J.R.V.I.S. to turn on all the lights in the house. Just as he was about to continue understanding the system, Zhang Lan felt a cool sensation on his face, as if something liquid had splashed on him. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Peter, who was glaring at him angrily, and smiled awkwardly. Peter, if I said it was unintentional, would you believe me? Of course. I don't believe it. Peter naturally rejected this explanation, but then he changed his tone and said, however, if you can teach me that shadow clone technique of yours, I can choose to forgive you. Shadow clone. That will take some time. It's not a simple technique. After the incident this morning, Zhang Lan decided to wait a bit longer. He'll first teach you the basics. Your chakra sensing is quick because you already have a certain foundation. Now it's just about digging out that foundation, but techniques are not guaranteed to be successful just because you release the hand seals in order. Indeed, while Zhang Lan could learn level ninjutsu in an instant, that was due to the system's assistance. If simply forming hand seals and outputting chakra could release ninjutsu, then why could only the 4th Hokage and the 2nd Hokage learn the Flying Thunder God technique? And there's the ninjutsu idiot Rock Lee, taijutsu ninja, who doesn't even know basic ninjutsu. There must be certain conditions that need to be met to master a ninjutsu. Of course, Zhang Lan doesn't have to worry about this since he is a man with a system. Basics are fine. Can you teach me now? Peter eagerly accepted. Looking at the half-eaten sandwich in his hand, and then at Peter's expectant expression, he sighed and made a difficult decision. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. Peter cheerfully followed the shadow clone, while Zhang Lan wiped the milk off his face and continued his breakfast, his consciousness drifting back into the system. It was just like a typical internet-addicted youth eating and playing on their phone simultaneously. Opening the mysterious store again, there were no rules introduced this time. Painfully skipping over those gray-white cards, he now had energy, but no rule fragments, which was useless. Equipment card, battlesuit card, D50 energy points, item card, healing card, E5 energy points. These are the only 2 colored cards. Clicking on them directly brought up the YSNO option, presumably asking whether to exchange. Zhang Lan first selected the healing card that he was more concerned about and clicked YS. Then a miraculous scene occurred. Nothing happened. System, where's the card I just exchanged? Did you eat it? Zhang Lan asked fiercely. Beep, it has been issued to the host's storage space. System, don't be silent next time. All relevant information should be communicated to me. Zhang Lan thought it would be better to set it to online. Otherwise, if it was always in offline mode, what if he missed important news? Beep, detecting host commands. Loading commands. Loading complete. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the recognition of Jordy Benstead, earning 1 energy point. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the recognition of Isidore Wade Locke, earning 1 energy point. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the recognition of Rebecca Sampson, earning 1 energy point. Just after issuing the online command about every 5 seconds, a ding prompt sounded, making Zhonglon puzzled about how these energy points were obtained. System, what are the methods for obtaining energy points? Zhonglon keenly sensed the core. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the recognition of Likakur, earning 1 energy point. Beep, based on Flevel, ordinary people, different relationships with the host can yield different energy point relationships, potential energy points, stranger 0 recognition 1 appreciation. System, set it so that only energy incomes above 6 points trigger system notifications. Although it feels good to hear the prompt sound, the frequent notifications can be quite annoying. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the recognition of Tort Carson, earning 1 energy point. Beep, detecting host commands, loading commands. Loading complete. Satisfied, he nodded. Although the system's exchange mechanism made him want to flip the table, its controllability was still quite high. It was like a newly developed mobile game that could gradually be adapted to fit the player's gaming style, allowing more players to spend heavily. As for those 1-point energy recognitions, Zhonglon thought about it, and immediately knew where they came from. The new movie he was writing was gaining momentum, and as the creator, he naturally would be recognized by the vast audience. System, are you trying to get me into the entertainment industry? Zhonglon thought somewhat gloomily. You wouldn't be a modified celebrity system, would you? Beep, fame is unrelated to the entertainment industry. This system is original and not modified. With this reminder from the system, Zhonglon realized that he seemed to be right. In his past life, as an ordinary person, the only celebrities he could access were stars. Now that he thought about it, future superheroes, whether Spider-Man or Iron Man, had fans that were counted globally, easily overshadowing ordinary stars. System, if I use a nickname like Hokage Hero instead of my real name, will that count for energy points? Zhonglon raised a concern. After all, he planned to approach superheroes in the future while using the appearance of Zhonglon, so the impact would be considerable. Beep, the system only prioritizes fundamental objectives, not names or titles. Oh, understood. Simply put, it means it won't count. Why can't this system answer directly? Why does it always speak in such incomprehensible jargon? Beep, the system answers questions from a fundamental perspective. Please interpret the information seriously, host. The system subtly insulted Zhonglon for being illiterate. Zhonglon, with a mindset of not holding grudges against the system, Zhonglon took out the item card he had just exchanged from his storage space. Name, blood recovery card. Category, item card. Rank E. Effect, instantly fills the energy storage limit of an ranked ability user. Consumption, single-use item. Note, if the user is a dranked ability user, this will at most replenish the energy limit of an ranked ability user by 9. The image on the blood recovery card depicts a small bottle of red potion, easily defining this item as an instant recovery potion within the game. With this item, he could finally escape the annoyance of losing battle points every time he finished fighting. It's so frustrating. His current combat skills consist only of passives or life-saving techniques, and the few offensive skills he has are the crude 1000-year kill and the self-destructive 8 gates of Duanjia. Thinking of this, Zhonglon repeatedly clicked to purchase the blood recovery card E. Ding, deducted 10 energy points, obtained 1 blood recovery card E. Ding, deducted 20 energy points, obtained 1 blood recovery card E. Ding, deducted 40 energy points, obtained 1 blood recovery card E. After clicking frantically 6 times, he finally stopped. If he clicked again, it would cost 640 energy points, enough to exchange for a cranked fire release great fireball technique, which wasn't worth it. After exchanging for this blood recovery card, Zhonglon clicked on the combat equipment card D. Ding, deducted 50 energy points, obtained 1 combat equipment card D. Name, combat equipment card D. Category, equipment card. Rank D. Effect, instantly equips the preset gear within the card. Note, this card is a unique holding card. Each upgrade will randomly generate multiple traits, and the host can choose one. Taking out the combat equipment card, it depicted an empty palace. Zhonglon placed the card on his forehead and instantly felt as if he had entered the palace depicted on the card. The card showed an empty palace, yet upon entering, it was still empty. System, how do I use this thing? He shouted at the empty air. No response. System, has it shut down again? At least give me a set of clothes, even pajamas would do. Indeed, he was now completely naked. There was still no response, but a set of pajamas appeared on him abruptly, as if he had been wearing them all along. Interesting, so it seems like a dress-up game. How about a skirt? Thinking of his wish, Zhonglon was immediately dressed in a pink princess dress. The scene was so beautiful that he jokingly thought it might actually happen and quickly changed back to his previous pajamas. After finding the trick, Zhonglon began a real-life dress-up game, switching from ancient armor to modern casual shirts, Hanfutang suits, and battle skirts, enjoying himself immensely. Once the novelty wore off, Zhonglon began to seriously consider what to wear for the next battle. He visualized superhero costumes from movies, Superman's red underwear over his tights, Green Lantern's glowing animations, Captain America's flag-themed bodysuit, and Thor's dashing cape. After numerous experiments, Zhang made his selection. The Odin armor of Pegasus. Paired with a sky blue cloak, it was perfect. He had seen this while translating Japanese anime in his past life, always thinking the holy armor only came in golden color. Zhang immediately fell in love with this uniquely blue Odin armor. Unfortunately, the card did not provide weapons, otherwise if he could also obtain that sword it would be cool. Currently, this was merely a suit resembling the Odin armor and would not grant Zhang any extra special abilities. Even its defensive power was just of ordinary strength. System, I have decided, Zhang said. As soon as the words fell, he felt a flash of light before returning to his previous posture with his hand on his forehead. Ding, the model for the combat equipment card D has been confirmed. Generated. Ding, E-rank trait is generating. E-rank traits have been generated, please choose one. Ding, Drank traits are generating. Drank traits have been generated, please choose one. E-rank traits. Size change. Defense enhancement. Metal devouring. Mental protection. Drank traits. Stamina recovery. Self-repair. Metal evolution. Attack enhancement. Looking at the generated traits, he couldn't see the introductions, so he had to guess based on the words. After much thought, he ultimately chose the E-rank trait Metal Devouring and the Drank trait Self-Repair. Metal Devouring can devour metals of the same rank as the card, consuming energy points to replace the original structure. Self-Repair, damaged equipment stored in the card can be repaired by consuming energy points based on the extent of the damage. Ding, special effects generated. The combat equipment card D has been issued to the storage space. Taking out the combat equipment card from the storage space, he saw the originally blank palace image was still that palace. Zhang stood confidently in the center, dressed in the blue Odin armor with the sky blue cloak billowing behind him, looking simply stunning. He couldn't wait to place the combat equipment card on his forehead. The card emitted a faint glow, then transformed into several blue phantoms that flew out from the card, circling around Zhang. After a series of crackling sounds, it automatically equipped itself onto him. Cool, he exclaimed involuntarily, hurriedly running to his room, where there was a full-length mirror. Looking at the perfect figure in the mirror, Zhang's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he took out his phone, snapping pictures non-stop. It looks good, but unfortunately, I still have no abilities. My combat power hasn't increased at all, Zhang sighed, as he put away the combat equipment card. After issuing the command to collect, the Odin armor transformed into flowing blue light, gathering towards Zhang's forehead, and once again becoming the combat equipment card. System, can I rename the card? Combat equipment card sounds too dull. Zhang felt that calling out Odin armor during transformation and saying combat equipment card were two completely different things. Ding, after paying 1 energy point, the card can be renamed. Wow, that's quite a ripoff. Zhang dramatically said, then change combat equipment card to Odin armor. Ding, executing command. Successfully deducted 1 energy point. Combat equipment card D has been changed to Odin armor D. Zhang happily held the Odin armor card, his vanity greatly satisfied, humming a tune as he walked towards Peter's room. Upon entering the room, he saw Peter practicing hand signs with a shadow clone, earnestly instructing him. How's it going, Peter? Isn't it difficult to cultivate? Zhang asked smugly. Hearing Zhang's words, Peter, who was originally a bit proud, pouted and remained silent, quietly practicing his hand signs, feeling the connection between chakra and the hand signs. Seeing this, Zhang did not disturb him and sat down to contemplate. Now he roughly understood the function of the system. His current tasks were probably 3. The first, of course, was the main quest, the latter half of the first battle, capturing that despicable guy. The second was to figure out how to procure rule fragments, even if it was an EDC or B rank. He wasn't expecting an S rank for now. The third was to start promoting several novels and scripts he treasured. Although ordinary people would only get 100 energy points, even at faith, the sheer volume at the base was substantial. Zhang pulled out paper and pen from the table, drawing a horizontal line and marking the time. He prioritized the tasks one by one, writing and sketching for half an hour before finally stopping. Closing his eyes, Zhang seriously recalled and ensured he remembered everything on the paper before using a lighter to burn it. He wanted to burn the paper in a stylish way with ninjutsu or something, but unfortunately Zhang didn't know any offensive ninjutsu. All right, Peter, let's take a break for now. Zhang called out to Peter. I feel like I'm about to master it, Peter lamented. You interrupted me. You owe me for this. Zhang's mouth twitched slightly. When did Spider-Man become so unreasonable? But he didn't consider that the Spider-Man in the original movie didn't have an older brother, so naturally there wouldn't be such a dialogue resembling a spoiled conversation with a family member. All right, enough joking, let's be serious, Zhang said, waving his hand in frustration, interrupting Peter's planned lengthy discourse. After dispelling the shadow clone, Zhang created another one. This was a quick way to delegate tasks. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, it jumped out the window. He had a lot to do and needed to hurry. Hey Blue, where is he going? Peter asked curiously. To get you some things, Zhang teased. Peter, don't you think your attack methods are too singular? Have you considered using any weapons? Yes, I feel that way too. But I still don't know what weapon to use. I have no clue for now. Peter scratched his head in frustration. You were bitten by a spider to gain your abilities. What do you think spiders use as weapons? Zhang prompted Peter to think. He couldn't just directly tell Peter what to do, as that would make Peter reliant on him. Although it would benefit Zhang, it was not what he wanted. Venom. No, I don't want to bite people. Peter tentatively suggested a word only to immediately dismiss it. So it's spider silk, right? Yes, blue spider silk. I've finally realized what I'm missing. Peter quickly thought of spider silk. Excited, Peter leaped barefoot from the bed to the ceiling and crawled to the computer desk, deftly searching for information, completely ignoring Zhang presence. Peter, actually, you're also missing. Forget it, I'll handle that for you. Zhang was initially planning to hint to Peter about the spider suit, but seeing Peter so excited, he abandoned the idea of having Peter make the suit himself. He had a better plan. Zhang walked out of the room, pulled out his phone, and looked at the keypad with some discomfort, thinking that this time he had something else to exploit from Tony. He raised an eyebrow mischievously and dialed a number. Yes, it's me, Harry. Peter and I are at home, but you might need to help us with a leave request. Also, I need a few boxes of your company's Green Goblin biological cables and some more wristwatch launchers. Speaking of leave, Zhang couldn't help but bite her lip. Of course, that's no problem. Why do you need to take leave? Are you sick? How many days do you need? I don't know about your side, but Peter and I are in the same class, and I've already covered for him. He doesn't need to worry. Today's professor is Carmen, and she isn't very strict. Harry readily agreed, joking lightly. But why did he need to take leave? He found it hard to say. He really didn't want to explain. After a few seconds of silence, the sound of a class bell rang through the phone. Hey, Lon, are you still there? Class is about to start. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. You know I'm the good kid who wants a scholarship. Harry hadn't heard Zhang speak for a long time and thought she might have hung up. Harry, Uncle Ben. He was shot by a robber last night. Zhang spoke with difficulty. Harry often visited her home and had feelings for Uncle Ben. Harry, on the other end, fell silent for a moment, not saying anything. Instead, a senior voice came through asking Harry where he was. Class was starting. The senior's voice gradually faded, presumably as Harry got up and left the classroom. Lon, April Fool's Day has passed. It's best not to make such jokes. It was only then that Harry spoke, his tone carrying a hint of tremor. Zhang had always been the most sensible among the three, consistently acting as the older brother to the two. He knew Zhang respected Uncle Ben deeply and would never joke about this. Harry still hoped this was a joke. Zhang. Seeing Zhang remain silent, Harry tightly gritted his teeth, wanting to say a few comforting words, but unsure where to start. Thus both remained silent, and the phone picked up the sound of hurried footsteps. I'll be there in half an hour. After saying this, Harry ended the call with the sound of a car engine starting. Standing in the hallway, Zhang held her phone for a long time, listening to the beeping sound. After the call ended, her gaze flickering, not knowing what to think. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. From afar came the roar of an engine, the sound growing closer until it stopped with a screech of brakes. The broken door of the house opened, and a white boy walked in carrying a silver briefcase. The boy exuded an elegant aura, yet there was a hint of warm sunshine that made one feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, his face was terrifyingly dark, exuding a vibe of keeping strangers at bay. Zhang was sitting in the living room, and the boy spotted her at a glance. Lon, what the hell is going on? Did that damn guy get caught? Harry eagerly asked, casually tossing the briefcase at the door. Harry, lower your voice. Zhang glanced back at Aunt May's room. Aunt May just fell asleep. Let's talk in Peter's room. 20 minutes later, in Peter's room, Harry glared angrily at Peter, his face filled with grief and rage. From Zhang neutral account, Harry understood that Peter bore the greatest responsibility for Uncle Ben's death. Harry clenched his teeth, his fists tight, staring at Peter with fluctuating emotions. He was trying to control his anger. He believed that Peter was the most hurt among the three after Uncle Ben's passing. In that moment, the small space was eerily quiet. Apart from the occasional sound of cars passing outside, only Harry's heavy breathing could be heard. They haven't caught the killer yet. Are there any photos? After all, Harry was the acting CEO of Austin, and he eventually managed to control his emotions. Peter dared not speak much, handing over a photocopy of the sketch he had obtained from the police, afraid of angering Harry. He vividly remembered the beating he received from Zhang last night. He was the youngest among the three, always the one being taken care of, and he held genuine respect for Harry and Zhang. Harry took the photocopy, examining it carefully before confirming he remembered the face. He took a photo with his phone. He intended to use his resources to find that damned guy. After Harry finished quickly arranging things and putting down his phone, Zhang finally spoke. Harry, I didn't call you just for the materials, and these two matters. There are two more things that are the main reasons I called you. Harry didn't respond, silently watching Zhang, waiting for him to continue. This was how the three usually interacted. Most of the time, Peter did the talking while Zhang and Harry listened, with Zhang occasionally interjecting and Harry preferring to stay silent. However, at critical moments, Zhonglun, having lived 2 lives, repeatedly demonstrated his experience to the two. The first thing is to use your connections to get Uncle Ben's body out of the police hospital's morgue, then keep it refrigerated to ensure it won't decompose. Harry didn't immediately agree, frowning in confusion as he looked at Zhonglun. This request seemed incomprehensible to ordinary people. Allowing the deceased to rest in peace is the greatest respect for them. Zhonglun continued, "The reason lies in the other matter, which is the secret about me. He reiterated what he had told Peter last night, emphasizing his pseudo-prophetic ability, categorizing the scripts and novels he had previously written as visions of possible futures he had seen and merely wrote down. While I believe you a lot." Harry anxiously touched his forehead to confirm he wasn't running a fever. "But what you're saying is too absurd and completely lacks scientific basis." Zhonglun anticipated that Harry wouldn't believe him immediately. After all, he hadn't undergone mutations like Peter, so it was normal not to immediately accept such claims. A simple method to make them believe was to have Peter exhibit his extraordinary speed and spider-like climbing ability. Zhonglun then simply activated his transformation and clone techniques, claiming these were abilities he learned in the future. The facts were laid out before them, and Harry began to waver, yet he still felt it was all too strange. "Harry, it's okay if you don't believe me now, but please trust me for the time being, as what I'm about to say requires your trust." Zhonglun wasn't insistent. He had another trump card. "Harry, Peter, if one day I face death, you both can save me, and the price for saving me is that Peter might expose your special abilities while Harry. The hope of healing your family's genetic defects. Yes, Harry, the hope to heal your family's hereditary genetic flaws. Would you be willing to pay this price? Don't answer me now, take a minute to think about it." Zhonglun's tone was more serious than ever. The decisions of Peter and Harry would affect his next steps and their future fate as brothers. A minute isn't long, and it soon passed. Zhonglun raised his hand to stop the two from answering, stating seriously once again, "You must answer me seriously, this relates to my life." After finishing, he gestured for Peter to speak first. Peter confidently replied, "Absolutely, no matter the cost." After that, the two turned to look at Harry. "Lon, I don't know how you found out about our family's genetic defects. In fact, I was unaware of it," Harry said gravely. "But my father is indeed seriously ill. If I had to choose, I think I would choose you. After all, it's you and Peter who have been by my side since I was abandoned at school at 13. In this world, aside from my deceased mother, you two are my closest relatives. Only then does my father, who treats me as an heir, come after you." "Yes." Zhonglun secretly celebrated, thinking, "It's worth all the care I've given you over the years, Harry." Zhonglun's spirit was stronger than ordinary people, especially after his training. He could sense Harry's sincerity and believed everything Harry said was heartfelt. Once he got the answer he wanted, Zhonglun moved again, this time not using words to narrate, but forming seals with his hands to activate the only illusion technique he mastered. Illusion technique, illusory realm. This technique was only a basic rank and had no offensive capability, merely able to make unsuspecting individuals fall into a pre-designed illusion. Would Peter and Harry be on guard against Zhonglun? Clearly not. The illusion successfully took effect. In the illusion, the two experienced segments from when Zhonglun watched The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Harry's trembling hands. Norman Osborn lying dangerously on the sickbed, recounting the family history to Harry. Harry caught between the pain of losing his father and the threat of death. Peter extending a hand of friendship. Norman Osborn harming Peter's father, Richard Parker, for selfish gain. In that abandoned subway tunnel, the documents left behind by Peter's father, refusing to supply blood to protect Harry. Harry's madness when facing death. Harry desperately injected spider venom created from Peter's father's genes. Although he successfully healed his genetic defect thanks to the Green Goblin armor's healing function, it disfigured him and drastically changed his personality. The battle between Harry and Peter, and Gwen, who was indirectly killed by Peter. The illusion ended here, as Zhonglun believed these were the scenes they needed to see. Wow. Phew. Just as Peter and Harry were still digesting the information from the illusion, Zhonglun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood accompanied by numerous fragments of internal organs, his face growing pale rapidly. This scene terrified Peter and the others, and ignoring the shock of what they had just seen in the illusion, they hurriedly surrounded Zhonglun, asking anxiously what was happening. "Lon, oh God, no, what's wrong with you? Don't do this, oh my God, Lon, why are you spitting so much blood? Call for an ambulance." "Yes, call for an ambulance." Harry hurriedly fumbled for his phone, dialing the number frantically, but before he could speak, a sudden explosion of blood mist erupted from Zhonglun. His body was torn apart, and soon after the previously struggling chest also ceased to rise and fall. Seeing this, Harry panicked and threw aside his phone, which shattered on the ground. He rushed to Zhonglun's side, anxiously checking his pulse. Pulse. Stopped breathing. Stopped heartbeat. Stopped. Both Harry and Peter were dumbfounded. Hadn't they just been chatting normally? How did it suddenly end up so tragically? While the two were at a loss, the closed door of the room was pushed open from the outside. Peter quickly reacted, blocking the door between himself and Zhonglan, fearing it might be Aunt May. He couldn't imagine how she would cope with losing two relatives within 24 hours. The door opened, but it was Zhonglan carrying a gourd with the large character Sand written on it. It was the shadow clone that Zhonglan had sent out earlier. Harry was at a loss for how to react, staring blankly at the shadow clone and the already lifeless Zhonglan in bed. Can someone tell me what's going on? Last night Zhonglan used the 8 gates of Duanjia, and after overexerting himself, he was forcefully kicked away by Peter, which was exactly the same. But can Peter calm down to observe seriously now? Clearly he cannot. Lon, oh no, Lan shadow clone. Wait, never mind, look at this. Lon suddenly became like this. He has stopped breathing. Do you know what happened? Quick, think of a way to save him. Peter, not bothering to explain to Harry, grabbed the shadow clone and spoke incoherently, hoping the clone might know something to save his brother. The shadow clone calmly withdrew its hand and set down the large gourd on its shoulder, producing a muffled thud on the floor. This gourd was quite heavy. With both hands free, the shadow clone then leisurely examined the main Bodis injuries and calmly reached a conclusion. The heart has been torn to shreds. He cannot be more dead than this. Hearing this profound conclusion from the shadow clone, Peter grabbed its collar. Was that really necessary for you to say? Do you have any way to save him? If he didn't know that the shadow clone would dissipate upon being attacked, Peter would definitely have wanted to hit the clone. In fact, I have no way either. The shadow clone with a helpless expression looked at Harry, who was still in shock, finding it quite amusing. It pulled out a phone from the main body and skillfully started taking pictures of Harry. The refined Harry, who had always been poised, was making such a face. It was likely the only time in his life he would do so. Seeing the shadow clone so relaxed and apparently unconcerned about the main Bodis death, Peter's anxious heart eased a little. Hey, what's your name? Just call me Clone No. 1. In the future, the number of clones will increase significantly. Oh, I label all my clones directly. The shadow clone examined the photos on the phone, dissatisfied with the resolution, and began searching for Peter's camera in the room. So, Clone No. 1, you must know what happened, right? Explain, please. Peter asked eagerly. Of course I know this. Hey, I found it. The first clone spotted the camera strap outside Peter's blanket and unceremoniously moved the main body aside to retrieve the camera from under the blanket. In fact, or rather my main body, anticipated this long ago. Clone No. 1 snapped several pictures of the main body and said, actually, my main body is not dead yet. Well, the body is dead, but the soul is still there. It's just that the Bodis structure has been destroyed, so he can't move. Look, the bleeding has stopped. He'll recover later. Just like last night. Peter nodded at Harry, confirming. That's right, Harry, last night, because of Uncle Ben's situation, Lon and I got into a fight. At that time, I didn't know it was Lon and I accidentally kicked him. You should know that kick could knock over a motorcycle. Harry nodded dazedly. He was still struggling to process it, but was gradually getting used to it. But why did it suddenly become like this, eh? And can you teach me this miraculous ability of yours to not die, eh? Knowing Zhonglan wasn't dead, Peter was excited to learn. Clone No. 1 looked at Peter disdainfully, surprised that this guy's neural pathways were so strange. Nothing can be achieved merely by wishing for it. Everything requires a corresponding price. I think Lon must have shown you that thing, right? Clone No. 1 stated firmly. That's the reason he suddenly spewed blood and died, and this is the extent to which the future can be concealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to ensure that he could wake up next time. Harry, who had been dazed all along, suddenly realized something. You mean because Lon told us about the future, he then bore the punishment of some force? Clone No. 1 looked at Harry with admiration, feeling delighted inside. What punishment? It was just that when the two were immersed in the illusion, the main body activated the 8 gates and self-injured. Then, as the two were about to awaken, used a gentle force on its chest to directly crush its internal organs. That was when the scene Harry witnessed occurred. Earlier, he had inquired about the system, ensuring that as long as he wasn't reduced to ashes, even a single intact cell could allow Zhonglan to be reborn with sufficient energy. However, there were several issues. First, his cells couldn't revive him before exhausting their division count. Second, after revival, he needed enough energy to replenish the cell's energy. According to the system, even if his division count was sufficient, the energy required afterward would be unimaginably vast. Moreover, Zhonglan's combat power would decrease drastically. Don't think of this as complicating a simple matter. In reality, Zhonglan did this for the sake of narrative continuity in the future. After all, today's conversations would leave only Electro in the Amazing Spider-Man 2. If he didn't forge some tokens, it's quite possible that after saving Harry, his father Norman Osborn would also be resurrected. That was the person who killed Peter's parents, and having been tormented by illness for so many years, is he still human? I'm afraid he has become a demon. However, after years of companionship, Zhonglan couldn't bear to see Harry die in such pain, or live a tragic life like in the original story, leading to his beloved Gwen being mistakenly killed by Peter himself. Thus, today's events transpired. As Clone No. One's thoughts flashed. Harry was pleasantly surprised to see Zhonglan on the bed breathing again, his chest rising and falling steadily. In fact, Zhonglan's main body was certainly conscious. He just couldn't wake up right now, and Clone No. One naturally took over the remaining tasks. Clone No. One clapped his hands to draw Peter and Harry's attention before speaking. Don't worry about him, AI will take him to recover later, but it will take some time. Now, according to the main body's plan, let's continue discussing the upcoming matters. First, regarding the ability of prophecy, as you have seen, revealing the future comes at a price, and it's quite serious. In fact, Harry, you should have died a few months ago. It was only because the main body saved you that he disappeared for a full 2 months to heal. Clone No. One's words deeply shocked Harry. He stared at the bloodied figure on the bed and made a difficult decision. I understand. I won't tell my father about what happened today. Neither will I, Peter followed up, assuring. I will absolutely not tell anyone, including Gwen. Clone No. One nodded in response. He couldn't say much more, as this was exactly the outcome he desired. As for the supposed healing for several months, at that time he was busy bonding with some blacksmith uncle in a cave. But who knows? Except for Tony, no one knew. Naturally, whatever Zhonglan said would be taken as truth. That's the terrifying aspect of the prophetic ability. If it's reasonable, even if it's a lie, others must believe it. The second point is about your weapon, Peter. Harry brought the materials you needed, as well as this. As Clone No. One spoke, a stream of yellow sand poured out from the gourd, cradling a blue bodysuit and a card depicting an empty palace. The gourd was shaped from yellow sand by Clone No. One, and it also contained yellow sand. Due to the protection of sand, Zhonglan would certainly use Gar's series of ninjutsu in the future. Now he had to start using chakra to cultivate the sand. The blue bodysuit was made of synthetic fiber that Zhonglan wore during the energy storm in space, and it had been exposed to the radiation from the energy storm. Thus, it possessed properties similar to Zhonglan's superpowers, that is, self-restoration along with excellent elasticity and high temperature resistance. The card was an equipment set card belonging to a non-level and non-evolvable category. Its sole function was rapid change, and only the card held by Zhonglan could evolve. Clone No. One guided Peter to wear the blue bodysuit, and then placed the card on Peter's forehead, while simultaneously using the illusion ability to transmit the style of the future Spider-Man suit into Peter's mind. After confirming it was correct, he input chakra. Peter had to possess Zhonglan's chakra for the card to recognize its master. Before long, the blue bodysuit on Peter transformed into liquid and swiftly flowed into the card. Satisfied, Zhonglan removed the card, revealing the black-striped red Spider-Man suit in the center of the palace with 2 white lenses resembling Ultraman's eyes. As for Peter, who had been stripped of his clothing, he was left with only his underwear. After Peter, in a panic, donned the suit, Clone No. One guided him on how to use the card to change outfits. It was quite simple. Place it on the forehead and input Peter's chakra, and the card would transform into liquid to cover him within 2 seconds. Cool. Peter cheerfully whistled, clearly very fond of this card. Watching Peter change outfits, Clone No. One ignored him and turned to Harry. So Harry, I prepared for you. Peter, come over here. Clone No. One called Peter over. Once Peter arrived, Clone No. One took out a supersized syringe, not even bothering to look for a vein, and directly jabbed it into Peter's buttocks in front of his terrified eyes. One, at least give me a warning. As Peter's scream echoed, Clone No. One quickly covered his mouth. Aunt May had just fallen asleep. After drawing about half a syringe of blood, approximately 100 cc, Clone No. One withdrew the syringe, holding it tightly. Harry, look into my eyes. Clone No. One said very seriously. Now I entrust my life to you because I trust you. This syringe contains data from the fusion of Peter's and spider venom. The original DNA used for the spider venom is Peter's father's DNA. You only need to find that DNA sequence and modify it to yours, and you can repair your genetic sequence. Just in case, remember to wear your Green Goblin armor when injecting the new spider venom. I hope that by replacing this DNA you can fully achieve it with your abilities. It's not difficult. I hope you won't let the 4th person know about this. At this point, the clone finally relaxed its grip on the syringe and laid it before Harry. Harry looked at the syringe in front of him without rushing to take it. Instead, he gazed into Zhonglan's eyes, asking for a new syringe, and then turned around to draw a small vial of blood from Zhonglan's original body. Only then did Harry take the syringe from the clone's hand, carefully breaking the needle and placing it inside his suit's inner pocket. Although there were no guarantees, his gaze and demeanor spoke volumes. The clone patted Harry's shoulder and silently lifted the original body from the bed. The original had been unexpectedly jabbed, and the clone winced at the thought, deciding it was best to escape quickly. The clone ran swiftly, and by the time the overly excited Peter reacted, the clone had already disappeared, forgetting to ask Zhonglan about the time needed for the recovery. Once the clone confirmed that Peter and the other person had not followed, it patted the original body, signaling that he could wake up. Upon receiving the hint, Zhonglan instantly opened his eyes, looking clear-headed, showing no signs of confusion from awakening. Zhonglan had put a lot of thought into acting this out, reducing his combat power from 94 back to 87, causing him to grimace in pain. System, if I use the healing card, can it accelerate the recovery of cellular energy? BPS. Zhonglan nodded upon hearing this, but did not take out the healing card to use, as it was better not to waste the card used for life preservation when the system could replenish slowly. Thus Zhonglan did not cancel the shadow clone. The clone carrying the sand gourd headed towards the airport, where there was a small airport nearby. The clone that had gone out earlier had already contacted Tony, and the private jet should be waiting. Having a wealthy friend feels different. The distance from New York to Los Angeles is still quite far, as the two cities are distant, spanning the entire United States. Even by plane it takes almost 5 hours. Tony's Iron Man suit is convenient, it can be worn and taken off at will, and it takes only about an hour to arrive. After getting off the plane, Zhonglan immediately spotted Tony's white bodyguard Hogan. Tony sent him to pick him up and directly took Zhonglan to Tony's villa. When Zhonglan arrived, Tony was still tinkering in his basement, while Pepper Potts was browsing some documents in the hall, looking very relaxed. Hey Pepper, what's this? Are you on vacation? Zhonglan joked, and what Pepper saw was naturally the disguised image of Hugo. Hi Lon. I'm Tony's personal assistant. He now spends every day well in the underground research lab, and there aren't too many business matters at the company, so I'm here resting and helping Tony organize some trivial tasks. Pepper explained in detail, suggesting that Tony had not yet confided in her, and Pepper was worried about any misunderstandings. Tony's previous reputation wasn't great. Pepper, I understand you. Zhonglan smiled, saying it will get better, at least Tony isn't out gallivanting anymore, right? I'll head down now, you keep busy. With that, Zhonglan turned and walked towards the underground research lab, having already been told the password last time. As Zhonglan descended, Tony was adjusting a mechanical arm with the outer metal still uncovered, exposing steel lines and intricate parts, giving off a high-tech vibe. Deeply focused, Tony did not notice Zhonglan entering, and Zhonglan had no intention of interrupting his work, sitting aside, with keen interest watching Tony conduct experiments. This kind of high-tech scene was something Zhonglan had never seen before. Tony's laboratory was not as rudimentary as in the movies, at least from Zhonglan's amateur perspective. The precision instruments were quite impressive. The progress of the Iron Man suit was exceptionally smooth. It had only been 7 or 8 days since Zhonglan last saw it. Aside from the mechanical arm Tony was testing, Zhonglan also noticed a pair of fully assembled leg exoskeleton armor on the test bench, shining with a bright silver alloy luster, clearly not just for show. Zhonglan was eager to see how powerful these seemingly casually placed exoskeletons would be when assembled. For researchers, time is merely a unit of measurement flowing swiftly during repeated experiments. Watching Tony work while cursing his mechanical assistant, Zhonglan's gaze became distant, contemplating the impending crisis and reflecting on whether his originally set plan was feasible. It was unclear how much time had passed when Tony had assembled his mechanical arm and was preparing to test its functions just as Pepper walked toward the basement. She was holding a gift box wrapped in butter paper with 2 cups of coffee on top. I've been calling you, didn't you hear me? As soon as Pepper entered, she began to complain. Okay, it's a bit tight, loosen it a bit. After Tony finished recording his research notes, he then realized, what did you say, Pepper? Hold on, you're here too. When answering, one should look into others' eyes, which is a subconscious behavior for most people, so Tony naturally noticed Zhonglan's presence. Zhonglan, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. How should I respond to him? Pepper, knowing Tony well, could tell what had happened just by looking at Zhonglan's speechless expression, and she tried to shift the topic for him. Oh, okay, I'm going up right away. Tony did not wait for Zhonglan's reply, casually responded, and lifted the exoskeleton assembled on his arm, needing to test the data for the energy thruster in his palm. Weren't you saying you don't make weapons anymore? Pepper looked at Tony as he pointed his palm forward, as if to launch something, thinking this was a new weapon Tony had developed. This is not a weapon, Tony denied. This is a flight stabilizer, it won't cause any harm. As he spoke, Tony instinctively turned sideways, pointing his palm at Zhonglan, who was being a third wheel. In this sequence of actions, Zhonglan, who was still lost in thought, had yet to react when Tony's finger pressed the energy switch on the table. Suddenly, the energy thruster in Tony's palm rapidly charged, and upon reaching the critical point, a powerful burst of energy erupted, sending Zhonglan and the sofa he was on crashing against the wall. The unprepared Tony was thrown to the ground by the tremendous thrust. The power was equivalent to that of a small explosive. The sudden explosion caused Pepper to instinctively cover her ears, then she nervously looked at Zhonglan. However, a large cloud of yellow sand floated in front of Zhonglan, who was half kneeling on the ground in a sorry state, coughing incessantly, blood oozing through his fingers. This was the 4th time Zhonglan had bled heavily within 24 hours. The instigator Tony hurriedly approached, a hint of panic in his demeanor, still wearing the exoskeleton arm. Zhonglan, however, had no time to respond to Tony's words, happily spitting blood as his internally synthesized organs were expelled again. If it weren't for the sand cultivated by Fong Fong forming a sand shield, he would have likely been split in two. With a heart full of pain, Zhonglun took out a healing card from the system space and pressed it to his forehead. The card transformed into a refreshing aura that merged with the cells in his body, causing them to divide at an accelerated rate, as if they had taken hormones. In less than a minute, his heart began to beat again. Now that I think about it, if the system hadn't randomly granted me immortality, I might have died 4 times already. Zhonglun's heart was in turmoil. Is the Marvel Universe in the movie world really this terrifying? Hey, Lon, are you still conscious? Tony exclaimed, slapping Zhonglun's face in an attempt to rouse him. Typically, this wouldn't be effective, especially since he had just checked and couldn't feel Zhonglun's heartbeat, yet surprisingly Zhonglun did wake up. Tony stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Zhonglun, who was cleaning his mouth. What? You look like you'd rather see me dead. Zhonglun's tone was quite unfriendly. Anyone would be unhappy if they were sitting on a couch and suddenly blasted with an inexplicable attack, expelling their own organs. No, of course not. Tony quickly reacted. Lon, I'm glad you're okay. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Without a moment's thought, Zhonglun rejected the offer. Instead of going to the hospital, you have a better way to compensate me. Right now, give me some clean clothes, and you can deal with Obadiah's demands first. Hey, buddy, that's a strange way to phrase it. Tony raised an eyebrow, and then had Pepper take him to his room. At 17 years old, Zhonglun was roughly the same height as Tony, already standing at 175 cm, and had developed quite well. His transformation affected only his face, while his physique remained largely similar. Especially with a figure that looked slim in clothes, but revealed muscle when undressed. Even Pepper raised an eyebrow, her face slightly blushing, clearly surprised at how well built this young guy was. Zhonglun, the party involved, did not expect Pepper to stand there staring. He thought that as soon as he took off his clothes she would leave, and he felt a bit awkward clutching his shirt, unsure of what to do next. He couldn't just keep undressing, could he? That would be too embarrassing. He still needed to con Tony later. Fortunately, Pepper only found Zhonglun amusing and was merely joking, leaving after a while. After washing up, Zhonglun returned to the basement where Tony had already sent away Obadiah, who had come demanding the mini-arc reactor and was adjusting the exoskeleton arm, the same one that had just blasted Zhonglun. Lon, you're back. Don't you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Tony greeted nervously, clearly waiting for Zhonglun. Don't think this is over. Unless you provide me with satisfactory compensation, this matter isn't finished. Zhonglun certainly wouldn't let Tony off easily, otherwise how could he extort him? Okay, what do you want? Just tell me. Tony sighed in relief, realizing Zhonglun wasn't actually angry. Let me explain a few things first. Zhonglun didn't directly ask for anything. Then he demonstrated his ability to control sand, and after a simple experiment with Tony, he finally stated his request. Tony, as you saw during my trip to space, I unexpectedly gained a new ability. Zhonglun provided a reasonable explanation for his sand manipulating power. Right now, aside from moving them, I can't do much else. I think it might be an energy issue. You know the law of conservation of energy. I need a powerful energy source to enhance my abilities. This wasn't a lie to Tony. Zhonglun's goal was the mini-arc reactor. If he obtained it, he could exchange it for a rule fragment, which would allow him to acquire skill cards, naturally enhancing his combat power. A powerful energy source. Tony touched his chest where a mini-arc reactor was located. So you want one of these? Yes, Tony, I can guarantee that I will only conduct experiments with it in this lab. If I can't obtain anything, I will absolutely not take it away. Zhonglun assured him. After all, he wasn't a researcher and couldn't memorize the structure of the mini-arc reactor. Not taking it would indeed cause no loss to Tony. However, if he were to take it, the situation would be different, as it could potentially leak its design blueprints. Tony didn't outright refuse, furrowing his brow in thought as he weighed the pros and cons. Zhonglun said nothing more, looking expectantly at Tony. He wasn't sure if Tony would agree. If he didn't, he could only. Zhonglun's gaze shifted to the tool table in the lab, where a square box wrapped in craft paper lay. If you insist, after a long while Tony finally spoke, then you'll need to wait 2 hours. I have to make another one, I can't part with this one on my chest. Under the assurance that Zhonglun would only experiment in the lab, Tony chose to trust this friend who had appeared at a turning point in his life. Indeed, Tony valued Zhonglun greatly, believing it was Zhonglun who prompted a significant shift in his mindset. This is the power of prophecy. For a time traveler familiar with the plot, it should be one of the easiest ways to gain benefits. Zhonglun sighed in relief. With Tony's agreement, he wouldn't have to modify the plot. After all, being familiar with the story was a sharp weapon. If he could avoid making changes, he would try his best not to. The butterfly effect is indeed terrifying. For someone like Tony, who could create a mini-arc reactor even in a shabby cave, making one under conditions with abundant materials would be a piece of cake. In fact, Zhonglun waited only an hour before receiving the sparkling mini-arc reactor. Zhonglun kept his promise, finding a convertible sports car in the lab far from Tony. He didn't want to be blasted again, although he wouldn't die, it would diminish his combat power and be exceedingly painful. Why don't you try blowing yourself up with a bomb? Let's see if you come out crying. Hiding in the convertible, he seemed to study the mini-arc reactor in his hand, while actually communicating with the system. System come out quickly. Can this thing be exchanged for a rule fragment? Ding detected low-level technology, energy, source mini nuclear fission device. Can be exchanged for one clever rule fragment. No reuse value, can only be exchanged once. Yes, no to exchange. Zhonglun felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He thought he could continuously exchange for rule fragments, but the system had such a response. Yes, exchange it directly. Zhonglun confirmed the exchange command. Ding system confirming. Exchange successful. As the system prompted, the mini arc reactor in Zhonglun's hand suddenly distorted in light and then disassembled into particles that merged into Zhonglun's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one clever rule fragment. The entire laboratory was under the supervision of Jarvis, so it was only natural that Tony was aware of the situation. Zhonglun scratched his head in confusion, unsure of how to respond, and temporarily shelved his thoughts about exchanging for skill cards. He was just too excited earlier about to possess his first attack ninjutsu, and had forgotten to consider the need for concealment. Since he did not know how to explain, Zhonglun simply stayed silent, beckoning the sand gourd leaning against the wall to come to him. The sand gourd soared into the air and halfway up transformed into a stream of sand that swirled slowly around Zhonglun. This was all the sand he could control now. What he had just demonstrated was merely half of it. You see, I also don't know what happened. In any case, it disappeared as if I absorbed it, and my abilities have improved as well. Tony certainly did not believe this excuse, but the ability Zhonglun displayed was indeed much stronger than before. After pondering for a while stroking his chin, he decided not to pursue the matter any further. A person whose heart had briefly stopped could still stand up like nothing happened. That was already quite unscientific. Since Tony chose to respect his friend's privacy, he didn't want to investigate any further. I won't concern myself with how this happened, but you need to pay for my miniature arc reactor. Just know that I am only letting you test it and not giving it to you for free. In typical Tony fashion, he wanted Zhonglun's help, but made it sound like Zhonglun owed him. Naturally, Zhonglun, who had benefited, wouldn't refuse and happily agreed to help test the flying capabilities of the Iron Man suit. Initially expecting to climb into an iron box, which was the Mark II test version, he was surprised to find Tony only handed him a very rudimentary Iron Man suit frame. The exposed internal structure of the exoskeleton arms and legs was simply connected by a few unknown wires, lacking armor, helmet, and certainly any cushioning devices. Tony, although my body is slightly better than an ordinary person's, it will still hurt a lot. Zhonglun felt a bit hesitant. Dying might be difficult, but pain was another matter. Tony said nothing and pulled out a miniature arc reactor from somewhere, installing it into the crude Iron Man suit frame before starting to help Zhonglun gear up. Seeing that he could not escape, Zhonglun resigned himself to fate, allowing Tony to do as he pleased. Tony, where did this miniature arc reactor come from? This one. It's the one from the cave earlier, which I was originally going to throw away, but Pepper preserved it. Upon hearing this, Zhonglun looked towards the workbench where the old miniature arc reactor had been unpacked. All right, Mr. Test subject, do you have any last words? Tony spoke in a mock intimidating tone. Can I ask what we're having for dinner tonight? Oh, you need to ask Pepper about that. Oh, I don't know. Tony handed two handles to Zhonglun, teaching him how to use them. All right, then how about we start testing with something simple? Tony first reassured him. Let's see how the 15 axial load support capability performs. What? Didn't you say we would start with something simple? Zhonglun thought dinner could be skipped because it seemed like there would be no time for it. All right, activate manual control, countdown 3, 2, 1, press. Zhonglun instinctively pressed the button, feeling a powerful thrust surge from beneath his feet, propelling him upward as he shed the protective sand sticking to the ceiling like a mural. Oh, Tony, I think my nose is broken. The late arriving sand caught him and slowly brought him back down to the ground. That was an accident. Jarvis, please verify the data and calculate reasonable parameters. Tony immediately changed the subject, repeatedly touching his own nose. That must hurt a lot. After more than 20 rounds of experimentation, a nearly broken Zhonglun finally managed to fly steadily in the air using that crude exoskeleton armor, even accidentally flying over Tony's luxury sports car. The scorching flames from the energy thrusters made Tony wince. With the data from Zhonglun's multiple experiments, Tony himself took the stage and successfully grasped the flying technique during the first experimental operation. All right, I can fly now too, Tony said flatly. He had even more exciting things to do, and it wasn't time to celebrate yet. Tony began to instruct Jarvis to help him get dressed. Watching Tony don the silver Iron Man suit with the aid of mechanical arms, Zhonglun felt a pang of pain in his heart. Tony, you have protective armor, and you won't let me use it. Oh, I forgot, he said, putting on the final mask as a metallic voice filled with electronic sound emerged. Jarvis, activate helmet display. Pull up nearby environmental information. Check external control. With the command given, the armor on the surface of the Iron Man suit opened and closed, testing whether the functions were intact. Through the gaps of the armor, one could still see the ghostly blue energy glow. This high-tech visual impact was something every man could not refuse, including Zhang, who at that moment desperately wanted to possess an Iron Man suit. However, he also understood that Tony would definitely not give him one. It was different from the miniature arc reactor. In Zhang's envious gaze, Tony, or rather Iron Man, had his energy thruster light up beneath him and quickly soared into the air, shooting out from the underground garage's ramp. In the distance, Zhang could still hear Tony's excited shouts. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being abandoned. However, he finally had time. Zhang quickly called out the system panel and found the mysterious shop. Looking at the grayish-white 8 cards, it wasn't midnight yet, so the cards in the mysterious shop had not refreshed. Not intending to wait for tomorrow's refresh, the reason he rushed over was for one of those ninjutsu. System, grant me the purchasing rights for skill card fire release, great fireball technique C. Ding, command under confirmation. Command confirmed, executing. Clevel rule fragment consumption successful. Ding, skill card fire release, great fireball technique C. Purchasing rights have been opened. After checking his energy points, which were at 32115, he silently calculated. However, he couldn't make sense of it. He quickly clicked 3 times and directly purchased 3 fire release, great fireball techniques. Ding, successfully exchanged for fire release, great fireball technique C3, consuming 5076 energy points. Name, fire release, great fireball technique. Category, ninjutsu fire release. Rank C. Effect, can gather chakra in the throat and release it in one breath, like a large fireball. The more chakra gathered, the greater the lethality. Consumption 1, 999 points. Note the rank only represents the limit of chakra injected when releasing the ninjutsu, not the ninjutsu's inherent limit. Taking the cards out of the system space, the illustration depicted the second Prince Sasuke launching a fireball. Zhang, eager to possess attack ninjutsu, could not afford to admire it, and directly pressed the 3 cards to his forehead. The familiar data stream surged into his mind once again, but this time it was only a Clevel ninjutsu, so Zhang easily bore it. This time the amount of information was much less. Standing still for just a minute, he had already regained his composure. Upon waking, the first thing Zhang did was to form the hand seal. Bang bang bang, beep beep beep. Just as he was about to unleash a fireball for fun, having already prepared the hand seal, a silvery object came crashing down from the ceiling, landing directly on the sports car in front of him, creating a massive sound that set off the nearby car alarms with a series of beeping. After finally calming himself, he looked ahead and saw the once graceful Iron Man now lying flat on the deformed sports car. This was due to a miscalculation of the armor's weight, which had penetrated through the roof, and the second floor then fell into the basement. Hey Tony, why didn't you use the door? Zhang asked with a chuckle. Tony didn't respond, silently getting up, and with the help of mechanical arms struggled to take off the armor. The materials you suggested were excellent, perfectly resisting the issue of high-altitude icing, and regarding the flight speed of the armor, you wouldn't believe it actually reached the speed of sound, and even higher. It turned out he wasn't silent because he had nothing to say, or rather the external speaker was damaged. Listening to Tony's incessant chatter, Zhang felt helpless and did not respond. He turned to contact Pepper on the first floor, asking her to send down some ice cubes that Tony might need. When Pepper brought down the ice, she also informed him that someone was looking for Zhang upstairs. It was Coulson, whom Pepper recognized. After placing the bucket of ice on the workbench, Zhang took his sand gourd and went upstairs first, as he wasn't accustomed to being a third wheel. Coulson was the one he had invited over. He had taken his business card last time, which naturally had his contact number. As he ascended the stairs, he saw Coulson sitting upright on the sofa. Hi, Coulson. Zhang greeted. First, I apologize for calling you over so late. It's no problem, mister. Coulson replied politely. You mentioned suddenly recalling clues regarding the kidnapping of Tony Stark. What are they? I'm sorry, Coulson, I lied to you. I don't have any information regarding that. Zhang directly admitted to his deception. Mr. Zhang, I am a government agent. This constitutes a misuse of a public servant's time under American law. Coulson straightforwardly wielded the law as a weapon. Coulson, Zhang interrupted. I want to join S.H.I.E.L.D, the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. And the latter part is. It is the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, but we changed the name to S.H.I.E.L.D. I must thank you for your suggestion. Coulson corrected him first, then answered Zhang's initial question. S.H.I.E.L.D belongs to a special task force and typically does not recruit from ordinary people. If you need a government job, you can ask Tony for a recommendation. He can easily get you a comfortable position in the military. Zhang certainly knew this. There was not a single normal person in S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for the needs of the plan, he wouldn't consider going to a place severely infiltrated by Hydra. Without engaging in unnecessary arguments, he controlled a cluster of yellow sand, transforming it into a sand snake that wrapped tightly around Coulson. This was a newly discovered ability of his, effective against individuals below level. Although Coulson was highly valued by Director Fury, a model of American agents with strong organizational and operational capabilities, he was merely an ordinary person in a universe filled with superheroes. Despite Zhang not being able to fight off Peter's internal bleeding or being blasted away by Tony, those were the early superheroes Spider-Man and Iron Man. Dealing with Coulson was a piece of cake. Coulson did not panic when bound by Zhang. After struggling for a few seconds, he simply gave up resisting. All right, Lon, I need to report to our director before deciding on whether to let you into S.H.I.E.L.D. Could you let me go for a moment? In truth, he was already certain that Zhang could join S.H.I.E.L.D. He might not become a high-ranking agent, but with his special abilities, becoming a level 4 agent was certainly no problem. Agent levels are divided into 13, civilian-level peripheral members belonging to the grassroots. 45, public secret level, which can only be applied for by 3 or more level 45 agents simultaneously recommending. 67, top secret level, which impacts national security, counterterrorism, intelligence, and other sensitive matters. 89, black box level, only aware of information relevant to themselves. Other agents of the same level can only learn details with the director's approval. Level 10, 4 words, no such person. Related information can only be disclosed by level 10 agents themselves. Other agents cannot access this information, as all data is recorded by the director. Zhang curled his finger, retracting the sand snake back into the sand gourd, then waited for Coulson to communicate with Nick Fury. Please hold on for a moment. I need to make a phone call. Coulson excused himself and walked aside to make the call. While waiting, Tony sent an invitation via voice message asking Zhang if he wanted to go to the Disney Music Hall to attend a fundraiser for fire victims' families. As a matter of fact, his legal identity, Lon Parker, was a well-known writer and screenwriter, having attended such gatherings a few times, though they were likely not as upscale as Tony's events. Moreover, he had a slight interest in the female journalist from that show, Kristen, who would reveal the activities of Afghan terrorists to Tony tonight. Seeing Coulson on the phone, he could only helplessly decline Tony's invitation, as he rarely attended such high society events, yet he was quite looking forward to it. Tony was clearly disappointed by this answer, angrily stating that the underground lab needed to prepare experimental weapons, so it was temporarily closed to the public, and then he hung up. What a childish old boy. Zhang chuckled, commenting on Tony's behavior. A childish old boy. As far as I know, Mr. Stark only behaves this way with familiar friends. Coulson's voice came from behind. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just happened to hear. Zhang shrugged, indicating he didn't mind, and asked for his director's opinion. Director Fury believes you need to accompany me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a security evaluation, and we also need to conduct a comprehensive test of your abilities before making a final decision. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhang had anticipated this answer, so he agreed readily. Thank you for your trust in us, Lon, and congratulations on becoming one of us. Coulson was quite pleased with Zhang prompt agreement to join their headquarters, believing it showed trust in himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he was unaware that Zhang knew more secrets about S.H.I.E.L.D. than even Nick Fury. It was merely a headquarters soon to be destroyed by Loki, nothing to fear. Looking down from high above, Zhang could confirm that the place Coulson was taking him to was indeed the one destroyed by Loki in the first Avengers film. His sand gourd was taken away, but he stealthily collected some sand into the system space. He was then taken to a training ground rather than a reception room, where, accompanied by Coulson, a psychologist began a conversation with Zhang in a question-and-answer format. He answered casually, hardly giving much thought. The psychologist before him, being an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D., surely possessed profound psychological expertise. However, no matter how skilled the psychologist was, their mental capacity was still at the level of an ordinary person. Zhang illusion magic could easily hypnotize him, allowing him to hear the answers his subconscious deemed perfect. Of course, not every answer could be perfect. That would be too unrealistic. The pinnacle of deceit lies in the notion that 10 lies can contain 9 truths. He responded truthfully to less sensitive questions, but left the sensitive ones, like where he came from and what abilities he possessed, for the psychologist to answer himself. Who would get their own questions wrong? Perhaps some special individuals might, but the psychologist before him clearly would not. Thus, Zhang successfully obtained a favorable evaluation. Afterward, he was taken to a conference room. Before leaving, he could vaguely see several fully armed agents hidden beside the training ground. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are indeed cautious. Unfortunately, not as cautious as Hydra. After being brought into the conference room, Coulson soon entered with a black man dressed in black clothes, a black cloak, and a distinctive black eye patch, who was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. System: Ding, emergency mission, obtain Nick Fury's eye patch within 10 minutes, reward instant movement technique X1. System: Ding, do you accept the mission? Countdown: 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. The system suddenly issued an urgent task, and it was a very strange one, but the countdown was indeed only 10 seconds. Seeing the instant movement technique, Zhang instinctively clicked yes. System: Ding, emergency mission accepted successfully. Mission countdown: 600 seconds, 599 seconds, 598 seconds. Zhang, are you listening to me? Fury said with a stern face, waving his hand in front of Zhang, who seemed to be dazed for some reason, before reintroducing himself. Hello, Zhonglan. Welcome to actively join S.H.I.E.L.D. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, director. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly, secretly contemplating how to complete this troublesome task. Although there were only Fury and Coulson in the reception room now, it was reasonable to believe that if he made any unusual moves, he would surely be shot dead on the spot. He did not believe that the King of Agents Fury would engage in a face-to-face conversation with him without any preparation upon discovering he was a superhuman. Lon, can you tell me what you're worried about? As the King of Agents, reading people's thoughts was a fundamental skill, and Fury could tell that Zhonglan was distracted. Zhonglan's mind raced as he glanced at the time in the upper left corner, realizing that 30 seconds had already passed. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to abandon his original plan and prepare to implement his backup plan. His backup plan was to reveal some surface-level information. If he could not obtain the necessary conditions after sharing some unavoidable truths, he would appropriately disclose some trump cards, such as chakra cultivation methods, ninjutsu, or even part of his pseudo-prophecy ability. Over 90 of things in the world can be traded. If you cannot reach an agreement, either you have the wrong bargaining chip or the other party is entirely indifferent. Is Nick Fury a person devoid of desires? On the contrary, his desires were quite evident, characterized by an inexplicable sense of mission to protect the Earth. So, Director Fury, Zhonglan bypassed the initial pleasantries. How much do you know about my background? Fury was somewhat surprised by Zhonglan's direct approach, but being experienced, he naturally did not show it, and pushed a file which Zhonglan had been oblivious to across the table. You seem to be as if you do not exist in this world at all, Fury said, as Zhonglan browsed through the file. Regarding your information, there is nothing about where you come from, your relatives, or your whereabouts. The initial intelligence indicated that you appeared outside Tony Stark's villa and left a letter shortly after Tony was attacked and kidnapped. Although you later saved Tony, you used that to have Tony help you obtain a spot in Reed Richards' space program, which also encountered issues resulting in Reed and others still being under observation. The third appearance was during a common shooting incident. We contacted the robber, who clearly did not recognize you and was just an ordinary person. The only connection you have is with a website called Zhonglan Literature Network, founded by a Chinese American named Lon Parker. The man who was shot dead earlier was his adoptive father. Therefore, I now have reason to suspect that you might be a spy agent cultivated by a certain country or a talent specially trained by some organization. So tell me, what is your purpose in coming to S.H.I.E.L.D.? While Fury spoke, Zhonglan remained silent, browsing the barely one-page document in his hand, internally marveling at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities. His previous documents. It should be noted that his face was now that of Hu Ge from his past life, and S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally could not trace the background of a star from another world. However, since this identity first appeared in this world, every time he used this identity, information was recorded. It truly made the agent who was collecting Zhonglan's intelligence have a tough time. As Fury concluded with a question, Zhonglan checked the time, realizing there were still 450 seconds left. He needed to hurry. With that in mind, he stealthily released the sand he had previously stored in the system space. Director Fury, may I have a private chat with you? Zhonglan first proposed a request. Although Agent Coulson was very trustworthy, he didn't want a second person to know the following conversation. Private? Why? Coulson is a very reliable person. On the contrary, I am more suspicious of your reliability. You. What are you doing? Fury was speaking when he suddenly found himself choked by a hand made of sand, which had stealthily emerged from under him and suddenly exploded out. He could feel a sand needle in the area of his heart, which made him dare not move. Agent Template Coulson reacted with remarkable speed. Before Fury could comprehend the situation, he had already noticed the sand on the ground, knowing that Zhonglan's sand gourd had been temporarily confiscated. Coulson's first reaction was to draw his gun and aim at Zhonglan, ready to fire, fluidly executing the action. Bang, 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 bang. The M1911 pistol, commonly known as the .45 caliber, had 1 bullet in the chamber and 7 in the magazine. All 8 bullets were fired by Coulson, yet Zhonglan remained unscathed. The sand's protection would clearly not allow bullets to harm him. Zhonglan only experienced a bit of pressure in his chest from the impact of the bullets being buffered. As Coulson's gunfire echoed, the conference room's door swung open and squads of fully armed agents burst in, while shooting ports suddenly revealed themselves in the surrounding walls, steadily aiming at Zhonglan. With so many assault rifles and even sniper rifles aimed at him from close range, Zhonglan was uncertain whether the sand's protection could withstand it. It should be able to write. A loud shout interrupted Zhonglan from being shot. The one who spoke to stop it was Fury, who sensed that Zhonglan had no malice. At least he did not wish to kill him, for even amidst this upheaval, the sand needle pressing against his heart remained unmoved. Since he did not intend to kill him, the purpose of this action was to remind Fury that if harm were to come his way, the people around him would not be able to guarantee his safety. Director, he shows intent to harm you. For your safety, we have reason to open fire. Coulson did not lower his gun, but quickly changed to a new magazine while seizing the opportunity. Are my words ineffective? Fury directly interrupted Coulson. Agent Coulson, I now command you to lower your weapon and take this group outside. And also shut down the surveillance system. Zhang added from the side as time was running short. Director, we need to assess your safety OI. Coulson responded, having put down his handgun, yet still worried about Fury's safety, attempting to dissuade Fury's decision. Meanwhile, the fully armed agents behind Fury withdrew like a receding tide, their speed comparable to that with which they had previously burst in. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fury questioned Coulson, though his tone held no reproach. Seeing that they still had a tendency to linger, Zhang glanced at the time, waved his hand, and commanded the sand around him and Fury to form a sand hand that dragged Coulson out and directly threw him out of the conference room. Sorry, Coulson, I'm a bit pressed for time. Zhang apologized and controlled the sand hand to close the door. At this point, only Zhang and Fury remained in the room. Fury placed a hand to his ear, softly inquired a few times, confirmed that the surveillance system was shut down, and then issued an order that no one was to enter. He took out a miniature walkie-talkie from his ear and threw it on the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. Well, as you wish, now it's just the two of us. Can we talk? Fury fixed his one eye on Zhang. Could you give me your eye patch? It's for someone with a special preference for you. Zhang took the opportunity to make a request. To show his sincerity, he called back his sand, storing most of it in the system space. Fury looked at Zhang with confusion, but did not ask further, swiftly removing the eye patch and tossing it to Zhang. Do you have any other requests? Fury stared at Zhang, his dead left eye a milky white, making one feel somewhat uneasy. Zhang happily picked up the eye patch in front of him, directly storing it in the system space. Only after hearing the system prompt that the task was completed did he leisurely cross his legs. Next, it was time for negotiations. There's one more thing. I hope that while I speak you won't interrupt me until I finish, and then you can express your opinions. Is that okay? Zhang said somewhat shyly. This request was quite necessary. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary citizen. In this life, he had not received professional training, negotiating with a king of agents. He estimated that even his identity as a traverser would be indirectly revealed. Fury did not respond, but nodded, staring intently at Zhang, as if tacitly approving this request, yet his attitude signaled him not to push his luck. Seeing this, Zhang regrettably pursed his lips, giving up the idea of demanding more. Then, controlling his sand, he wrote on the table in front of Fury. He did not believe that Fury had completely shut down all surveillance devices. There would at least still be recording equipment. It wasn't that he didn't trust Fury, but S.H.I.E.L.D. also had Hydra people. First of all, I must clarify that I am not from this world. I come from beyond it, and I want to elaborate on my homeland. Zhang felt this was something that couldn't be hidden, especially since the foreign Thor from another world was able to join the Avengers. Clearly, as long as one was there to protect Earth, they were welcome, provided one had sufficient capability. Our race possesses a talent for non-directional prophecy, allowing us to know certain phenomena that may occur in the future, though they are not precise and can only relate to ourselves. Zhang dropped a heavy bomb, observing Fury's expression, which was as still as dead water, unsure if he believed it. What he said was indeed the truth, who hadn't watched a few movies, novels, or animations in the previous world. If one traverses into these worlds, it would be equivalent to having a prophetic talent. At least give me some expression. This is really boring. The reason I want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. is simple. I need to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority for certain future matters, so I can more conveniently obtain some things I want. Of course, these things are only accessible to me. For you, they are as invisible and intangible as air. This thing naturally referred to the system's task rewards. In exchange, I will make the contributions you need for S.H.I.E.L.D. You've seen it. Aside from my prophetic ability, my combat prowess is pretty good. These are all cultivation methods from my homeland, quite lethal, right? I think that's about all I have to say. Now, Director Fury, do you have any questions? Zhang organized his thoughts, feeling it was time for Fury to start participating in the conversation. Otherwise, in the atmosphere created by Fury, he might end up saying more than he intended. Indeed, he was the finest top agent. His methods of gathering intelligence went beyond mere words. Can I speak now? Fury pointed to his nose and asked again. Zhang gestured to Fury. The sand in front of him formed into a blackboard, indicating he should write on it. So since you have this so-called prophecy ability, do you know what I want to ask now? I don't know. Zhang candidly admitted. The things I can see are all related to myself, and the images are quite fragmented, so there are some things I know and some I do not. You have to provide some evidence, otherwise how can I believe you? Fury asked tentatively. Evidence, huh? Zhang tilted his head in thought, then began to sign with his hands. Illusion art mirage. He originally intended to show Fury some clips, but unexpectedly the illusion ended just a few seconds after succeeding. The illusion was broken. Fury's mental strength was not formidable only at the limit of an ordinary person between F and E level. However, it was unexpectedly resilient, as he only wavered for a moment before regaining consciousness. What are you doing? Fury immediately questioned sternly. Are you trying to hypnotize me? As the head of the agents, he had countless confidential pieces of information in his mind, which is why he reacted so strongly. Don't be nervous, put your hand down, you know a handgun is useless against me. Zhang first stopped Fury, who had already drawn his gun, and then somewhat awkwardly explained. You might have misunderstood me, this isn't hypnosis. Well, in a sense it could be considered that. It can project part of the images in my mind into someone else's mind, allowing them to personally experience the future I saw. So you see, you need to make a choice. If you want to see evidence, you must lower your guard. Zhang presented a dilemma. Fury stared at Zhang expressionlessly, not knowing what he was contemplating, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, a habit of his when deep in thought. Zhang was not anxious either. He took out some sand from the system space, playing with it in his hands while practicing a bit of fine control. What are you planning to show me? Fury asked after a long while. It's nothing much, just in the near future, perhaps 2 or 3 years from now. I previously didn't know who it was, but only learned today that the one-eyed black man inside was you. It's a clip of when you die. Zhang Lan's words were astonishing. Zhang Lanyu made a startling remark. Dead? Are you sure? Fury's expression flickered slightly. Who killed him? How did he die? It appeared to be an American Special Forces unit, but given your identity, it shouldn't be. Oh, actually you did run away in the end, but were stopped by a man with a metal arm, which bore a symbol like this. As Zhang Lanyu spoke, he directed the sand to draw a circle on the table with a skull at the top and 6 tentacles extending from beneath its jaw. This is the emblem of Hydra, and Fury naturally recognized it. After much contemplation, he still felt uneasy and attempted to ask the last question. So if you are from another world, when did you arrive? Why did you come here? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Lanyu scratched his head in confusion and pondered for a long time before making a decision. I hope you can keep my secret, Zhang Lanyu said solemnly. He then lifted the transformation spell, revealing his true appearance. Lon Parker, the owner of Zhang Lanyu Literature Network, possessing multiple classic works by the age of 17, said Reed, immediately identifying Zhang Lanyu. Yes, it seems I chose this literary network's name rather casually. Zhang Lanyu is my real name, while Lon Parker is the name given to me 17 years ago when my Uncle Ben and Aunt May adopted me. As for why I came to your world, to be honest, it was an accident. I did not come willingly. Zhang Lanyu expressed his displeasure at this point, wishing he could avoid this whole situation. Not willingly. Are there many people like you who have come to our world? Fury tightened his grip on the information. Many. Well, I'm not really sure about that, but statistically speaking it should just be me. My original destination wasn't here, it's just that on the way. Right, there was a traffic jam, and I had to make an emergency landing due to insufficient energy. He felt quite speechless about his traffic jam incident. So you came to our world by accident. Have you thought about going back? Fury promptly asked. Going back? I wish I could, but the machine that brought me here was a one-time use, and it has self-destructed, so I can't. Wait, are you trying to trap me into talking? Seeing Fury's expression clearly showed disappointment after he mentioned the machine's self-destruction, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Hey agent, don't be so impressive. Please give me some privacy. Decide, do you want to see how you died? If you don't want to see, then forget it. Take me back. I'm very busy, Zhang Lanyu replied nonchalantly. I think it will be hard for you to go back. Remember, don't look at things you shouldn't know about. After warning him, Fury took out a device from his pocket. This will inject me with stimulants when my mental state goes awry. After explaining, Fury placed the device on the table and raised his hand, signaling Zhang Lanyu that he could begin anew. Zhang Lanyu first directed the sand to roll the device over to him, carefully tapped it, and then directly put it into his pocket. Consider this your consultation fee. Prepare a doctor for me and a set of clean clothes, as I may need them. I hope you can keep this secret until I wake up. This was not written by the sand, but was spoken by Zhang Lanyu, who then started to form hand seals. A doctor? Clothes? What do you mean? Before Fury could finish his question, he realized that Zhang Lanyu had vanished. He suddenly found himself in a car, his modified Chevrolet Suburban. Before him was a crossroads, and the light was red. Instinctively wanting to ask the in-car intelligence where he was, he realized he couldn't control his own body. In the midst of his thoughts, Fury's body spontaneously turned his head, and he saw 2 police officers in a patrol car staring at him. Want to see my driver's license? That was definitely his voice, Nick Fury's voice. The police car let out a ridiculous siren sound, and then drove off as the traffic light turned green. His body started the car leisurely, and barely 3 meters out, another police car sped in from the side, without any intention of slowing down, colliding directly into the side of the Chevrolet, pushing it right to the side of the lane. The patrol car that Fury had provoked also accelerated in reverse, blocking the front of the Chevrolet, and soon the rear and the now vacant right side were also blocked by police cars. This is a premeditated assassination. Fury, unable to control his body, made a direct conclusion. Several armored police vehicles sped in, coming to a steady stop beside the Chevrolet. Fully armed special forces poured out quickly, surrounding the Chevrolet. After a round of shooting attempts, they found it difficult to penetrate the Chevrolet's armor and brought over a breaching hammer from the police armored vehicle, fixing it beside the Chevrolet. Amidst Fury's calm demeanor, he first moved to the passenger seat, and then when the window was about one intact, activated the defense mechanism. A machine gun sprung up from beside the driver's seat, eliminating part of the enemies. After a round of shooting, the propulsion system finally connected, and the car sped away from the scene. Then a rather unfortunate scene occurred. This battle vehicle, carefully modified by Fury, had all systems damaged except for the air conditioning system. In the ensuing chase, Fury took down many of the pursuing enemies. Just when he thought he could escape, a disheveled man appeared before him, raising his gun and firing a magnetic bomb, which clung to the bottom of the Chevrolet due to its magnetism. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Chevrolet was flipped over, rolling for about 10 meters due to inertia before coming to a stop. Dazed Fury could only see the man walking towards the car. At this point, the scene shifted, and he found himself in a dimly lit room, facing a tense-looking man. Fury recognized him as Steve Rogers, the hero known as Captain America from World War II. Before he could examine closely, Fury heard the wall behind him shatter, and his uncontrollable body was pierced by multiple bullets, causing him immense pain. Then he fainted, and upon waking found himself not in that uncontrollable body, but instead in the emergency room, lying on the operating table. In front of the emergency room observation window, Fury could see the tense expressions of Steve, Hill, and Natasha as they discussed something. Finally, Fury witnessed himself declared dead after unsuccessful resuscitation, with the attending physician announcing the time of death, 1:03 a.m. Is that the scene you saw? Fury asked swiftly. What if I go and remove the air conditioning from the car right now? What do you think? What's wrong with you? As Fury spoke a few words, he immediately noticed that Zhonglan's complexion was extremely poor. The veins on his skin were bulging, twisted like earthworms, and his face was flushed red as if he had just exerted himself. At the moment Fury inquired, it seemed to trigger a critical point, and the bulging veins on Zhonglan's body burst open, sending a rain of blood splattering everywhere. Even Fury, who was sitting 4 to 5 meters away, was drenched in blood. Zhonglan struggled to raise his finger, pointing at the conference table, and then coughed out another mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, accurately drenching Fury once more. Fury recalled Zhonglan's earlier words about needing a doctor and clean clothes. He hurriedly pressed a button under the table. That was the alarm to notify. The doors to the conference room swung open, and Coulson was the first to rush, and pistol raised, nervously assessing the situation. Upon seeing Fury covered in blood and Zhonglan feigning unconsciousness, he instinctively fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. A quick 3-round burst accurately targeted Zhonglan's head, but unfortunately all the bullets were blocked by a sand shield, merely shaking Zhonglan from his chair. Seeing this, Fury took a large step to evade Coulson's gunfire before speaking. What are you doing, Coulson? Did I give you permission to shoot? And you all are not allowed to come in. Get out, all of you. Without waiting for Coulson to explain, he shouted for the waiting paramedics outside to come in. Zhonglan's earlier guess was correct. Fury had indeed only turned off the camera equipment while the recording devices were still on, and he had a device on him that allowed communication with the outside world through body movements. After calling for the paramedics, Fury seemed to remember something, took off his jacket, and swiftly walked over to Zhonglan, covering his head while wiping the words off the table. S.H.I.E.L.D. has Hydra infiltrators. Once 3 medical personnel entered, they quickly examined Zhonglan's body, all showing signs of discomfort. After several futile attempts, they could only announce to Fury that Zhonglan was already deceased. With a solemn expression, Fury sat at the table looking at Zhonglan's chest that showed no sign of movement, instructing Coulson to prepare a clean set of clothes for Zhonglan, while keeping the 3 medical personnel who had come into contact with him, closing the conference room door. What followed was a prolonged silence. Fury sat quietly at the table, seemingly deep in thought, while the 3 medical personnel who were asked to stay understood the purpose of their presence. It was merely to keep some secrets that they at their level should not know yet. As agents, even if they were logistics specialists, sometimes they faced even harsher realities. Meanwhile, Zhonglan was silently counting sheep. His body had just been exploded again by his own 8 gates of Duanjia. This was the 5th time since last night. In other words, by common reasoning, he should have died 5 times already. Perhaps due to the frequency of death, Zhonglan had become accustomed to thinking without the need for breath, feeling no hint of hypoxia. This was because at the moment his body died, he had briefly severed the connection between his soul and bodily nerves. He could still control his body, but temporarily felt no pain. To be honest, it felt a bit like a zombie returning. Thus he lay there silently counting sheep, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. It was unclear how long it lasted until Fury saw Zhonglan's chest rise and fall again, breaking the silence of the room. Fury stood up, drew his sidearm from its holster, disengaged the safety, and looked expressionlessly at the 3 medical personnel who appeared lifeless. Your families will receive a substantial death benefit, and you will be honored in remembrance buried under the American flag. Do you have any requests? I will do my best to accommodate you. The 3 medical personnel trembled in fear. Those who chose to be logistics specialists were mostly less exposed to combat, and now facing imminent death, they lacked even the courage to resist. Nick Fury waited quietly for a minute, his face showing no joy or sorrow. Finally, after the 3 medical personnel trembled and voiced their requests, he calmly fired 3 shots, accurately bursting their hearts, leaving them with complete corpses. The sudden gunfire startled Zhang Lan from his sleep. He shot up, tearing off Fury's jacket from his head, only to see the 3 medical personnel bleeding from their chests. They didn't have a system, nor did they possess any immortality skills. They were absolutely dead. What the hell? I just took a nap, and you killed 3. What's going on? Zhang Lan was stunned by the scene before him, not yet realizing that these 3 had died because of him. They came into contact with the you who had just died. We can't let anyone know of your existence, so in light of your value, this was deemed necessary. Fury's tone was very steady, devoid of any emotion. Zhang Lan, being an adult, now had read countless novels and watched numerous dramas in his past life. He instantly understood the cause and effect. His ability was prophecy. Due to certain reasons, he had temporarily died physically. The 3 medical personnel had contacted him during his death, and with the message left before dying about S.H.I.E.L.D. Having HYDRA infiltrators, it was impossible to guarantee that none of them were Hydra agents. Although Fury wasn't entirely certain whether Zhang Lan's ability was accurate, the fact that he had died and resurrected was enough for Fury to eliminate potential threats. Understanding the cause and effect, Zhang Lan looked with deep concern at the 3 on the floor, still bleeding, his expression quite strange. This was the second time he had encountered death after Uncle Ben, and it was still because of himself. His mood was extremely heavy. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to end in death, right? Even imprisonment would be better. Zhang Lan's face twitched as he said, "Can I know the addresses of their families? I want to provide some compensation for them. Imprisonment is not safe. As a logistics agent, I've long been aware of this. Their families will receive substantial death benefits. Disturbing them will only bring them danger. Well, okay. Consider my salary as death benefits for them." Zhang Lan finally made some compensations within his means. Then Zhang Lan used his transformation technique to revert to the appearance of Hu Ge, and the 2 switched to another conference room. The original room was doused in gasoline, and then incinerated, and after it completely disappeared, it was filled with cement. The internal claim was that the 3 were carrying a biochemical virus and attempted to attack Director Fury, resulting in them being shot on the spot. Of course, the necessary death benefits would still be issued by Fury. The deaths of the 3 had a significant impact on Zhang Lan, sparking some special thoughts in his mind, though they were quite chaotic, and perhaps even he wasn't fully aware. Even someone who has killed a few people wouldn't be as disheveled as Zhang Lan is right now. Without saying what is understood, Fury had 2 dinner portions sent over, a standard Chinese meal of 4 dishes, and a soup with unlimited rice. After a dazed meal, Zhang Lan finally managed to gather his thoughts and remembered the main task for tonight. "Thank you." Zhang Lan sincerely expressed his gratitude to Fury, thanking him not only for handling the situation, but also for quietly sharing a meal with him. A director doesn't usually have that kind of free time. "No need, you deserve this. Can we discuss matters now? This conference room is specially designed free from any metallic presence, so you can speak freely." Fury was still quite unaccustomed to communicating through written notes. It was not only slow, but also tiring. "Sure, what do you want to know? Go ahead and ask, then I will present my requests." Zhang Lan nodded, indicating there were no issues. "First, why did you suddenly explode and die? Is it related to the information you showed me?" Fury inquired. "Yes, you must understand how terrifying this talent is, but the price is also steep." Zhang Lan paused for a moment, formulating his words. "If I only know it myself and act in self-interest, I might gain something. However, if I tell others about the future, the more people who know, the greater the chance of changes to the future, and I will be crushed by the forces of fate." Zhang Lan articulated clearly and seriously. Fury silently took a sip of water. "It's like you telling me that I might die in the future, and if I know in advance I won't die? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, those who plan to kill me must have more important things to do, otherwise they wouldn't act so easily against me. My survival might prevent a major event that could occur in the future, so is that why you were attacked by an unknown force?" Fury cleverly connected the dots, and even provided an example, which relieved Zhang Lan from further explaining. "Yes, that's basically it. I have a vague feeling that if I tell you about your future, I will get hurt, but won't truly die, though I can recover. However, if you ask me to tell you who the Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D are, I first don't know, and secondly, I can sense that if I were to tell you the complete list, I might die before finishing my words." He added a condition so that he could use it as an excuse for matters he wished to avoid discussing in the future. "So regarding your death and resurrection, what is the story behind it?" Fury asked the most crucial question. To resurrect from the dead, if one could master this ability, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would become the strongest in the world because they are fearless of death. This is... Zhang hesitated, controlling a trickle of blood from his nose, before continuing. I can't explain the principle for now. I can only tell you that it's an energy system from my hometown. Occasionally, I see some cultivation methods within it and master them. Saying this, Zhang formed hand seals and released 3 shadow clone techniques. Fury curiously reached out to touch them, but it felt like touching air, and he passed right through. This is an rank ninja technique called Shadow Clone Jutsu, Zhang explained. It has no physical form if I were to describe it in physical terms. Shadow Clone Technique. As he spoke, Zhang released the Shadow Clone Technique again, summoning a shadow clone that then stepped forward to shake hands with Fury. Even with Fury's composure, he was quite surprised and continuously inquired about the characteristics of the shadow clone, while Zhang explained its pros and cons in detail. By mentioning the drawbacks, Zhang hoped that Fury could help him, and Fury did not disappoint. After pondering for a moment, he found a solution. Regarding the issue of mental fatigue, that's easy to solve. Our agents often have to work on missions, sometimes resting only 2 to 3 hours in a day, or even 3 to 4 days. Yet they remain mentally alert. This is due to the use of deep sleep agents, which allow for extremely deep sleep. An hour is equivalent to 3 hours of light sleep. However, the downside is that they cannot be aware of their surroundings. Zhang was very pleased with this. Being unaware of his surroundings was not an issue for him, as he could summon shadow clones for vigilance, while also engaging in other tasks, essentially giving him at least 24 hours of active time in a day. This agent is no problem. I can provide as much as you need. Even other conditions, as long as they are not excessive, I can agree on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you think? Fury suddenly appeared very generous. However, Zhang distinctly sensed the scent of conspiracy and immediately understood what Fury was plotting. You want to learn these ninja techniques, right? Just those abilities I just mentioned. Zhang replied directly, no problem at all. In fact, besides ninja techniques, we also have martial arts and illusion techniques to learn. However, the illusion technique I know is only the one I used on you earlier. Really? That's great, Lon. The U.S. government will remember your contributions, and I believe the president would be very willing to award you a medal. Despite his doubts about Zhang Lan's Fury praised him first. Zhang had no interest in such honorary medals and pragmatically began to state his demands. Alright, let me first state my conditions. First, you must help me capture the robber who killed my uncle. I want him alive and intact. This is simple and no problem. Fury agreed. Secondly, I need you to arrange for someone proficient in combat psychology and firearms for me to learn these things. Zhang continued to state his demands. This is simple. Many people in the Bureau are capable. Fury responded. I want a beautiful woman to teach someone with ample bosoms, golden hair, and enchanting eyes. That's all for now. Seeing Fury agree so easily, Zhang quickly added a few more conditions. Fury, having interacted with Zhang for a while, gradually figured out his temperament. In simple terms, his personality was not much different from an ordinary resident of Earth, so Fury tried to soften his serious demeanor, hoping to bridge the gap with Zhang. Upon hearing Zhang last request, he exaggeratedly laughed and stated that he would definitely arrange for the most beautiful and skilled single woman from S.H.I.E.L.D. to come, while also learning about ninja techniques from Zhang. Seeing Fury suddenly become so agreeable, Zhang was somewhat puzzled, comparing him to characters in movies, concluding that the king of agents could easily control his emotions. His usual expressionless demeanor must be his true face, Zhang thought. Not wanting to dwell on this, he immediately pulled Fury to start teaching the cultivation method of chakra. The first person he taught, Peter, learned it in just a few minutes. Now he wanted to see if Nick Fury, as an ordinary person, could learn it and how long it would take. The reality proved that ordinary people indeed found it very difficult to cultivate chakra. 3 hours had passed and Fury was still scratching his bald head, trying to understand. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Fury jumped up from the floor to answer the door like a student who had caught an opportunity to skip class. It was Agent Coulson, who, without glancing aside, whispered a few words to Fury and then left. Throughout the entire time, he did not linger a second in the room, truly a model of a disciplined agent. After closing the door, Fury casually turned to Zhang and asked, "The military just lost a fighter jet shot down by an unidentified flying object. Do you know anything about it?" A blatant probe. If it were anyone else, Zhang might not know, but Tony mentioned attending a banquet last night, and considering the time, he was unconscious along with the period of tormenting Nick Fury, it was easy to connect the dots to a certain plot. Was the report about a drone? Well, actually, it was a fighter jet that collided with Tony's Iron Man suit. According to ground traffic regulations, the pilot should be fully responsible for that incident. And also, I can know some future events, but only limited to random occurrences around me. If you ask me whether it will rain in Moscow tomorrow, I would need to check the weather forecast first. Okay, I understand. Fury confirmed without sincerity after receiving the information. The Iron Man suit. Is that the one that helped Tony escape from the robbers? Well, actually that was the MK1. The one currently worn is the improved MK2, which is slightly better than that clunky thing, and I won't answer any more of your questions. As Zhonglun spoke, a stream of nosebleed burst forth from his nostrils as he shattered the capillaries in his nose with chakra. It actually hurt quite a bit. Wow. Do you need a tissue? Fury thoughtfully handed him a tissue. Though I don't want to ask too much, I must first test the significance of your ability to S.H.I.E.L.D. before deciding how to arrange you in the future. So, Fury's meaning was very simple. If Zhonglun could only say such a little, then this ability would only serve to prevent major incidents for S.H.I.E.L.D. But if he could make predictive arrangements regarding events without intelligence, it would be much more useful. What Zhonglun wanted was to participate in every small matter and have a decisive say in major events. FUCKU vampire. Zhonglun muttered angrily. The beauty you send must satisfy me, or she will never learn anything useful. Send Coulson to Stark Industries, to that office of Obadiah, under the pretense of waiting for Pepper to confirm the reason behind Tony's abduction. Remember to wear more protective gear. As for the subsequent matters, even if you strip for me now, I won't say anything further. Zhonglun mentioned an arrangement that was originally supposed to happen in the plot, meaning Coulson would indirectly assist Pepper in escaping the scene, successfully delivering Obadiah's commercial evidence to the authorities, which would then lead to Obadiah panicking and attempting to steal the microarc reactor from Tony's chest. Fury shrugged non-committally. Having obtained a plan for experimentation was sufficient. Then, noticing Zhonglun's blood flowing more profusely, he curiously asked, "Do you often bleed this much? You wouldn't be anemic, would you? Do you need me to reserve some fresh blood for you? Keep it for yourself, vampire." Zhonglun replied indignantly, "Before meeting you, I could decide whether to open my mouth or not." After saying this, Zhonglun directly opened the door to leave, but was stopped by two agents. "Don't you want to see the effect? Arrange a helicopter for me along with a set of surveillance equipment, and then sit your big butt in front of the computer and observe properly." Zhonglun's tone was very rude, like a child forced to do chores. This attitude actually reassured Fury. After all, Zhonglun was still just a child. If Zhonglun could act calmly and adapt flexibly, Fury would have to reconsider Zhonglun's credibility. Fury provided Zhonglun with everything he needed. The surveillance device was a button replacing the one previously on Zhonglun's chest. Before leaving, he also went to the armory at the guard station, taking several M9 pistols, German MP5 submachine guns, and a few boxes of grenades, along with several boxes of preloaded magazines for the M9 and MP5, stopping only when the system space was full. The M9 pistol, with a 15-round detachable magazine, was rated as an F-class weapon by the System Combat Power 1 point. It is the standard pistol of the American police, which is sufficient for Zhonglun. As for why he didn't choose the Desert Eagle, that thing is too loud. The German MP5 submachine gun, abbreviated as MP5, has a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, rated as an E-class weapon by the System Combat Power 5 points. As for the grenades, Zhonglun didn't recognize the model, but that didn't affect the system's E-class rating. Their combat power was as high as 7 points. Let's grab a few boxes first. For Zhonglun, pistols and submachine guns are just supplementary attacks. They may be needed initially, but later on throwing a shuriken would be more useful than a pistol. As for grenades, they are essentially mini fireballs that don't consume chakra, so why not take them? The key point is that they are free. What? You told Zhonglun that travelers don't need technological weapons? Don't joke with me. Is there anything more useful than this at the beginning? Currently, Zhonglun's means of attack are too limited, and the Great Fireball is a significant consumption. Although he can control the chakra input, if the chakra input is low, it is not as good as a grenade. If the chakra input increases too much, one strike would leave Zhonglun exhausted. As for the others, it's better not to mention them. They are either supportive passive or self-destructive. Fury, who monitored everything, was astonished. The amount of ammunition Zhonglun took was close to the standard for 5 people, and the key was that he stored it in the system space, essentially at 0 weight. A human ammunition depot. Fury had added another definition to Zhonglun. After filling a cubic meter of system space, Zhonglun boarded the helicopter with his sand gourd, and Coulson did not accompany him this time, clearly dispatched by Fury to Stark Industries. He got off the helicopter not far from Tony's villa, and after sending the driver back, Zhonglun concealed himself outside the villa. As he was on the visitor list, there would be no alarm triggered, but J.R.V.I.S. would still notify Tony that Zhonglun had arrived. He happened to see Pepper Potts coming out of the villa, presumably on Tony's request to steal Obadiah's weapon trade list. Seeing that there was still some time before the required plot unfolded, Zhonglun took the opportunity to pull out the reward instant movement card he obtained from the previous bizarre mission. Name: Instant Movement. Category: Taijutsu. Rank D. Effect: concentrate chakra in the legs to burst forth, allowing high-speed movement towards a linear target for a distance of chakra 1 meter. Consumption: 110 chakra. Note: instant activation increases muscle burden, not recommended for continuous use. It's a simple yet practical martial art. According to the system's explanation, the skill level only represents the difficulty of learning and obtaining and has no direct correlation with the power or effect of the skill itself. And with a skill, repeated learning to a certain extent will manifest different special effects. Just like a grade super strength, it is certainly not as simple and quick as the body replacement technique in terms of escape. There are no weak skills, only weak users. Zhonglun slapped his forehead and directly learned this skill, then opened today's mysterious shop. The refreshed cards were completely different from yesterday's, including even S.H.I.E.L.D Flying Thunder God and S.H.I.E.L.D Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unfortunately, everything was in a dull gray-white. Clearly, even if Zhonglun had enough energy without the corresponding level of rule fragments, it would be useless, and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan surprisingly had a prerequisite: one must possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan to exchange it. Among the 10 cards, there was one that made Zhonglun's eyes blaze with fire, filled with an intense desire to exchange it. Name: Chakra Enhancement Card. Category: Item Card. Grade D. Effect: increases physical energy and mental strength by 1/10 of the grade limit. This is used to raise the chakra limit, which cannot exceed the grade limit. Consumption: single-use card. Note: this card increases with the number of exchanges made by the host. After a maximum of 10 exchanges, refreshing will raise the grade, but requires reactivation using rule fragments. It's quite easy to understand. Forward grade: first used grade rule fragments to unlock it. Each card increases the chakra limit by 1/10, which is 10 chakra, and with 10 cards the limit is reached. Then the chakra card will be upgraded to Crade, which requires Crade rule fragments for re-unlocking. With Zhonglun's current chakra limit of 94 points, just one card can reach 99 points, the grade limit. The extra 9 chakra cards can be used by others. It's simply miraculous. Now Zhonglun regrets, deeply wondering why he had so rashly exchanged for the fireball technique yesterday. Without chakra, is it still the fireball of the second Prince Sasuke? He grimaced in place, feeling heartbroken, and silently vowed to save money in the future so as not to be left empty-handed when other good cards appear. Cursed system, what kind of mysterious shop is this? Frustrated, he closed the mysterious shop and began to train his control over sand. This ability he had just grasped had a lot of room for development. At least in the anime, Gaara could fly while sitting on sand, whereas Zhonglun could barely lift himself up just to ease the impact of his fall, but it was not flying. A helicopter would be a great choice. During Zhonglun's nth attempt to shape letters with sand, he asked Fury if there were any insights about the cultivation of chakra as a means to retaliate against furious vampire behavior. Finally, something unusual happened. The sky had completely darkened, and a car was approaching from afar. Zhonglun had checked with S.H.I.E.L.D today, and it was indeed Obadiah's car. I must say, Tony is quite careless. Since he already suspected Obadiah, he still didn't remove him from the accessible list, allowing the car to freely enter the villa. He stood up and brushed off the dirt on his clothes, then walked towards the villa at a leisurely pace. He had no intention of stopping Obadiah from taking the mini-arc reactor, otherwise where would he find a boss to fight? So Zhonglun made a beeline for the garage entrance, which connected to the underground laboratory, and conveniently, he had access rights to the basement. He easily found the nostalgic mini-arc reactor that Tony had used for experimentation yesterday, picked it up, and sat silently on the nearby sofa waiting. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhonglun approached the laboratory elevator, which connected to Tony's bedroom. It was just 2 floors and he arrived quickly. When the elevator door opened, he saw Tony sitting dazedly on the sofa. Zhonglun walked slowly to Tony's side, noticing his face was extremely pale, with a large area of his white shirt soaked through. Tony looked at Zhonglun with surprise, his body still numb, only able to signal desperately with his eyes. Seeing this, Zhonglun couldn't help but mourn for his friend for a second, then took out his phone. Ignoring Tony's furious glare, he snapped a few photos before pulling out the nostalgic mini-arc reactor. "Are you looking for this?" Zhonglun teased. "You were going to throw it away back, then you should thank Pepper for her nostalgia." After saying that he didn't tease Tony anymore, delaying further could really lead to trouble. He helped Tony replace the old mini-arc reactor and then sat beside him. "You say since you suspect Obadiah, why didn't you remove him from the accessible list? Also, when he came, didn't J.R.V.I.S. notify you of Obadiah's visit?" "Blue Mr. Stark did not set up a visit notification feature," came the response, not from the still stiff Tony, but from the intelligent machine butler J.R.V.I.S. From this, Zhonglun finally understood why Obadiah could stealthily ambush Tony in the movie. Even the wisest can make mistakes. Once Tony regained his ability to move, he immediately grabbed Zhonglun and inquired about Pepper's whereabouts, appearing very anxious. Before Zhonglun could respond, a voice from the door called out to Tony. Hey, Rhodey, to the basement, we need to go down now, Zhonglon shouted loudly, then supported Tony as they walked toward the elevator. I think you need your Iron Man suit, do you mind if I hitch a ride? As the elevator doors opened, Rhodey rushed over from the opposite side, nervously asking about Tony's condition. Rhodey, Tony, are you okay? Tony, where's Pepper? Rhodey, she's fine, she's with 10 agents and on her way to capture Obadiah. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression turned extremely tense. They won't have enough manpower. Meanwhile, in the Stark Industries research lab below, Pepper was leading 10 agents, including Coulson, to apprehend Obadiah, but their access card wouldn't work. Coulson pulled out a bomb preparing to break in, and he and Pepper stepped back a few paces, coolly facing the door with arms crossed. The instant the bomb exploded was quite charming. During this time, Tony, with the help of J.R.V.I.S. mechanical arms, was just about to get suited up in the Iron Man suit Mk2. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Rhodey sincerely praised seeing the Iron Man suit for the first time. It's alright, let's split up and act. Tony replied calmly, showcasing a palm cannon that blasted the blue sports car he had previously wrecked several meters away. A blatant display of extravagance. Do you need me to do anything? Rhodey asked. Clear the skies of all aircraft. Tony coolly closed his helmet, and the electronic mechanical voice came through. Blue, are you really ready to go with me? Of course you know my abilities. I can at least protect Pepper. Zhonglon didn't dismiss it. How could he not fight the boss? Upon hearing this, Tony shyly hugged Zhonglon and said, hold tight, before accelerating and bursting through the ceiling. He needed to rush. Ah, damn you, Tony, why not take the road? The entire sky echoed with Zhonglon's wailing. Meanwhile, Rhodey in the garage looked enviously at the hole in the ceiling, his eyes filled with extreme desire. He turned back to gaze at the unfinished Iron Man suit, swallowing hard after a few seconds of contemplation. He'll come back next time. He then drove away in his car. In the sky, Zhonglon experienced what it meant to fly at high speed. With his body moving so fast, he felt like he couldn't breathe at all. If not for the layer of sand he had attached to his body beforehand, he would have been scratched by the fierce air pressure. In the drama, they can run outside flying planes. Are you okay, Blue? Tony asked with some concern. I can hold on, don't worry, Zhonglon shouted weakly. The wind was too strong, and he instinctively raised his voice. That's good, I'm going to accelerate now. Tony reassuringly said something that shocked Zhonglon. Fuck. Zhonglon's miserable screams echoed in the Los Angeles sky. Dramas are all lies. Where's the simple operation they promised? Due to Zhonglon's uniqueness, only Fury was responsible for monitoring this time. He was now exceptionally happy watching Zhonglon's screams, as all the frustration from being teased by Zhonglon earlier had vanished. In the solitude, he could finally shed his facade and be his true self. The villainous boss Obadiah, clad in an oversized iron suit, rampaged through the laboratory, while 10 well-trained agents stood no chance against the overwhelming power of the armor. The pitiful power of the standard M9 pistol left only a small dent on the iron suit, failing to pose any threat to Obadiah inside. Pepper Potts had also made her way to the ground, standing in the open space in front of the building, frantically talking on the phone with Tony, incoherently reporting the situation at the scene. Just as Tony urged her to leave, a violent crash resonated from the floor behind Pepper, creating a massive pit through which Obadiah's enormous iron form emerged. Pepper was evidently terrified, frozen in place, as she watched Obadiah crawl out of the hole, aiming the 6-barrel machine gun mounted on his right hand at her, forgetting to escape. Could the heroine perish just like that? Of course. The 6-barrel machine gun had already begun to spin, and with just a brief second of warming up, Pepper would be torn apart by a metal storm. According to the original script, Tony should have yelled to attract Obadiah's attention, but as he carried Zhonglon while flying, his speed was slightly hindered, and he appeared unable to arrive in time. As a burden, Zhonglon finally played his role. Halfway through, he took out the Odin's sacred armor and successfully donned it. The outer layer emitted a thin energy shield which was quite fragile, likely unable to withstand a handgun, but it could disperse the pressure from attacks. Thus, Zhonglon was fortunate enough to witness Obadiah aiming his gun at Pepper and, disregarding whether his fingers were stronger than the iron suit, initiated a 1,000-year kill. In an instant, Zhonglon teleported behind Obadiah, thrusting his fingers forward with all his might, while kicking fiercely at Obadiah's elbow. At the critical moment, Obadiah barely managed to lift his arm along with the 6-barrel machine gun, narrowly saving Pepper's life. The cost of this act was that both of Zhonglon's fingers were completely twisted and broken, proving that the hardness of his finger bones was far inferior to that of Obadiah's iron suit. Obadiah, clearly unaware of the sudden presence behind him, thought he had accidentally triggered something. As he adjusted the position of the 6-barrel machine gun, he was struck by Iron Man Tony, who showed no signs of slowing down. The impact of the sonic speed collision was no joke. The two crashed through the floor, penetrated the underground laboratory, broke through the basement's outer wall, and rolled onto a bridge beside the factory, finally dropping onto the road after crashing through the cargo area of a large truck. Dazed from the spinning, neither of them stood up, immediately experiencing a brief moment of dizziness, as a car unable to evade was sent flying by Obadiah's powerful slap. After a moment, Obadiah was the first to rise, casually picking up an Acura parked beside him amidst the terrified screams of a mother and daughter inside the car, and walked towards Tony. "I really love this outfit," Obadiah exclaimed excitedly. "Put them down." Tony was more concerned about the people in the car. "They brought this on themselves, Tony," Obadiah said nonchalantly. Seeing this, Tony abandoned charging his palm cannon and redirected the energy to his chest. Before Obadiah could react, a powerful energy blast sent him flying, barely allowing Tony to catch the Acura that was losing its support. However, the female driver was evidently terrified, flooring the accelerator. Just as the Acura landed, she sped off with Tony in tow, who couldn't grasp the smooth hood and slipped underneath, getting run over by the Acura. He even got his head caught at the rear of the car. Tony hurriedly pushed the vehicle up to free himself. Sometimes being kind backfires. After this brief delay, Obadiah, who had been sent flying by Tony, ignited one point after another, rushing towards Tony and grabbing a motorcycle that sped between the two. The battle was intense in front of the Stark Industries research building, while Zhang Lan was in pain, shaking his fingers, hoping to realign his dislocated finger joints, which made the wounds throb even more. Pepper nearby could only scream, having failed to respond when Zhang Lan asked her to help realign his bones. Amidst the chaos, a figure shot up from the bottom of the building, soaring towards the sky, with Obadiah's seemingly bulky armor following closely behind, evidently possessing flight capabilities that had been significantly enhanced, otherwise its heavy mass could not match Tony's speed. Seeing this, Zhang Lan, still in pain, gritted his teeth, placed his palm on the floor, aimed carefully, and stomped down hard. As if hearing a crack of bones, the position of his fingers was forcibly corrected, causing him to grimace in pain, biting his teeth and holding back his cries. Pepper beside him gasped in shock. Then with another hand, he stomped down hard again. Having simply corrected the joints of his fingers, Zhang Lan slowly formed hand seals. It was too painful, and he couldn't speed up. At the same time, he looked up at the two flames in the sky heading towards the building directly below them. "Pepper, take him to the central control room now." "Who?" "There's no one else here," Pepper replied, puzzled, calling out to Zhang Lan's back. In English, he and she are different words. Zhang Lan offered no explanation as his ninjutsu was about to be unleashed. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke dispersed, and two Zhang Lans appeared simultaneously, with one clone remaining while the original leaped forward towards the battlefield. Normally, Zhang Lan would not have been able to leap across buildings. He was using the instant body technique to travel. The larger flame in the sky had already extinguished, clearly indicating that Obadiah had not resolved the issue of the Iron Man suit freezing at high altitude. The other flame flickered intermittently, and Tony's energy was running low. After struggling to descend onto the rooftop, he immediately connected with Pepper's voice. "Tony, are you alright?" Pepper replied with concern. "I'm about out of energy. Oh, I need to take off the suit and head over now." "No, Tony." The clone nearby snatched Pepper's earpiece, saying, "Don't take off the suit. Obadiah is still alive." Clearly, it was too late. Tony had already removed the exoskeleton from his left arm, pausing at the mention just as Obadiah landed beside him. Obadiah raised his right fist and aimed a punch at Tony, who had yet to react, barely managing to turn around. Fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball flew in from the side, hitting Obadiah's right arm armor before he could strike Tony. With a slight explosion, it deflected his attack slightly off course, merely grazing Tony and sending him flying a few meters. Zhang Lan quickly followed, running towards Tony. Below, the shadow clone had already activated all the circuit switches, causing the reactor to overload, then urged Pepper to leave first. "Tony, get me off the rooftop now. The reactor below is going to explode." Zhang Lan whispered beside Tony's helmet, wary of Obadiah overhearing. Upon hearing this, Tony did not leave immediately. Instead, he spoke into his earpiece, confirming Pepper's safety. A figure of Zhang Lan appeared in his earpiece, and Tony shot a curious glance at Zhang Lan beside him, still unaware of the existence of shadow clones. At this moment, Zhang Lan endured the pain and finished forming the seal, channeling all of his remaining chakra. The previous fireball technique consumed 30 points of Zhang Lan's chakra, while this one only required 13. Unfortunately, half of his shadow clone's chakra had been diverted, leaving him with so little. This fireball was aimed at Obadiah's calf, successfully knocking him to the ground. "Aren't you leaving yet? If you don't hurry, it will be too late." "I have no energy left," Zhang Lan shouted anxiously at Tony, who was still in a daze. Although Tony didn't recognize the term chakra, he understood the concept of energy. While shouting, Zhang Lan was not idle. He retrieved a grenade from the system space, raising it in his left hand, while using his right hand to pull the pin, which was conveniently caught by his left hand before he threw it directly. Having confirmed Pepper's safety, Tony immediately picked up Zhang Lan and soared into the sky. Before taking off, due to the convenience of the system space, Zhang Lan had already thrown out 10 grenades. The 10 grenades exploded one after another, their power significantly weaker than the previous fireball, made with 30 points of chakra. However, due to their sheer number, they successfully delayed Obadiah's attempts to rise. Press the button, quickly press the button. Zhang screamed in Tony's arms. Tony, somewhat confused, asked, press what button? This question was clearly heard by the shadow clone connected via phone, who promptly pressed the main control button in their hand. Immediately, the reactor sparked with electricity, sending an energy wave soaring into the sky, directly striking Obadiah, who was still struggling to get up. Now he no longer had to consider the issue of getting up. The overload of electric energy in the energy beam scorched all his life functions, leaving him incapacitated. Suspended in the air, Tony watched the energy column connecting to the sky, sorrowfully clicking his tongue. That was his property. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that his power was insufficient. Zhang and Tony tragically plummeted to the ground. Fortunately, Tony was protected by his steel armor. His left hand, which was not armored, was tightly shielded by Zhang against his chest, desperately extracting the last bit of chakra for protection, so he was lucky to only suffer a fracture. Zhang, however, was not so fortunate, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Although he was not dead, if all bodily functions, including his brain, muscles, and internal organs, were destroyed, Zhang would still be unable to accept external information. This was the 5th time he had died in a short period. It must be said that the immortal bloodline Zhang once despised had played an incredibly strong role. The only silver lining was that just before losing consciousness, Zhang heard the system notification. Ding, the host has successfully killed the villain Obadiah, Stain, acquiring Clevel Rule Fragment 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the achievement first kill of a BOSS reward difficulty adjustment dice card 1. Then there was an oppressive silence. Zhang had long since become accustomed to waking up in bed. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a fiery brown-red view belonging to a beautiful girl in a snug outfit that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, with the zipper at her chest not fully closed, revealing a deep cleavage. Most importantly, this sexy darling was someone Zhang unfortunately recognized, the infamous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha was seen peeling an apple with an unknown dagger. The reason Zhang did not consider it a fruit knife was that he believed fruit knives did not have a blood groove. While he was observing Natasha, she noticed Zhang waking up. Her green eyes added a unique charm, making Zhang unable to hold her gaze for more than 5 seconds. Lan, you're awake. Hello, I'm Natasha Romanoff. You can call me Natasha. Natasha's voice was magnetic. Director Fury asked me to wait for you here. Additionally, I will be your combat instructor from now on. Wow, Natasha, I certainly know who you are, Zhang replied somewhat nervously. So did the vampire tell you all this? Vampire? Director Fury. Natasha was somewhat surprised by Zhang term for Fury. That is rather fitting. Director Fury also mentioned that I need to teach you some things, but did not specify what. Is that so? Do you think so too? Zhang sat up, looking around as he felt a bit hungry. By the way, did he tell you about my identity? Zhang, right. Director Fury informed me that your identity is rather special and does not have a physical file. It was only verbally conveyed to me. Natasha alleviated Zhang concerns. Zhang scanned the room, finding no food. The only available item was the apple in Natasha's hand, but he glanced at her dagger and the blood groove on it. You said you would follow me for lessons. Zhang confirmed again. Yes, Natasha gently brushed aside her messy bangs. Actually, I will also teach you combat techniques. Zhang nodded upon hearing this. Since he would be learning from her afterward, there was no need to conceal certain abilities. Resolute, he retrieved a large piece of dark chocolate from the system space and began to devour it. Zhang asked, how long was I unconscious? I feel like I'm starving. Natasha responded, I arrived here at 10:30 last night. It is now 11:30 the next morning. Your strange sand left the doctors helpless, Natasha remarked, not surprised by Zhang ability to take out items, clearly having been informed in advance. As Zhang was enjoying his meal, the door to the room was pushed open, revealing Fury, who was holding a tray. Hey, vampire. What delicious food did you bring me? Zhang casually asked, showing no fear of Fury. After all, who doesn't have a bit of a temper? It's Chinese food, Fury replied darkly. You can call me Fury or Director Fury. All right, vampire. Zhang accepted the tray and placed it on the dining table by the hospital bed, excitedly digging in. Fury's face visibly darkened, nearly overshadowing his original complexion, but he could do nothing about Zhang. You made quite a racket last night. Currently, Tony is holding a press conference and Coulson is over there already prepared the evidence. You were on Tony's vacation island last night with 50 witnesses, and the Stark Industries reactor explosion was due to a robot malfunction. Obadiah was killed in an accident while trying to negotiate exclusivity. Hearing this arrangement, which was almost identical to that in the movies, Zhang stuffed food into his mouth, not bothering to respond, though the disdainful look in his eyes completely betrayed his thoughts. What's wrong? Don't you think this explanation sounds good, Lan? It was arranged by Coulson, Fury said. Zhang did not answer immediately, but focused on chewing and swallowing the food in his mouth before retorting, the excuse is good and the response is quick. However, do you think someone as arrogant as Tony would stick to a script? Fury couldn't retort, already sensing an ominous premonition. He frowned and turned on the television in the room connecting to the live feed from the reporters present. The screen flickered, revealing a woman's voice. A woman was seen sitting in the front row, a striking beauty, whom Zhang Lan recognized Christine, the reporter who had slept with Tony. Christine asked, "Do you think we would believe that one of your bodyguards miraculously appeared in you?" "I know this sounds suspicious. You can certainly question the official statement, but do not imply that I am a superhero," Tony replied. "I never said you were a superhero," Christine interjected. On screen, Tony seemed momentarily taken aback and asked incredulously, "Didn't I? This indeed feels a bit sci-fi." Tony continued, "I am not suited to be a superhero, who I have so many personality flaws and have caused everyone so much trouble." Nearby, Rhodey, seeing that Tony was about to go on a lengthy monologue, stepped forward to whisper something, clearly reminding him to stick to the script. "The actual situation is..." Tony began raising the paper in his hand, which was the script. After reading a short line, he stopped, contemplating something, clearly engaged in an internal struggle, making a decision. Ultimately, under Fury's increasingly dark expression, the astonished reporters and Christina's incredulous look, Tony uttered the final sentence of the press conference. "I am Iron Man." As Tony's words dropped and the deep-sea bomb was thrown, the shock was palpable on the other side of the television, prompting Fury to grimly turn off the screen. It was indeed a challenge for him. His skin was already dark, yet his complexion seemed to darken even further. "Well, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Zhang Lan on this side simply filled his stomach and was operating the system, fortunate that the chakra enhancement card D was still available. Zhang Lan directly dismantled the grade rule fragment contributed by Obadiah into 3 grade rule fragments, then activated his permissions and purchased 10 cards. 11 notification sounds echoed in succession, deducting a total of 1 grade rule fragment and 550 energy points. Fury's face darkened. "Lan, I really didn't expect this situation, but it might not be a bad opportunity for Tony to resolve some issues which will benefit S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hey vampire, don't deceive yourself, okay?" Zhang Lan interrupted Fury's lengthy discourse, making a gesture as if to rub his forehead. "Is Tony going to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. for free? What will you use to pay? Besides, he is not Captain America." Zhang Lan implied that Tony would not obediently follow orders like a soldier. Ding, using chakra enhancement card D1, enhancing to 99 chakra. B, post chakra has reached the grade limit, please break through or use chakra enhancement card C. You and Natasha should have met already, right? Natasha definitely meets your requirements. As for the other person, once you return to New York City, Natasha will take you there." Fury, who was on one side, heard Zhang Lan's words and left with a sour expression. "Oh, the director is very impressive, isn't he? I won't let you off that easily." Zhang Lan still harbored resentment for being forced to cough up blood. It was not until this moment that Natasha, who had been silent, spoke up. "Lan, you don't seem very afraid of Director Fury." Natasha asked tentatively. You mean the vampire? He's actually quite easy to get along with." Zhang Lan replied cheerfully. "So Natasha, I'm heading over to Tony's place. Do you want to come along?" After saying that, Zhang Lan jumped off the bed and began searching for his shoes. Natasha said, "My task for the time being is to follow you until I've learned what you wish to teach me and feel that I've acquired enough from you before moving on to the next mission. So it seems your current task might take a while. Consider it a vacation, Natasha." Zhang Lan searched helplessly for his shoes, but found none. He had no choice but to check his system space for any stock, pulling out a bunch of handguns and grenades, still not finding any shoes. Reluctantly, he put on the hospital gown and dragged his slippers outside. "Lan, will you teach me that weapon storage ability?" Natasha followed behind Zhang Lan, eyeing his system space with envy. "Well, this was a gift from a troublesome guy. I don't really know the principle. Once I figure it out, I'll teach you." Los Angeles, Malibu Street, inside Tony's seaside villa. "Hey Lan, I knew you would be fine." As Zhang Lan entered after using his transformation technique, he was greeted by a warm embrace from Tony. "Thank you for protecting my hand that day. Otherwise I'd have to consider hiring a personal assistant." Pepper also approached with a smile, her face rosy. "Lan, thank you for that day. Your fingers are okay, right?" "I'm fine, don't worry, I'm tough." Zhang Lan recalled with a slight headache. "Tony, I saw your press conference today. It's a shame about Coulson. He'll be in trouble again when he returns." "Oh, wasn't it impressive?" Who is this beautiful lady?" Tony stared blankly at Natasha. Natasha Romanoff, you better rein in those eyes of yours. Pepper is getting angry." Zhang Lan glanced at Tony's expression, resembling his behavior in Iron Man 2, looking quite foolish. On the side, Pepper felt embarrassed hearing Zhang Lan's teasing and smiled awkwardly, saying nothing more. She was well aware of Tony's flirtatious nature. "Oh, Lan, your outfit that day was really stylish. Did you make it yourself?" Tony quickly changed the subject. "Hello, Natasha, I'm Tony. Would you be interested in working for me? Sorry for the time being, you'll be staying by Lan's side. Miss Potts is a perfect fit for you." Natasha's expression was stern, showing no humor towards Tony. Tony, not bothered by the rejection, had Pepper greet Natasha before pulling Zhang Lan aside. Lan, is this your assistant, or? If it's an assistant, let me have her. I'll help you recruit 10 for free. Zhang Lan replied, 10 better than her. Deal. Lan, is there something you need today? Zhang Lan smiled, realizing that Tony, usually so sharp-tongued, seemed unusually weak today. There might be women better than Natasha, but finding 10, that's quite difficult. I'm here to say goodbye. Do I need to go back? My 2 younger brothers are still waiting for me, and there's a troublesome guy I need to deal with. As he spoke, a trace of killing intent flashed in Zhang Lan's eyes. Did you catch him? Tony asked, surprised. I had him caught, but was robbed. Was it your people? Doing a good deed without leaving a name isn't Tony's style. Zhang Lan felt quite moved upon hearing this. He initially approached Tony for the space program quota, but unexpectedly found that Tony had already regarded him as a true friend. Well, since you didn't catch the person, I can't acknowledge that favor. How about this? You give me your private jet as compensation. Zhang Lan joked. Bring your assistant, and he'll trade. Tony's gaze was still fixated on Natasha. Zhang Lan, seeing this, helplessly stepped to the side to block Tony's view. Tony, the old way, I'll give you a piece of information, and your private jet is temporarily mine. Zhang Lan proposed a trade condition. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Tony was quite curious about Zhang Lan's information. That little device on your chest. Zhang Lan pointed at the reactor on Tony's chest. The primary material used is palladium, and that thing is not edible. Tony's expression turned tense as he glanced at Pepper and lowered his voice slightly. Hey, the plane is at the airport. I'll authorize you, but for now, don't let Pepper know about this. Zhang Lan had originally intended to hint at Tony about the new element, but since he was interrupted and achieved his purpose, he decided not to mention it. The reason he needed to borrow Tony's private jet was primarily that his sand gourd was too conspicuous and couldn't be taken on a plane, but traveling by ground was too slow, so he focused on Tony's private jet. Using chakra to cultivate sand is a long-term endeavor, and he needed to plan for the future. After settling things with Tony, Zhang Lan was about to leave when Tony invited him to stay for lunch. To his surprise, Natasha was not only world-class in figure and combat skills, but also excelled in cooking, busily working in the open kitchen with Pepper. Tony pretended to browse something on his tablet, but his eyes were consistently on Natasha, even asking for the abbreviation of her name. Zhang Lan, feeling unproductive, couldn't cook Western cuisine at all, and could only manage Chinese food, so he decided not to intrude. In his leisure, Zhang Lan took out the chakra enhancement card D from his system space. Stacking 9 cards felt quite satisfying, but since his chakra had already reached the grade maximum, he had to consider whom to use them on. In thought, Zhang Lan put away the chakra enhancement cards and then took out a small dice, which was no ordinary die, but a difficulty adjustment dice card awarded after completing the first achievement. Name: difficulty adjustment dice card. Category: item card. Rank: none. Effect: the die has 6 sides numbered 10, 5, 1, 1, 5, 10A, and rolling the die will adjust the entire world's difficulty to the side facing up. Note: if a 10 is rolled, one could find rule fragments even while walking, but if a 10 is rolled, I hope the next host of the system is a person of good character. From Obadiah, I can see that being well-versed in the plot makes it easy for me to claim boss kills. Simple dungeons are meaningless. So I ask, who else is there? Who else is there? Should I seek out something thrilling? Zhang Lan played with the die in his hand, feeling the need to increase the difficulty. After all, Obadiah was really too easy, and he only yielded a crate rule fragment, which was too simple. In thought, Zhang Lan decided to put away the die. Oh, it's better not to play with fire. Just as Zhang Lan made this decision, a hand clapped down on his left hand, holding the die from behind, and as the owner of the hand posed no threat to Zhang Lan, the sand did not intervene. The die slipped from his hand. As Tony's voice rang out, the tablet's screen obscured Zhang Lan's view. It was a photo shoot featuring Natasha in black lingerie. Honestly, it was incredibly sexy and alluring, momentarily diverting Zhang Lan's gaze. Finally, mustering all his willpower, he pushed the tablet aside and looked down at the ground. Not bad. Zhang Lan successfully caught the dice with sand before they landed, and the scare turned out to be unnecessary. Then Zhang Lan happily began discussing Natasha's figure with Tony. To be fair, Natasha's physique was extraordinary, especially her unique green eyes, which nearly captivated Tony's soul. Time flew by during their discussion. Natasha was not only beautiful on the outside, but also possessed an inner charm. Her Western cuisine was exceptionally delicious, making Tony increasingly desire to have Natasha. Unfortunately, with Natasha's exposure, the undercover mission in Iron Man 2 would likely require a new recruit. Tony could forget about having an assistant like Natasha. Pepper was truly his perfect match. After satisfying his cravings, Tony issued a challenge to Zhang Lan. In Tony's mind, Zhang Lan was unlikely to die, so it was a good opportunity to practice the synergy between Tony and the iron armor. Are you crazy? Zhang Lan was infuriated upon hearing Tony's reasoning. It's true I want die, but it will hurt. It will hurt. Do you know how painfully intense it can be? And if I get seriously hurt, I could really die. So are you refusing then? Tony leaned back to avoid the spray of Zhang Lan's words. Zhang Lan, of course. System, beep, random task, issued the hero's challenge. System, beep task has been actively accepted. Zhonglan. The hero's challenge. As the host of the system, how can one fear challenges? Courageously accept the challenge and defeat the opponent. Zhonglan's heart was in turmoil. What was wrong with this system? Why did it impose a mandatory task on him? He could only accept Tony's challenge with a pained expression. In the open space outside the villa, Zhonglan and the already dressed Tony stood face to face with Zhonglan still preparing. Looking at the data provided by the system about Tony, Zhonglan felt a wave of frustration. Name Tony Stark Mk2. Skill Iron Suit 2 Malawian Quatches. Status Mild Palladium Poisoning. Overall ability C Combat Value 247. Overall evaluation a technological creation focusing on physical attacks and defense with weak mental defenses. Zhonglan silently took out a healing card, E to replenish his combat value to 99 points. Opening the mysterious shop, he reluctantly activated the Earth Escape Heart Decapitation technique. His fingers moved swiftly, purchasing 10 cards and consuming them. Name Earth Escape Heart Decapitation technique. Category Skill Card. Rank D10. Using class rules, fragments can evolve this skill to class. Effect temporarily gain the ability to move through the earth and grant the first enemy touched by both hands a similar ability, allowing them to be drawn into the earth. Consumption 1 chakra second. Note, if you have enough chakra, you can also use this ninjutsu to penetrate the earth all the way to the earth's core, but please note that this ninjutsu can only allow you to traverse earth element substances. This Earth Escape technique successfully added 7 combat points to Zhonglan. After making his final efforts, facing a difference of 141 combat points, Zhonglan turned back to Natasha with a face full of despair. Natasha, this is what I need to teach you later. Pay close attention and afterwards take me straight to the private plane so we can fly back to New York when I recover. After saying that, Zhonglan took out the Odin sacred garment and placed it on his forehead. A dazzling blue light flashed, completing his outfit. He then waved his hand to store most of the sand in the system space, leaving just enough behind, as the sand was too slow to keep up with Tony's pace. Having completed the first achievement task, the system space now measured 2 cubic meters. Are you ready? Tony, cracking his knuckles across from him, eagerly asked in his metallic voice. Zhonglan did not respond. For this instigator, he only wanted to give him a good beating to complete the task. But how to complete it? The greatest bug, the Millennium Kill, was thoroughly countered by titanium alloy. As his fingers transformed, a white smoke flashed by, and Zhonglan charged straight at Tony, without any apparent change. Tony clearly didn't understand Zhonglan's thought process. With a small power palm cannon, he aimed to blast Zhonglan away. The palm cannon passed straight through Zhonglan, leaving a small pit in the ground behind him. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Tony, clearly unaware of the existence of the Shadow Clone Technique, noticed the ground beneath him had vanished and the entire armor sank underground. Zhonglan emerged from the dirt in front of Tony with a cheeky smile, the ground showing no signs of damage. Earth Escape Heart Decapitation Technique. Zhonglan, emerging, did not think he had won. Holding an MP5 submachine gun in both hands, he unleashed a barrage at the exposed iron helmet of Tony. The pitiful power of the MP5 submachine gun couldn't even leave a white mark, but its continuous impact successfully angered Tony. This ability is quite impressive, but it's still not enough. Suddenly, Tony shot up from the ground, activating all the thrusters beneath his feet and rocketed into the sky. Those were the grenades that Zhonglan had connected with chakra threads, 20 in total, with the pins stuck in the dirt. As Tony burst out of the earth, the pins were pulled. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of explosions, the shock waves disrupted Tony's balance, sending him uncontrollably crashing to the ground, kicking up dust. Don't be fooled by Tony's dirty appearance. The only result of Zhonglan's tactic was to blow off the paint on MK2's legs, revealing the original silver metallic sheen. Damn, how am I supposed to play now? Zhonglan swore directly. While Zhonglan was complaining, Tony, instead of standing up, lit up on the ground, and the thrusters beneath him propelled him forward. Zhonglan felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could react was struck by a tremendous force at his waist, sent flying by Tony's direct tackle. The force made him tumble through the air, barely managing to stop at the edge of the cliff. Tony's villa was by the sea. If an ordinary person were thrown down, it would be quite difficult to return. Zhonglan clutched his stomach, kneeling at the cliff edge, grimacing. The impact had left him somewhat incapacitated. He was in immense pain. Meanwhile, Tony soared into the air, charging towards Zhonglan. He did not take the opportunity to fire missiles. After all, in Tony's mind, this was merely a spar. However, Zhonglan didn't think so. Seeing Tony approach, he pondered for a moment and made a move that left Pepper, who was watching from inside the villa through Tony's perspective, gasping in surprise. He directly flipped over and jumped off the cliff. Tony was startled by this and immediately sped up, rushing towards Zhonglan, clearly intending to catch him. The ocean below was not a pleasant place to fall. However, as Tony leaped off the cliff, he searched for Zhonglan, but couldn't find him. Just then J.R.V.I.S. warned him of a high-temperature reaction approaching from behind. Without thinking, Tony directly increased the energy input to his thrusters, his body shooting up sharply to narrowly evade a fiery red sphere. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Tony J. R. V. I. S. What is the temperature of that fireball? J. R. V. I. S. Sir, according to scans, the center of the sphere is nearly 600 degrees Celsius. Prolonged contact could melt the Mk2's outer armor, and the core is highly unstable with potential for explosion upon impact with external objects. The conversation between Tony and J. R. V. I. S. was naturally heard by Natasha and Pepper, who were sharing Tony's perspective. Pepper was merely astonished, while Natasha felt a surge of excitement within. Is this the ability she was about to learn? Can she really master it? On the battlefield, while Tony briefly inquired about J. R. V. I. S., he adjusted his body to turn around. He saw Zhonglun standing against the cliff wall, violating Newton's laws nearly parallel to the ocean surface. How did you do that? Tony asked, puzzled. Want to know? Then come and beat me. Zhonglun grinned, and then his figure flickered astonishingly, running toward the ocean on the smooth cliff. Tony also set aside his underestimation of Zhonglun, following him toward the ocean. His curiosity about Zhonglun's actions sparked his competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Zhonglun, filled with excitement, had just received 2 system notifications, giving him a glimmer of confidence where he previously felt hopeless. System, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the unactivated Sharingan Onetamo during the mission. Name Lilianhua. Category Taijutsu. Rank B. Effect, a high-level taijutsu that can only be unleashed after opening the injury gate, which allows one to release bodily restrictions. It enables the user to fly through the air and entangle enemies with bandages for high-speed continuous attacks, ultimately striking the opponent down to the ground. Consumption, a large amount of bodily energy. Note excessive use will cause an overload on the body, potentially leading to sudden death from overconsumption of bodily energy. Name Sharingan Onetamo Inside Eye. Category Bloodline Limit. Rank C. Introduction, the Onetamo is also known as the Inside Eye, which significantly enhances the dynamic vision of the human body. It is known as the Eye of the Sage. With a strong spirit, it can evolve, and when combined with the Sage body, it can evolve into the Rinnegan. Consumption, chakra, ocular power. Note it is a bloodline limit of the cursed Uchiha clan, a family that stimulates itself through extraordinary events over time to enhance mental strength. As Zhonglun ran, his eyes bore a symbol resembling a tadpole, slowly rotating around his pupils. The previously rapidly moving scenery around him slowed down significantly, almost as if in slow motion. Indeed, battle is the fastest path to progress. As for the Sharingan, it was already activated when Uncle Ben passed away last time. However, the power was insufficient, and it had not been mastered yet, which is why the system did not provide any prompts. Zhonglun smirked, completely changing his demeanor, showing no trace of the fear of battle he had before. A competitive spirit was ignited within him, as if a hidden alter ego had suddenly awakened. What Zhonglun did not know was that S.H.I.E.L.D. satellite was aimed at the battlefield, capturing the smirk on his face with keen precision. And Natasha's notification fury was at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, monitoring the battle, and he noticed Zhonglun's expression, immediately speaking to Coulson beside him. This battle just got interesting. Zhonglun ran down the cliff, leaped, and stood firmly on the turbulent sea surface, while Tony also hovered in place, using his energy jets facing him from a distance. Zhonglun moved his body, veins bulging on his face, but it was still not enough. His skin rapidly turned red, and a stream of blue chakra emanated from his body, swirling like a whirlwind, pushing aside the waves around him. The third gate, the life gate, opens. Is this enough? Zhonglun showed no signs of stopping. Only by opening the injury gate could he enter the dangerous zone of the 8 gates, truly entering the state of the 8 gates. The veins on Zhonglun's face bulged even more, and even the pupil within his eye gradually vanished, leaving only the one tomo still spinning fiercely. The 4th gate, the injury gate, opens. With this, Zhonglun's preparatory actions ended. He exerted force underfoot, creating a wave 3 meters high on the sea surface, and then with a speed comparable to body flicker technique, he kicked Tony directly into the sea, following him into the water. For a moment, from Fura's perspective, all he could see were water columns shooting up from the sea, resembling a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, in the villa, Natasha was watching Tony's perspective on the screen, which kept shaking and changing angles as if being tossed about, and only vaguely could she see a fiery red object wrapped in blue, followed by Tony's pained screams. Oh, J.R.V.I.S. Can't you capture Blue's figure? On the screen, Tony's words were intermittent, clearly a bit dizzy from the abrupt roller coaster movement. Sir, the helmet only has photography capabilities at the front, but Blue is not appearing at the front. He is attacking from the sides or behind. The armor has sustained some damage and is taking on water. It is recommended to ask Blue to pause. J-R-V-I-S. S words were quite coherent. Would someone as prideful as Tony take the initiative to pause? That would mean admitting defeat. Meanwhile, Zhonglun, seemingly awakened to a second persona, showed no signs of stopping. Tony, redirect all energy to the energy jet. Wait for my command. After Tony gave the command, Zhonglun launched another strike that sent him flying. Only then did Tony fully activate the energy jet, allowing him to escape Zhonglan's continuous attack. Zhonglun also temporarily halted, pulling out 5 remaining healing cards from the system space, and using them all to replenish the nearly depleted bodily energy and stamina before pursuing Tony. Finally, Fury no longer had to watch the water columns. Tony was the first to emerge from the sea, looking rather pitiful, with his iron armor battered, and some parts of it exposing the intricate mechanisms inside. Shortly after Tony appeared, Zhonglun also surged out of the sea, his wild appearance startling Fury. Tony turned to look, and with the assistance of his instruments, he could see Zhonglun seemingly walking on air approaching him. This made Tony feel a bit alarmed, and he attempted to fire a few missiles in counterattack. In normal circumstances, he might not be able to evade them, but in his current state, Zhonglan's Sharingan clearly tracked their trajectory, making evasion effortless. Ultimately, after a chase, Zhonglun was unable to catch up to Tony, and his body began to tire. He had just used the last healing card, forcing him to reluctantly close the injury gate. Tony, come back, Blue has fallen. The fleeing Tony heard Pepper's voice. Tony turned back, and the three saw Zhonglan's blue chakra cloak retracting into his body, his reddened skin gradually returning to its natural hue, and having lost the ability to walk on air, he plummeted straight into the sea. Tony quickly turned around and caught him steadily, just as Zhonglun was about to fall into the water. This time Zhonglun did not explode into pieces, but his bones were close to shattering, and his muscles were nearly torn apart. He might as well have perished in an explosion. It hurt like hell. Blue, your ability is really cool. You can run in the air. Tony praised him first, and then seemingly kindly offered, "Are you okay? Do you want to stay and recover?" "No, I want to see Natasha. You can come with me to New York." Zhonglun gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face strained and painful. J-R-V-I-S. Terminate video connection. Afterward, Tony and Zhonglun discussed Zhonglan's abilities, and after Zhonglun promised to try and teach Tony, they flew back to the villa. Natasha naturally took Zhonglun from Tony, placing him on the sofa, her enchanting green eyes burning with desire as she gazed at him, clearly eager about Zhonglan's battle just moments ago. Because those techniques were likely ones she could learn too. That was enough to excite her. The Black Widow was not named in vain. She was a fierce and powerful cat. Seeing this, Tony completely abandoned his obsession with Natasha, realizing that his friend's woman was off limits. He clearly misunderstood the burning gaze in Natasha's eyes, thinking it was admiration or something similar. As for Zhonglun, who was the target of Natasha's intense gaze, he felt overwhelmed. Although he admired Scarlet in his previous life, that didn't mean he wanted to engage with the Black Widow. He had often complained about many Marvel fanfics. Why did one have to win the Black Widow's heart first upon entering the Marvel Universe? System ding, host mission failed, punishing match in progress. Punishment confirmed within 1 minute. Forcibly kiss the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, or else random punishment will be initiated. Zhonglun. He couldn't believe that he could forcefully kiss Natasha now, or it was difficult enough just to stand up, but directly speaking out seemed inappropriate as well. Zhonglun, caught in a struggle of thoughts, looked at Natasha, specifically her fiery red lips, and for a moment he was speechless. Natasha was unaware of what Zhonglun was thinking, nor could she comprehend his feelings. She simply gazed intently into his eyes. Meanwhile, Tony, observing this, became even more convinced that their relationship was unusual. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped them, until the system chimed in, ding, the host has forcefully kissed Black Widow. Punishment initiated, matching random punishment. Punishment confirmed. World difficulty 3 temporary. World difficulty 3, a unique punishment from the system akin to the difficulty adjustment dice feature, which will increase in intensity over time with an unknown end time. Zhonglun. This is definitely a rhythm for disaster. However, he no longer needed to hesitate. He diverted his gaze from Natasha's fiery lips and met her burning stare. In less than 2 seconds, Zhonglun was utterly defeated, pretending to suffer from his injuries, howling like a wolf. Upon hearing this, Natasha immediately approached with concern, kindly helping Zhonglun realign his dislocated bones, which naturally involved some physical contact. As a virgin in his past life, Zhonglun couldn't help but cry out in disbelief, not understanding why the usually calm Natasha was suddenly so passionate. Yet what Zhonglun didn't know was that as a violent female agent, she had been involved in espionage before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. with Fury, where trust was a luxury that could lead to death. She was cautious enough that the agents trained alongside her had already become corpses. The only thing she could trust was power. Only power could give her a sense of security, protect her, and enable her to trust unconditionally. This might be why Natasha harbored a special affection for the Hulk in the movies, as he was the strongest among the Avengers. At this moment, Zhonglan represented that embodiment of power in Natasha's eyes, at least she hadn't yet encountered Banner, and Banner's strength was ultimately external, while Zhonglan's strength was something she could learn from. Thus, Natasha displayed great enthusiasm. After a moment of emotional exchange, Natasha carried Zhonglan towards the airport, while Tony had long since vanished, likely not wanting to be a third wheel. In response, Zhonglan felt quite wronged. He was merely contemplating whether to complete that mission. Really, it should be. Perhaps he meant nothing else. The airport was a fair distance from Tony's place, and Natasha hailed a taxi, gently placing Zhonglan in the back seat before sitting beside him and instructing the driver to head to the airport. The taxi driver frequently glanced back through the rearview mirror, and Zhonglan could clearly read the expression on his face, like a cabbage being prodded by a pig. Indeed, Zhonglan had shed Odin's sacred attire, and his previous pajama outfit had been torn to shreds during the battle. Now he wore a suit that Tony kept as a spare. Could a playboy like Tony's suit be anything ordinary? Don't even ask how he managed to put it on. Tony and Pepper in the villa certainly wouldn't have helped Zhonglan get dressed. At present, he resembled a physically disabled millionaire married to a stunningly beautiful wife, perhaps because his car had broken down or for some other reason that led them to take a taxi. Under the driver's odd gaze, Zhonglan and Natasha arrived at Tony's private landing strip adjacent to Los Angeles Airport, further validating the driver's assumptions. What made Zhonglan even more embarrassed was that Natasha showed no intention of letting anyone else carry him, directly hoisting him onto the plane, while the beautiful flight attendants on board only intensified the feeling that Zhonglan was truly a physically challenged man with unwavering determination. Natasha, actually the captain could carry me on board, Zhonglan said weakly, trying to control his neck to avoid getting too close to Natasha's face. However, with Zhonglan's bones not fully healed, his efforts were in vain, and as Natasha walked, he swayed with her, seemingly deliberately brushing against her face. Zhonglan swore he wasn't doing it on purpose, but the emergence of male characteristics left him at a loss regarding how to explain himself to Natasha. Would she believe him? After all, little Zhonglan was currently pressing against her waist. "You spineless thing," Zhonglan thought, somewhat amused yet frustrated, knowing that the situation was indeed lacking in backbone. Amidst the ambiguous glances, the plane took off, destination New York Airport. On the long journey, Zhonglan felt awkward facing Natasha, unsure of what to say, while Tony's personal space under his orders was considerate enough not to intrude upon them. Natasha looked at Zhonglan with poise. Her intense gaze slightly subsided, but anyone observing could grasp the significant undertones in their interaction. Zhonglan felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, unsure of what to say. He truly lacked experience, and would have preferred to engage in another battle with Tony. "Ahem, Natasha, it seems we have plenty of time now. Let me first explain some basic things to you." Zhonglan finally thought of this topic. "Sure, no problem," Natasha replied, her eyes brightening as she assumed an attentive posture. Let me first explain the most fundamental concept, which is chakra. Chakra is formed by the body's cellular energy combined with mental energy in a 1:1 ratio. When it came to chakra training, perhaps only Zhonglan in the entire world had the most experience. Once he started, he couldn't stop, while Natasha somehow produced a voice recorder from somewhere, capturing every word he said, without missing a beat, occasionally interjecting with questions, and their relationship gradually began to ease. By the time they landed, Zhonglan had essentially clarified all the training issues regarding chakra. Due to the inappropriate setting, Natasha did not immediately experiment, but it was clear that she was eager to try. After arriving at New York Airport, Natasha proactively offered to carry Zhonglan, and inexplicably, he did not refuse. Although his body had yet to fully recover, he could surely walk, as if he were flying. Inhaling the fragrance of Natasha's hair, Zhonglan felt a bit dazed. Honestly, those who said that traversing into Marvel would not lead to anything with Natasha should come over and see if they could resist the allure of this woman. Lost in thought, Zhonglan felt a tap on his shoulder. The absence of defense indicated it was a friend. "Hey Lon, I wonder if we arrived at an inopportune time." Harry's voice came tinged with an inexplicable excitement. Zhonglan turned to see Peter and Harry smiling ambiguously as he had informed them of his return. Haha, Natasha, I suddenly feel much better now." Zhonglan laughed, awkwardly jumping down from Natasha's back, feeling a bit embarrassed at being exposed, introducing the three of them to one another. Natasha was not surprised by Zhonglan's recovery, seemingly having anticipated it. She calmly greeted Peter and Harry without a hint of awkwardness. Then, under Natasha's lead, the three arrived outside an abandoned bar in Queens. At the bar's entrance, Natasha gave Zhonglan a sultry glance and suddenly embraced him, leaving him overwhelmed by her fragrance, and then he found a remote control stuffed into his hand. "A certain tonnage of TNT has been placed near the bar. Pressing the button will cause an explosion in 30 seconds. No need to worry about the consequences, as it's all S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doing." Natasha's voice whispered in his ear, tinged with fragrance, making Zhang Lan's ears tingle and his heart race. This teasing little demon. Zhang Lan held the remote control, glancing at his two friends who wore ambiguous expressions, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Harry, Peter, you still don't know what we're here for, do you? It's time for revenge. Various phenomena indicate that this bar had been operating recently and was abandoned only recently. Given such capability, it likely involves government agencies, as it would be difficult for others to manage it so swiftly and decisively. The robber was locked in a small private room on the 4th floor, and through the window of the room, one could clearly see the street where Uncle Ben had met his demise. The S.H.I.E.L.D has really put a lot of effort into this mission, Zhang Lan remarked, his eyes glinting. On the other hand, Peter had lost his calm demeanor and aggressively lunged forward, seizing the robber's left arm, which bore a pentagram tattoo on his wrist. Upon seeing the pentagram tattoo, Peter's face twitched uncontrollably as he glared at the still unconscious robber, kicking him off the sofa, causing him to roll through the air and crash into the corner. This kick jolted the robber awake, curling up in agony against the wall, retching uncontrollably. "FUKE, who are you? Why are you arresting me?" The robber, despite his body convulsing, managed to speak. "This is... Kidnapping is illegal, you know." "Illegal? Did you think about that when you were killing innocent old men?" Peter, while speaking, stepped forward and kicked a few more times, but he controlled his strength, otherwise he might have killed the robber outright. Tell me, have you thought about it? Illegal? How do you know what is illegal now?" Zhang Lan and Harry silently watched Peter vent his frustrations, not intending to join in the assault on the robber. Peter seemed to be the most tormented among the three, so it was better to let him vent first. Zhang Lan figured Peter wouldn't kill the robber. Fury likely knew this reason, which is why he had given Zhang Lan a remote control. After a moment, Harry could no longer hold back and stepped forward to take action, breaking his usual gentle demeanor and kicking the robber's head furiously. Zhang Lan silently waited on the side, not wanting to act out his frustrations. He only wanted the killer of Uncle Ben to die. The mercy of superheroes. He only wanted revenge. If the killer of Uncle Ben was allowed to live, then what was the point of being a so-called superhero? After venting for about 10 minutes, the robber was completely curled up, disfigured, and aside from moaning, he could no longer utter pleas for mercy. At this moment, Peter picked up his phone, intending to dial 911 to report the incident, while Harry's eyes flickered as he tried to stop Peter's action. He reached out halfway but stopped, believing Zhang Lan wouldn't simply let the robber go. Indeed, Peter was unable to successfully send the signal, as Fury had likely anticipated this and had already jammed all signals in the area, making it impossible for Peter to report. "It might be that there's no signal in the room. Let's go outside to the street," Zhang Lan said, the first words he spoke upon entering the room. Peter clearly thought the same and gave one last resentful glance at the writhing robber on the floor, knowing he would have no power to escape, and led the way downstairs. He desperately hoped that this killer would receive the punishment he deserved. Harry also cast a deep glance at the robber, then uneasily took out a small pumpkin-shaped spherical device, pressed a few buttons to set it up, and gently placed it beside the robber. "Just in case, Lan, I set a timer for 10 minutes, Harry said before walking downstairs. Zhang Lan nodded silently, not speaking, and after a few seconds of watching the robber out of the corner of his eye, he turned and walked downstairs, pressing the button in his hand firmly. Timing it perfectly, just as he stepped out of the bar's main door, a series of explosions erupted, causing Peter, who was still searching for signal, to turn in shock. A flurry of explosive sparks erupted, particularly from the room where the robber had been. The sounds of explosions were incessant, making it nearly impossible for him to survive, even if he were inside. Starting from the 4th floor, the explosions began to spread downwards. The person who planted the explosives must have studied architecture, as they precisely demolished all the load-bearing walls and supports, leaving behind nothing but ruins where a building had once stood. The three stood at the spot where Uncle Ben had died, next to a utility pole. Zhang Lan leaned against it, gazing at the bar in the distance, now reduced to rubble, lost in thought for a long time. In his hand, he held a bottle of wine taken from the bar, which had been Uncle Ben's favorite drink. He flicked the cap off with his thumb, letting the red liquid flow slowly out. "Uncle Ben, I have avenged you. Safe travels." After a long while, another explosion sounded. It was from the bomb set by Harry, and Zhang Lan finally received a notification from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest first battle. Reward: Sandstorm Jar, Card 1, Grade Rule Fragment 1. Now let's go. We have other matters to attend to. After confirming that the robber was dead, Zhang Lan took the lead. In a coffee shop, the three sat face to face while Natasha chose a table at a distance, ensuring she could see the movements of Zhang Lan and the others without overhearing their conversation. What a considerate gesture. Having avenged their great grievance, the three remained silent for a long time. "Lan, I really appreciate you," Harry said. "I've injected a new spider venom serum, and the effects are quite good. My hands no longer tremble like before." "So?" Zhang Lan glanced at his own small hand, his face darkening. "Are you here to show off?" "Oh no, Lan, I'm here to thank you, and also, This is for you. Harry hurriedly reached out and took out a small metal box from his bag, handing it to Zhonglan. Zhonglan looked at Harry in confusion, but Harry remained silent, only gesturing for him to open it. Upon seeing this, Zhonglan felt as if the veins on his forehead were about to pop. How can I open it without the password? Am I supposed to bite it open? Oh, the password is your birthday, Harry said somewhat belatedly. Zhonglan rolled his eyes in frustration and entered the password to open the metal box. A cloud of icy mist escaped, revealing only a syringe inside, filled with a green liquid that shimmered under the light like stars. This is a spider venom serum developed from your blood. After Peter and I injected it, we were able to unlock our physical abilities well. I believe you can gain something too long. Harry explained carefully, eagerly watching Zhonglan, waiting for him to make a decision. Seeing this, Zhonglan secretly inquired of the system and directly took the syringe from inside, stabbing it into his right arm, without even bothering to aim for a vein. Ding! External substance detected entering the host's body, identified as a beneficial serum system absorbing. Ding! System successfully absorbed Spider Gene Serum 1, converting it into Kraid Rule Fragment 1. Indeed, the system wouldn't let Zhonglan be altered by some so-called serum. According to the host's prompt, only potions ranked higher than physical transformation would be acknowledged by the system. Physical transformation is at the SSS level. The physical transformation allowed Zhonglan to awaken the Sharingan, albeit just a single tomo, and while he regretted not being able to become stronger quickly, he still accepted this outcome. So, Lan, do you feel anything? Harry asked, his eyes wide, puzzled by Zhonglan's calmness. Oh, it hurts a bit, and, well, it might take a while to take effect, Zhonglan replied, unsure how to describe it. Harry, what about your father? Didn't you talk to him? Mentioning Norman Osborn, Harry's mood suddenly became flat, neither happy nor sad, as he sipped his coffee, without answering Zhonglan's question. Lan, Peter took over the conversation. Harry's father is critically ill and has been admitted to the ICU. Even Harry can't see him. Hearing this, Zhonglan's eyes flickered. It seemed that his previous actions had indeed been effective. Harry chose him over his father and friends, but after all, blood is thicker than water. If Norman hadn't neglected Harry since childhood, Harry wouldn't be in this situation. Even so, Harry must be feeling quite upset, right? Thinking of this, Zhonglan felt the need to compensate Harry for something, but what could he offer? System scan Harry's data. Once the system opened Harry's data, Zhonglan was caught off guard and sprayed coffee all over Peter. Name Harry Osborn, Green Goblin. Skills, all attributes, physique, hunger cells. Chakra 341,375. Status, healthy. Comprehensive ability, e-combat, value 9. Overall evaluation, his hunger cells possess 10 times the storage capacity of others at the same level, combined with a solid foundation in ninjutsu, making him an exceptionally outstanding ninja. Seeing Harry's data, Zhonglan sprayed his coffee directly onto Peter's face. His own chakra limit is only 99, yet Harry has already reached 375. This is too demoralizing. Also, Harry, have you learned to extract chakra? Did Peter teach you? Zhonglan couldn't care less about Peter and directly asked Harry. Ah, yes, Harry said excitedly. Especially those ninjutsu, they're super cool. It's just a pity that there aren't many of them and they lack lethality. You mean the body double technique that Peter hasn't even learned yet, and you managed to learn it? Zhonglan's tone rose slightly, causing almost everyone in the cafe to turn and look. In America, making loud noises in a cafe is considered extremely impolite, much like sticking chopsticks upright in rice during a meal in China. Zhonglan also realized that his voice was a bit loud and apologetically addressed the surrounding customers, then led Peter and the others outside as they needed a larger space. Natasha perfectly resolved this, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had just built a branch near Zhonglan's home, presumably for his convenience. The service is truly attentive. I can't believe they're not taking advantage of that vampire fury. In the training room of the branch, Natasha had changed out of her previous long skirt and put on a leather bodysuit from the movies, her alluring figure making Zhonglan unable to resist. Zhonglan awkwardly shifted the topic. Peter, so you haven't learned any ninjutsu yet. But Harry, under your guidance, not only learned to extract chakra, but also mastered the body double technique. Zhonglan repeated the question he had already asked dozens of times on the way, and once again received confirmation from Peter and Harry, with Harry even demonstrating it on the spot. Although his hand seals were still clumsy and the release speed was very slow, it was completely incomparable to Zhonglan. But had he really only been gone for 2 or 3 days? Harry not only overwhelmed his pitiful 99 points of chakra storage, but his speed in learning ninjutsu was truly remarkable. Wasn't it said that the poor rely on mutations while the rich rely on technology? To test this, Zhonglan began teaching the 3 of them fire release, great fireball technique, body flicker technique, and illusion technique, dream realm, carefully explaining all the details and the optimal timing for chakra input. Afterward, Zhang let Peter and Harry practice freely while he began teaching Natasha how to cultivate chakra. Zhang, holding Natasha's hands under the pretense of needing to guide her during her first chakra cultivation, patiently gathered chakra in her palms, encouraging her to feel it carefully. This was indeed serious teaching, though it did carry the implication of taking advantage, but he didn't mind. After all, he had the world in his heart. However, Zhang's inner thoughts were, wow, Natasha has been holding a gun for so long, yet her palms are still so tender. Just as his thoughts wandered, a small flicker of red light caught his peripheral vision, and Zhang turned in shock to see a small flame dissipating. The flame was tiny, about the size of a thumb. But, fire release, great fireball technique. What the heck? Who cast that? It definitely wasn't Zhang. His hands were still busy teaching. It must be Peter or Harry. But Peter was practicing the body flicker technique he had taught, so that only left Harry. What the heck? Did only 2 hours pass? No way. Harry's talent is off the charts. Why isn't he flying yet? Considering Natasha was cultivating chakra, Zhang didn't say anything but watched Harry from a distance, seeing him awkwardly forming the hand seals, with some minor errors resulting in a failure to release it this time. But Harry didn't get discouraged. He continued to form the hand seals and failed again. It seems that the previous one was just luck, Zhang thought to himself. Then in the next moment, Harry spat out a small fireball again, and this time it was the size of a marble. Clap, clap, clap. A series of sounds that were quite satisfying. Just as he felt a bit embarrassed, Peter, like a ghost, flickered in Zhang's vision for a moment. Although the distance was very short, barely a meter, it was indeed the body flicker technique. Zhang could already feel his face twitching, and in disbelief, he closed his eyes. Sharingan activate. His eyes revealed a pair of Tomo, and Zhang looked at Peter again. Since the body flicker technique Zhang learned was a physical technique, a method to instantaneously enhance leg explosiveness for a momentary acceleration, allowing one's figure to be undetectable to the observer, achieving the goal of body flickering. Thus, the body flicker technique Peter was currently practicing was indeed a physical technique, and under Zhang's activated Sharingan, he could vaguely capture the afterimage Peter left in the air. It was indeed the body flicker technique. What kind of people are these? Zhang felt speechless inside, wondering what kind of talent this was. Of course, Zhang knew that this did not mean that only Harry and Peter could instantly learn any ninjutsu or physical technique. Harry possessed a vast chakra and an all attributes physique, coupled with the outstanding guidance of Zhang, who had been meticulously teaching him, along with Harry's exceptionally high talent for ninjutsu, which enabled him to learn quickly in such a short time. As for Peter, he was inherently a clever ability user, and considering his physical abilities, his explosive strength and agility were sufficient for practicing level physical body flicker techniques, and with some talent, he could also grasp it quickly. After all, the body flicker technique is merely a technical physical technique. Physical strength is the key, supplemented by chakra release. Explaining it might make it less terrifying, but their talent for physical techniques and ninjutsu was indeed undeniable. Following the astonishment from the two, Zhang was once again shocked. With his Sharingan activated, his sensitivity to chakra had significantly increased. Now he sensed a faint chakra presence from Natasha, which gradually grew stronger. Though it was very slow, it was indeed 100 times faster than Zhang's previous expansion speed. Name: Natasha Romanoff. Skills: Extreme Control. Chakra 4471. Status: Healthy. Comprehensive ability: Clevel Combat. Value: 496. Overall evaluation: Possessing combat techniques at the human limit. Her talent for controlling chakra is like that of a monarch. Name: Peter Parker Spider-Man. Skills: Danger Sense, Clevel Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, Reflex Enhancement, Physique Enhancement. Chakra 397,540. Status: Mildly sad. Comprehensive ability: Clevel Combat. Value: 648. Overall evaluation: Agile and responsive with a keen sense of danger. His strength is somewhat lacking still in the awakening phase, and combat experience is his only weakness. Name: Extreme Control. Category: Superpower. Rank A. Effect: allows for extremely precise control of energy. Consumption: mental energy. Remarks: a natural talent for controlling energy akin to a monarch commanding soldiers. Orders must be followed. Zhang. What the heck? Peter's chakra limit was only over 100 just 3 or 4 days ago, and now it's 540. Natasha's chakra limit started at 471. Is that really okay? And that extreme control is exactly Zhang's shortcoming. Otherwise, he would have learned the Rasengan long ago. Natasha's extreme control is particularly suitable for practicing medical ninjutsu. A physical genius Spider-Man. A ninjutsu genius Green Goblin. A medical ninja Black Widow. Zhang. What the heck? It seems I've entered the Marvel universe, but the vibe feels all wrong. After some contemplation, seeing that Natasha seemed intent on cultivating her chakra to its limits, before waking up he made up his mind. He commanded the Shadow Clone to teach Harry the Earth Release Heart Decapitation technique. Meanwhile, his main body was over by Peter's side. The only physical technique he could teach Peter was the 8 gates, so he decided to see if Peter could open the first gate, the opening gate. After careful instruction, Zhonglun came to understand what true terrifying talent was. Peter was completely clueless about ninjutsu and still couldn't perform the body flicker technique. However, his talent and physical techniques was simply horrifying. While Zhonglun was still providing detailed instruction, Peter had already opened the opening gate. But because it was the first time opening it and the approach was somewhat rough, without gradually opening the meridians, he sustained some minor injuries. It's important to note that the opening gate is located in the left hemisphere of the brain, a place that requires utmost caution. At that moment, he sternly warned Peter that he must be present during the practice of this physical technique. Otherwise, training was not permitted and the usage of the 8 gates was temporarily forbidden. Knowing he had made a mistake, Peter dared not say anything. After all, he had been scolded by Zhonglun before and knew that as long as he kept quiet and listened obediently, it would be fine. However, this time Zhonglun was unusually persistent, emphasizing it again and again. Seeing that Peter still didn't take it seriously, Zhonglun grew anxious. After all, he had the advantages of immortality and cellular escalation to assist him, but Peter did not. Helpless, he lost his temper on the spot, opening the 4th gate, the wounded gate, preparing to give Peter a beating. Who would have thought that just a few days ago he could barely keep up with Peter's speed, and now even with the 4th gate opened, he found it difficult to catch up. While Zhonglun was still slightly faster, Peter's danger sensing allowed him to dodge before Zhonglun could strike. It felt like cheating. Has Spider-Man evolved this quickly? But it didn't matter, he had a powerful weapon. Peter, tell me, if I open the 8 gates and use the 1,000 years of pain, can you dodge it? If you don't want to take a hit, stand still and don't move. Peter's impression of the 1,000 years of pain was deeply etched in his mind. Determined not to experience it a second time, he had no choice but to stand his ground. Zhonglun approached and unleashed his fury. The commotion immediately attracted Harry and Natasha's attention. After Zhonglun had thoroughly beaten Peter, it had only taken about 20 seconds. Any longer would affect their subsequent actions. Even so, he felt weak all over, his steps unsteady, temporarily resembling an ordinary person. Did you see that? Even I could only manage 20 seconds, and look how I ended up. Do you realize the seriousness of this physical technique? Zhonglun asked Peter with great seriousness. Yes. Hiss. I understand, but Lon, you were too. Hiss. Rough. Peter said sadly. Anyone who was beaten by Zhonglun while he had the 4th gate activated wouldn't feel comfortable. Thankfully, Zhonglun understood not to strike the face. If I don't beat you properly, how will you remember it? Zhonglun showed no sympathy for Peter. I feel extremely weak right now, even weaker than an ordinary person. If you disagree, you can hit me now. Would Peter dare? He glanced at Natasha and Harry, who were watching over here, and at Zhonglun's shadow clone, and decisively backed down, though his face still showed displeasure. What's wrong? Are you still not convinced? Natasha, Harry, the abilities you just mastered need proper training. Come and practice against Peter. Seeing Peter's displeased expression, Zhonglun immediately called Natasha and Harry, who were eager to try out their newly acquired abilities. They readily accepted the challenge. Having also injected with the spider venom serum, Harry didn't possess Peter's agility and strength, but he had magically gained the ability of hunger cells. Combined with Zhonglun's unique chakra extraction technique, he formed a massive chakra reserve, making him a constant user of the body flicker technique and fire release great fireball, occasionally even burrowing underground, preventing Peter from staying in one place for too long. Indeed, within just half an hour, Harry had already learned the earth release heart decapitation technique. No system, no Sharingan, no copying abilities, just pure terrifying talent. The only downside was his lack of proficiency in hand seals, but with Natasha providing cover, he was still able to release ninjutsu. As for Natasha, she was a woman evaluated by the system as having human-level combat skills. Though her agility and strength were not as good as Peter's, Peter certainly wouldn't use his full strength in a spar. Thus, with Natasha's overwhelming combat skills, she easily dealt with Peter, who relied solely on reflexes and had zero technique, making it quite frustrating for him. Moreover, chakra itself had the marvelous effect of comprehensive enhancement, and with Natasha's precise control, she quickly mastered the use of chakra in battle. To her, chakra was an excellent weapon. It's worth noting that even the later version of Spider-Man, while able to dodge bullets, would still be injured if shot by a handgun. Zhonglun hid nearby, comfortably watching as Harry and Natasha gradually mastered their skills during the fight and became increasingly proficient, feeling much more relaxed. As for Peter, who cared about him? He needed to receive an unforgettable lesson. After this farce, the interactions among the four grew much more harmonious, and the previous subtle barriers between Peter and Harry dissipated. Natasha also no longer casually flirted with Zhonglun. She could see that Zhonglun only had a bit of masculine spirit, and his interest in her was merely the typical attraction men have towards beautiful women, occasionally taking a little advantage, nothing more. Moreover, he taught any ability without guarding against her. Being quite candid, she didn't even need to use her espionage tactics to extract information. In the training ground, the four sat on the ground, Natasha and Harry panting heavily. It turned out that Peter was indeed the strongest among the four. Even when the two teamed up, they could only chase him as he jumped around, and this was based on Peter not fighting back. Zhonglun said, Natasha, as for you, I currently do not have suitable abilities to teach you, so I can only start with some basics. Your talent is excellent, but it lies in chakra control, so it's not advisable to learn too many ninjutsu or physical techniques. Natasha smiled gently. Yes, you are the teacher now, I will listen to you. Regarding Natasha, Zhonglun thought that Sakura's version would suit him well, but he hadn't yet learned those techniques himself, so he couldn't teach them. Zhonglun continued seriously. Peter, it's still the same as before. The 8 gates cannot be used carelessly. Only in the face of something you cannot let go of can you use them, and I must be present during your training, understand? Otherwise I won't teach you the rest. Peter nodded seriously. Although the earlier play didn't cause him any harm, Zhonglun's repeated emphasis made him dare not take it lightly. After all, he wasn't sure if he could dodge the combination of the 4th gate and the 1,000 years of pain right now. The instantaneous movement characteristic of the 1,000 years of pain was too much of a cheat. Spider-Man had indeed been thoroughly schooled by Zhonglun. Satisfied, he nodded before continuing to address Harry. Harry, your talent lies in ninjutsu, specifically elemental ninjutsu. You won't be able to quickly learn techniques like the shadow clone. The elemental ninjutsu I currently know isn't plentiful. My main offensive abilities are still in physical techniques. Later I'll teach you and Natasha a ninjutsu that you both should be able to learn together. I haven't learned it yet myself either. Zhonglun was referring to the Rasengan. With Natasha's precise control and Harry's inexplicable talent in ninjutsu, it could assist in the cultivation of the Rasengan. It was worth a try. After chatting for a while, today's training was coming to an end. Peter had a date that evening, going to Gwen's house for dinner, reportedly to enjoy Gwen's mother's specialty dish, lemon base. With Zhonglun around, Peter naturally wouldn't be allowed to go in casual clothes. After all, Peter had the transformation cards given by Zhonglun, so he didn't have to worry about the hassle of changing clothes. Speaking of which, Zhonglun also gave Natasha and Harry a transformation card. Previously, he had exchanged for about 10 of them and kept them in his system space for emergencies. Next, the 4 of them went to a clothing store to pick out a suit for Peter. Harry was quite experienced, recommending many styles, which Natasha, being an exceptionally charming woman, reviewed to ensure it was the most suitable for Peter. As for the price, that was a concern for Fury. Spider-Man, do you need the S.H.I.E.L.D? If you do, just get the bill reimbursed. At this rare leisure moment, Zhonglun received a phone call from Reed. Reed said, Lon, we've experienced some strange genetic mutations. There might be some problems. We can't find him. Can you help us look for him? Is the difficulty level 3 of the Forgotten World starting to show its power? Just as Zhonglun was about to leave, Natasha caught up with him. Lon, I need to report the progress of the mission to Director Fury regarding what you taught. Natasha paused, looking at Zhonglun with a questioning gaze. She was asking him if there was anything from today's teachings that couldn't be reported to the Bureau. Clearly, Zhonglun's sincerity touched Natasha, the double agent. Moreover, Zhonglun was the type of strong person she admired, and there were many skills she still wished to learn from him, which added a hint of flattery to her words. Oh, that. You can report whatever you want, it doesn't matter, Zhonglun replied nonchalantly. These are abilities that will be useful in the future. There's no need to hide anything as long as the information concerning the system doesn't leak. Everything is fine. Natasha nodded, indicating her understanding, and left with graceful steps. Zhonglun couldn't help but stare at Natasha's retreating figure, feeling a dryness in his throat. Although he didn't have those feelings for her, this enchantress was undeniably tempting. He feared the day he might not be able to resist. Inside the speeding SUV, Reed and Susan were scanning the outside from the back seat, eagerly searching for Ben's figure, while Johnny in the front passenger seat was far more relaxed, though his gaze wandered, mostly lingering on the skirts lifted by the SUV. Zhonglun was in the front passenger seat, and the SUV was one he casually drove away from. S.H.I.E.L.D. According to Natasha, this was a public vehicle allocated to him by S.H.I.E.L.D, and Fury was very considerate of him. This indicated how much Fury valued Zhonglun's prophetic abilities. Lon, will this really help us find Ben? After a long silence without results, Reed asked anxiously. Reed, don't worry, we'll find him, Zhonglun reassured him. As for whether they could find him, in the movie they just drove a taxi and ended up on the bridge where Ben was. What Zhonglun could do now was to head toward the major bridges in New York. He also wanted to test whether fate truly existed. Meanwhile, the sand gourd that Zhonglun had always carried was now gone, even though he had previously kept it close. This was thanks to a card that made things much easier for him. Name: Sandstorm Gourd. Category: Equipment Card. Rank: B. Effect: can change size with chakra input, can store sand infused with the host chakra with unlimited capacity. Consumption: chakra. Note, this is not merely an auxiliary equipment card. Now, a small sand gourd hung at Zhonglun's waist like a peculiar keychain, yet it could endlessly absorb his chakra, nurturing the sand inside. Simple and easy to operate, it was a reward for completing the main quest, the first battle. There was also a level rule fragment, but he didn't have a suitable card yet, so he kept it. Otherwise, encountering a situation like last time where he couldn't exchange a card would really be frustrating. While Zhonglan was wandering aimlessly on the street at the biological research level of Oscorp Tower DR, Connors woke up from his coma. Previously, the company's CEO Norman had sent Emma to take the unfinished lizard serum, claiming it was for human trials at the Veterans Hospital. This made him take the risk and try injecting the lizard serum himself. Naturally, the unfinished serum caused him to fall into a coma. Upon waking up, he was astonished to find that his lost right hand had grown back. This thrilled him, and he wanted to call Emma to inform her of the serum's effects. After learning that she had gone to the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital, he suddenly felt unwell, with a wave of agitation washing over him. His remaining mindset told him to stop Emma from using the lizard serum on anyone else. In the SUV Reed was driving now, and Zhonglan felt that if fate truly existed, it should only be triggered by related people. This idea was quite good. On a cross-sea bridge heading to Brooklyn, they successfully encountered a traffic jam. There seemed to be a major car accident ahead, and the cars couldn't move. After getting out of the car, Susan inexplicably began to turn invisible, while Reed reminded her to take off her clothes. Zhonglan curiously waited, and sure enough, when she was left in just her underwear, the shy and distracted Susan revealed her form again. I must say it was quite explosive. Compared to Natasha, Susan was more slender, lacking Natasha's fullness, but possessing a different charm. Reed, why have you been working out? Susan, shut up. Why don't you take off your clothes and let hundreds of people see? This excitement caused Susan to become invisible again. This time she successfully took off her clothes and maintained her invisibility until she walked through the crowd and put her clothes back on. The four of them successfully spotted Ben, who was now the thing. Susan and Reed were extremely surprised, while only Zhonglan and Johnny noticed a little girl on one side and a red canister nearby that was leaking. Johnny nimbly jumped over the cars in front of him and scooped the little girl into his arms, positioning himself away from the red canister. Boom, boom, boom. Just then the red canister exploded, triggering a chain reaction, causing the fuel tanks of several nearby cars to explode, as well with raging flames and debris spreading in all directions. First on the scene, Johnny held the girl tightly in his arms. As the flames surged toward them, he instinctively used his fire control ability to create a safe zone for the girl. The flames swept past Johnny, rushing towards Susan. Without thinking, she raised her hands in front of her desperately, trying to block the wave of flames. An invisible force emerged, tightly wrapping around the incoming fire wave, forming an invisible shield that protected her side. The uncontained surge of flames followed the gap in Susan's telekinetic shield, sweeping toward the other side. One car was lifted by the flame shockwave, crashing directly onto the approaching fire truck. The firefighter in the truck was caught off guard and instinctively swerved, narrowly avoiding the flying car. However, the sudden turn caused the back of the fire truck to swing out and almost topple over the bridge, breaking through a long line of guardrails before coming to a stop. But its trajectory was gradually moving toward the edge of the bridge. If nothing unexpected happened, it would surely plunge into the sea, and the 5 or 6 firefighters on board would likely face dire consequences. Zhonglan stood behind Susan with the sandstorm gourd at his waist, pouring out sand wildly. His hands were busy using the web shooter Peter gave him to save a few nearby cars, suspending them at the edge of the bridge. Yet more cars were still flying off toward the edge. Meanwhile, Susan, who had just begun to awaken her abilities, felt utterly drained after the earlier outburst. Blood began to trickle from her nose, leaving her unable to help. Disasters never come alone. At this critical moment, the opposite lane was also blocked. A large green lizard was intercepting vehicles, and it grabbed every car that stopped in front of it, checking if anyone inside was the person it was looking for. If not, it simply tossed the car off the bridge. Zhonglan had no ideas at the moment. Damn it, he hadn't even dealt with the aftermath of the explosion here, and now there was a lizard doctor causing trouble over there. World difficulty level 3. It must be this thing's doing. Even knowing that, Zhonglan had no way out, only trying his best with the web shooter to save more people. There were constant small explosions happening with cars being hurled off the bridge. Each vehicle could potentially have survivors inside. How could he easily give up? What to do? If people die today, at least half of them will have died because of me. Just as Zhonglan felt helpless and guilty, Peter, dressed in his Spider-Man suit, swooped down from above. His speed was several times more agile than during practice, indicating this was his current strength. Zhonglan, who had activated his Sharingan, could only see Peter's fleeting shadow. Peter could actually continuously use the instant transmission technique. This showed how extraordinary his physique was. Fortunately, he had learned the technique from Zhonglan earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to help so many scattered targets in such a short time. After Zhonglan hung on to about a dozen cars at the edge of the bridge, another 30 or so cars were also caught there, but in the outermost areas they were truly helpless. At that moment, the front of the fire truck had already lifted up. Peter reached out to pull the truck's front, but it was swung upward as he was too light and lacked sufficient leverage to hold it. All Peter could do was slightly slow the fire truck's descent, but it continued to slide toward the edge of the bridge. Firefighter A, who was tightly gripping the fire ladder, lacked the strength to hold on and fell, while another firefighter B, quick on the uptake, attempted to grab him, but miscalculated his own strength, resulting in both of them falling into the sea. Some readers have mentioned that the protagonist is too weak in the early stages. First of all, I apologize to the readers who cannot get through it. It just doesn't suit your taste. Secondly, as a newcomer, Little Lon wants to finish writing this book without making the beginning too powerful and leading to a collapse later. Finally, Little Lon has already written through the later chapters and can assure you that the protagonist will eventually be able to overpower the Hulk. Well, that's it. I wish those readers could find the books they desire. Of course, those who are currently reading this are supportive of newcomer Little Lon, and I thank you all for your support. Chapter 38, Weakness and Fear. Ben, who should have grabbed the front of the car, was entangled with Dr. Lizard, one tough and resilient, the other with remarkable regenerative abilities. It seemed they would fight for a long while. Little Spider Peter's forte was not strength. Despite exerting himself, his face was now marked with bulging veins, yet he still couldn't stop slipping. He was too light and his heels couldn't stabilize, making it impossible to exert force. Just at that critical moment, the sand that Zhang Lan had continuously released played a crucial role. He saw the sand transform into two sand hands which did not grab the fire truck, but instead piled up around Peter's lower body, forcibly increasing his center of gravity. Peter was simply too light, unable to exert force due to unstable footing. With the stability provided by the abundant sand, Peter managed to stabilize himself. Together with the recovering Susan, the fire truck was gradually pulled back onto the bridge. Freed from his burden, Peter immediately dashed forward, leaping toward the edge of the bridge. His danger sense alerted him that a car over there was about to encounter danger, and there was a little boy inside. On the other side, Reed, now resembling rubber, successfully caught the two firefighters who had fallen into the sea. Zhang Lan was so exhausted that he collapsed to the ground. During that brief period, his control over the sand reached its limit, consuming not just chakra, but a great deal of mental energy as well. This left him feeling terrible. His brain felt like it had been stabbed, and he struggled to maintain his transformation technique, reaching his limit. In this state, even if he opened the 8 gates, he would lack combat capability. No matter how strong his body was, without a healthy soul to command it, it was merely a shell. Having always been familiar with the plot, he thought everything would come easily, only to realize in true combat that strength was paramount. He strained to look toward the battlefield of the Thing and Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard's right hand was beginning to disintegrate, a sign of the unfinished lizard serum indicating that it was about to end. If he didn't continue injecting, he would revert to his original form. The dismembered Kurt Connor's a genetic biologist. As the strength of Dr. Lizard waned, he began to contemplate retreating, glaring hatefully at a black Audi before he started to back away. Would Ben, who had been entangled with him, let him go just like that? Not being particularly agile, he had always been in a passive position. Seeing him attempt to escape, Ben lunged forward, aiming to pin Dr. Lizard down. However, his body was too heavy, and Ben, still unfamiliar with his own strength, only managed to grab Dr. Lizard's tail. The latter didn't even glance back, easily breaking free of his grasp and swiftly fleeing. Ben, holding the lizard's tail, stood up, unwilling to let Dr. Lizard escape, and disgustedly tossed aside the still wriggling tail. At this moment, Little Spider successfully rescued the little boy, while Reed continued to hold onto the two firefighters, unable to revert to his original form for some unknown reason. Zhang Lan and Susan collapsed to the ground, powerless. For a moment, no one could stop Dr. Lizard's escape, allowing him to vanish from everyone's sight. Watching Dr. Lizard escape, Zhang Lan could only helplessly gaze from afar, mustering a bit of the recovering spirit to control the sand back into the sandstorm gourd, leaving some to protect himself and Susan. The police, who arrived late, began to assess the scene, aiming their guns at the group, necessitating caution. "Get down on the ground. Now. Get down. Hurry," a police officer shouted through a megaphone. Zhang Lan ignored it, forcing himself to walk over to Reed, shaking his head vigorously to regain some clarity, wanting to use the web shooter to stick to the two firefighters beneath the bridge. The distance was too far, and his state was too poor to activate the Sharingan, making it impossible to aim. Damn it. With a furious curse, a gunshot rang out. One officer, thinking Zhang Lan was launching something dangerous at the firefighter, shot at his leg. The standard M9 pistol was easily blocked by the sand, but the impact of the bullet caused him to stagger, and he missed another shot with the web. Without even the thought of looking back, Reed was already trembling slightly beside him. In the distance, Ben noticed their predicament and rushed over, getting hit by a few bullets in the process. It didn't hurt much. Zhang Lan gritted his teeth as the sand around him formed a sand chain wrapped around his waist. He jumped off the bridge, forcefully closing the 3-meter gap, and aimed again. Before he could fire, Reed, who had maintained his superpower for a long time, clearly exceeded his limits, and finally couldn't hold on any longer, his rubbery body rapidly shrinking. Reed with his upper body down naturally wouldn't let go, so he was shrinking down with his lower half. Zhonglun reacted, quickly grabbing Reed as he passed by, and turned to shoot the web toward the bottom of the bridge. After completing this series of actions, he was swiftly pulled towards the sea by Reed. The sand chain wrapped around his waist was torn apart without any resistance. Just as the four of them were about to free fall into the sea, the web Zhonglun had shot earlier successfully stuck to the bottom of the bridge, barely halting their descent. In the middle, Zhonglun began to bleed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The sand chain he had just broken was something he had struggled to maintain, and not releasing it in time before it snapped resulted in rapid mental exhaustion. As his mental energy approached depletion, pushing his limits, a normal person would have likely fainted from cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, Zhonglun had an immortal body. However, the pain and injuries he sustained were not diminished in the slightest. With his left hand gripping the web and his right hand holding on to Reed, Zhonglun strained to maintain his focus. Ben, who had arrived, grabbed the web and pulled Zhonglun and the others up like a fish. Just as Zhonglun touched the bridge surface before he could stabilize himself, his severely depleted mental energy caused him to black out and fall backward. He was about to plunge into the turbulent sea. The quick-thinking firefighter B showcased his specialty, promptly grabbing Zhonglun by the tie, preventing an accident. Only the impact of his face against the bridge hurt a bit. After being pulled back up by Ben, Zhonglun appeared quite lethargic. The surrounding crowd spontaneously began to applaud, the sound of clapping gradually spreading. Eventually, even the officers who had their guns raised pointed them at the ground, with some even holstering their weapons joining in the applause. In the distance, Peter saw the incident conclude, swinging away in the wind, keeping his contributions hidden. Outside the crowd, a blonde woman squeezed her way in, wearing a slightly frightened expression, staring intently at the thing. Ben also noticed that familiar figure and instinctively approached her. This action startled her, and she shook her head absent-mindedly, causing Ben to stop in his tracks, watching her from afar. He saw her finger pointing at the engagement ring on her left hand, her expression pleading. However, she did not meet Ben's gaze, gently placing the ring on the ground before turning away, not looking at Ben again. Ben hurried over, unsure if he wanted to chase after her or retrieve the ring, but the applauding crowd instinctively moved away from him. Ben realized he was no longer a normal person. Bending down to pick up the ring on the ground, he found that with only 4 fingers, he was not more delicate than before, but rather much bulkier, unable to grasp the small ring. Zhonglun controlled some sand wrapped around Ben, gently lifting the ring from the ground and placing it in Ben's palm. That was all he could do. Reed, who arrived late, also assured Ben that he would restore him to his original form. Watching the farewell unfold before him, Zhonglun felt a tumult of emotions within. Superpowers were clearly coveted by some, yet they also invoked fear in others. He glanced up at the bridge, now a scene of devastation. Though many tried their best to protect, there were still injuries, and a small number had lost their precious lives in the initial crash and subsequent explosions. This weighed heavily on Zhonglun's heart, as he felt that at least half of those who died did so because of him. The lizard doctor that had come with the world difficulty level 3. A vague thought in his heart grew increasingly clear. Once again, another seed took root within him, waiting to sprout and grow. Zhonglun also experienced a slight increase in energy points, reaching over 1,000. The subsequent growth continued, albeit at a slower pace. Victor, watching everything unfold on the television, felt increasingly unsettled. His company, his proposal, everything he held dear, even himself, had been ruined by a single experiment orchestrated by Reed. After refusing Reed's invitation to join him at his apartment for research, Zhonglun walked toward his SUV. Fortunately, since the car was parked further back, only the rear was damaged by a careless driver who failed to brake in time, while the rest of the vehicle was mostly unharmed. Once back at the base, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would naturally handle the repairs. Driving home, Zhonglun arrived just in time for dinner. It was Sunday and school was out. If he hadn't returned for dinner, Aunt May would surely have worried. After a simple dinner with Aunt May and Peter, Zhonglun and Peter went upstairs. Peter had clearly realized that the large lizard on the bridge earlier was likely a product of the lizard gene serum he had participated in. After discussing with Zhonglun, they decided to visit Harry at Oscorp the next morning and have a chat with Dr. Connors. It is worth mentioning that Peter finally confessed his feelings to Gwen, marking his official departure from singlehood, which unexpectedly made Zhonglun feel like he was eating dog food. Oscorp Tower, founded by Norman Osborn, stands 108 stories tall, with each floor dedicated to ongoing research, making it a large-scale commercial research institution. Logically speaking, the Lizard Serum Research Center, where Dr. Connors worked, would be bustling with researchers conducting experiments, even if it wasn't overcrowded. However, when Peter and Zhonglun arrived today, it was completely empty, with no one in sight. The research center was eerily quiet. As the two entered, they could see books scattered on the tables and computers still running, suggesting that discussions and research had taken place not long ago. Peter casually picked up a syringe from the table, which was used for the lizard serum. It was now empty, indicating that someone had injected this serum. This further confirmed Peter's suspicions. Sneaking around is not good. Dr. Connor suddenly appeared stating, I gave all the staff a long vacation. Peter was startled by the sudden voice. Seeing it was Dr. Connor's, Peter started to engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, Zhonglan, who had been silent, quietly created a shadow clone and slipped into the room from which Connors had just emerged. Peter, Doctor, how are you? Connors. I've never been better, Peter. Now if you and your friend don't mind, please leave. I have a new project that requires solitude for a while. With that, Connors opened the research room door with his left hand, signaling them to leave. Throughout, he displayed no desire to meet Zhonglan, as if something more important compelled him to hurry. Peter received his answer and did not refuse. As for Zhonglan, the clone that entered had dispelled its technique and reported back that it successfully retrieved 3 vials of the lizard serum, which were now stored in the system space. The shadow clone lacked the authority to take items, but could store them. The 3 exited the inner room with Connors leading the way, clearly in a rush, repeatedly muttering, good things are about to come. He pushed through the door to leave the research center. Peter, lagging behind, appeared somewhat worried. Just then a noise came from nearby. From Zhonglan's perspective, he could clearly see a giant rat gnawing on food. From its remains, it was evident that it was another rat, an experimental subject that had not yet been injected with the serum. Zhonglan chose not to accompany Peter into the sewers, knowing that with the combat prowess of Dr. Connors, he would merely be a burden. Name Kurt Connors, Dr. Lizard. Current physical condition insane. Skills regeneration. Overall ability C, combat power 789. Overall evaluation A, tank type MT, exceptionally strong with remarkable recovery, yet slightly lacking in agility. If not killed in one hit, he will persistently engage until death. With a combat power of 789, Zhonglan's meager score in the low hundreds made him realize he stood no chance. In fact, what he currently lacked were not skills, but rather a chakra limit and physical stamina. More chakra would allow Zhonglan's tactics to be more flexible. Having already attained B rank in physical techniques, he dared to exchange for B rank ninjutsu. While Li Lianhua's enhancements were terrifying, they were still based on physical foundations. Just like in Naruto, even if Rock Lee opened the 8 gates, he might still struggle against a casually performing Guy. Even with both opening the 8 gates, Guy could withstand a blow that shattered half of Madara's body, while Rock Lee, after a few punches, would likely be out of commission. Regrettably, Zhonglan currently lacked both foundational aspects. His most formidable asset was his soul, but he knew nothing of illusions and had little interest in them. What he yearned for was still the ultimate physical techniques, or dazzling ninjutsu. Thus Zhonglan and Peter parted ways as he had another matter to attend to. Baxter Building, 9th floor. As Zhonglan entered, he saw Johnny dressed in a charred outfit speaking with Reed. It was Johnny's nth time accidentally igniting his clothing, seeking help from the expert Reed. Of course, Johnny wouldn't directly ask for help. He merely presented the problem, and the scientific genius Reed would naturally find a solution. Zhonglan arrived just in time, as Reed was currently working on a countermeasure. Zhonglan, did I not take my space suit before? I found that it can also bond with my sand, making it quite suitable for us to wear. The others had always believed that his awakened superpower was sand manipulation and didn't argue, as it indeed was one of the abilities granted after the energy storm. Thus, this understanding was not incorrect. After receiving Zhonglan's suggestion, Reed quickly confirmed through his expertise that the uniform also exposed to the energy storm possessed the properties of transformation, fire resistance, invisibility, and durability. A minor incident occurred where Ben had resisted wearing the new uniform from the beginning, refusing to don it due to his fixed physique and lack of need for it. Susan's invisibility, Johnny's pyrokinesis, and Reed's rubber abilities all required the coordination of their uniforms. Zhonglan provided a reason to obtain that uniform, thinking that a future green-skinned fellow would appreciate its elasticity. Ben, being magnanimous, directly gifted it to Zhonglan. Naturally, Zhonglan wouldn't accept Ben's gift for free. He just felt it wasn't the right time to give it to him, planning to return it later when the opportunity arose. Having achieved his objectives for the day, Zhonglan lingered for a moment before leaving. He wasn't keen on getting involved in the Fantastic Four storyline, as he now faced a world with a difficulty level of 3, which could potentially complicate matters. After leaving, Zhonglan hesitated for a while in the driver's seat before driving to the base. It must be said that compared to the SUV, the BMW indeed offered much less space. At the Brooklyn branch of S.H.I.E.L.D, Zhonglan successfully found Natasha in the training area. She was practicing wall climbing, already able to run a good 10 steps on the wall before falling. In just one day, Natasha had reached this level, living up to the system's evaluation. Her control over chakra was indeed reminiscent of a queen commanding her soldiers. Zhonglan greeted her from afar, intending to correct some of Natasha's mistakes, as she had been figuring it out on her own and couldn't compare to his familiarity, honed by the system's guidance. System, beep, urgent mission. Kissed Natasha passionately within 30 seconds. 1. Yes, no, accept mission. Countdown 3. Zhonglan, what the hell? Where's your integrity system? Zhonglan exclaimed, what the hell? System, where is your integrity? System replied 2. Zhonglun responded, can I refuse? I refuse. System said 1. Zhonglun quickly replied, I accept the task. System responded, ding, task accepted. Task, countdown 30, 29. Having accepted the task, almost by instinct, Zhonglun looked nervously at Natasha approaching him, feeling inexplicably flustered and hot, unsure of how to act. System said 28, 27. Natasha asked Lon, what's wrong? Your face suddenly turned red. Are you having a fever? Natasha inquired with concern, clearly curious about why his face turned red, so suddenly reaching out to touch Zhonglan's forehead to check for fever. System said 24, 23. Zhonglan's internal thoughts were, what should I do? Should I kiss her? Oh, why is her hand moving towards me? Smooth. Wait. Should I act or not? Never mind. System said 14, 13. Seeing Zhonglan remain silent and staring at her, Natasha wondered if her clothes were torn and looked down at herself. Oh, Natasha, didn't I say I would teach you a new ninjutsu? Close your eyes and it'll teach you. Zhonglan spoke hastily, his words rapid yet clear. System said 9-8. Upon hearing this, Natasha had no suspicions and closed her eyes. Zhonglan stared at Natasha's fiery red lips, hesitating, realizing this was his first kiss in another world. System said 5-4. Zhonglan was still hesitating. System continued 3-2. Natasha kept her eyes closed for 5 or 6 seconds, and noticing the lack of movement, opened her eyes only to find Zhonglan right in front of her. Around his black pupils, there was even a symbol resembling a comma spinning. Then Natasha realized her lips were being held by Zhonglan's. As an experienced person, she immediately recognized he was a novice kisser and instinctively extended her tongue, skillfully swirling it in Zhonglan's mouth. Instantly, Zhonglan felt a fragrant softness flooding into his mouth, and he involuntarily started to play along. After a full minute, a dazed Zhonglan finally came to his senses, hurriedly retreating and looking at Natasha in astonishment, surprised by her boldness. Had she really kissed someone who wasn't her boyfriend and gone along with it? Natasha chuckled nonchalantly. Being over 100 years old, she merely regarded Zhonglan as a little brother. Moreover, she was somewhat captivated by Zhonglan's abilities. She did not care much about a mere kiss. Zhonglan was still somewhat unable to accept this and snapped his fingers. The sound of his snap served as a signal, and Natasha felt as if the surroundings shattered like glass, piece by piece, revealing another world. Before him remained Zhonglan, as close as ever, along with his peculiar eyes. Illusion dreamscape. Just as he was about to kiss Natasha, Zhonglan released an illusion. While Natasha was caught in the illusion, he swiftly gave her a light kiss, and Natasha in the illusion naturally did not notice. However, the ensuing situation within the illusion left him dumbfounded. He couldn't retract his position in time, neglecting even the system's notifications, standing dazedly close to Natasha. Was this girl really that open? Although the illusion was just a projection, he could still feel it mentally. Thus, Zhonglan not only kissed Natasha in reality, but also passionately delivered a French kiss within the illusion. Ahem. Zhonglan awkwardly pulled back, saying, Natasha, this is the ninjutsu I wanted to teach you, or rather the illusion technique that can pull someone into a world of your own creation. Natasha nodded non-committally, her expression neutral, showing little reaction. The illusion was of course an excuse. He had already taught Natasha before, but at that time she had no chakra and couldn't practice. Natasha, for reasons unknown, did not challenge Zhonglan's words. After all, seeing through without exposing was the way to go. Naturally, when putting on a show, Zhonglan patiently taught Natasha all the techniques about the illusion, yet it was still a futile effort. Just like Peter could never learn ninjutsu, it was a waste of time. Having successfully passed the awkward phase, Zhonglan began to formally instruct Natasha on the techniques of chakra use, which she absorbed well and could master in a short time. Next came Zhonglan's combat training. The two of them fought purely with their physical bodies without using any chakra. Initially, he thought it would be a seductive process, especially since Natasha had donned a black tank top, her fair skin and deep cleavage reminding Zhonglan of their earlier passionate kiss. It turned out that Natasha was a competent combat coach, exemplifying what it meant to teach by example, leaving Zhonglan to cry out in pain. Unable to use body techniques, he was only evenly matched with Natasha in physical strength, but in combat skills, to put it simply, Natasha could take on 10 of him. After numerous encounters with the ground, Zhonglan began to set aside his lustful thoughts and earnestly learn Natasha's combat techniques. More accurately, it was a deadly art. Each move aimed to kill. Even though Natasha held back, Zhonglan was knocked out multiple times. However, with his immortal body, only mental or spiritual damage could render him unconscious, or if his body was pushed to the brink of collapse. He successfully utilized the Sharingan's abilities to swiftly learn combat techniques, which the system rated as a level basic body techniques. After accepting Natasha's enthusiastic hospitality, Zhonglan returned home, his muscles finally getting a chance to rest after being in pain. At this moment, he also had time to check today's emergency task rewards. Emergency task: force a kiss on Natasha within 1 minute. 1. Task reward. Designated card 1. Can designate any card for immediate refresh in the mysterious shop. Refresh card 1. Immediately refresh the mysterious shop. The original refresh time remains unchanged. Upon seeing the designated card, Zhonglan's eyes lit up. He took out the designated card from the system space and pressed it directly to his forehead. System said, "Ding, designated card used successfully. Please specify a card." Zhonglan said, "Chakra enhancement card." C. System replied, "Ding, refresh successful. Please visit the mysterious shop to check." Upon opening the system's mysterious shop, in addition to the previous 10 gray-white cards, there was now an additional gray-white card, the Chakra enhancement card C. The introduction was identical to the Chakra enhancement card D, except for the maximum chakra increase value. Zhonglan first submitted one of the 3 lizard potions he obtained today to the system, receiving a Clevel Rule fragment, which he directly exchanged for the purchase rights of the Chakra enhancement card C. Then his fingers moved rapidly. System said, "Ding, consumed Clevel Rule fragment successfully. Purchase rights for Chakra enhancement card C are now open." System announced, "Ding, consumed 100 energy points successfully. Obtained Chakra enhancement card C1." System continued, "Ding, consumed 200 energy points successfully. Obtained Chakra enhancement card C1." After 11 system notifications, Zhonglan obtained 10 Chakra enhancement cards C, deducting 1 Clevel Rule fragment and 5,500 energy points. Zhonglan was not in a hurry to use the Chakra enhancement card C immediately, but continued to exchange for purchase rights. System said, "Ding, consumed Clevel Rule fragment successfully. Purchase rights for Sand Binding Coffin B are now open." System said, "Ding, consumed 1200 energy successfully. Obtained Sand Binding Coffin B card 1." System continued, "Ding, consumed 2400 energy successfully. Obtained Sand Binding Coffin B card 1." After 6 consecutive system notifications, he purchased 5 Sand Binding Coffin B cards, spending a total of 1 Clevel Rule fragment and 17,400 energy points. But that wasn't all. System said, "Ding, consumed Clevel Rule fragment 1 to unlock purchase rights for Sand Armor C." System continued, "Ding, consumed 650 energy successfully. Obtained Sand Armor C card 1." This time there were only 4 notification sounds, and he exchanged for 3 Sand Armor C cards, consuming 1 Clevel Rule fragment and 4,550 energy points. At this point, Zhonglan was left with 2 Clevel fragments, 1 level fragment, and 6,504 energy points. These were kept for emergencies, and he had no intention of using them. Zhonglan glanced at the sky. It was about time to sleep. Peter wouldn't be back tonight, having texted him saying he was at Gwen's place getting help to cover up. Making hand seals, he summoned a shadow clone. Zhonglan raised his head and swallowed a vial of potion given by Fury, a deep sleep potion that could induce deep sleep and rapidly replenish mental energy. He took out a thick stack of cards, a total of 18 cards, filled with excitement, and slapped them against his forehead. A small fragment of memory and bodily transformation accompanied the effect of the deep sleep potion, and Zhonglan fell into a deep slumber. The shadow clone stood guard silently beside him. Name: Zhonglan. Current physical condition: healthy. Chakra: 751,999. Skills: A rank Shadow Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, 1000 Years of Pain Illusion. Drank Body Flicker Technique, Earth Style, Heart Decapitation Technique. Crank Inner Lotus, Outer Lotus, Sharingan, 1 Tomo Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Sand Armor. Rank Inner Lotus, Sand Binding Coffin. A rank Immortality Shadow Clone Technique. Srank Sand Guardian. SS Srank, Konoha Physique. Bloodline Limit Sharingan, Crank 1 Tomo. Overall Ability Crank. Overall evaluation: Chakra storage is slightly below average, physical fitness is slightly below average, combat experience is low, psychological quality is too low, and the sudden increase in abilities needs practical combat to adapt. Name: Sand Binding Coffin. Category: Ninjutsu. Rank B5. Effect: quickly draws sand towards the target, tightly wrapping them in sand, rendering them unable to act. Continuous input of chakra will further compress the sand. Consumption: 11,500. Note: can rapidly enhance the speed and solidity of the sand, but subsequent attack power will consume a significant amount of chakra, making Sand Binding Coffin more suitable as a restraining technique. Name: Sand Armor. Category: Ninjutsu. Rank C3. Effect: covers the body with sand and uses a large amount of chakra to solidify it, providing extremely powerful defense, although it will also make the body incredibly heavy. Consumption: chakra, physical strength. Note: the longer the chakra reinforces it, the higher its solidity becomes, up to a maximum perfect defense against attacks, with a power value below 300. Originally, the chakra consumption limit for Sand Binding Coffin was only 1,000, but after consuming 5 cards, it has successfully increased to a limit of 1,500. As for Sand Armor, the previously noted maximum perfect defense value was 100. After consuming 3 cards, it has changed to 300. The Chakra Enhancement card is a divine artifact that directly increases the chakra limit, but unfortunately, it can only be exchanged for a maximum of 10 cards. Chakra is generated by mixing physical energy and mental ability in a 1:1 ratio. To increase the chakra limit, both physical constitution and mental strength must be enhanced simultaneously. The combat value has jumped above 1,000, an increase of over 800 from the previous 196, a more than a 5-fold increase. But that evaluation. Well, now Zhonglan is like the former Peter, going from an ordinary person to a superhero, significantly lacking in control over his powers. Indeed, Zhonglan has pulled down another door handle. This is already the 4th one. His physical strength has increased too much, and Zhonglan has a way to solve it. Ninjutsu Sand Armor. A surge of sand flows from the sandstorm jar, enveloping Zhonglan, adhering to his original clothing and gradually transforming from yellow sand to a similar color, taking on the style and color of his original outfit in just half a minute, almost indistinguishable. The weight on Zhonglan's body has increased by over a ton. He doesn't know the exact amount. Additionally, it will slowly absorb his chakra, nurturing the sand armor to make it increasingly solid and heavy. No wonder the introduction said the body would feel heavy. This transformation nearly suppresses Zhonglan's speed and strength back to the state before the enhancement last night. Moreover, Zhonglan must concentrate some chakra under his feet, continuously releasing chakra in a manner similar to walking on water to counteract the immense weight's pressure on the ground. Otherwise, he will experience the consequences of Tony smashing the roof and floor. This consumes a significant amount of chakra. If he had recovered, as before, he might only manage 3 to 4 hours. However, now his chakra limit has greatly increased, and his recovery has also significantly improved. Coupled with the chakra absorbed by sand armor, the balance is just right. With such a heavy burden, it seems that the sand armor's assistance in physical training is stronger than its combat cost-effectiveness. The Gaara from the anime must also rely on his control of sand to reduce the weight of sand armor significantly to walk. Furthermore, it needs to be released well in advance for sand armor to provide substantial defense. This basically eliminates its use in combat. After preparing while seriously enjoying Aunt May's breakfast, Zhonglan also thought of an excuse for Peter, who hadn't returned all night, saying he stayed overnight at Gwen's house. Aunt May was very pleased. Oh, Peter has a girlfriend. He didn't even tell me. Ooh, I will have to punish him well tonight. Zhonglan secretly laughed. This feeling of selling out his brother is quite nice. He also looks forward to seeing Spider-Man getting scolded by Aunt May tonight. Maybe she'll even teach Peter how to use contraceptives. After all, aren't foreigners quite open-minded? Thinking this, Zhonglan happily bid farewell to Aunt May and drove to school. Today is Monday, and he needs to report to school. Moreover, there might be some entertainment programs today that require him to go and teach a certain green guy a lesson. With his newly inflated strength, his confidence has also surged tremendously. The morning classes were very smooth, without any disturbances. Zhonglan took the rare opportunity to enjoy the peaceful college life, calming down to reflect on his issues and future plans, jotting down notes and sketches, quietly waiting. As for the courses, his achievements far exceed those of the teacher on the podium, and just being there is satisfactory for the teacher. He has no demands compared to ordinary students. What an enviable treatment for college students. Just as he was absorbed in thought, the class bell rang, signaling the end of the morning's lessons. A ruckus erupted from the building next door. It was the biology department's teaching building. After hiding in a restroom to use his transformation technique, he leisurely walked over. Peter's classroom is on the 2nd floor, and he quickly arrived. Very peaceful. Peter saw Zhonglan. He recognized Zhonglan's current appearance, so he came over to greet him. Peter, hey Lan, why do you look like this? Zhonglan, I think there might be something I need to do. How did things go yesterday? Peter, not too bad. The doctor is a bit out of it, and accidentally grabbed me a few times. Zhonglan, oh, did you go for rabies shots? Joking with Peter, Gwen gradually approached from a distance, warmly greeting Zhonglan and openly flaunting her affection with Peter in front of him. Zhonglan, Gwen, I'm still here. Zhonglan helplessly reminded. Can you wait until you two are alone before continuing? Consider how I, a single person, feel. In fact, many people in school admire him, but Zhonglan seems to have a slightly different aesthetic for foreigners, and so far he hasn't found a suitable girlfriend. Gwen felt a bit awkward. Oh, I know you're here, Lan, I just couldn't help myself. Zhonglan smiled absent-mindedly, observing his surroundings. The long-anticipated attack by the lizard doctor has yet to arrive, which makes Zhonglan quite troubled. Could it be? Has the plot changed? This made Zhonglan anxious. According to the timeline, it should have appeared by now. While he was deep in thought, the crowd had already poured out of the teaching building, heading to the school playground. It's not just the biology department students. It's almost lunchtime, and a large number of students are gathering there. After all, during student days, the cafeteria is the choice for most people. New York University is large, with over 10 cafeterias on campus. The one closest to the biology department is Cafeteria 6, which has 6 stories and offers hundreds of flavors to choose from. As the students excitedly enjoy their lunch, they remain completely unaware of a faint green gas slowly spreading from the rooftop of the cafeteria along the escape ladder. This green gas is evidently heavier than air, thus spreading downwards starting from the 6th floor. Thanks to Wang Xiao for a donation of 1,500 Chidian coins. Howling Moon Wind Wolf for a donation of 100 Chidian coins. Yuzamingxi for a donation of 100 Chidian coins. Thank you all for your recognition of Xiaolan. He was enjoying his lunch with his back to the escape ladder, completely unaware of the danger approaching him. The gas was inhaled into the body with the breath of the black classmate, at which point he saw the pale green gas that engulfed him. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he stood up and turned to find out who was causing the trouble. Americans always seem to enjoy making nonsensical jokes, and the majority of the targets are naturally black people, and why? Everyone knows the reason. Who? What trick is this? You. Come out. Ugh. What the hell is this? Having seen through the prank, the black classmate helplessly attempted to call out the prankster, which was the best attitude he could muster. However, as he spoke, he noticed a strange pain and itchiness in his body, as if something were trying to drill its way out. His tongue felt swollen, making it hard to articulate words, and he even felt as if his tongue could extend nearly 40 centimeters like a snake. Immediately, an unnamed fury surged within him, directed at the so-called white people, particularly those who had been tormenting him, Peter, Selena, Bob, and so on. Memories flashed before him, igniting his rage. Then he lost consciousness, or rather his body was overtaken by his fury. This series of events unfolded in less than 10 seconds, with the pale green mist obscuring his form, making it invisible to others, yet his roar alerted many in the cafeteria. People are always filled with fear of the unknown. Upon hearing the roar, most turned with curiosity, but could only see the dense pale green mist. This instilled fear in some, who quietly began to move towards the exit. Meanwhile, a few daring individuals thought it was just a reckless prank by someone foolish. They were angrily shouting for the instigator to come out and apologize. Hey dude, this joke has gone too far. Stop it before we suffer any losses. Right? Otherwise we'll report you to the teacher. Bob, is that you? Is this the surprise you mentioned? Everyone was clamoring, and the cafeteria was once again in chaos, to the extent that they didn't notice the pale green mist seeping through the entrance. At the escape ladder, a tall figure stood up, nearly 3 meters in height, causing some students to nervously swallow their saliva. The figure was truly exaggerated in size, and they certainly did not want to be hit. The silhouette gradually approached the loudest classmate. Seeing the figure coming, that classmate only shouted louder, as if this would give him courage. This infuriated the figure, who then dashed forward with incredible speed, closing in on the classmate within a breath, emerging from the obscuring mist. Odd. This was the terrified scream of a girl gowing. What kind of monster? This was the bewildered reaction of those who had yet to grasp the situation. FUCK, is this a prank? Whose cruel joke is this? This was the classmate, still convinced it was a prank. A large green lizard was running on sturdy legs, dragging a long tail behind it, which was as thick as an adult's thigh, its body covered in green scales, and its face vaguely resembled that of the earlier black classmate. This scene terrified many, including the shouting classmate, who was knocked away by the lizard man's tail crashing into the wall and leaving a large spiderweb crack. More people who had come into contact with the pale green mist were also transforming, one after another, lunging out from the mist, all with eyes filled with bizarre rage. Anyone still normal would be knocked away in a single blow. This was considered fortunate, as some were directly clawed by the lizard man's talons, resulting in severe injuries. But the prerequisite was to survive. Chaos continued to escalate quickly, leading to even greater mayhem. The entire cafeteria crowd, including students, teachers, cooks, and servers, transformed into lizard people, surging out towards the biological sciences building where Zhonglan was. As for those left behind, only the immobile, inanimate objects remained. Zhonglan, still in the corridor, had not yet noticed this abnormality, but the system provided him with a prompt. System: Ding Main Quest issued New York Defense War. New York Defense War. Due to the host's world difficulty level 3, a New York will fall into an unprecedented crisis. The fewer casualties there are before the time limit of the difficulty dice expires, the higher the rewards. The highest reward could be an SS-level rule fragment. Upon hearing the prompt, Zhonglan's first reaction was confusion. I feel something is off. While flirting with Gwen, Peter suddenly became tense. My danger sense is telling me a great crisis is approaching. An unprecedented great crisis. Upon hearing this, Zhonglan narrowed his eyes and immediately opened the sand armor he wore. It lifted like an Egyptian mummy's coffin from the side, and he stepped out. Gwen, get inside, hurry. No matter what crisis they were facing, if it made Spider-Man say that, it certainly wasn't a good thing. First, he needed to protect Gwen, who was just an ordinary person. Gwen obviously found it hard to accept being locked in the mummy coffin. Before she could ask for an explanation, Zhonglan's pupils suddenly widened, showing an expression of disbelief. He saw the playground outside filled with a crowd, just like when classmates were off class before, but this time, it was a horde of green lizards. The scene was truly spectacular. Without time to explain, Zhonglun directly pulled Gwen and shoved her into the sand armor. Before he could proceed to the next step, a large group of lizard people were approaching from both sides of the staircase. Name: Lizard Man imitation skills, low-level self-healing, low-level body enhancement status, angry overall ability, D overall evaluation, inhaled diluted lizard gene potion, unfinished diluent, temporarily acquired lizard genes. Due to the potion being unfinished, anger dominates his body, and after consuming the energy of his body cells, he will revert to normal. Peter, buy some time. I've secured Gwen. Don't kill them, just wear them out. Zhonglun spoke, quickly controlling the sand armor to follow him into the classroom, using earth escape and the technique of decapitation from the heart, burying the sand armor sideways into the wall of a classroom, leaving only a few tiny breathing holes. Thanks to this building being one of the older constructions, the classroom's blackboard was thick and made mostly of clay. Having finished all this without catching a breath, Peter was forced to flee into the classroom at the door. He had already put on the spider suit. There were too many lizard people, and he couldn't harm them. The speed at which they surged forward far exceeded his web-slinging speed, leaving him no choice but to run. Looking at the lizard people flooding into the classroom, Zhonglun's face twitched. It wasn't fear, he was just thinking. The entire school surely couldn't have been turned into lizard people, right? What would other ordinary people do upon encountering this scene? Jumping down with Peter, it was only 3 floors for him. Now, it was very easy. The lizard people downstairs were even more numerous, but fortunately both of them carried web shooters and swung through the buildings with agility. Peter, I'm going to find a conspicuous place to attract as many lizard people as possible to attack me. After instructing Peter, he no longer cared about him. With over 600 combat points, he certainly wouldn't be taken down by lizard people with only 80 combat points, no matter how many they were. After turning a corner, Zhonglun saw the school's large playground. The number of lizard people was extraordinarily high. Thanks, Silence and Death donated 500 Chitian coins. Zhonglun had already activated his Sharingan, and the previously clear movements replayed in his mind, as if in slow motion. While nimbly dodging, he dialed a phone number, moving as if strolling leisurely. The phone rang only once before being picked up. What happened over there? A biochemical attack. Furious voice was steady. As the director, he could not afford to panic. Not exactly. It's a targeted experiment by a mad scientist. You should send someone through the underground waterways of the New York school. They should be able to find his laboratory, which contains research materials. As he spoke, Zhonglun sidestepped a lizard man, leaping down from above, continuing to shout, what I need to tell you is not this. Inform all the arriving officers that those lizard men are students. They are students. Did you hear me? Equip them with tranquilizer guns. Just subdue them, or once their stamina is depleted, they will revert back. I don't know how long that will take. I'm busy now, hanging up. Without waiting for Fury to respond, he tossed the phone into the system space, not intending to press the hang-up button. The commotion attracted a large wave of lizardmen who climbed over the playground wall and were approaching in droves. A massive wave of lizardmen was about to launch an attack. He took out the Odin's Sacred Armor card, and in a flash of light, he was fully armed. Without putting on battle gear, he always felt uneasy. At this point, with all worries resolved, Zhonglun finally reached the center of the school playground. Although a massive wave of lizardmen had come, it was still not enough. What could be more attention-grabbing than setting off fireworks on the playground? He pulled out a box of grenades from the system space, tossing the entire box into the sky, without even opening it, dodging lizardmen's attacks, while forming hand seals. I must say, if it weren't for the enhancements from last night, his current situation would be drastically different. Fire release, great fireball technique, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A great fireball detonated in the air 10 meters high upon colliding with the box, igniting the grenades inside. The dense sounds of explosions resembled a string of oversized firecrackers being lit. The violent sparks of the explosion and the continuous deafening roars successfully attracted an even larger number of lizardmen, halting the furious lizard swarm's outward expansion as they turned back towards the source of the sound. They wanted to tear apart the audacious provoker. In contrast, Zhonglun moved methodically through the swarm of lizards. The lizardmen were not terrifying to him now, despite their massive numbers. Only 7 or 8 could attack him at once. The trouble lay in their unending numbers, preventing him from catching even a moment's rest or maintaining prolonged concentration. If he could unleash a sandstorm right now, he could even bury a large portion of the lizardmen. Ultimately, the individual lizardmen were too weak, and it was a war of attrition. Barring any accidents, this would be a prolonged battle. But was it really that easy? Wasn't the difficulty of world difficulty 3 too low? Oh, help. Don't come near, stay away. From afar, a chorus of cries for help reached Zhonglun's ears, tightening his otherwise relaxed demeanor. He controlled the sand to form a ring around his waist, then suddenly expanded it, pushing the lizardmen beside him away temporarily as he shot webbing towards the source of the sound. This was a sand-based repulsion technique inspired by the mage's resistance fire circle in the game, which had little lethality. It could only forcibly displace enemies weaker than himself. Moreover, it consumed a considerable amount of chakra and mental energy. The voices belonged to a group of female students on the rooftop of Cafeteria 5, likely gathering for lunch, thus avoiding the assault of the heavy green gas. They were fortunate enough to have avoided the second wave of lizardmen's attacks. Now drawn by the commotion created by Zhang the lizardmen, due to their overwhelming numbers crowded together, some climbed the walls unexpectedly, discovering a few stragglers. By the time Zhang arrived, one of the total 8 students had permanently left the world. That was the only male student among them who bravely stood up, displaying his masculinity. However, reality was cruel. He was torn apart almost instantly, delaying for less than a second. Having always deceived himself into thinking there would be no casualties, this was the first time Zhang witnessed a civilian die before his eyes being brutally shredded. He did not close his eyes, but rather opened them wide. Witnessing the complete process of death for the first time, there was no fear, no dread, only immense guilt, rage, and killing intent. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. This time, the Great Fireball was unleashed without reservation, consuming an entire 300 chakra. Its speed and size far exceeded the previous ones. With a diameter of 3 meters, it struck fiercely between the students and the lizard men. That male student had created a gap of less than 1 meter with his life bought with a second. Boom. A loud explosion erupted, and the scorching flames swept outward. As a C3 level technique, its explosion radius is diameter multiplied by the number of times learned, which means a radius of 339 meters, giving a full diameter of 18 meters. This is the perverse nature of the system's stacking learning. Within 18 meters of the Great Fireball's center, everything was engulfed in flames. The 7 female students located at the center of the explosion were naturally caught in the sea of flames, but would Zhang lose his sanity and recklessly conduct area attacks? The flames came swiftly, and without combustible materials they dissipated quickly as well. A sand wall rose above the remains of the male student. On the left side was a terrified female student along with half of the male student's corpse. Even the lizard men affected by the flames lay on the ground, charred and barely alive, their skin writhing slowly as they struggled to regain their fighting strength. Their low-level self-healing saved their lives. This was already within Zhang expectations. After all, the Great Fireball was an area attack, and on average each point of attack was insufficient to instantly kill a lizard man with a combat power of around 80. However, they would definitely lose their combat capabilities, and once they reverted to humanoid form, they would likely have to lie in a hospital bed for a while. On Zhang side, after releasing a large amount of sand, he controlled it to descend like a wave, sweeping away the lizard men still capable of movement around the girls. This sand flow attack consumed nearly 200 chakra and a substantial amount of mental energy. After all, without the cooperation of hand seals, relying solely on sand manipulation would double the consumption. This highlights the importance of hand seals. There was no choice. Most of his skills were solo combat-oriented, and the only area attack. No, there was one more that could be used for area attacks. Zhang suddenly thought of a particularly perverse skill which had been hindered by various matters recently, but now it was even more useful. Scanning the area with his Sharingan confirming the plan, he then used sand to wrap the 7 girls before forming hand seals. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique, Taijutsu 1000 Years of Pain, 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 Taijutsu 1000 Years of Pain. This move was originally in a level taijutsu with a very limited use in its environment. After being enhanced with its level teleportation feature by the system, it became Zhang most intimidating skill. It caused both physical and mental harm. Even Spider-Man would be afraid, let alone these lizard men with a combat power of 80. Unfortunately, they lacked danger perception, rapid recovery abilities, and being controlled by anger, they wouldn't engage in rational thinking. Thus, on this rooftop, one could see a black-haired boy in blue armor, whose gaze wherever it landed would inevitably result in a large lizard collapsing, clutching its vital points. Have you all forgotten to recommend S.H.I.E.L.D? Thanks to those who haven't forgotten to support him. For those who did, quickly bombard him with recommendation votes. S.H.I.E.L.D's reader group, 607469827. Friends in need can add it. Thanks to I smile faintly at the red dust donated 100 Chidian coins. Leaning on the bridge looking at Zhang and donated 100 Chidian coins. Wang Xiaoxiao donated 500 Chidian coins. This precisely suppressed the incomplete potion of the lizardmen, causing each fallen lizardman to wail as they shed their green exoskeleton, slowly transforming back into human form while regaining their rationality as humans. There was no time for pain, fear, or regret. The excruciating pain from their lower bodies forced them to writhe and scream on the floor. The unprecedented pain in life was a memory that would last a lifetime. This was also the hidden characteristic of the 1,000-year kill, causing the disruption of the opponent's energy circulation with the duration depending on their will. The lizardmen, driven by rage, had their willpower nearly reduced to zero. Ordinary humans who returned to their human forms experienced varying degrees of willpower enhancement, but they lacked energy, and thus could not heal their injuries. The pain from the injuries lasted longer than the disruption of energy circulation. With a battle power exceeding 1,000, Zhang Lan's current physical energy was at the peak of crank. How could that feel comfortable? If it weren't for him taking a small step back each time he attacked, resulting in his arm not being long enough, he could have shoved his entire hand inside. The 1,000-year kill only required 3 elements: the tiger seal, gaze, and intent. He maintained the tiger seal while turning his head to target the next opponent before launching an attack. His speed was astonishing. On average, at least 30 lizardmen fell each second, and within 3 seconds the entire balcony was cleared, after which both Zhang Lan halted their movements. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The synchronized retching sound, averaging 15 teleportations per second, was more exhilarating than a roller coaster. If it weren't for the enhanced dynamic vision of the Sharingan, his already spinning head would have left him utterly disoriented. Additionally, with multiple strikes targeting vital areas, a strong stench overwhelmed him. He immediately vomited. After vomiting for 5 or 6 seconds, he forced himself to stop. More lizardmen continued to surge forward. He couldn't cease his assault, or else the 7 female classmates would be in danger. His main body continued to employ the 1,000-year kill attack, which was currently the only effective method. After merely 10 seconds of assault, he stopped to switch to a shadow clone. Ugh, ugh, ugh. After 10 seconds, the shadow clone halted, switching back to the main body. Ugh, ugh, ugh. This cycle continued for a full 10 minutes, an entire 10 minutes. As time progressed, Zhang Lan's rate dropped from the original 15 times per second to 14, ultimately maintaining only 7 times per second. In this contest of drug effects and endurance, finally, the time limit for the lizard genetic potion, the unfinished diluted version, arrived. One by one, the lizardmen exhausted their physical strength, collapsing limply onto the ground. They did not lose consciousness. Rather, their bodies were extremely fatigued, their cells nearly depleted of energy, and in need of nourishment, yet their mental state remained intact. Regret, fear, shadows, dread, and irretrievable remorse flooded their minds. They were merely innocent victims. Just moments ago, they experienced the darkest moment of their lives, even having killed their own classmates. In contrast, another group of classmates seemed relatively at ease. Centered around the cafeteria No. 5, the lizardmen within 100 meters lay about, all covering their lower regions and rolling on the ground, wailing in pain. That kind of sourness, one who hasn't experienced it would never understand, but those who have. The trauma of the soul lasts a lifetime. As for physical injuries, it was uncertain how the 1,000-year kill would affect the trauma of the soul. Realizing the crisis had been averted, Zhang Lan numbly gagged, retrieving a kunai from the system space and handing it to the similarly retching shadow clone, while also pushing the surrounding sand far away from him. The shadow clone understood, and the kunai was thrust directly into the 2 hands of the main body. Blood splattered as a pile of sand finally arrived, congesting at the wound to minimize blood loss. There was no choice. He had already expelled his bile, and under conditions where recovery was possible, he couldn't afford to lose this hand. Would it be salvageable? Afterward, every meal would feel like he could smell the taste. Shadow clone release. As the shadow clone could no longer maintain its form and release, the intense dizziness escalated again, causing Zhang Lan to drop to one knee, unable to sustain his transformation. The remaining sliver of rationality prompted him to cover his face with his blue cloak. On the other side, the girls who had been protected all along watched as the yellow sand too lost control and flowed back to his side. The 7 girls finally witnessed a bizarre sight before them. In comparison to the previous horror, this was simply paradise. Seeing Zhang Lan half-crouched and gagging, one of the girls stepped forward, her age suggesting she needed to take on more responsibility. Like the sacrificed male classmate, he was brave and admirable, yet often went unnoticed. "Are you okay, sir?" The girl's voice trembled. Zhang Lan struggled to lift his arm, trying to prevent them from approaching. After all, he was in his main body state and couldn't be seen. Your hand. God." Several exclamations rang out as he forgot his hand was severed, previously covered by his cloak. The 7 girls hadn't seen it, but upon raising his hand, now they were horrified. Zhang Lan had also regained a bit of composure, slowly rising with his back, turned to the girls, not leaving immediately. He was still collecting his sand, which had been painstakingly cultivated with chakra and could not be discarded. Ignoring the girls' concerned inquiries, after finishing gathering the sand, he coldly dashed away. While he could not perform ninjutsu, he could still use body techniques and run along walls effortlessly. He ran back to the place where it all began, outside the classroom, where Gwen was buried. Peter had already changed back into normal clothes and was waiting there, looking slightly disheveled, but otherwise unscathed. It seemed that this time the lizard doctor had not attacked personally. How clever. Upon seeing Zhang Lan's severed hands, Peter was clearly surprised, but his concern was somewhat different. Peter, Lan, your hand is severed. How will you perform ninjutsu? What about Gwen? Zhang Lan. I need to go home first. He turned to leave, and Peter hurriedly approached to apologize. After a proper apology, Zhang Lan brought Peter to the wall where Gwen was buried. Peter's method was simple. He removed his outer jacket and wrapped it around his fist, delivering a series of powerful strikes to the corners, directly demolishing an entire section of the wall. Zhang Lan then controlled the sand armor to transform into yellow sand, retrieving it back into the sandstorm jar. Surviving the ordeal, Gwen emerged and immediately embraced Peter, sharing a long French kiss that made Zhang Lan's eyebrows twitch. Hey, there's still a severed hand here. Could you show a little concern? Is it really okay to flaunt your love in front of a single dog? Oh dear, are they still kissing? Helpless, he could only shove his hands into his pockets and walk away, having already stored the Odin holy armor into the system space. As for putting his hands in his pockets, he would still have to come to school in the future. How would he explain the matter of his severed hand? He could already feel the wrist's severed area itching, the beginning of new cells forming, creating flesh, bone, and tendons. Comparatively, he could do nothing but wait slowly. This passivity was quite annoying. The more severe the injury, the quicker the recovery. However, if the injury was lighter, it was akin to the normal recovery abilities of an average person. For instance, with his severed hand, he estimated it would take about 2 hours to recover. Of course, the newly healed hand might not be as resilient as the other parts of his body and would require some time to strengthen. This was acceptable. He casually pulled out his phone from the system space, and within 3 seconds it rang. Controlling the sand to form a sandy hand, he successfully answered the call. Lan, could you please not keep your phone in that space of yours? It's quite troublesome to contact you like this. Fury spoke slowly, merely complaining and not issuing orders. Zhang Lan, if you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll hang up. It's not convenient to talk right now. Fury, true. Your sand control ability is very useful. Zhang Lan glanced around, then looked up at the sky, as if making eye contact with Fury far away at headquarters. Fury, at the 14 o'clock direction, you've misjudged. Zhang Lan. Beep, beep, beep. Being as willful as he was, he directly hung up the phone and was about to toss it into the system space. However, at that moment, the ringtone rang again. Zhang Lan had set different ringtones for each person. This was a small habit of his, and this time, it was someone else calling him. Thank you. I smile faintly at the red dust. Donated 100 Qijian coins. Westlake, Shu Jiuxiang donated 100 Qijian coins. Zhang Lan. Ben, what's wrong? Ben, Lan, I need your help. Rita's been captured by Victor. I need to prepare something. Can you go to Victor's building now? Help me. Ben's voice softened significantly, no longer the deep tone of a stone man, clearly having reverted back to his original form through the machine. However, what the hell? Just yesterday we were discussing clothing issues, and today the energy storm simulation machine has been created. Has the plot directly jumped to the end? It can't be this fast to create a model. Zhang Lan's system, how do you explain this? Beep world difficulty level 3. The longer it takes, the more terrifying the power. Zhang Lan. This time not only is the plot of Spider-Man 1 being altered, but Reed's abilities have also been adjusted exponentially, creating the energy storm simulator in just 1 day. Now I can only hope this super negative buff will disappear soon. Otherwise, I can't imagine what the consequences will be. Today at school it seems that more than 100 people have died, which fills Zhang Lan with deep guilt. Lan, are you still there? Ben, who received no response, became a bit anxious. Is this request too difficult for you? If so, then. Zhang Lan. No, it's not difficult. I was just thinking about some issues. I'm having some trouble getting there, and will need some time. It's fine, I can make it in time. Ben, thank you so much, Lan. I hope you can hurry. The call ended, and Ben hung up. In the distance, Natasha drove a fiery red sports car, speeding towards Zhang Lan, who did not dodge. The car gracefully drifted and came to a steady stop in front of him. This is why he changed his mind. He can't drive, but with a driver it's fine. Natasha smiled. Lawn Director Fury asked me to take you back to the headquarters. It's urgent. To Victor's building. Zhang Lan interrupted Natasha without courtesy. Otherwise there will be a blackout in New York tonight. The car door didn't open. In fact, it wasn't easy for him to open it. He simply jumped into the passenger seat. Natasha looked at Zhang Lan with some confusion, but ultimately started the car, while quietly reporting the current situation to Fury. Knowing about Zhang Lan's prophetic abilities, Fury clearly respected his opinions more, allowing Natasha to follow Zhang Lan's orders for now. Task Directive Level 8. It's important to note that Natasha is currently only a Level 7 agent, while Carlson is only a Level 6 agent. Zhang Lan turned to the side, resting his head near Natasha's right ear, where there was a communicator with Fury still in conversation. Vampire cut off all power supplies within 3 streets of Victor's building, or many people will die tonight. Natasha's ears seemed sensitive during Zhang Lan's speech. She unconsciously shrank her neck, as if feeling itchy. After finishing, Zhang ignored Furious' reply, which he couldn't hear, and closed his eyes to rest in the passenger seat. The incident at school forced him to consider better strategies. This so-called negative buff will definitely prevent the plot from smoothly following the original storyline. It will surely add troubles for him. Natasha's driving skills were remarkable. She floored the accelerator, giving the sensation of racing on the highway in the busy city. Moreover, she exceeded the speed limit. The result was that they arrived at their destination in just 10 minutes. While still in the car before getting out, a heat-seeking missile shot out from above, targeting the nearby Buster building. Before the falling glass shards hit the ground, a new dramatic change occurred. Just 3 seconds later, another heat-seeking missile was launched, followed by yet another 3 seconds later. A total of 3 heat-seeking missiles. Zhang clearly remembered that in the plot, there was only one. Fortunately, even though it changed from 1 to 3, Johnny in the distance was still flying through fire, significantly raising his body temperature. The heat-seeking missiles automatically tracked him, the maximum heat source, drawing 3 beautiful trajectories in the air, deviating from their original path. Natasha had the vampire send someone to help Johnny. 3 heat-seeking missiles, Johnny won't be able to withstand that. Have the vampire think of a solution. Feeling somewhat fortunate, he previously secured Nick Fury's trust, gaining the support of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to resolve the current situation. After instructing Natasha, Zhang began to run up the building's wall with blue light, flashing midway as he donned the Odin's sacred garment. On the way, he attempted to use sand to replace hand seals. Though slow, he successfully cast the transformation technique. Victor's office is on the top floor with a beautiful view from the floor-to-ceiling windows located in the city center, allowing a commanding view of much of New York. The office is quite large, or rather spacious, with only one ceiling light still on the beam shining in the center, where Reed, covered entirely in white frost, sat in a chair. Beside him was a small cooling device maintaining his extremely low temperature to prevent him from using his rubber abilities. From Reed's perspective, he could see the top of the Buster building glowing with a vast expanse of white light, which was the site of the energy storm simulator at work. Boom. Crash. A sound came as the floor-to-ceiling window was broken from the outside. A figure crashed through the window, charging straight towards Reed in the center of the room. It was Zhang dressed in the Odin's sacred garment. Reed desperately tried to signal something with his eyes, but Zhang seemed not to see and continued to charge. Just as he was about to make contact with Reed, a flash of electricity suddenly lit up from a dark corner and struck Zhang. Boom. A puff of smoke erupted, but it was merely a shadow clone. Right after the shadow clone was attacked, the main body hiding outside the window received the information. Clusters of yellow sand swirled around the building, swiftly surging into the top floor, accurately locking onto Victor hiding in the dark corner of the wall. Sand technique, sand binding coffin, the sand wrapping around Victor in accordance with the command, and a large amount of chakra being released immediately stood firm, as if magnetized, tightly restricting Victor's movements. But that was all there was to it. Name: Victor skills: magnetizing metal, status malicious, overall ability, C combat power value 907, overall evaluation. The essence of magnetizing metal is still metal. His body is quite solid and has high conductivity, capable of storing electrical energy. After storing a certain amount of electrical energy, he can gain different effects through different release methods. Note: subdue him before he accumulates enough electrical energy, or you will face a tank that can use range skills. Although the combat power value of 907 is less than his, it is not something that just a sand-binding coffin can solve. His magnetized metal body is even harder than that of a stone man. Waves arose on the sand-binding coffin as Victor released his electrical energy. Even though the release was chaotic, the generated high temperature was sufficient to vitrify the sand. However, the sand mixed with chakra would last longer than ordinary sand. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang main body slipped in through the window, kicked the small cooling device away, and accurately kicked off the device that restrained Reed. Without hands, he could still be very agile. I'm all set. Natasha's voice rang in his ear. This was Natasha, unable to stand Zhang, always whispering in her ear, giving him a spare earphone. Hearing this, he kicked Reed away in front of his horrified gaze. It's important to know that if rapidly frozen rubber receives excessive external impact, it will shatter. Even if Reed's rubber superpower shatters, it may not be able to be pieced back together. A ground covered in shattered glass. Looking at the scattered shards, Zhang felt a pang of pain in his heart. These grains were nearly a third of his total cultivation, now rendered useless. Having turned into glass, how could he still control it? Are you choosing to resist me alongside Rued? Victor spoke lightly, like a lion chastising its prey. Oh, your hand. What a pity. If I remember correctly, what you awakened in space was sand, right? After saying that, he showed no intent to hear Zhang's answer, raising both hands to prepare to electrocute him. A bolt of lightning burst forth from his palm, but it shrank back after only half a meter, as the earlier refining of the sand had almost consumed all his remaining electric charge. Seeing this, Zhonglan smirked derisively. Body technique, instant movement. With a burst of muscle beneath his feet, he closed the short 6-meter distance, using the instant movement technique to unleash his power, sending Victor tumbling down the stairs. Victor's metallic body was quite heavy, and since he couldn't fly, he could only plummet down with immense momentum, brushing past Ruid tangled in the web, crashing down onto the road. Boom! With a loud crash, he smashed through the surface of the ground and fell into the underground drainage system. Standing at the windowsill and looking down, Ruid lay on the web woven by Natasha. Zhonglan had given her a spider launching device, and with Peter's support from Harry's capital, many of these devices were created. Harry only had a couple of spares, while Zhonglan had taken around 10. The system space was quite ample. Aiming for the spider web, he leaped down, which was much faster than running down from the rooftop. The spider silk was very strong, but although Natasha was nicknamed Black Widow, it was clearly her first time weaving webs. The points of tension she chose were not optimal, causing a large portion to be torn away on the second impact. Ruid had already regained consciousness, hanging onto Zhonglan from a utility pole, avoiding the fate of hitting the ground face first. Clatter! A pile of debris fell to the ground. "Lan, thank you so much for coming to save me," Ruid said gratefully as he let Zhonglan down. "No need to thank me. You should thank Ben, as it was he who called me." While the two were talking, the surrounding lights suddenly flickered, as if the lights were convulsing collectively. In other words, the electricity in this area was insufficient for some reason, causing intermittent outages. "Let's talk later. I think we have some work to do." As he spoke, Zhonglan's sand hand formed a hand seal again. Sand escaped sand armor. A stream of sand flowed out from the sandstorm vessel, slowly covering his body. He needed this layer of sand shield to act as an insulator. Even so, the sudden increase in weight still amounted to a hefty 500 kilograms, equivalent to carrying 10 girls, each weighing 100 pounds. This time, he did not intentionally lighten the pressure on the ground. Instead, he concentrated all his chakra on his body, with the rest gate already primed to unleash. While subtly preparing, he quietly discussed tactics with Ruid and Natasha. A hard battle was about to ensue. Natasha quietly took a step back. This battle was not one she could participate in, so she could only look for opportunities while directing the surrounding civilians to leave. Currently, Ruid was the leader of the Fantastic Four, which was quite appealing. Zhonglan's appearance was also broadcast on television, and the public affectionately nicknamed him Blue Light Knight. Regardless of whether others cared, he rejected that name. Even if he hadn't thought of a nickname, he didn't want to settle for that. The public clearly did not realize this was a battlefield. How could they leave? One by one, they crowded over, wanting photos and autographs, with a small portion blocked by Zhonglan's sand. Yet it could only stop a small fraction, while the rest still surged forward. As for the pit, glowing with an unknown sheen, the frenzied fans paid it no mind. Watching the excitement was definitely going to end in trouble. Unable to do otherwise, Zhonglan pulled out several MP5 submachine guns from the system space, controlling his sand hand to shoot into the air. After shattering several windows of buildings, the civilians finally scattered in a panic. But it was too late. From the pit created by Victor, bolts of lightning shot out, and Victor, having grasped some principles, actually created an electromagnetic layer around himself, with the immense current slowly levitating up from the pit. Like a complete sea urchin floating in midair. "Zhonglan, what the hell? Your system said that enemy bosses are all idiots. Why is Victor so clever?" System, ding, world difficulty 3 is about to enter the concluding phase. Please pay attention to the host's life safety. Damn, world difficulty 3. After cursing harshly one last time, he looked at the civilians affected by the electric waves with a twitching face. Being mere ordinary people, if they came into contact with that high-voltage electricity, their insides would surely be burned to cinders, resulting in immediate death. These people would undoubtedly die because of him. Realizing this, Zhonglan roared, "Vampire, I can only delay for a minute. If you haven't cut off the electricity in this block, within a minute you can collect the corpses." This was through the earpiece, communicating with Fury on the other side. "Fury, Lan, the Power Supply Bureau does not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. The time is too short to obtain presidential approval. Coulson is negotiating you." Zhonglan, "FUCK Nick Fury, since when did you start reasoning? Is your other eye blind too? There are already civilians dead. 1 minute now, only 55 seconds left." After saying that, he put the earpiece back in the system space. The sand armor was already formed. 8 gates, rest gate open under that sand armor. The veins on Zhonglan's face bulged, and the rapidly expanding chakra was more than 10 times that of before, and the increase in power directly offset the heavy weight of the sand armor on his body. "Ruid, remember the tactics we discussed earlier?" After shouting, he used instant movement to charge toward Victor. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury, whose communication had been interrupted again, stood at the command center. From the satellite images, he also saw that a small number of civilians were losing their lives, which was hard for him to accept, as he had always taken it upon himself to protect the Earth. Seeing Zhang had begun to act, Fury connected with Coulson's communication. Fury's voice was decisive. "Coulson, this is Nick Fury, current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am authorizing you to take down the power plant within 40 seconds and cut off the power supply in the target area." Coulson reminded him, "But the military research lab over there is studying critical moments. The government has issued a strict order not to cut off the power. Director, you are disobeying." "Fury, you have 32 seconds left." After saying that, Fury directly hung up the call. Looking at the screen, the battle had already begun. On the battlefield, Zhang instantly appeared behind Victor, kicking this guy, who could only use skills aside. A small portion of the sand he touched immediately crystallized and uncontrollably fell to the ground. With no time to consider the losses, he instantly moved to Victor, who was still rolling, adjusted his direction, and kicked him away toward Ruid, who had elongated his body into a slingshot. Victor accurately collided with Ruid, and the impact sent Ruid's elastic body part flying far away. Then at the moment of momentum consumption, he was launched by Ruid. Zhang was already prepared at the destination of the launch. He kicked up again, sending Victor flying once more. Somewhat dizzy, Victor wanted to release electricity to paralyze Zhang, but unfortunately his movements were too slow and he couldn't catch anything. Repeating this several times, 20 seconds had passed, and the cost was that the sandstorm vessel was no longer producing sand to replenish the sand armor. Without the sand mixed with chakra, he could not control it at present. The sand was only the set of sand armor on his body. Thanks, Wang Xiaoxian tipped 100 Chitian coins. Victor was fully charged with electricity, waiting for the right moment, which caused Zhang, who was not completely shielded, to be struck by the current, momentarily delaying his movements. Victor, who had been waiting for the right time, quickly sensed the situation and immediately increased the output of the electricity. A strong current instantly connected the two, causing Zhang's body hair to stand on end and leaving him numb and unable to move. Seeing this, Victor further enhanced the electrical output, rapidly depleting his stored energy. First, he needed to take down Zhang, and then the rest would be easier. Excited, Victor completely failed to notice that Reed had secretly climbed up a utility pole and was continuing to ascend, showing no intention of coming to help despite the concern evident in his eyes. Victor and Zhang were entangled for a full 8 seconds, and only when Zhang's body had turned a charred black did Victor release his grip. He believed Zhang was already dead. To his surprise, Zhang stood there, still managing to muster a smile for Victor. "There's no more electricity, right, little battery?" This phrase, "little battery," greatly angered Victor, who then stretched out his hands, a powerful current swirling between his palms, brewing for a full 3 seconds before unleashing it at Zhang. However, 3 seconds was enough for Zhang to use the sand technique to unleash a ninjutsu. Earth release heart beheading technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose, and where was Zhang's figure? Though Victor was confident in his earlier attack, he was not naive enough to think that Zhang would be instantly obliterated by it. As he pondered, the charred Zhang leaped out from beneath Victor, and before he could react, kicked him away. Then with his arm without a hand, he pressed down hard on the broken stump, causing the muscles in his arm to swell and explode with power, launching his body upwards with Victor. With a series of kicks, each more vicious than the last, wrapped in the final grains of sand, Zhang sent Victor soaring higher into the sky. This time he propelled Victor up to 17 meters before exhausting his strength, causing him to fall. "Natasha, now's the time," Zhang shouted angrily. With his shout, a strand of spider silk shot in from a distance, firmly sticking to Victor. On the other end of the spider silk was Natasha, holding the spider silk launcher, standing on Reed, wearing a faint smile. Like a black widow spider, she was alluring yet deadly. Reed's feet were on building A while his hands were on building B. Natasha's left hand held a large bundle of spider silk connecting various points on buildings A and B. Using buildings A and B as the bow, she was like an arrow poised against Reed, creating a massive crescent shape. The force of the drawn bow was the large bundle of spider silk in Natasha's hands. Before Victor could react, Natasha at the apex leaped off Reed, leaving the thread connecting to Victor in Reed's hands. Without Natasha's support as a fulcrum, Reed immediately shot towards the sky. Of course, Victor, still attached to the spider silk, was pulled along. At the highest point, Reed released the silk, sending Victor shooting straight up. Below, Zhang watched as Victor soared high into the air, remaining tense. Standing on the spider web woven by Natasha, he observed intently until a figure jumped from the edge of the building onto Victor, at which point he finally relaxed. It was Zhang's shadow clone. High in the sky, Victor was ensnared by the object wielded by the shadow clone, a long rubber that could securely bind Victor without being easily escaped. The shadow clone was surprisingly clad in a complete set of sand armor. The shadow clone embraced Victor, and Victor unleashed a tremendous amount of electrical energy, instantly illuminating the sky, the bright light resembling an oversized light bulb. The sand armor of the shadow clone was unexpectedly thick, even as layers of yellow sand were glassified, and shed by Victor's electrical energy, the shadow clone remained untouched inside. At the peak, he was already much higher than Victor's building. Under the control of the shadow clone, the two fell headfirst towards the ground, followed by a violent spin, with all the chakra from the shadow clone being released through the acupoints, compensating for the inability to open the gates. "Fuck you yellow-skinned monkey, you're harder to shake off than chewing gum. Get away from me." Victor was becoming increasingly anxious. Soon he would be unable to speak as the high-speed rotation caused his tongue to sway only in accordance with the centrifugal force. The shadow clone had no intention of letting go. Its sole duty was to accelerate the spin. This electric spiral, carrying immense potential energy, charged relentlessly towards the ground. Boom, boom. The two deafening sounds were alarmingly close. This time the sewer was directly smashed through, creating a new pit in the ground with numerous cracks spreading outward. Just before the impact with the ground, Zhonglan, who was watching from the side, cleverly dispelled the shadow clone. Otherwise, the memories of how the shadow clone died would also be transferred to the main body, and he did not want to experience that inevitably terrible sensation. With the combined efforts of the three, the tactic initially conceived by Zhonglan and supplemented by Natasha was successfully executed. Watching the ground intently, Zhonglan did not believe that this strike would directly kill Victor. His intention was to exhaust Victor's electrical reserves so that he would descend several tiers. Indeed, Victor's electrical reserves were depleted this time, yet only a mere 10 seconds later the surrounding lights began to flicker back on. This was Victor absorbing electrical energy after exhausting his reserves. Damn it, vampire. It's been 71 seconds. I've delayed for 11 seconds. Oh, why hasn't your power supply been cut off yet? An exasperated Zhonglan shouted again in Natasha's ear. His headset was in the system space, and without hands it was too difficult for him, especially while leaning close to Natasha to speak, which had a unique flavor. Natasha disdainfully pushed Zhonglan away, as she felt a bit of an echo in her ears, as Zhonglan had truly been frantic just now. His yelling was immensely loud, seemingly to slap Zhonglan in the face. The next moment, all the lights in the neighborhood vanished. The power was cut off. Although you were late, it was still timely. Well done. Zhonglan couldn't help but praise. Natasha, however, raised an eyebrow as she and Coulson were on the same channel and understood what price Fury had paid. The military's projects are not to be recklessly destroyed. Oh, fuck. Victor's roar echoed from the pit. The previous impact was merely a psychological fear for his steel body. Zhonglan, damn. How is this guy so tough? After cursing, he asked Reed to pull Victor up, and he was still as shiny as ever, not even able to retain the sewer water, which slid right down his body. Like an iron loach. Devoid of stored electrical energy, Victor was completely defeated by Reed. Although Reed couldn't do anything to his steel body, Victor was worse off, bound like a zongzi by Reed's continuous entanglement, unable to move. With insufficient energy, Victor could only release some sparks, merely tickling Reed. If it had been earlier, Reed wouldn't have dared to do this. A prolonged contact with electrical energy would heat the rubber significantly due to its high resistance, and extended contact could cause it to melt. Reed, Victor, I'm sorry, but you've seen that the machine I made can help you recover. Who needs recovery? Victor directly interrupted Reed. What imperfection do I have now? This is the real me. I am a god, you know. After saying so, Victor unexpectedly began to laugh maniacally. Zhonglan thought to himself, this is somewhat different from the Victor the first. No. Just as he was considering how to deal with this guy, an unexpected guest arrived. A green hoverboard flew in from the distance with a person in green armor standing on it. Zhonglan recognized it as the Green Goblin armor, that is Green Goblin Harry. However, the kinetic energy of the Green Goblin armor also seems to use an energy source to convert electrical energy. So the question arises, if Zhonglan's guess is correct, then can Victor absorb this electrical energy? Zhonglan's reader group 607469827. Victor, who had been quiet before, was very sensitive to the capture of electric energy, his silvery eyes staring intently at the approaching Harry. Zhonglan, Reed let go of Victor. The first reaction was to remind Reed to let go, but it was too late to stop Harry. The enhanced Victor had previously absorbed electric energy from 50 meters away directly from the building, without needing to be close like in the movies. Reed was taken aback, looking at Zhonglan in confusion. At that moment, Harry arrived. Hi Lon, I'm here to help. In LOL terms, Harry was definitely the best sixth man on the team, wishing he would just stay home. Victor excitedly stared at Harry. Thank you for coming. Can I borrow something from you? Harry looked at the tangled Victor with some confusion, glancing at the contemplative Zhonglan. He understood the situation. This must be the culprit of the night. Harry, no, I'm not used to lending things to strangers. Victor, then I'll just take it myself. As soon as he spoke, a surge of electric current erupted from Harry's Green Goblin glider, swiftly drawn towards Victor. Reed, who was binding Victor, was the first to receive the impact of the high voltage current, his body quickly starting to heat up. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Reed, realizing too late, immediately released his hold on Victor. Although he reacted a moment too late, Zhonglan's earlier warning helped him avoid Victor's iron grip. If he had been caught, it would have been a nightmare. Reed fled far away. He was a fully defeated person with no way out. Zhonglun quickly approached Harry and kicked him off the Green Goblin glider. The main energy source of the Green Goblin armor was installed in the glider as learned from the system introduction. Name Harry Osborn Green Goblin. Skills: E rank Clone Technique, Substitute Technique, Transformation Technique. D rank Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. C rank Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. S rank All Attributes, Physique, Hunger Cells. Bloodline limit none. Chakra 11501450. Status minor electric shock convulsions. Overall ability C combat value 754. Overall evaluation has a significant advantage in chakra storage. The Green Goblin armor adds some battlefield mobility. Note the main energy source of the Green Goblin armor comes from the Green Goblin glider. To be honest, these two injected drug guys have shown body enhancements that change daily. Now Harry has more chakra storage than Zhonglun. This made him quite sad. After rescuing the clumsy teammate Harry from being electrocuted, he kicked Harry in the chest, where the Green Goblin armor's protection was strongest, ensuring Harry wouldn't be hurt, but would be kicked far away. Very far. This guy came over and delivered a few kills before being stunned by his own Green Goblin glider, leaking electricity, completely losing combat capability. He truly made him cry with his foolishness. This rescue delayed the chance to evade immediately and successfully attracted Victor's attention, whose hands lifted, unleashing his monotonous skill, electrocution. A flash of electric light shot by, and Zhonglun, who had kicked Harry away, couldn't escape, standing frozen in place, enduring continuous electric shocks, his body numb and unresponsive. The scene remained as Victor continuously absorbed electric energy from the Green Goblin glider, releasing it towards Zhonglun, determined to strike him down in one blow. Indeed, for a normal person, being subjected to high-voltage electricity for such a long time would surely make them thoroughly cooked. Although Zhonglun's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person, Victor's high-voltage electricity was not ordinary. To put it in terms of steak, he was already medium to medium well done. If someone had a good appetite, they could already start eating. This act of grilling someone alive did not last too long. An invisible shockwave directly pushed the unsuspecting Victor away, with Zhonglun and the Green Goblin glider connected by electric wires flying together. Invisible Woman Susan arrived. Reed quick-witted intercepted Zhonglun, saving him from a thoroughly cooked fate. However, the heart that was medium to medium well done could not beat again. How many times has he died now? The 6th or the 7th? He couldn't remember and didn't want to count. In short, his body died once again. Fortunately, with his immortality, he could continue to fight. He just had to wait for his bodus convulsions to stop. Zhonglun quietly reminded Reed, fire. Water. The intention was to suggest to Reed to use the original plot's method, heating Victor and then quickly cooling him to immobilize his actions. However, Reed clearly misunderstood, his eyes lighting up as he thought of how water could conduct electricity and counter Victor. Reed, Lon, that's a great idea. After saying that, Reed hurriedly ran to the other side, trying to open a fire hydrant. Unfortunately, he clearly didn't have the power talent. He couldn't do anything with the fire hydrant. Susan was puzzled. Reed, what are you doing? Dressed in her uniform, Susan indeed looked strikingly sexy. Reed, I thought of a way to deal with Victor. Using water can weaken his abilities. Oh, I heard that. The response to Reed was not from Susan, but from Victor, who had already recovered and absorbed all the electric energy from the Green Goblin glider. He was now fully powered. Seeing this, Zhonglun, still on the ground, felt a hidden pain in his heart. Not all enemy bosses are weak idiots. Are our teammates clever and capable? Why did it change so much when it came to him? Victor unleashed a bolt of electricity, intending to first roast Reed, then slowly deal with Susan, but contrary to his wishes, the current stopped a few meters in front of Reed, unable to advance further. It was Susan's psychic shield. Victor kindly pointed out, no, Susan, we can't fight. Susan was not grateful. No, we will fight. After saying that, Susan unleashed another wave of telekinetic force, attempting to knock Victor away. This time, a prepared Victor was merely pushed back a few steps before regaining his footing. Victor immediately spoke harshly, Susan, you're fired. As he spoke, a flash of electricity struck Susan, sending her flying and crashing through the glass of a nearby convenience store, rolling inside. Victor's body shimmered with electricity. This was a new skill he had just mastered, allowing him to cover himself in electric energy, perfectly defending against Reed's attacks as long as he dared. He walked step by step towards the convenience store, which was not large enough to hide anyone, yet Susan's figure was nowhere to be seen. She must be hiding in some corner. Victor moved slowly, trying to locate Susan, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Reed had completed his preparations. He was lucky enough to find a fire truck, aiming the fire hose at Victor and spraying him. Victor was drenched, standing there without any intention of moving. His body was too heavy, and the water pressure from the fire hose was insufficient. The water spread out around, carrying some of the electricity released by Victor, slowly flowing into the convenience store. In just moments, the store's floor was fully soaked with Susan's figure appearing intermittently in a corner. Water could indeed restrain Victor, but not in the way Reed was using it. The tactical genius of a scientific prodigy was essentially zero. Currently, Victor indeed could not use electric shocks for long-range attacks. He would be attracted to the flowing water, but water conducts electricity, turning his skills into area attacks. Reed realized his mistake. While he had restrained Victor's long-range attacks, he had harmed Susan and quickly turned off the fire hose. Victor walked step by step towards the electrically paralyzed Susan, grabbing her by the neck and throwing her towards the rushing Reed. "Susan, did you say goodbye to your brother?" Reed caught Susan holding her in his arms, both watching as Victor raised his hands, moving towards the area without water. Once he stepped out, the electric energy brewing on his body could be released remotely. Xiaolon, who was watching from the side, felt quite helpless. He was thoroughly restrained by Victor. Physical techniques were a trap. Ninjutsu was ineffective, and illusion techniques were too low-level to work. The only useful sand techniques against Victor had all turned to glass shards. Without sand, how could he use sand techniques? It seemed that there was no way out. Dealing with this type of mage tank is currently the most troublesome thing for Xiaolon. Even against the Hulk, he could at least use a 1,000-year kill to try and revert it to its original form. However, Victor, whose body is made of special magnetic steel, is simply unbeatable. This perverse being with its hard body can also discharge electricity from a distance, making it Xiaolon's nemesis. Perhaps the only one who can confront him head-on is the Stone Man. Just like now, as Victor is about to step out of the water, he gets directly knocked back by a yellow object rolling around in the water in a chaotic manner. It is the Stone Man, whose entire body, including his internal organs, is petrified. He is not afraid of Victor at all. Have you ever seen a rock that has been scorched by electricity? Victor's greatest attack method has failed. Bolts of electricity strike against the Stone Man, without even giving him a hint of reaction, spreading out through the water beneath him. Victor finally attempts. "Ben, didn't you gain a real human body? Why are you giving up on yourself?" Ben's deep voice replies, "Arrogance aside, we should be fighting each other right now." With that, Ben throws a straight punch, sending Victor flying 7 or 8 meters just outside the water circle. Victor lies on the ground trying to get up, but accidentally steps on a small iron rod, slipping and falling down again. Rather than being angry, Victor thoughtfully picks up the iron rod, gripping one end tightly, as if trying something out. Xiaolon, who can only watch, suddenly feels an ominous premonition. Ben approaches and mocks, "What's wrong? Are you thinking of using a weapon? Shouldn't you switch to a bigger one?" Normally Victor would be furious, but instead he nods nonchalantly, acknowledging this, and picks up a larger iron rod from the ground. "Victor, Reed, do you know about electromagnetic acceleration?" Without waiting for Reed's response, Victor tightly grips the iron rod, unleashing a fierce blue glow that spins around the rod under his control and then slams it down onto Ben's chest. The heavy Ben is unexpectedly sent flying by this seemingly light blow, like a baseball, dragging a trench of about 10 meters along the road before finally stopping. The power of this strike is simply terrifying, Xiaolon thinks to himself. Realizing and breaking through in adversity is usually the privilege of the protagonist, isn't it? Why does the boss I'm dealing with have such intelligence? Did I get the wrong script? "Victor, is this all you have?" Ben stands up slightly, trembling, mocking defiantly. Victor ignores him, walking up to Ben, his mask revealing only a smile full of malice. "Goodbye, Ben." Raising his hand this time, it's not a strike, but an attempt to pierce through Ben's body with a single blow, only for it to be blocked by an invisible force. From a distance, Susan has just recovered from paralysis and conjures a thought shield that blocks Victor's attack in front of Ben. "Victor, Susan, do you think this is meaningful?" Before he can finish, Victor suddenly shortens, sinking into the road as Harry leaps out from the other side. Earth escape heart-severing technique. Looking at Victor, who is now just ahead, Harry grins, proudly shaking off the battle-worn armored gloves that have been severely damaged by electricity. "Lon, I'm sorry for the trouble, but it's all resolved now, right?" "We." Creak. Crack. Before Harry can finish, a crackling sound erupts as Victor breaks free from the road. His body is also steel, and the principle of electromagnetic acceleration applies to him too, allowing his power to increase dramatically in a short time. This talent for learning from experience surpasses even the protagonist. Hearing the noise, Harry, amidst his shuddering form, sends out 8 images of himself running in all directions. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique. Although Victor is surprised, it does not stop him from launching an attack. A bolt of electricity shoots toward Harry's initial position, passing right through. It was just an illusion. Victor's hands move in quick succession, realizing that the remaining 7 figures are not the real body. Just as he is puzzled, 2 hands appear beneath him, attempting to pull him underground. However, he forgets that his armored gloves are gone, and he has yet to pull them, getting his body shocked instead. Fortunately, without understanding the principle, Victor instinctively struggles, kicking away the 2 hands on his feet. Otherwise, this reckless move would have allowed Harry to experience the taste of iron plate roast. Zhang has been observing for a long time, calculating that Victor's electrical energy is running low, quietly devising a new strategy. Natasha informed the vampires to hurry and bring Johnny back. Aren't those 3 heat-seeking missiles easy to handle? After instructing Natasha, Zhang strides confidently toward Victor. Zhang mocks. Hey Victor, why are you wearing a mask? Are you hiding something? Victor, who has always considered himself a successful person, finds Zhang's mockery quite satisfying, glaring at the slowly approaching Zhang and retaliating sharply. What? A handless man thinks he can stop me. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm handsome, I have a face to show people. Zhang continues to mock indifferently. Looks like you really want to be the first to die. Victor's tone has changed, filled with extreme anger. At this moment, Zhang stands right in front of Victor, completely unguarded, his provocative gaze making Victor extremely loathsome, and he thrusts the iron rod directly into Zhang's chest. Without any attempt to dodge, the iron rod pierces straight through Zhang's body. Victor becomes even angrier because the sensation in his hand tells him that this one is fake, a shadow from the clone technique. While he is still enraged, Zhang's figure appears beneath him, and just like before, he kicks straight at Victor as if to repeat the same trick. However, for some reason his speed is slower than usual this time. Slow enough that Victor, unfamiliar with close combat reactions, can catch Zhang's leg. Did you think the same trick would work on me twice? Victor, burning with anger, does not consider Zhang's speed issue, and after catching his foot, he releases a torrent of electricity, holding Zhang's leg tightly, refusing to let go even when hit by Susan's mental impact. Harry, who just came from inside, is anxiously waiting on the side, feeling helpless. Their effective attacks against Victor are few and far between. In contrast, Zhang silently endures the electric shock, showing no intent to resist, even closing his eyes, as if giving up on treatment. 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After a full 20 seconds, Victor finally releases his grip, once his electrical energy runs out, looking down at Zhang with disdain, as if he were a victor. After enduring 20 seconds of electric shock, Zhang is now fully cooked, and Natasha from a distance can even smell the aroma of roasted meat. Natasha, in her earpiece, furious voice wakes Natasha. Johnny has already gone over. How is Lon? Director Fury, I think I should go do a new mission now. Natasha's uncertain tone reveals, Lon, he seems to be cooked by electricity. Ooh, I can smell the roasted meat. Fury, drag his body to the precinct. Hell, wake up by himself. There was a long silence from the other end of the intercom before continuing. After all, Fury has seen Zhang die once, so he has reason to believe that he can come back to life again. Thanks. Wang Xiao donated 100 Chidian coins. Yuzi Mingzi donated 100 Chidian coins. He headed towards the Oscar building. A police officer's report came through Director George's earpiece. All officers moved closer to Spider-Man. Director George was giving orders. Soon he spotted Spider-Man sprinting desperately, the searchlight shining on him, and he picked up the helicopter's loudspeaker. You are surrounded, please surrender. Repeat, you are surrounded, please surrender. As he spoke, armed police surged out from the large rooftop, leaning against the balcony with submachine guns. The police captain said, Sir, the sniper team is ready, requesting permission to fire. Director George responded, permission granted. With the order given, guns aimed at Spider-Man Peter began to fire, but instead of bullets, they shot special rounds with powerful electric shocks. This is to capture him alive. Gunfire rang out as Peter nimbly dodged shot after shot. With his chakra, he no longer needed to rely on webs to run along walls, making him even more agile. Coupled with his danger sense, almost no bullets could hit him. Peter shot out a web, swinging his body into a sharp 90-degree turn, evading 7 bullets. However, he unexpectedly collided with a flying helicopter, the searchlight shining on his face, the intense glare forcing him to shield his eyes, revealing the scene before him. Director George, who was also Gwen's father, was aiming a submachine gun directly at him, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. At the battlefield of Victor Tower, Zhang, who was severely injured, was still alive, the aroma of his charred flesh wafting in the air, yet he lay on the ground, barely breathing, unable to voice his thoughts, while looking at Victor's victorious expression. Victor, I'm not dead yet. His voice, altered by the electric shock, surprisingly sounded soft, halting Victor's laughter, as his previous actions resembled a jester's performance. Victor exclaimed in fear, You. How are you not dead? Zhang replied in a strange tone, If you're not dead, why should I be? After saying that, Zhang managed to stand up. Although his muscles were thoroughly cooked, his bones remained strong, and the destructive damage had sent his cells into a frenzy. The more severe the injury, the faster the recovery. Finally grasping the meaning of this saying, as he stood up, Zhang had already successfully repaired his internal organs. However, after successfully mending his left hand, the energy within him was insufficient, causing his recovery speed to slow. Seeing this, he pulled out a lizard serum, injecting it into his heart, slowly administering the serum. As the lizard serum entered his heart, it was violently torn apart by his cells before it could react, being consumed as energy for cell division, leading to a frenzied replication. Onlookers gazed in astonishment as they witnessed him grow a left hand out of thin air, inject the serum, and grow a right hand, all in less than 20 seconds. It was simply terrifying. Standing opposite Zhonglan, Victor's face turned pale as he realized why Zhonglan was so fearless. His previous suicidal attack was merely to deplete Victor's electrical energy, and his earlier words were just to provoke him. Thinking of this, Victor kicked out in anger, but just as he lifted his leg, he was grabbed by the stone man behind him, unable to move an inch. In terms of sheer physical strength, Victor was no match for the stone man. The stone man's deep voice boomed, "Do not harm my friend, especially in my presence." With that, he waved his hand, sending Victor flying in an elegant arc, landing directly in the second pit he had created. "Lon, I'm really grateful for you this time." It was as if completing a trivial task. Ben casually patted Zhonglan on the shoulder. Just recovered, Zhonglan stumbled back a few steps from the pat, his charred skin starting to peel off, revealing a layer of baby soft white skin. Ben said, "Hey Lon, your skin is even better than Susan's now." Upon hearing this, Susan, who had rushed over, couldn't help but smile, while Harry excitedly ran over asking questions. As for Victor, Reed had already gone down to tie him up. Without electrical energy, he was enough to handle alone. Harry asked excitedly, "Lon, is this also a ninjutsu? Can you teach me? I want to learn." Zhonglan replied with a speechless expression, "How can you still say that? If it weren't for you, would I be in such a mess? Do you think dying is fun? It hurts, you know." He had checked the system earlier. He currently had barely 80 combat points. Yes, it was indeed 2 digits, 80 combat points. His cellular energy had been completely exhausted, and the number of divisions was dangerously close to the limit. If he sustained any heavier wounds, he could be killed by his own passive regeneration. If it weren't for the fact that he had increased his physical energy last night, he would already be a corpse now, just like the first Hokage. Thankfully, the system could slowly replenish energy, and now that the battle had reached a pause, he should be able to rest well. Harry felt very awkward. "Lon, I just wanted to help, it wasn't intentional. You see." As an older brother, Zhonglan was very magnanimous. "Alright, it's fine now. I just hope nothing else happens, otherwise it would be a disaster." As his words fell out of the corner of Zhonglan's eye, he saw a trail of flames shooting towards them from the sky, but the size of the flames did not resemble Johnny's flaming flight. Johnny, who flew in flames, was essentially a small sun illuminating a vast area. Zhonglan turned his head in horror to look at the rapidly approaching figure in the distance. At this moment, Peter was in trouble. He was being threatened by his future father-in-law, Director George, who was pointing a gun at him, demanding he surrender. Director George shouted, "Don't move. Get on the ground. Now." Peter slowly stood up, his expression fierce. He was extremely anxious. Gwen was in the Oscorp building, and Dr. Lizard was heading there to retrieve the Jinari device, which could lead to an encounter with Gwen. With this thought, Peter slowly turned to face Director George's mask having been removed. "Parker." Seeing Peter's face, Director George, surprised, instinctively lowered his gun. "It's heading towards the Oscorp building, that big lizard." Peter urgently spoke, "Your daughter is still there. I have to get there." As Peter stood up, the gun he had raised was lowered again, his expression torn and fearful, unsure of what decision to make. Peter slowly approached Director George. The Spider-Man mask was still on the ground at George's feet, and he needed to pick it up. "You have to let me go, please." Slowly bending down, Peter picked up the Spider-Man mask and put it on. Throughout this process, the gun in Director George's hand moved with Peter, yet there was no intention to fire. With the mask on, Peter sprinted as fast as he could. He needed to reach the Oscorp building. "Cease fire," Director George ordered as he lowered his gun. Then a gunshot rang out. One of the armed police had fired. This time it was not a special round, but a bullet. Peter was shot in the thigh while in midair, greatly delaying his speed, but he still gritted his teeth and pressed on. His beloved was still waiting for him to rescue her. In a room, Troy was watching the live broadcast, recognizing Spider-Man. During the bridge incident, Peter had rescued his child from an exploding car. The live broadcast indicated that he was injured, yet Spider-Man was determinedly heading towards the Oscorp building. Just then a fellow worker came in, urging him to evacuate at the police's command. "Is your friend in Matthews operating the crane on 6th Avenue? Troy ignored the evacuation order and instead asked his colleague. The colleague replied yes. Troy said, "Then have him answer the phone." The colleague responded, "The police are evacuating everyone. Quick, have him answer the phone now, if you still want this job." After saying that, Troy ignored his colleague and stepped out, his gaze still fixed on the television, where Spider-Man appeared quite battered. "Charlie, connect me to John on 54 TH Street. Angelo, hurry up. Wozniak, it's your overtime." Just as Troy was issuing orders, Peter jumped again between buildings, but his injured thigh caused him to lose power, slipping and falling onto a fire escape. The fall was painful, causing him to cry out, but his hands and feet moved swiftly to climb up. Struggling to reach the rooftop, the sight before him rekindled the hope he had almost lost. In the far distance there stood the Oscorp building. Peter, who once thought he would need to leap over several buildings, had long since given up hope. However, at this moment, between the building Peter was in and the Oscorp building, a series of tower cranes had their booms adjusted to 90 degrees, neatly arranged before Peter, with enough spacing for him to move quickly to the Oscorp building. Meanwhile, the police began blocking off the streets Peter needed to pass through. There was still hope. Definitely he could make it. The red and gold armored suit with a large circular glowing core on its chest majestically descended from the sky, half kneeling on the ground, with an air of self-satisfaction embodying the typical landing pose of an American superhero. Indeed, it was none other than Iron Man Tony Stark. Normally Zhang-Lan would have welcomed him with open arms, but now. Casting a glance at the pit where Victor was, Zhang-Lan weakly hooked Natasha's neck and whispered something in her ear. Natasha then helped Zhang-Lan move aside, casually taking Harry with her as they left. Of course, it was a hasty retreat. His cells were on the brink of extinction, and another severe injury would mean certain death. As Tony landed from the sky, striking a pose he deemed cool, he noticed that the people around him were staring blankly at him without the cheers and applause he had anticipated. Was he that stunning? With some confusion, he looked up only to see the retreating silhouettes of Natasha and Zhang-Lan along with the bewildered expressions of Susan and Ben. They were aware of what had transpired when Harry delivered the food, and now a being with an energy source even greater than Harry had arrived. Susan urgently shouted, "Reed, come out. Hurry up now." Reed's voice came from the pit. "Wait a second, I'm almost done. This guy is a bit slippery." "All right, I'm coming up now." With that, Reed's upper body slowly emerged while his lower half was bound to Victor, struggling to pull him up, or rather helping Victor climb up, as Victor was also using his hands and feet to ascend. He couldn't help but be excited. He sensed a massive energy source far greater than that of the electricity in New York earlier. Tony, seeing Victor's cumbersome body struggling to climb up, kindly lent him a hand. "TSK, tisk, this is downright reckless. Can Victor be polite?" "No way." Victor exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you, you must be Tony Stark, right?" "Indeed it's me. Do you want my autograph?" Tony replied in his electronic-sounding voice. Victor said, "No, I want your energy." With that, his hand was already pressing against Tony's chest, a method that allowed for quicker energy absorption. Poor Tony was convulsing and kneeling on the ground. Had it not been for Victor's arm supporting him, he would have collapsed. The Iron Man suit was designed to be electrically resistant and could absorb electrical energy, as evidenced in the Avengers, when Thor's lightning had charged it instead of depleting it. The premise was that the electrical energy existed externally. However, Victor was directly siphoning power from his miniature arc reactor in his chest without any protective circuitry. This significantly weakened the suit's protective capabilities. Although the residual energy was not lethal, it left Tony's limbs numb and unable to move. From afar, Zhang-Lan witnessed Tony's reckless actions and could only silently pray for him, turning to Harry to lecture him. "Look, that's what you were like before. Are you that foolish?" "I'm asking you if you're foolish," Harry replied. Not bothering to engage with the speechless Harry, Zhang-Lan took Natasha's walkie-talkie from her ear and unceremoniously shoved it into his own. "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Halo?" Zhang-Lan playfully tested the microphone. "Stop calling him here." "What is it?" Fura's tone was strained. "I'm currently at the operations command center," implying that he was in front of his subordinates and asking Zhang-Lan to behave. "A vampire, when is Johnny arriving?" Zhang-Lan said, appearing oblivious and continuing in his own way. Zhang-Lan repeated, "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" "Halo." Fury responded, "He'll arrive in about 5 minutes. He was flying quite far before." "Okay, then never mind, goodbye." Having received the answer he wanted, Zhang-Lan carelessly returned the headset to Natasha's ear, the motion fluid and without any sense of awkwardness. Meanwhile, Harry watched his brother tease a stunning beauty, a sight he seldom witnessed, staring in disbelief. This wealthy young man was currently single. "Lon, how can you say you don't have a girlfriend? Who is she?" Why are you hitting me?" Harry was cut off mid-sentence as Zhang-Lan smacked his head, causing him to yelp in pain. "Do you have no eyes? Is this a girlfriend?" "This is my sister, do you understand?" Zhang-Lan explained helplessly. Natasha shot Zhang-Lan an annoyed glance, but said nothing. He harbored some peculiar feelings towards Natasha, but more so was the admiration from his past life for Scarlet, coupled with Natasha's unspoken care for him, which was reminiscent of an elder sister, hence the evolution of his feelings. At least he understood in his heart that Natasha was not his type. Harry nodded in agreement, falling silent, but gazing at Natasha with intense interest. Her charm was hard for anyone to resist. After scolding Harry, he ignored him, choosing instead to observe the struggle of the few combatants in the distance. Without Johnny the Fantastic Four posed little threat to Victor. Moreover, Victor was clever, keeping his left hand firmly pressed against Tony's chest. Even though he was fully charged, he still didn't let go. As his right hand unleashed a bolt of lightning, his left hand immediately absorbed electrical energy to replenish itself, resembling a perpetual motion machine, tiring Reed and the others as they dodged his attacks. Seeing this, Zhang-Lan couldn't just watch Tony die without helping. After some thought, he quietly conferred with Natasha and Harry. After hearing him out, Harry nodded, and alongside Zhang-Lan began forming hand seals sinking into the ground. Earth-style heart decapitation technique, Harry shadow clone technique, Zhang-Lan. Although their combat power was now only at 80 points and chakra could only be extracted to 80, the shadow clone technique being a brank ninjutsu divided chakra. The reduced chakra merely diminished the clone's combat potency and duration, but did not render them unusable. The shadow clones made no move, leisurely observing the battle along with Zhonglan, while Natasha had no such leisure as she needed to prepare according to their strategy. With ample energy, Victor was recklessly firing bolts of electricity, savoring the thrill of capturing his prey without any trepidation. Such immense power could easily lead to grave mistakes, and Victor was currently committing the blunder of underestimating his opponents. Zhonglan was distraught. This fool finally resembled an enemy boss contemplating his next move. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Reed and the others could hold on for 5 minutes. Victor shouted, "Reed, stop dodging. Stand there and let me blast you." Reed's elastic abilities allowed him to evade the bolts of lightning in various poses, which Victor viewed as a small performance, prompting him to mock. Victor said, "Susan, promise me now, oh, it's not too late." Victor still harbored some thoughts about Susan. After all, he could have many women, but currently, she was the only one he couldn't have. Unfortunately, his mercy was met with Susan's telekinetic wave, which, while not enough to sway him, left him feeling humiliated. Victor declared, "Ben, you are useless, just go die. Oh, if you get any closer, I'll kill him." Ben was not afraid of Victor's electric shocks, but would Victor allow him to come closer? Using Tony as leverage in a perfect manner made Ben quite apprehensive, forcing him to position himself in front of Susan to shield her from attacks as much as possible. As time passed and Victor's playful moments came to an end, a faint crimson light gradually appeared on the horizon, seen in Zhonglan's eager gaze. P.S. Thank you Wang Xiao for the 100 Qijian coins donation. Johnny is back. Glancing at the dark clouds in the sky, he thinks it might rain tonight, so it's better to finish up and head home early. The shadow clone that had been waiting by Zhonglan finally sprang into action without using any ninjutsu, as the chakra was insufficient. Slowly walking toward the battlefield. In the distance, Victor immediately noticed the approaching shadow clone. Seeing its fearless demeanor, he suspected it was another scheme and cast a gloomy look at it, while relentlessly attacking Reed with his right hand. At present, Reed is the easiest to bully. Johnny descended from the sky, his flames dissipating in an instant, revealing his tight-fitting uniform. How could I be missing? I'm back. Hey Ben, welcome back, this is going to be fun. Victor slowly stood up from the ground, his left hand leaving Tony's chest and shifting to step on him, moving his neck to prepare for an intense battle. Then let the revelry begin. Ha. Victor raised both hands, electric sparks flickering across his body with some uncontrolled shards of light flashing aside, creating small pits in the ground. Has he evolved new skills again? It should be noted that Victor's previous electric shocks lacked impact. Preparation complete, Victor unleashed an electric shock aimed at Johnny, preventing him from igniting and taking off. That single strike sent him flying. Victor's singular skill has evolved remarkably quickly. Another electric shock followed, knocking Ben, who attempted to get closer, away, showing that its impact now was extraordinary. Seeing this, Susan raised a mental shield, barely catching Victor's third strike, but her feet were sliding backward, her beautiful face marked with difficulty. I can barely hold on. The neglected shadow clone finally spoke up upon witnessing this. Shadow clone, Reed, I have a plan. Oh, can you cover Victor? Reed replied, but that Iron Man. Shadow clone, don't worry about him, just do your thing. Upon hearing this, Reed's forehead creased with more lines. Following the success of the previous tactic, he transformed into a rolling wheel, dodging Victor's attack, while rapidly rolling toward him. Just as he was about to get close, he jumped up and turned into a thin layer of rubber, aiming to wrap around Victor. Harry, now's the time, the shadow clone shouted from the side. Harry, who had been waiting underground, immediately reached his hand out from the soil. This time, wisely wearing a pair of rubber gloves used for washing dishes, he swiftly pulled Tony out of the ground, leaving no trace of him, then used Earth Release again to continue drilling deeper with Tony. According to Zhonglan, dig as deep as possible. Tony's Iron Man suit has auxiliary breathing functions, and Harry, using Earth Release, can also breathe underground, so there's no fear of suffocation. Tony's sudden disappearance caught Victor off guard, causing him to miss his electric strike aimed at Reed, which merely created a small hole in the rubber before Reed completely wrapped him up. Ben, hold Reed and find a chance to pull him out. Johnny, supernova. Susan, try to contain Johnny's flames. Don't let them leak out, or this area will be finished. The shadow clone continued giving orders, almost stumbling over the long sentence. Johnny, supernova. Reed said that thing can't. Susan, now. Hurry up. Reed, quick. Ben, hurry. Shadow clone, move it. Before Johnny could finish his sentence, the shouts from the fort interrupted him. Time is of the essence. Wisps of white smoke were already rising from Reed, and he would catch fire if they delayed. Johnny innocently shrugged and sped forward. As he sprinted, flames erupted from his body, flying just above the ground. Ben quickly grabbed Reed by both hands and forcefully flung him away. In a moment of panic, he overexerted himself, causing Reed to crash against the wall. Victor, who had just been freed, hadn't yet grasped the situation when Johnny swiftly flew in, encircling Victor. The temperature around him soared, causing even the nearby shadow clone to feel like it might dispel. The residual heat was perceived as an attack. Victor instinctively released several electric shocks. He only had this one skill, but it was all in vain. All he saw was a fiery red mass, unable to make out where Johnny was. Seeing the plan was proceeding smoothly, Zhonglun let out a small sigh of relief. Susan had already begun to use her mind to contain the blazing fireball, which, though it seemed quite strained and blood trickled from her nose, was indeed contained. After maintaining the high temperature for about 6 or 7 seconds, Susan finally could not hold on anymore. Her body went limp, and she collapsed, gently caught by Reed beside her. Shadow clone. Johnny, it's time, let go. Natasha, where are you? It's your turn. Hearing the command to stop, Johnny rolled out from the mini-sun. Even he found the temperature difficult to bear. As Johnny ceased the heating, the mini-sun, devoid of combustible materials, burned up all the air in the area before slowly dissipating. Victor's form emerged, his magnetic metal glimmering silver. Though it didn't melt at nearly 8,000 degrees Celsius, it had been forged into a bright red iron block. Now anyone who touches it will definitely be grilled iron, and it will be cooked instantly. The surrounding asphalt roads had transformed into liquid, still gently bubbling. Asphalt soup with roasted little Iron Man. I wonder who would have the appetite to eat it. Is that all you can do? Victor managed to utter a voice despite the extreme heat. The shadow clone glanced over. Not far away, 4 fire trucks were already stabilizing, and several firefighters were setting up fire hoses. This was urgently called over by Natasha earlier, and the anxious heart was half relieved. With a clear plan, he shared basic knowledge with Victor. Well, Victor, do you know what happens when hot metal is rapidly cooled? Victor, upon hearing this, looked around in fear and reached out to attack the fire truck. At that moment, Susan was too exhausted to stop him with an electric shock, but could Zhonglun allow him to succeed? A small pinch of sand prepared in advance blocked the inevitable path of the electric shock, firmly stopping this wave of attack. This was the sand left by Zhonglun after losing his hand the last bit. He had to release ninjutsu. Seeing this, Victor wanted to continue attacking. However, the counterattack had begun. 4 fire hoses along with the one Reed had previously found 5 hoses in total aimed at Victor and fired simultaneously. Sizzle. As the water made contact with Victor, it sizzled, vaporizing into steam due to his high temperature enveloping his form. The fire hoses sprayed for a full minute before the rising steam began to dissipate, slowly revealing water flowing out. Johnny, feigning innocence, remarked, "Thank you all for your help. I think it's okay now, we can turn off the hoses." However, no one paid him any mind. The fire hoses continued to spray vigorously, leaving Johnny feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. The shadow clone quietly observed, showing no intention of having Natasha stop immediately. The previous water had all been evaporated by Victor's heat, and the surrounding asphalt soup had not yet cooled down. Harry might still be below, so this area must also be cooled. He was now capable of thinking comprehensively about the issue. This is the wisdom of battle rapidly growing through combat. Half a minute later, water began to flow out from the pit Johnny had burned. The shadow clone reached out to test the water temperature. It was pleasantly warm. All right, let's turn off the fire hoses. With the shadow clone's voice, Natasha finally signaled everyone to turn off the water flow. The steam had dissipated, revealing Victor's form at last. Like a statue, his right hand remained in the posture of launching electric shocks, while his left hand pointed toward the sky, resembling a lightning rod. This time I refuse to believe there will be another fool to save you. Zhonglun, hidden in the shadows, felt quite pleased. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the shadow clone in the distance suddenly shouted, "Everyone! Retreat, fall back! Everyone fall back!" His voice was hoarse and desperate, startling Zhonglun, who had lifted his foot, making him put it back down. What was happening? Soon he understood the situation. Like a statue, Victor pointed to the sky with his left hand. Zhonglun had initially mocked him for wanting to be a lightning rod, yet he was indeed struck by lightning. Or rather, he had done this deliberately, actively attracting bolt after bolt of lightning to strike him. Was this a sudden epiphany, just before death, awakening some skill that had only now begun to take effect? Shouldn't this be the ability of a protagonist in a novel? Fearless in the face of danger, always awakening a powerful move at the last moment to turn the tide. Previously, you had been understanding small skills, and now, when you can't win, you resort to cheap tricks with a powerful move. Tonight was already supposed to have thunderstorms. A vast expanse of dark clouds covered most of New York and loomed over the battlefield. At this moment, the previously calm cloud layers began to flicker with light. The positive and negative charged ions within the clouds, under some inexplicable pull, began to rub against each other violently, accumulating tiny bits of electrical energy that rapidly grew stronger. Once enough energy was amassed, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Victor's skyward pointing hand. Victor, who had already transformed into metallic glass, found that the finger struck by the lightning had regained its original shiny metallic luster, though only a small part, roughly 1/3 of the finger, was restored. Though the restoration was minimal, the lightning was abundant. The initial brewing was slow, allowing Victor to fall for Zhonglan's trick. Now the clouds that had completed their brewing were bursting with immense electrical energy, which had nowhere to vent. Guided by Victor, bolt after bolt came crashing down, resembling a mighty thunder god descending. The bolts of lightning not only aided Victor in restoring his form, but also inadvertently blocked the attacks of the Fantastic Four. Who would dare approach the fierce might of the lightning without a proper method to counter it? From a distance, Zhonglan watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly helpless. How could he have been so reckless with his words? What was he to do now? He truly felt there was no way out. As Victor gradually regained his strength from the lightning, it was clear that after being baptized by the lightning, his abilities would evolve significantly. Now that he could briefly control the lightning, who could guarantee that he would not command it to attack? In that moment of anxiety, the bells of the clock tower rang from a distance, a full 12 chimes, and without realizing it, it was already midnight. System ding. The mysterious system has been successfully refreshed. Item card: Healing card, C 500 energy. Skill card: Shadow Mimicry, B 900 energy points. Skill card: Doubling Technique, B 880 energy points. Skill card: Pestilence Bug, B 750 energy points. Skill card: 8 Gates Duanjia, towards the Peacock. Bloodline card: White, IC 999 energy points. Skill card: Binding Technique. Skill card: Earth Escape, Heart Decapitation Technique. Skill card: Creation and Regeneration, 4599 energy points. Skill card: Sage Mode, 4999 energy points. Only 2 options were lit up, the others were grayed out. One was an item card that didn't need unlocking, and the other was the previously exchanged Earth Escape, Heart Decapitation Technique. What delighted him most was the item card: Healing card, which had refreshed to crate. This meant that a single card could restore him to his peak condition. Checking his remaining energy points, Zhonglan said, "System, I want to purchase 3 healing cards C." The system replied, "Ding, successfully deducted 3,500 energy points, exchange successful." System ding. The system has only 3,402 energy points left, locking all exchange options. Host must recharge to 500 energy points to unlock. Zhonglan, what the hell is this? Not enough money, and I can't spend it. Without time to argue with the system, Zhonglan took a healing card C from the system space and pressed it to his forehead. The card instantly transformed into a green light that flowed into Zhonglan's body. Starting from his forehead, the cells it passed through transformed from lifeless to vibrant. The crate energy restoration required some time, roughly around 10 seconds. Zhonglan did not have time to wait and stepped out of the shadows, rushing towards the distance. While discussing exchanges, Victor had completely regained his freedom. Just as Zhonglan had predicted, this guy could now easily control lightning. While he couldn't conjure lightning out of thin air, he had no problem controlling the target of the lightning attacks. The first thing Victor did after regaining his freedom was to control a bolt of lightning to strike and kill the shadow clone. He did not know that it was Zhonglan's shadow clone, but he understood that the current shadow clone was the brain of the opponent, and he hated Zhonglan to the core. Who else would he kill first if not him? Cleverly, Zhonglan had sent out a shadow clone who otherwise he would truly be finished this time. Seeing the shadow clone vanish, Victor realized that this was not Zhonglan himself, or perhaps he had burrowed underground. He didn't need to guess, he just needed to continue attacking, trusting that Zhonglan would return on his own. Indeed, just as Victor had just controlled the lightning to strike the clone, Zhonglan burst out from a dark corner, charging straight towards him with great bravery. Victor anticipated Zhonglan's speed and directed a bolt of lightning to descend. He had been rushing forward, but suddenly came to a screeching halt. It wasn't that he sensed the lightning falling, rather he had discovered another issue and quickly stopped to find a place to hide. He narrowly avoided a lethal strike. Zhonglan, system, why did a healing card C only replenish half of my chakra? System ding. The host's body is severely damaged. The energy contained in the card can only restore vitality to ordinary cells. I see previously he had rapidly restored his physical body, causing all his cells to be on the brink of death. The healing card C restored chakra by revitalizing physical energy and mental strength, but due to the severe depletion of his cells, only half could absorb the energy. After clarifying his thoughts, Zhonglan painfully took out another healing card C, used it directly, and then moved outward, completely unaware that his previous action had precariously saved his life. After all, if the first bolt of lightning had struck him, the subsequent bolts would follow in succession, directly blasting him down to the cellular level. Now, calling Victor a false thunder god of Earth wouldn't be an exaggeration. As Zhonglan rushed forward, he was also quickly forming hand signs. Sharingan, activate Shadow Clone Technique, Ninjutsu Clone Technique, Ninjutsu Clone Technique, Earth Escape, Heart Decapitation Technique. Not hesitating to use chakra, a large amount of chakra surged in, first creating a shadow clone, and then the shadow clone split off a multitude of clones spreading out beneath the dark clouds, over 300 of them dispersed widely surrounding Victor. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Zhonglan's main body used Earth Escape to burrow underground, seeking Tony to borrow his iron suit. Otherwise, he would have no way to approach Victor. 300 people might just be a number in the eyes of an ordinary person, but when 300 people truly surround you ready to strike, that feeling is still quite terrifying. Especially when those 300 people all share the same attire and faces. At that moment, Victor was just like that, madly summoning lightning to strike down, but he was destined to only shatter one clone after another, for even the shadow clones defined as restraining Victor had stealthily moved aside to discuss tactics with Susan and the others. Success or failure rested on this one moment. Zhonglun planned to kill Victor directly. The Fantastic Four scattered under the tactical demands of shadow clones. Reed and his shadow clone walked towards the distance, heading back to Reed's laboratory to create a weapon. With both hands wielding fire hoses, they steadily kept Victor contained within the flooded area, forcing him to rely solely on lightning for attacks, unable to utilize the simpler and less energy-consuming electric shocks. For the clones, even an attack from an ordinary person could cause them to dissipate. Susan continued to hide nearby, checking if there were any remaining ordinary people. Reality certainly lacked for reckless individuals, especially among American friends who seemed to possess a talent for self-destructive tendencies. Johnny, bearing a heavy responsibility, found a spot away from the battlefield to fully unleash his superpowers, showcasing the abilities of a supernova. Natasha, along with several firefighters, continuously sprayed water from hoses connected to fire hydrants towards Johnny, which was directly evaporated by the intense heat surrounding him, transforming into thick steam that drifted into the dark clouds above. Zhonglun found Harry about 30 meters directly below Victor. It was fortunate that this guy could really run. As for Zhonglun, he did not have that much chakra to stay underground for so long. It was later discovered that Harry hadn't infiltrated on his own, but was brought down by Tony. The heavy weight of the Iron Man suit didn't require dragging. Once the Earth was elementalized, it would sink on its own. The two worked together to pull Tony up to the surface. The Iron Man suit in the soil had no means of propulsion unless he dug a tunnel to break through. Bang, bang, bang. The weight knocked on Tony's iron helmet, and Tony cooperatively opened his faceplate. Tony, hey, I just came to learn from you. That strange ability of yours, how come? Zhonglun, thank you very much for coming, Tony. If you had come 3 minutes later, it wouldn't have come to this. Tony peeked out to see Victor still raging and awkwardly withdrew his head. I will compensate for all the damages, But what's up with that little Iron Man? As soon as I got close to him, I was shocked. It seems like my little gadget is leaking electricity. Tony patted the reactor on his chest, looking quite puzzled. Tony, that's the problem. I need help clearing this mess, so you need to give me your armor. As you can see, getting close without any protective measures will turn me into a hot dog. Zhonglun revealed his true intention. My armor. Tony hesitated. If it's yours, I can lend it to you temporarily, but the power source in the chest that I can't lend. Also, the armor is tailored for me. How would you wear it? No, I don't need the power source. As for the size issue, I can manage. Upon hearing this, Tony began to dismantle his Iron Man suit. He had made some improvements recently. Although he couldn't put it on manually, he could still forcibly take off the armor. After some effort, Zhonglun used transformation techniques to directly change into Tony's appearance and then put on the Iron Man suit. Hey, next up is Iron Man going into action. Tony, watch me gain you some fans. From under the helmet, Zhonglun's voice came with an electronic quality. Don't break it, oh, I still need to fly back. Tony said anxiously. Zhonglun smiled and ignored him, looking up at the sky, waiting for the right moment. For a moment, the scene quieted down with only Victor attempting to use lightning to locate Zhonglun among the clones obstructed by the water columns. This persistent foolishness allowed Zhonglun to rest and gather his strength. Victor finally began to think like a reverse boss. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water dripped onto Zhonglun's Iron Man suit, making a series of sounds as he excitedly began to walk towards Victor in the arena. Finally, the plan from Johnny's side succeeded. By generating a large amount of steam, the rain time over the clouds was accelerated, turning the entire battlefield into a watery world. Victor's ability to attract lightning depended on weak electronic signals for marking. Wrapping all targets in a layer of water would create a natural protective layer. Electronic signals could not cling to it and would be washed away with the water flow. The electronic signals here are not the same as those from mobile phones, but a technique that uses weak electrical energy for positioning, also known as electronic signals. The rain gradually intensified and Johnny showed no signs of stopping, continuing to produce a massive amount of steam. This heavy rain was expected to last quite a while. It could be seen that no lightning could accurately strike any of the clones anymore. Zhonglun was not far from Victor, about 100 meters away, slowly approaching and stopping 5 meters in front of Victor. More than a dozen bolts of lightning attempted to converge on him, yet none succeeded. Victor, Iron Man, what are you here to deliver food to me? Zhonglun remained silent. It wasn't the right time for everyone to start. The Iron Man suit on him was much heavier than his sand armor, and without opening the 8 gates, moving was still somewhat laborious. He still needed a few things and had to wait patiently. Seeing Zhonglun not respond, Victor prepared to come over himself. He thought it was still Tony, whom he regarded as a battery. As for why he had no electricity now, the rain was too terrible. He could only manipulate the electrical energy within his body. As for the external ions, they were wandering around in the water, leaving him at a loss. Realizing he could not delay any longer, he could only fight. 8 gates of Ninjutsu gate opened first. He opened the second gate, which Zhang Lan could now easily use as a combat means to engage in a short battle. With a mindset of trying, Zhang Lan threw a straight punch at Victor, whose first reaction was to punch back, with electric sparks flickering at his fist, evidently utilizing one of his electromagnetic acceleration techniques. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Victor took a small step back, while Zhang Lan retreated nearly 3 steps. In terms of sheer strength, I might fall short, so I'll change to guerrilla tactics and stall for time. With his strategy confirmed in his mind, Zhang Lan physically implemented it. Compared to Victor's figure, he was relatively agile, able to nimbly dodge Victor's simple lateral punches and kicks. After all, he was the CEO of a publicly listed company and rarely fought. For the first time, being able to outclass an opponent of the same level and combat experience felt quite satisfying. Victor, clearly annoyed by his monkey-like opponent, let out a furious roar in vain. His hands crackled with electric light as he bent down and slammed them onto the floor. The rain was already pouring heavily, with water on the ground reaching the tops of his shoes. With this slam, Victor pressed into the water, transmitting the electrical energy from his body to Zhang Lan's Iron Man suit. Iron is naturally conductive, but unfortunately the Iron Man suit can absorb electrical energy. Jarvis, blue energy recharged 7. Hearing Jarvis' reminder, Zhang Lan found it amusing, standing still and shaking as if he were being shocked by Victor. 9, 11, 14, 17. At 17, Victor stopped as his stored energy was limited, and he felt it was better to conserve it under inconvenient circumstances. Victor can't move right. Now it's time for me to absorb some electrical energy. It turned out he had this plan and had been generous with his electrical energy usage, but now it seemed destined for disappointment. In Victor's extreme surprise, Zhang Lan raised his hand palm open, and the palm cannon began to glow, directly firing a shot. The 5 electrical energy strike merely pushed Victor back 3 to 4 steps, while the Iron Man body suffered no damage. Zhang Lan finally spoke. Victor, it's me. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm here. Despite the metallic quality of his voice, Victor immediately recognized Zhang Lan's voice, his eyes truly sparking with electricity. Victor was furious. It's you damned yellow-skinned monkey. Among everyone, the one he wanted to kill the most was not Reed, who stole his woman, nor Susan, who rejected him, but this person before him, the one who had repeatedly ensnared him in traps. The traps were too deep, those ensnared would always go mad. In a fit of rage, Victor raised both hands to the sky, directly drawing upon all the electrical energy from the clouds, striking down without any aim. With the floor covered in water, there was no need for aiming. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky in front of Victor's building, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Zhang Lan, standing in the water, was terrified and directly formed a hand seal to burrow into the ground, but the clumsy fingers of the iron suit nearly brought him to tears. I can't form the seal. With such a delay, the lightning had already struck this area, but fortunately the heavy rain and furious winds severely disrupted Victor's accuracy, and not a single bolt hit him. The nearest bolt of lightning was only 3 meters away, illuminating the iron suit with a silvery sheen. Unexpectedly, Jarvis indicated that the armor was charging. 12, 17, 25. After this wave of lightning strikes, the energy of the iron suit astonishingly surged to 197, and I don't know how Tony designed the backup energy to be so vast. Having been overpowered by Victor, Zhang Lan now seemed to be overpowered by Iron Man again. With the energy replenished, movement became much easier, and he no longer had to rely on brute force to battle with a heavy metal mass, feeling significantly lighter. Zhang Lan was completely ignorant of how to operate the iron suit, and thus did not ponder over it. He originally borrowed Tony's iron suit just to avoid electric shocks. Now it was time for revenge. Body technique, instant body technique. With the gateway open, the instant body technique was executed swiftly, requiring little preparation, and he appeared beside Victor, who was still bowing to the dark clouds, kicking him away. It felt solid, and kicking it had quite a good sensation. With this thought, Zhang Lan began his warm-up exercises. Indeed, it was a warm-up, and without the threat of electric energy, Victor was merely a large super soldier to him. A super soldier with exceptionally high armor. Zhang Lan was also at a loss against Victor. That magnetic metal was extraordinarily hard, and his attacks had no effect other than kicking it around like a soccer ball. Perhaps trampling on Victor's poor self-esteem counted as some effect. After a bit of exercise, Zhang Lan stopped this meaningless action, standing 3 meters away from Victor, waiting for the preparations of the shadow clone and Reed to complete. Victor, surprisingly, was also extremely quiet, glaring at Zhang Lan with a gloomy expression, not getting up and remaining seated on the rain-soaked ground without a word. Only the occasional lightning struck from the sky, all aimed at Victor himself. In another part of the lab, the shadow clone was working with Reed on a machine housing a small piece of silvery liquid, which had been cooled to an extremely low temperature in Reed's homemade forging device. Surprisingly, this silvery liquid did not freeze at this low temperature, but flowed like a clear spring gradually expanding. This was an accidental product of one of Reed's experiments unique in the entire world. It was a very peculiar metal that turned into liquid at low temperatures and slowly expanded in volume, but once the temperature rose above 0 degrees, it would solidify, unable to melt even at higher temperatures. At least Johnny had once used a superplanet to heat it to extremely high temperatures, yet it showed no signs of softening, instead becoming even harder. When heated, cutting through things was like cutting butter with a hot knife. When the Shadow clone asked Reed if there was anything to cut through, Victor's magnetic metal mini-hypotheses flashed through Reed's mind, but each one was rejected by the Shadow clone. Are you kidding? Ion cannons, nuclear fission devices, molecular vibrations, and a whole series of things. Let alone whether he understood them, their practicality was already questionable. Victor wasn't stupid enough to lie down in the equipment and wait for you to kill him. Ultimately, it was Johnny who suggested using this peculiar metal and proposed another possibility. Could forging this peculiar metal into a weapon and then having Johnny heat it to extreme temperatures cut through Victor's body? No one knew the answer, but Reed added a point. Since Victor could be transformed into metallic glass, he possessed metallic properties, albeit harder, so he would also inevitably have the characteristic of softening under high temperatures. The Shadow clone promptly made a decision on the strategy, followed by the division of labor. At this moment in the cooling device, Reed operated the mechanical arm to pour the silvery liquid into a pre-prepared mold, forming a Tunterlong sword modeled after the Tang Dynasty's horizontal saber, sculpted from the sand transformed during their journey. The sword of the island nation originally spread from China. After pressing the silvery liquid into the mold, Reed immediately began heating it, and the temperature inside the device rapidly began to rise. When the temperature gauge indicated it had reached 0, Reed took it out. The Shadow clone swiftly shattered the glass-like sand with a palm. Clang! The sound of metal falling echoed. The characteristic metal that had returned to room temperature was no longer a glimmering silver, but an unadorned dark gray Tang horizontal saber. Reed checked the temperature, nodded at the Shadow clone, and upon seeing this, the Shadow clone directly stored it in the system space. Shadow clone, Reed notified Johnny and Susan to head to the battlefield. It's time for the next move. Shadow clone release. Far away on the battlefield, Zhang Lan immediately received the message from the Shadow clone. He took a few steps back, keeping a watchful eye on Victor's movements, and stored the armor of his palm in the system space before successfully forming the seal. Ninjutsu Shadow clone technique. As Zhang Lan leaned against the corner of a building, the Shadow clone appeared directly on the other side in Victor's blind spot, thus remaining undetected. After summoning the Shadow clone, Zhang Lan took out the unadorned Tang horizontal saber from the system space and handed it to the Shadow clone along with a light green syringe, which the latter silently submerged underground. After completing all this, Zhang Lan swiftly donned the armored gloves, finally breathing a sigh of relief, watching the plan proceed smoothly, his heart also feeling at ease. What? Is the plan going smoothly? Victor, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly spoke up. I'm not bad, thank you very much for your cooperation. Zhang Lan smiled, not caring. Oh, then it seems it's not complete yet. Victor stood up, his tone enigmatic. Well then, let's see my plan first. Normally lightning is branched like tree limbs. It is impossible for it to be a straight line. However, now around Victor, it was extraordinarily abnormal, with one blue line after another slowly rising from beneath his feet, swirling around his armored body, and the electric sparks flashing between the lines confirmed to Zhang Lan that this was indeed electricity. What is this? Has he awakened a new skill? Damn, if this were an online game, Victor would have mutated for the 5th time. Without allowing Zhang Lan to complain, Victor was already enveloped in rings of blue electricity, and the cautious Zhang Lan had activated his Sharingan. Through the Sharingan, the silhouette of Victor standing still had not disappeared, while Zhang Lan himself, along with the iron suit, was flung out over 20 meters, smashing through a wall and disappearing from sight. Bang! This is a sonic boom. Only then did Victor begin to slowly dissipate, and a white cloud blossomed at the spot, with the rainwater on the ground directly splitting into a 3-meter-wide channel. Not a single drop of water remained. This was so fast that the figure had not even dissipated from its starting position before striking the target, with the rainwater parted by the pressure generated from its rapid passage, resembling the miraculous effect of parting water beads. Boom. Crash. Only then did the sound of Zhang Lan breaking through the wall resonate. This is supersonic. Or rather, it was faster than the sound of the sonic boom. The speed of sound. Even Zhang Lan, with all 4 gates opened, cannot achieve it. To walk through the air is merely a chakra explosion technique of physical artistry, not a pure display of strength. But the speed of sound, and it's faster than the speed of a sonic boom. Victor was panting with excitement. This is the true power. He did it. This power has him utterly captivated, rendering him indifferent to Zhang Lan, who was unaware of life or death. With the speed of sound in hand, isn't that kid just an easy target? A thunderous shout interrupted Victor's reverie. 8 gates of Duanjia Injury Gate open. A shadow darted out from the walls, opening, moving, and shaped the power beneath its feet was immense, each step creating a pit and a deafening sound. Even though Victor's speed had broken the sound barrier, it was merely a momentary burst as Zhang did not believe he could sustain such speed in combat. Moreover, Zhang noticed that Victor's attacks were linear. Does this mean he cannot turn while at the speed of sound? Electromagnetic acceleration allows for swift movement, but can his reflexes keep up? It was akin to Kakashi before he acquired the Sharingan. Using Raikiri would be tantamount to suicide. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Victor was sent flying by Zhang punch before he could react. Clang. Before he even landed, Zhang next punch followed. Clang. Then came another punch. One punch after another left Victor unable to even think of landing. Physical art inside Lotus. As long as you don't give him time to gather strength, I dare you to turn the tables. This line of thought wasn't wrong, yet Victor, who was incredibly gifted, awakened a small skill while being struck in midair. Through a dense flow of electricity, Victor conjured a sparkling spherical shield enveloping himself completely. Even the sky above was lit up with bolts of lightning targeting Victor's large round shield. The electrical energy gathered in the shield was immense. Even amidst the chaotic electronic signals of the storm, Victor's position was clearly identified, allowing the lightning to precisely locate its target. How fast is lightning? It is the speed of light. Is there anything in this world faster than light? Perhaps only light itself. Zhang helplessly retreated to a tall building, closing the injury gate, glaring darkly at the distant spherical shield, utterly at a loss. Simply outrageous. How can one fight against a breakthrough that costs nothing? Just as he pondered, a flash of crimson rushed in from the distance. It was Johnny, whose fiery flight ability was hardly affected by the rain. Susan, along with Reed and the Thing, also arrived in succession. Does anyone have a solution? That lightning shield is too troublesome. Zhang tone was unusually serious. If there are materials, conductors can be classified by electrical conductivity into silver, copper, gold, aluminum, tungsten, nickel, iron. The resistivity of silver is 1.59108 ohmium, copper is. Reed began to endlessly expound his scientific knowledge. Stop. Zhang interrupted Reed, who was growing tedious. How long will it take to prepare? What will the effect be? What do we need to do? I need a lot of silver and many long spears. If not, metal rods would suffice, but they must be sufficiently sturdy and preferably retractable. Reed explained in straightforward English. Nodding, he had already opened his steel helmet and had been in contact with Fury. Zhang said seriously, Fury, do you hear me? How long will it take? Fury's voice came through the speaker. 5 minutes until arrival. After a brief acknowledgement, silence fell over the group. Below, Victor had already retracted his spherical shield, his body surrounded by blue coils, brazenly searching for the whereabouts of the others. Nearby residents had been evacuated by S.H.I.E.L.D, so there was no immediate concern for casualties. After organizing his thoughts, Zhang meticulously outlined the details that needed to be executed. This time, it had to be a one-hit kill. If Victor underwent a 6th mutated evolution, even Zhang would be unable to withstand it. Keep in mind, the little spider still hadn't returned. It was clear that the situation at the Oscar building on the other side was not yet resolved, and Zhang needed to conserve some strength. Under Zhang and the others' deliberate concealment, 4 minutes passed quickly. Victor had only destroyed a few storefronts without seeing a single shadow. In pursuit of speed, the materials were delivered directly by helicopter. Flying in a storm is extraordinarily dangerous, especially with lightning. The pilot who came this time was informed of the risks and approached with a death wish. His determination was not in vain. Just as he neared the battlefield, he was struck by several bolts of lightning, narrowly evading disaster, successfully airdropping the mission objective over Zhang and the others. However, he was struck by a bolt of lightning soon after, exploding into a fireball in the air and crashing into a parking lot, destroying numerous cars along the way and triggering a chain explosion. The pilot and the soldiers who parachuted in with the supplies had no hope of survival. From a distant rooftop, Zhang watched this incident with red eyes, while Reed and the others forced themselves to stay focused, knowing that successfully completing the upcoming mission was the greatest respect they could pay. The younger Zhang faced a far greater impact than the previous civilian deaths. For some reasons, Fury had informed him that this mission was voluntary, not a forced deployment. In other words, these two had voluntarily come to their deaths. There were 5 more teams like this stationed nearby to prevent the first team from failing. This sudden change deeply impacted Zhang, causing him to feel confused, as he, once a recluse on Earth, wondered why he would come, knowing it could lead to death. Fury's answer was simple. The families of these 12 American soldiers were near the battlefield, and when disaster struck, Zhang and the others indirectly saved their families, so they came to help when Zhang needed it. They came without hesitation. This speech left Zhang speechless for a long time, watching Victor wreak havoc as a small black that began to slowly appear, fade, then appear, and fade again beside the Sharingan's Tomo. This was a manifestation of extreme emotional fluctuation. Behind Zhonglun, Reed and the others, despite feeling sentimental, quickly perked up and busied themselves. Under Reed's command, Johnny melted silver at high temperatures, while Susan psychokinetically controlled the liquid silver, evenly coating spears over 4 meters long. After an even application, Ben grasped the still warm spear with both hands, forcefully compressing it inward, causing the tip to gradually retract into the shaft, ultimately measuring just 1 meter in length. Having regained his composure, Zhonglun listened carefully to the explanation from a weapons specialist nearby. The metal material used for the spear was unfamiliar to him, but it was extremely hard and expensive, allowing for free retraction, i.e. after exerting pressure on the spear tip, it would spring out with a force sufficient to lift half a ton. However, compressing the spear tip required special equipment, as it demanded immense strength, something an ordinary person could not accomplish. Considering there was a thing on site, it had been provided a weapon unique to S.H.I.E.L.D. Understanding the weapon to be used, Zhonglun removed his steel battlesuit using a change card. The tactics to be implemented required immense mobility, and he could not wear this heavy suit for now. Next, it was time to end this prolonged battle. Once again confirming the battle tactics with the others, a hint of madness crept onto Zhonglun's face. No longer hiding, he rushed towards Victor, his exposed skin gradually turning red, while his black pupils slowly faded to white, with only the jade pendant still spinning defiantly. Victor quickly spotted Zhonglun's flamboyant silhouette and raised his hand to command several bolts of lightning to strike, hoping for a stroke of luck, but it was difficult to catch Zhong's rapidly moving figure. The faint blue aura around him flared up as he prepared to extend his shield. A loud roar echoed as Zhonglun, holding the advantage, blasted Victor away, who crashed heavily onto a crossroad right below where the transport helicopter had been shot down. With a thud, the ground shattered beneath Zhonglun's feet as he swiftly appeared above Victor, a silver spear appearing in his hand. Watching the already formed circular shield below, a crazed grin spread across his face. With a whoosh and a boom, the silver spear was hurled with great force, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. The silver surface of the spear possessed extremely high conductivity, absorbing a small amount of electrical energy upon contacting the circular shield, transmitting it along the spear's body. Can electrical energy attack electrical energy? Of course not. The silver spear penetrated the circular shield as if it were nothing, missing Victor's metallic body and embedding itself into the ground behind him. The spear, compressed by external force, emitted a sound as 3 meters of its shaft sprang out from the back, pressing against Victor, piercing through the circular shield. Whoosh and boom. Whoosh and boom. Whoosh and boom. In midair, Zhonglun moved rapidly. With 4 gates opened, he briefly gained the ability to walk on air using chakra, his agile body twisting and shifting in the air. One silver spear after another missed Victor's body, while the rebounding spearheads tightly pressed against him. The intertwined spearheads pinned Victor firmly in place. No matter how he moved, he could not escape. Attempting to use electromagnetic acceleration to enhance his strength, the electrical energy output, like that on the circular shield, was fully channeled into the rainwater on the ground through the highly conductive silver. Break the circular shield and electromagnetic sonic speed. Now Victor could not even release a simple electrical shock. Zhonglun shouted, "Johnny, speed up." At the same time, the shadow clone that had been lurking underground leaped out, wielding the Tang broadsword, directly stabbing into Victor's back. Clang. Boom. The first sound was that of metal colliding with both the Tang broadsword and Victor remaining unharmed. The subsequent sound was the smoke released as the shadow clone was guided by the electric energy from the Tang broadsword. The Tang broadsword subsequently fell to the ground. In the sky, a brilliant fired meteor streaked through the extreme temperature of the superplanet, reappearing. Flames formed a vortex that engulfed Victor, while Susan, who had already moved to one side, did not wrap the flames this time, allowing the raging fire to wreak havoc around. Instead, she focused her energy on wrapping the fallen Tang broadsword, ensuring it was thoroughly scorched by the flames. The scalding flames evaporated the rainwater around, with hot air carrying steam shooting straight into the sky, colliding with the thunderclouds above. The cold and hot air currents clashed, forming a hurricane that raged in the high sky, scattering the clouds and directly breaking a hole in the center, revealing a bright crescent moon behind. Zhonglun, meanwhile, had donned the steel battle suit through a card swap, with his right half covered in a thick layer of yellow sand created by the shadow clone underground. There was not enough time to cover his entire body. His Sharingan spun rapidly, faintly seeing the Tang broadsword lifted by Susan's telekinesis, glowing red even at this 8,000 degrees Celsius heat, the blade still standing straight. Victor's body was entirely engulfed in the fiery storm, his figure completely obscured. Zhonglun shouted, "Susan, wrap me in your telekinesis. My life and death depend on you." According to the tactics, Johnny should retreat now, while Susan controlled the scalding Tang broadsword to cut Victor. However, Zhonglun changed his mind. He wanted to ensure Victor's death. Or rather, he had made this decision from the very beginning. Susan exclaimed, "What?" Lan, that temperature is. Oh. Susan was clearly shocked, trying to remind Lan that Johnny had not retreated yet, and that temperature was 8,000 degrees Celsius. How could a human possibly go in? Before she could finish, Lan had already activated his form with no intention of listening to Susan's further words, frightening her into a scream. Scream or no scream, just as Lan was about to enter the flames, Susan desperately managed to cover him with a layer of telekinesis. Feeling the layer of telekinesis on him, Lan slowed his speed, his expression resolute as he charged into the firestorm, grabbing the Tang broadsword that had lost Susan's control with his right hand. In that instant, Susan in the distance visibly trembled, her entire body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. The telekinetic layer around Lan trembled slightly, as if it were about to disappear. Not contemplating this issue, he had already seen Victor glowing bright red, his controlling metallic spear melted beside him. In the extreme heat, Victor was trying to release the circular shield. Lan gripped the Tang broadsword in reverse, his figure flashing past, intertwining, with Victor emerging from the firestorm. But was this the end? No, absolutely not. Resolutely turning back, he charged into the firestorm again, emerging from the other side, only to charge back in once more. To elaborate from the first charge and then Susan collapsing to Johnny's fearful retreat, it was merely 2 seconds. Johnny flew out of the firestorm, rolling awkwardly on the ground for several laps, just in time to turn around and extinguish the firestorm. As the flames dissipated, Victor stood still in his pose, glowing red all over without a hint of movement. Beneath him was Lan, who had charged into the firestorm for an unknown number of times. Now Lan was in a dire state. Although the flames had been extinguished by Johnny, his steel battle suit had vanished, melting into iron water that surrounded him, hissing as it made contact, the molten iron scorching his flesh. Or perhaps it would be inappropriate to describe it as flesh and blood, as Lan was now merely a black skeleton with some charred objects hanging from him, unclear whether they were charred flesh or something else. His right hand was completely missing, even the bone. The ground where his right hand should be had only a knife-shaped pit, with bright red liquid flowing within it, intertwined with the molten iron steaming. It was the Tang broadsword's extreme heat that melted away all of Lan's defenses and his right hand. It fell to the ground, and subsequently melted the ground, turning it into a pool of liquid lava. New flesh and blood continued to grow on the skeleton, but the extreme heat from the ground burned it into a charred mass. In a swift step, he carefully pulled Lan's skeleton aside, casting a glance at the still motionless Victor, whose lips curled into a hint of an evil smile with a disdainful snort. That sound was like the cry that triggers an avalanche, as Victor's glowing red body began to slowly climb up the intricate lines like a toppled block set scattered across the ground. 12 strokes. Based on the number and pattern of the splits, it would require a total of 12 strokes. This means that within those 2 seconds, Lan entered and exited the firestorm at least 12 times, and it was only on the 12th or 13th time that he finally fell to the ground. This shows his determination to secure the kill. Thanks. Different year, donated 100 Chidian coins. The skeleton once held by Ben shed a layer of black bone material in the absence of extreme environmental interference, revealing a pure white framework as the bones of its right hand grew rapidly. Once the skeleton was complete, tender pink flesh buds emerged, swaying and intertwining rapidly to form the Bodis flesh blood vessels and internal organs. In just 15 seconds before everyone's eyes, the previously blackened skeleton transformed back into Lan's form. Fortunately, Lan had retained consciousness and activated his transformation technique before his face had fully formed. Thus the Fantastic Four saw who guess handsome face. Wow, what a miraculous scene, Reed exclaimed. Susan lay on the ground groaning. Ugh, Johnny remarked. Cool, it's like a bug. Ben exclaimed, oh, that's disgusting. Lan, you wrapped my arm. However, Lan grew too quickly, and Ben didn't have time to set him down before his rapidly growing flesh enveloped his arm, causing Ben considerable distress. Ultimately, he had to pull his arm out with force. Ow! Ben, couldn't you have been quicker? Lan, who was becoming the neural center, felt immense pain. During the previous process, due to the Bodis protective measures, the neural pathways had not formed immediately. Thus, aside from the bizarre blood, there was no sensation. However, Ben's action perfectly coincided with the neural formation, and the pain was intense. Ben, still very honest, apologized. Sorry, Lan. Lan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, no, Ben, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have been consumed to death in that place. Ben naturally responded, it's what I should do. After all, I called you. I'm really grateful for your arrival. Upon hearing this, Lan didn't know how to respond. If he hadn't come, the battle would have likely been over long ago. Was all this really necessary? Thinking about the end of the battle, Lan looked complexly at the still warm remains of Victor, unsure of what to say. During the fight, he had seemed like a different person, frenzied, keen, and reckless. He seemed like a bloodthirsty battle maniac. This feeling was to Lan quite enjoyable. He somewhat liked this exhilarating sensation, as if the cells in his bones were yearning for it. If he had to make a metaphor, it would be like the Hulk, but this Hulk was under his control, appearing only during battles. One could consider it a second personality. The sky with its blown-open gap of dark clouds lost the heat wave from the fiery storm. The surrounding clouds filled the void and heavy rain began to pour down onto the dried area, striking Victor's remains. Sizzling sounds echoed. For some unknown reason, the remnants of Victor did not cool under the rain. Instead, they glowed even more brightly. Not red nor light blue, but a strange purple. This gave Zhang-Lan a very ominous premonition. Run! Quickly get out of here! Zhang-Lan shouted anxiously. Ben said little, swiftly picking up Zhang-Lan and crashing through while Johnny and Reed supported the exhausted Susan, hurriedly leaving. Just as the group was leaving, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, striking Victor's remains. Those remnants seemed to absorb the energy of the lightning, the purple color becoming even denser. As if reaching a critical point, without any sound or impact, a wave of purple ripples spread from Victor's remains, one wave after another. The seemingly calm purple ripples erased everything they touched, whether it was cars, the ground, or rainwater, as if they were pencil drawings erased by an eraser. It was as if those things had never existed before. The crowd, narrowly avoiding this wave of attack, watched in horror as the area within a 30-meter diameter centered around Victor's death was utterly devoid of anything. Zhang-Lan, carried away by Ben, let out a muffled groan. His body was extremely fragile, and carelessly Ben had broken one of his bones. The cellular revolt activated again, worsening Zhang-Lan's condition. He felt incredibly fatigued and didn't want to think about anything else. With only 14 points of combat power, he couldn't even use his chakra to shield against the rain. Wrinkles began to form on his face, his skin rapidly sagged, and his hair started to turn gray from the roots, as if all the strength in his body had been drained. This was a sign of extreme cellular aging, indicating an impending natural death. The Fantastic Four, having awakened from the horror brought by Victor, looked at this transformation with great shock, wanting to comfort him, but unsure how to begin. "Lon, I'm truly sorry," Ben said with difficulty. "I never intended for this to happen. If I hadn't called you, you wouldn't have." At this point, Ben gently set Zhang-Lan down, his forefingers feeling misplaced as he covered his face with his hand. He felt profoundly guilty, believing that everything was his fault. Every gain must come with a price. Zhang-Lan's current condition strongly conveyed the message of his imminent death. Revived within a mere 10 seconds, the cost was undoubtedly high. Moreover, prior to this, Zhang-Lan had already died once in front of everyone, having lured Victor into releasing all his electrical energy. Zhang-Lan opened his mouth, but couldn't find a way to explain. After all, the existence of the system couldn't be clarified. How could he explain his recovery? Ultimately, Zhang-Lan chose silence, letting time speak for itself. He took out the intercom from the system space produced by S.H.I.E.L.D, which was waterproof. "Hey, vampire. Come over and collect that little Iron Man's remains if you can still find it. I think you'll want this experimental material. Cough, cough, cough." His voice sounded very old, and he suddenly started coughing violently midway through. He was extremely weak after being drenched in the torrential rain for so long, showing signs of fever. The others quickly reacted, hurriedly helping Zhang-Lan to a sheltered spot from the rain. Ben stood back as his strength was too great, afraid to touch the exceptionally fragile Zhang-Lan. Fury's urgent inquiry came. "Is it Lan? Has Victor been dealt with? What's wrong with your voice? The satellite can't see the image, it's obscured by the clouds." Zhang-Lan's aged voice responded, "Cough, cough. It's me. There's a bit of a problem. Send someone to clean up. Also, how's Oscar doing?" Fury replied, "That's exactly what I was preparing to inform you. Agent Natasha has flown a helicopter over, and Oscar may need your assistance because..." Fuck. Before he could finish, Fury let slip a rare curse followed by a flurry of urgent orders, too rushed to even hang up the call with Zhang-Lan. Without needing Fury to explain anything, Zhang-Lan and the others found themselves inside a commercial building where the original floor-to-ceiling windows had shattered. Cold wind blew in from outside, causing the weak Zhang-Lan to shiver. However, Zhang-Lan had no time to care about that. His gaze was fixated on the sky, where a layer of pale green clouds covered the original dark clouds. This pale green layer was evidently heavier than air slowly descending from the sky. Like raindrops, Zhang-Lan dashed into the downpour, rushing to the spot where Victor had just died. The view here was excellent. Looking at the sky all around, the pale green clouds seemed boundless. All of New York. That pale green cloud covered the entirety of New York. Helplessness, confusion, frustration, self-blame, fear. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Now utterly exhausted, what could he possibly do? Sitting dazed at this crossroads, rainwater or tears flowed freely down his face. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like an old man nearing his end. Reed and the others arriving sensed a deep sorrow, their noses inexplicably tinged with sadness, a feeling that stifled them and could not be expressed. Vroom vroom. The sound of a spinning rotor echoed as a military helicopter approached, landing on the road 10 meters away, the nearby roads having long been under traffic control, alleviating any concerns about obstructing traffic. Natasha stepped out of the driver's seat, looking at the sorrowful faces before her, puzzled. Was someone dead? Was it Tony Stark? Or was it Harry? The reason Natasha thought of these two was that neither of them was present at the scene. Oh no, Tony was walking from a distance. As an ordinary person, he couldn't match the speed of those at the scene. He held a double umbrella, walking to Zhang Lan's side, briefly shielding him from the rain. Hey, I mean, Lan, you really look like my old man with that same white hair. Not funny. Tony tried to lighten the mood with a joke he thought was funny, but he realized that aside from Natasha, who looked at him strangely, Zhang Lan didn't even move his eyes. The greatest sorrow is a deadened heart. If Zhang Lan's current state isn't resolved in time, prolonged duration will surely lead to irreparable mental harm. This pertains to memory-related damage. There's no medication to treat it besides heart medicine or achieving personal understanding. Natasha noticed Zhang Lan's anomaly as well. Having survived since World War II, she was well acquainted with such situations. Veterans may experience a range of physical discomforts post-war, including mental depression, fatigue, headaches, insomnia, diarrhea, memory decline, distraction, muscle and joint pain, and respiratory difficulties. These are collectively known as combat-related phobias. Zhang Lan's current state is the most challenging psychological disorder to treat, having suffered indescribable mental shocks during war, leading to self-imposed isolation in an attempt to escape reality, resembling a mix of melancholia, social withdrawal, and autism. This type of psychological condition is beyond the reach of modern medicine, requiring psychological counseling and hoping for self-awareness from the patient. Similar to a vegetative state, he was essentially a walking corpse with a glimmer of hope for recovery, albeit extremely slim. It required a catalyst, and catalysts often arrive unexpectedly. A light green cloud settled over New York, and upon closer inspection, it was composed of particulate matter. Each green dust particle would dissolve upon contact with skin. Unluckily, even though Tony was dressed in a suit tightly covering himself, his hands and face were still exposed to the air, allowing the green dust particles to infiltrate his body. In contrast, Natasha, Reed, Susan, Johnny, and Zhang Lan were invaded by the dust particles, but showed no reaction. As superhumans, their physiques naturally surpassed the effects of the powder. The material invading Zhang Lan was swiftly devoured by his ravenous cells. Tony, being an ordinary person, served as a clear test subject for the powder's effect. He collapsed. The umbrella he held fell in front of Zhang Lan, kneeling beside him, hands tightly gripping his throat, tongue extended. As he retched repeatedly, green scales began to surface on his exposed skin, his body swelling, the tail of a lizard bursting through his trousers as it swayed powerfully in the air. Endless fury filled Tony's mind, causing him to slap Zhang Lan, who was closest to him. Given Zhang Lan's current condition, that slap could easily kill him. In this critical moment, Ben, who had been vigilant, slapped Lizard Tony away, as it was his duty to protect Zhang Lan until he recovered. As this scene unfolded, Zhang Lan's eyes flickered, then again, then a third time, as Lizard Tony began to fight right before him. Ben, burdened with guilt towards Zhang Lan, wouldn't allow anyone to harm him, fiercely venting his pent-up emotions on Lizard Tony. He wasn't familiar with Tony. Natasha remained silent, even signaling Reed and the others to keep quiet, knowing this could be the best moment for Zhang Lan to resolve his inner turmoil. If he could watch his dear friend die before him without any reaction, then that person was surely beyond saving. As Ben was about to twist off Lizard Tony's head in frustration, Zhang Lan finally moved his neck slightly and instinctively uttered a phrase. "Don't kill Tony, don't kill my friend." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's aged voice, Ben paused, halting his previous action of twisting Lizard Tony's head. After that statement, Zhang Lan's once lifeless eyes gradually revealed the pattern of a Sharingan with a single tomo, which then rapidly spun as the previously flickering black that re-emerged, stretching and elongating into a second tomo, forming a diagonal pair with the first. With the awakening of the second tomo Sharingan, Zhang Lan's nearly submerged soul gradually revived vitality, returning to his seemingly aged body. I almost met my end. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan took out his last healing card, C, from the system space, using it immediately, his body visibly rejuvenating, skin becoming smooth, hair regaining its dark color, and his slightly bent waist straightening. Though he hadn't returned to his peak condition, he had at least escaped the realm of uselessness. Ben, please protect Tony and Susan here. Reed, Johnny, are you interested in helping me save New York? After recovering, Zhang Lan made arrangements without delay. Susan was already exhausted and certainly lacked compatibility. Plus, with Tony's lizard transformation and Ben's high mass, the helicopter's load would hinder maneuverability, so he arranged for them to stay put to protect the two. Current New York resembled an enlarged version of the NYU cafeteria at noon, overrun by lizard men. Naturally, Ben readily agreed. Reed and Johnny also heartily accepted Zhang Lan's invitation. Then Reed, you and I will take the helicopter. Johnny, please hurry to the Oscar Tower and assist Spider-Man. Turning to Natasha, who had been silent, he nodded and headed towards the helicopter as time was of the essence. Peter needed his help, and Harry had already rushed to the Oscar under the notification of his shadow clone. If I made a mistake, I must take responsibility to rectify it. The vast majority of people have transformed into lizardmen, rampaging through the streets, smashing and destroying everything they see. If it isn't a lizardman, it is their target. Especially after the police themselves have also been turned into lizardmen, this disaster has become even more difficult to contain. Zhang in the helicopter watched the scenes below with wide eyes, forcing himself to remember everything. These were living beings, ordinary people affected by the chaos. Those who happen to be in sealed spaces are lucky, having inadvertently escaped the fate of transformation into lizardmen. Yet they are also unfortunate. If found by the lizardmen, they will face a grim end. The sound of the helicopter's rotor was loud, attracting most of the lizardmen along the way. Zhang wielded the remaining silver spear, throwing it mercilessly at any lizardman that dared to threaten the helicopter, piercing their skulls. Now they are the last hope for New York, and they cannot afford to slow down. Amidst the slaughter, they finally arrived at the Oscorp Tower. A fierce battle was underway at the tower, with the massive lizard army, led by Connors, launching an assault on Peter at the top floor. If it weren't for Johnny, who had arrived earlier to assist, they would have likely already been defeated. On the observation deck at the top floor, Harry was facing off against a lizardman, the very culprit responsible for the successful release of the lizard serum. Norman Osborn, Harry's father and the founder of Oscorp. Connors found the dying Norman, using the lizard serum as bait, urging Norman to help him execute this mad plan. Faced with death, what choice would Norman make in front of survival? It was not a difficult choice, or rather it was not a choice at all for Norman. Peter, who was struggling alone, could not stop the release of the lizard serum, and even Harry, who arrived later, could only hold Norman back. As Norman's only son, he would not be able to bring himself to kill. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Thus a standoff formed between Harry and Norman, while Connors led the lizardmen to attack Peter. At that moment, Johnny happened to arrive. Although they barely managed to defend, the result was only slightly less tragic. How could Johnny, possessing only fire abilities, stop the lizardmen's assault? The observation deck was strewn with charred bodies, causing Natasha to frown. Each corpse represented a life of an ordinary citizen, and now they nearly filled the rooftop of Oscorp. And the number of those who fell from the tower was even more countless. After this battle, thousands of families in New York would likely be shattered. Lon Fury wants me to ask you, is this lizard transformation contagious? Natasha, sitting in the front of the helicopter, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's thoughts raced as he guessed the implications, reaching out to grab the intercom from Natasha's ear. He did not wear the intercom. Fury, is it true that the group of old fools in the council is considering launching a nuclear bomb to destroy New York? Tell them that the lizard serum is not contagious, and I will resolve this issue. After speaking, Zhang Lan returned the intercom to Natasha's ear and jumped out of the helicopter, with Reed already having gone ahead. Not bothering with Peter, who was still holding on, he scanned the scene. Peter lacked the blue gene antidote. According to his father's love for his children and his responsibility for the safety of New York City, Director George must have brought the antidote to this floor. After a quick scan, he quickly identified a lizardman in a bulletproof vest who surprisingly did not attack Peter and the others, but instead delayed Connor's advance, as if still possessing the spirit of the New York City police chief. Even in the grip of rage, he fought to protect New York City. In the tight pocket of the lizardman, the Sharingan caught sight of a light blue test tube. That must be the antidote created by Gwen. Zhang Lan, Reed, you go check on the Jinari device to see if it can still be used. Reed nodded and ran up to the observation deck. Harry, who had been facing off against Norman, also began to take action, launching fireballs one after another to restrict Norman's movements, giving Reed the opportunity to bind him completely. For Reed, it was first to bind regardless of who it was. Norman, being in poor health, no longer had his previous physique, and being a researcher himself, was quickly bound. Reed extended his upper body, carefully observing the surroundings of the Jinari. On the other side, after arranging Reed, Zhang Lan began to unleash ninjutsu. Connors was much stronger than all the lizardmen, and the data had changed significantly. Name: Kurt Connors, Dr. Lizard. Current physical condition: second personality. Skills: regeneration, tribe leader. Comprehensive ability: B. Combat power value 1142. Overall evaluation: a tank type MT with immense strength and astonishing recovery, but slightly lacking in agility. If not killed in one blow, he will drag you down to death. Note: as a leader of the lizard tribe, he can easily command the lizardmen to attack any target. He has already reached B rank. The system's evaluation has given the lizardman army extra points. Individually, their abilities likely do not reach the B rank level. In the current battle against Peter, although it has become much more difficult, it is not yet at a point of inevitable defeat. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Continuously releasing the Shadow Clone Technique, Zhang Lan's figure gradually filled the rooftop. Lizardmen, being cold-blooded creatures, have a strong sensitivity to heat sources and they can normally distinguish these phantoms. But would Zhang Lan engage in futile efforts? Harry unleashed fireballs all around. Fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, great fireball technique. Though unaware of Zhang Lan's intentions, Harry executed the command out of trust. As their fireballs were unleashed, the temperature around them drastically rose, and soon Johnny was engulfed in flames circling around Oscorp Tower, causing the temperature in that small area to soar above 40 degrees Celsius. This was already beyond human temperature. The lizardmen who could initially disregard the clones began to fight chaotically like headless flies. Under the clever visual obstructions of the clones, most lizardmen's swipes would hit other lizardmen. What is the reaction of an enraged lizardman after being attacked by its own kind? They kill each other. Connor screamed from the side, attempting to force his subordinates to restore order. Those close enough hesitated to stop, but the lizardmen further away, blinded by rage, continued to fight amongst themselves. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhang Lan charged towards the George lizardman, who seemed to recognize him, glaring coldly, without making any move. Zhang Lan cautiously reached out to grab the gene antidote. The process of obtaining the antidote was surprisingly smooth, which made Zhang Lan feel uneasy. Could it really be this easy? Something felt off. Zhang Lan pondered in his mind where exactly was the problem. In the movie, Connors could accurately use chemical agents to create explosions, indicating that his mind was not confused. He was simply agitated by the effects of the serum. This was an emotional issue. Thus, Connors could not possibly be unaware that Zhang Lan and the others might use the gene antidote to neutralize the effects of the lizard serum. Why would Connors allow them such freedom? Even a victor at World Difficulty 3 had forced him to erupt 6 times. Would Connors be so easily defeated? No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. In contemplation, Zhang Lan had already arrived at the observation deck, while Connors showed no intention of stopping him, merely watching coldly, as if he were observing a farcical play. Seeing this, Zhang Lan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. There was definitely something wrong. Hastening his steps towards the Ganali device, he found Reed scratching his head in deep thought, clearly confronted with some difficulty, which made Zhang Lan's heart sink. This way he would inevitably suffer a heart attack. Reed, how is it? Can it be used? Zhang Lan inquired as the gene release agent was already stored in the system space. Lan, the situation is dire. Although I haven't manufactured this device before, I understand its principle, which involves accelerating particles to deliver the agent. Reed began with technical jargon. Reed, speak in English. Zhang Lan interrupted. Well, to put it simply, the crucial core component is missing. It is an ion accelerator stabilizer, which is custom-made. If I were to remake it, I would need 3 days. Reed delivered the grim news. FUCK, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Zhang Lan cursed fiercely. During their conversation, Harry had remained silently watching. The scene before him was overwhelmingly shocking, but that didn't mean he lacked better suggestions such as now. Harry, Lon Oscar keeps backups of every item studied in a secret laboratory, which is classified information. I only just got involved, but the Ganali device should at least have spare parts in the secret lab. Zhang Lan exclaimed with delight. Harry, take Reed over to get the parts. I'll guard the machine here. Harry looked troubled, but that secret lab requires clearance, and I don't have it yet. After saying this, Harry shot a complex glance at Norman, the lizardman, who though transformed was clearly at a disadvantage and was tightly bound by Reed. Seeing this, Zhang Lan turned to Norman with a peculiar expression. It was a tough problem, as Norman would clearly not cooperate. But they still needed to make an attempt. Illusion dreamscape, with no way out. Norman, who had long been plagued by illness, was in such a poor mental state that even in a level illusion could not be resisted. It must be noted that the two-hooked Jade Sharingan, also known as the copy, I could provide a more detailed insight into the operation of energy, significantly enhancing dynamic vision and slightly increasing the power of illusions. With this slight enhancement of illusion, Zhang Lan successfully pulled Norman into the dreamscape, creating a false proposition that restored him to his younger self the last time he had entered the secret laboratory. Pupil recognition, 34-digit password, secret laboratory clearance credentials. Only 3 individuals had the right to enter the secret laboratory: the lab's head, Norman, and the vice president. The lab head had been injured in the last bridge incident and was currently recuperating in Los Angeles on the other side of the country marked by pass. The vice president, now in Harry's position, and the previous old man in the film had ceased to exist within the Oscar company under Zhang Lan's interesting guidance. All other researchers lived on site and never considered issues of entry. Thus, currently, only Norman had access to the secret laboratory. Upon learning this news, Zhang Lan withdrew the chakra, and Norman immediately regained consciousness. What did you do to me? Norman roared, how dare you? I am Harry's father. Before he could finish, Zhang Lan sealed his mouth with spider silk. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Lan briefly recounted everything he knew to Harry before stepping aside. Connors, for some reason, was just watching the play from a distance, but regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to quickly repair and resolve the issues. And Harry, now the acting vice president, held the credentials to the secret laboratory, which was his face, and had already memorized the 34-digit clearance. Now they just needed Norman's pupil recognition. What was needed was Norman's normal human pupils. As he was still in lizard form, his pupils would certainly not be recognized. So how could they obtain Norman's pupils in a normal state? Zhang spoke in as steady a tone as possible. Harry, now you have 3 choices. First, make no choice. Second, I have a tube of gene release agent, the only one, and you can look around. If I give it to your father, then. Third, it's. At this point, Zhang hesitated, his face twitching violently, ultimately not saying it out loud. He couldn't bring himself to say that cutting off Norman's head would naturally restore him to a normal human state, which would amount to forcing Harry to kill his own father. No one could act on his behalf, or rather there was no way. Otherwise, if Harry also faltered, the current situation in New York would result in at least tens of thousands of civilians dying in this catastrophe. An unacceptable figure for anyone. Harry remained silent, his blue eyes quietly gazing at Norman, his face as still as water. At that moment, Norman managed to break free from the silk on his mouth. Harry, I am your father. Norman felt uneasy. You can't do this. With this gene agent, I can cure the diseases plaguing you. We can create our own kingdom. Harry did not respond, allowing Norman to continue speaking. After a long pause, perhaps 10 seconds, 20 seconds, or even a minute, Harry calmly raised his head, but Zhang read the profound sadness and helplessness in his eyes. Dr. Reed, could you please wrap my father? I need to take him somewhere. Harry's voice trembled intensely. Reed, unsure of how to respond, nodded, and with a gentle touch wrapped Norman securely before Harry hoisted the struggling Norman and Reed step by step toward the Oscar Tower. Zhang, prepared to safeguard them, was astonished to find Connors merely watching this grand act of familial betrayal without any intention to intervene. This indifference made Zhang increasingly uneasy. It couldn't be this simple. After Harry had vanished from the view of the crowd, Connors finally spoke. Connors clapped his hands. What an impressive show, I could almost shed a tear. Zhang tentatively asked, Dr. Connors, you seem very clear-headed. Zhang couldn't help but ask as Connors spoke coherently, showing no apparent inclination towards fury, even understanding how to applaud and mock, which was certainly not comparable to the lizard men around who were devoid of intelligence. Connors spoke with pride. Yes, thanks to the data and materials provided by Norman regarding spider venom, the new generation of lizard gene agents won't cause severe violent tendencies like before. Zhang continued to extract information then. Dr. Connors, why do you still want to launch the lizard agents in New York? Connors replied matter-of-factly, better, faster, stronger, more agile, and smarter. Aren't those reasons enough? Zhang was extremely agitated. Reasons? Look at New York now. Without violent tendencies. Wearing this green lizard guise, can they still be considered human? He couldn't help but be agitated. Not everyone would wield power wisely. Sudden physical mutations would trigger different chain reactions depending on the individual. Those rampaging in the streets were all thugs and robbers. Moreover, the lizard men in New York currently resembled those from the midday campus incident. Would there be no violent tendencies there? Connors replied lightly. Oh, relax, this is an accident. The new generation of gene agents developed naturally allows me to use it freely. As for others, they just need to follow my orders. This statement indicated that the gene agents released were still incomplete products of the first generation. No longer responding to Connors, he had already fallen into delusion and obsession stemming from distorted cognition that could not be corrected by words. Is there nothing more to discuss? It's quite taxing, though I am prepared. Connors' composure began to fade. However, to prevent any accidents, it would be better if you all were dead. After saying this, around the Oscar Tower, new lizard men began to swarm in, and Natasha in the air could clearly see that the outer layer of the Oscar Tower was densely packed with lizard men. The reason Connors had remained silent was that he was preparing to strike. Thank you, Shihu Shujiaxiang, for the 100 Chidian coins. Peter and the others dared not strike, for they were merely innocent civilians. Connors watched the martial display with calm anticipation, having no intention of personally engaging in combat. As a major antagonist, his role was to command from the shadows. Only a cunning boss like him could survive longer. Zhang and Peter tried to restrict the movements of the lizard men with spider silk, which caused the web shooters to deplete quickly. Peter had already been in a fierce battle for a long time, and his web supply was nearly exhausted. If Zhang hadn't arrived in time to replace the web shooter, their combat effectiveness would have dropped by at least 20%. For Spider-Man, without the convenient and swift web, it was like a cavalry without horses. How could one charge forward? Currently, he only knew the instant transmission technique and the second gate of the 8 gates, so his combat style was still largely based on the original Spider-Man. Zhang, waiting for Connors, felt a pang of anxiety. He never expected the Marvel bosses to play by their own rules, each one more cunning than the last, even understanding to send their subordinates first instead of entering the fray themselves. Johnny was also beginning to struggle. Having already exhausted much of his stamina in the battle with Victor, he was starting to falter. Johnny panted lightly. 10 minutes at most. I can hold on for 10 more minutes. Think of a way, or we'll be worn out. Johnny still trusted Zhang Lan's tactical arrangements, after all he had performed well before. Zhang Lan was acutely aware of the current situation. He had been contemplating strategies for a while. He glanced at Peter, who was still battling fiercely, then at Johnny, who appeared somewhat fatigued. Gritting his teeth, he finally settled on a plan. He could not protect Peter forever. It was now time for Peter to take up the mantle. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Zhang Lan once again summoned a shadow clone. His own chakra was nearly depleted, but it didn't matter as he would soon have ample chakra to draw upon. Meanwhile, under the command of the shadow clone, Johnny began to whip up a firestorm atop the Oscorp building. The power was not on the level of a supernova. It merely reached over 300 degrees, temporarily separating Connors from the lizardmen. Peter watched closely. 8 gates opened the injury gate. With a thunderous roar leaving the shadow clone behind to explain things to Peter, Zhang Lan's body was engulfed in a deep crimson glow. The distinctive scara that appeared when opening the injury gate manifested again, and in a matter of moments, he kicked the remaining lizardmen out of the battlefield, finally appearing before Connors, who was watching from a distance. Connors' agility was not very high and his reflexes were relatively dull. Before he could react, Zhang Lan's punch sent him staggering backwards several steps uncontrollably. Yes, he only staggered back a few steps, not sent flying. Zhang Lan deliberately controlled his strength. His current goal was not to defeat Connors, as with his half power level, that was impossible. If one naively believed that shouting loudly could lead to victory. Don't be foolish. A level power level of 1100. This is not a comic where you can win just by shouting. As for using the 1000-year kill technique, Connors had kept his tail protectively around his rear. He must have been present during the last battle at the school, or otherwise he wouldn't be so cautious. What he needed to do now was to teach Peter on the spot how to start the 4th gate of the 8 gates, the injury gate. This was their only hope. As for whether Peter could learn it in a short time, Zhang Lan could only place his hopes on Peter's almost divine talent for martial arts. The shadow clone stood beside Peter, softly explaining the techniques to open the 3rd gate, which had been taught before. Peter quickly indicated he had grasped it. With time pressing, the shadow clone skipped checking and directly began teaching the 4th gate, the injury gate. Meanwhile, the main body was beginning to show signs of fatigue. His movements were growing stiff, indicative of muscle strain or bone fractures. If he didn't hurry, he might lose his chance. As Peter hurriedly learned, Connors was already consumed by rage. Zhang Lan darted around like a giant flea, disrupting Connors' bodily balance, kicking him around like a ball, which severely challenged his self-proclaimed identity as a new human. Yes, a flea. With his regeneration ability fully maxed, Zhang Lan's attacks were painful for him, but caused no substantial harm. Connors attempted to catch this slippery fellow, but Zhang Lan, with his Sharingan activated, easily detected his intentions and calmly countered. If Zhang Lan had previously harbored fantasies about possibly killing Connors, he had now completely let go of that thought. Connors, with his monstrous regeneration, was not someone he could kill at this moment. Even at his peak, it would have been a challenge. There were already 6 or 7 lizard tails bouncing on the floor. How could one kill them? In this seemingly game-like training battle, a minute had passed. Zhang Lan, now soaked in blood, was losing speed rapidly. The injury gate had closed 10 seconds ago, and he was currently fighting with the 2nd rest gate open, barely managing to keep pace with Connors, if not slightly weaker. Now he was relying entirely on the accumulated resentment and his Sharingan's superior dynamic vision to buy time. The 8 gates technique was classified as a forbidden art. The 4th gate, the injury gate, was even categorized as a level martial arts rank. Even with extraordinary martial arts talent, time was needed to digest it. Fortunately, Connors had not noticed Zhang Lan's intentions. Few would think of a tactic involving learning a profound skill in the heat of battle, yet Zhang Lan had that mindset. But was it a brilliant strategy or a foolish one? Another 5 minutes dragged by. His muscles were completely torn. Raising a leg required merely the bones to pull him along. Even Zhang Lan, who had experienced death multiple times, was sweating profusely from the pain. After showcasing his abilities, the battered Zhang Lan could only rely on basic body techniques to create a small maze to delay time. The clone technique created numerous copies. The transformation technique disguised him as Peter, and the substitution technique allowed his main body to escape when necessary. Johnny's emitted temperature had fallen from over 300 degrees to just above 100, barely reaching boiling point. This still posed a certain deterrent to the lizardmen, but it likely wouldn't last much longer. Another 3 minutes passed. Zhang Lan's main body was utterly exhausted, and the shadow clone took over to continue buying time. In this regard, it was evident that Connors as a researcher lacked significant combat experience. After so long, he still had not discovered Zhang Lan's intention. Zhang Lan leaned slightly against the observation platform, while Peter was still nearby trying, but he just couldn't grasp it. This was normal. It had taken several hours to learn the 2nd rest gate last time, and now expecting him to master the 4th injury gate in just 10 minutes was asking too much. He was utterly exhausted, his face filled with fatigue, his eyelids growing heavier. His Sharingan had closed due to chakra depletion, And while his bodily injuries were healing due to cell regeneration, it was only bringing his cells closer to death. His appearance now resembled that of a middle-aged man. Compounding matters, Johnny, lacking stamina, barely rolled into the helicopter piloted by Natasha, and the lizardmen surged forward, causing numerous shadow clones to shatter. The rapid compression of space meant that even if the shadow clones evaded Connor's attacks, another lizardman would strike. Ultimately, the shadow clone was forced to dispel. Under Connor's command, the lizardman army charged fiercely towards Zhonglun and Peter. The dead end had arrived. Zhonglun exploded with power, yet regrettably, it was insufficient. Now he was on the brink of death. His body, externally unscathed, but internally the fundamental cells could no longer extract anything. Spirit. After countless battles, meticulously devising strategies, enduring the torment of imminent death, and the extreme overextraction of chakra, coupled with the fatigue from the shadow clones, merely holding on without succumbing to sleep was already his limit. System. Blocked from the mysterious shop, due to insufficient energy points, he could not receive any assistance for the time being. Reinforcements. New York had already fallen. Help from afar would take a long time to arrive. Reserves. The flashy Odin's divine armor, a sandstorm jar, without sand, a temporarily useless refresh card, an overused grade chakra enhancement card, a useless costume change card, a tube of lizard potion, and a difficulty adjustment. Wait. The difficulty adjustment die. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Zhonglun forced himself to muster some spirit and retrieve the difficulty adjustment die from the system space. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Perhaps the opportunity to lift the world difficulty level 3 penalty lay within this die. Even if it meant further stacking penalties, it would only lead to death, something he had faced before. In a world only visible to Zhonglun, a die rolled out from his palm as he no longer had the strength to throw even a single die. The six-sided die rolled far directly towards the inner circle of lizardmen, disregarding any collision, and directly entered the body of a lizardman, seemingly passing through. At least Zhonglun, obscured from view, could no longer see the die, and could only weakly close his eyes. He was already out of options. He could only leave it to fate. What? Have you given up resisting? The lizardman army halted their advance, and the soon-to victorious Connors began to feel a bit smug. The moment of imminent victory is always so enchanting, prompting many to instinctively wish to prolong it. Connors, with a tone of pride, giving up is also good. In consideration of Peter's parents, I will grant you a swift end. Zhonglun struggled to lift his head, barely opening his eyes. From his angle, he could not see Connors, yet he could not stop himself from wanting to force a smile. Just as Connors made the grave mistake of talking too much, the system's prompt sounded. System ding. The host has successfully used the difficulty die 1, obtaining world difficulty level 5. Current status is world difficulty level 2, effective immediately, duration undetermined. Ding. The world difficulty level 3 penalty has been lifted. In the final moment, the goddess of fate stood on Zhonglun's side. Just as the system prompt sounded, Peter, who had been silent with closed eyes, underwent a new transformation. Enveloped in his spider suit, strands of blue chakra swirled around him, sparse, yet growing rapidly. The surging chakra even created a localized whirlwind, scattering dust and stones on the ground, some hitting the defenseless Zhonglun, causing a bit of pain. 8 gates of Duanjia injury gate open. Peter activated the power of the 4th injury gate, even surpassing Zhonglun significantly, because his physical attributes were far superior. This was definitely not something achievable by mere talent. So Peter, it's up to you now, Zhonglun silently thought, his spirit slightly relaxed, unable to hold on any longer, and he fainted. Uncertain how long had passed, Zhonglun fell to shaking. Though utterly exhausted, he had no desire to respond. A familiar fragrant breeze wafted over, followed by soft lips kissing his, bringing in a breath of air. Was it artificial respiration? But who was helping him? Natasha, Susan, or Peter? Harry? Ben? In a sudden realization that terrified Zhonglun, jolted awake, finding himself staring into a pair of unique green eyes, a rare color belonging to Natasha. This made Zhonglun's heart relax significantly. Thankfully, it was not Ben or anyone else, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. Natasha, how long have I been unconscious? How are things now? Zhonglun asked, weakly glancing around. The situation is not good, Natasha's magnetic voice replied. The Canali device has been repaired, but we cannot find the gene antidote. The situation is indeed dire. Zhonglun looked around, and what he saw was a heap of Connors. Yes, a heap of Connors. He was certain these were all Connors because the system rated them as level combat power 1142. Name: Kurt Connors, split body, current physical condition, frenzied skills, regeneration division, comprehensive ability, B combat power 1142, overall evaluation, a tank type, MT, powerful, and with astonishing recovery, but slightly lacking in agility. If not killed in one blow, he will entangle and kill you. Remarks: individuals split from the original Connor's body, possessing the characteristic of further division provided the offerings are sufficient. This is the perfect division skill. Crawling towards the canali device, Zhonglan received the battle situation from Natasha. Peter, having opened the injury gate, was already superior in agility compared to Connor's, easily defeating him while also clearing out the lizard men. However, Connor's regeneration ability was utterly abnormal. Whatever was interrupted would grow back, turning the initial battle into a war of attrition. In the end, Peter's compassion prevented him from delivering a fatal blow, until a lizard man reached Zhonglan's side intent on killing him. Thankfully, Natasha, who had been observing nearby, promptly used the helicopter's machine guns to rescue him, preventing Zhonglan from dying unexpectedly. Terrified, Peter finally made up his mind and severed Connor's neck with his webs. The battle did not end there. Connor's headless body surprisingly regenerated another head, and more terrifyingly, the severed head could regenerate itself, fully restoring an identical body, becoming a completely independent individual. Like an earthworm splitting in two without losing any combat power. The initial split body had no healing ability, injuries were injuries, and would not heal, allowing Peter to still have some fighting strength. All of this changed after the split body swallowed multiple lizardmen as it began to develop self-healing abilities with the healing speed increasing rapidly, ultimately allowing it to split once more. The cost was that it had consumed a full 100 lizardmen. Harry had no choice but to join the fight, as well as Johnny, who had just taken a moment to rest, barely maintaining the situation. At this critical moment, Reed repaired the canali device, but could not find the gene antidote. Natasha on the helicopter knew Zhonglan had a special space and suspected it might have been stored away by him. However, without a communicator, she could not notify the people below and had to jump down. Fortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter was equipped with an intelligent driving system. Shortly after, Zhonglan was startled awake by someone performing artificial respiration. The two climbed up to the observation deck, and Zhonglan retrieved the gene antidote from the system space and handed it to Reed. Reed grasped the gene antidote, but noticed Zhonglan still gripping it tightly and not letting go. Reed urged Lan, hurry. Every minute counts. It means fewer casualties for the citizens of New York. Zhonglan ignored Reed. Instead, he stored the gene antidote back into the system space. Earlier, just as he was about to hand it over to Reed, he caught a glimpse of an almost imperceptible smile from the corner of his eye. Connor's smile. Others might not be able to distinguish which of the 15 identical Connors was the original, but Zhonglan with the system could. This was unreasonable. As his carefully crafted plan was about to be destroyed, he revealed a smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. There must be something wrong. Zhonglan's system after the end of World Difficulty Level 3, will the previous changes be eliminated? System ding. The effects attached during the activation of World Difficulty Level 3 have real-world implications. Even if the penalty ends early, it only means that there will be no deeper enhancements, but already activated events cannot be undone. This meant that if Connors had set any special traps before, even after the end of World Difficulty Level 3, they would still take effect. For example, even when Victor comprehended the sonic boom, even if World Difficulty Level 3 ended the thunder attraction, electric shock enhancement, and simple electromagnetic acceleration he learned before would still be in his grasp. The end of World Difficulty Level 3 merely indicated that Victor might not explode once more with a purple wave at the moment of his final death. Understanding the cause and effect, Zhonglan firmly believed that Connors must be hiding some schemes which allowed him to watch them launch the gene antidote without fear. Zhonglan, damn it, who made this system? So deceitful it tricks you at the most unexpected moments, almost leading you to fall into the system's trap. Zhonglan couldn't figure it out, and time wouldn't allow him to guess slowly. Since there was no time to speculate, the only choice left was to ask directly. So the question arises, why would Connors tell you about his conspiracy? He isn't foolish. Simply asking him won't guarantee answers, and a level boss still in his prime wouldn't easily be deceived by an A-level illusion. There was no intention of consulting Reed or Natasha. The difficulty level of the world at 3 would be incomprehensible. Ignoring Reed's anxious questions, Zhonglan's thoughts raced as he hurriedly determined a rough strategy, which was even more dangerous than the teachings in the earlier dire situation. Or rather, it's a gamble. Betting on the lives of Natasha, Peter, Harry, Reed, Johnny, and himself to exchange for the possible restoration of peace in New York. Now at World Difficulty Level 2, he had the right to gamble. With both hands forming seals, his Sharingan fixed intently on Connor's true form, there was only one chance. Once the miraculous effect wore off, death would inevitably follow, leaving no room for carelessness. Johnny was launched at him by a split body crashing down from the Oscorp building in a tangle, but Zhonglan remained still. Harry was nearly out of chakra and had begun to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the split body. With his talent points in ninjutsu, his injuries were rapidly accumulating, yet Zhonglan did not move. Peter's exhausted body could no longer withstand the pressure. After his injury door closed, he struggled under the siege, and Zhonglan still did not move. With the combat power of their side diminished and resistance weakening, some split bodies began to climb up toward the lookout tower. Natasha and Reed were struggling to resist, but Zhonglan remained unmoved. As if he had given up all possibilities, Zhonglan squatted beside the railing, his Sharingan fixed on Connor's, ignoring all external conditions, as though he had entered a silent space where even the sound of wind had vanished. In his world, there was only the dissection of Connor's movements. Until Connors instinctively lifted his tail to throw off Peter, who was attempting a sneak attack from behind. Zhonglan finally moved. Body technique, 1,000 years of pain. Utilizing the instantaneous movement characteristic of 1,000 years of pain, seizing the opportunity, Zhonglan successfully struck Connor's rear, severing the center of his energy circulation. Connor's agonized wail erupted as his tail flung Zhonglan away, sending him flying out of the Oscorp building, only to be caught by a spider thread at the last moment, saving him from falling. It was a spider thread shot by Natasha. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Zhonglan did not care. Instead, he widened his eyes, fixating intently on Connors. Connors, having shaken off Zhonglan, pulled an object from his backside. A syringe containing a storage agent with remnants of faint blue liquid still inside. Tossing the syringe aside, Connors took steps toward Zhonglan. He sought revenge. After taking a few steps, Connors suddenly half-knelt on the ground, his body convulsing violently. The green scales on his surface were in disarray, alternating between green and blue, at times fading away only to rapidly regrow, resembling a chameleon in the midst of molting. Layer after layer of scale skin fell to the ground, creating a terrifying sight. In just a moment, the ground was covered with shed scales. While Connors was painfully shedding his skin, the remaining split bodies collapsed to the ground, their life signs normal, yet devoid of any movement, as if they had become soulless shells transformed into lifeless lizard-like creatures. As the last layer of skin shed, Connors took on a human form, lying naked amidst the pile of scales with no injuries on his body. Even his missing right arm was completely intact, appearing too perfect to be human. And indeed, he was not human. The dense golden chest hair on his chest was not what an ordinary person should possess. A languid voice emerged as he awoke from a long slumber, his gaze wandering around in confusion before Connor's expression suddenly turned grave. Zhonglan's heart skipped a beat. If what he suspected was true, then everyone present would be doomed. With a serious expression, Connors stood up, glancing in surprise at his right arm, before casually tearing off a piece of scale skin. With a single motion, he wrapped it around his important parts, making it a makeshift covering. Roar! Connors let out an angry roar, and the split bodies lying on the ground stood up once more. However, instead of attacking, they helped block the approaching Lizardman army, forcing them to turn back and roar, prompting the Lizardmen behind to continue their howling. Like a signal fire, they communicated something in the unique language of the Lizardmen. Wherever the roar spread, the previously agitated Lizardmen gradually quieted down. Even if a few continued to rampage nearby, Lizardmen would swarm in to stop them. Watching his orders executed flawlessly, Connors then stepped toward Zhonglan. This action heightened the tension among Peter and the others, prompting Natasha to instinctively fire a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out and a spray of blood erupted from Connor's shoulder, but that was all. The bullet that entered his body was forced out by an unseen power, and the wound rapidly healed. Connors still retained the regenerative abilities of his lizard form. I know you all want to kill me, but I also want to die, just not now. I need to go down to create the new generation of gene dissolution agents. Please make way. Zhonglan was positioned right next to the passage leading downstairs. Yes, I bet right. Struggling to rise, Zhonglan pushed aside the people in front of him and managed to smile toward Connors. Welcome back, Dr. Connors. Now please hurry. The people of New York need your talents to save them. With that, he stepped aside, clearing the passage behind him for Connors. Reed, the only scientist among them, followed Connors down to the laboratory. The others remained distrustful of Connors. Someone knowledgeable had to keep an eye on him. In this regard, Connors was likely more adept than Reed in biology, but he probably wouldn't dare attempt any underhanded tricks under Reed's watch. The rest looked at Zhonglan with confusion, not understanding what he had done to turn the situation around. Exhausted, Zhonglan leaned against Natasha, inhaling her slightly strong fragrance. He began to explain the situation. The initial lizard serum was lizard serum No. 1. Later, after the addition of spider venom, it became lizard serum No. 2. As for the serum spread across New York, Zhonglan hypothesized it to be neither of the first two and dubbed it lizard serum No. 3. The reason for the existence of No. 3 was that Connors had previously mentioned the Lizardmen would only need to follow his orders. Thus, it was clear that the combat value of the lizard serum at only around 100 could not have been the No. 2 serum injected by Connors, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to dominate the Lizardmen. At world difficulty level 3, he certainly wouldn't be simply launching No. 1 serum. Therefore, it was the launch of No. 3 serum, and naturally the gene dissolution agent for No. 1 serum would have no effect on No. 3 serum. With this conclusion, Zhonglan began to ponder how to obtain the formula for the gene dissolution agent for No. 3 serum, ultimately concluding that Connors must have it. So how could he get Connors to hand over the formula? In the story, the gene dissolution agent in Zhonglan's hands could restore Connors who had injected No.1 serum to the normal human mind. If Connors had injected No.2 serum, the remaining side effects of brutality, bloodlust, aggression, and madness were left over from No.1 serum. No.2 serum had resolved most side effects, yet the symptom of madness still remained. So did that mean that if this madness was treated, Connors would regain his sanity? The crux of it all hinged on one point: the spider venom component added to the No.2 serum could perfectly neutralize the negative symptoms of the lizard serum. The root of the madness was the side effects of No.1 serum. What Zhonglan was betting on was that the No.2 serum was a perfect success agent that would at least not strip a person's sanity, and he just happened to have a gene dissolution agent for No.1 serum in his hands. The facts proved that Zhonglan's gamble was correct. Or rather, after the conclusion of World Difficulty Level 3, it adjusted down to Level 2, and with the system's help, Zhonglan successfully completed this grand gamble. Although Zhonglan was somewhat vague about certain key aspects, like how he knew the gene dissolution agent in his hand could treat the side effects of No.1 serum, this did not hinder the admiration of the others for Zhonglan, especially Natasha, who had gone from worshipping his training system at first to unabashedly teaching him, and now to viewing him as a veritable genius with multiple effective tactical strikes. Zhonglan's standing in her mind had undoubtedly risen. That was the appreciation for the strong. Thank you, fat brother, for the donation of 500 starting coins. Wounded all over, Zhonglan longed to sleep, yet, without seeing the final outcome, he couldn't find peace. The system's task had not shown completion, indicating there might be new variables. Hey Natasha, you still haven't told me if you're single or if you're dating Hawkeye. Teasing Natasha, he tried to divert his attention, otherwise he was truly about to fall asleep. Natasha merely cast a glance at Zhonglan and wisely chose silence. Zhonglan, not waiting for her reply, continued speaking to himself. If you're still single, consider Harry. He looks at you as if he could reflect light. While Johnny shouldn't read, confirm his relationship with Susan. Susan has been waiting for you for a long time. Should we help him plan a proposal? Harry, just pursue the girl you like. Why be shy? Aren't you fond of Natasha? Then it must be Gwen. Ahem, that's not right. Gwen is Peter's eye. Did I just reveal our identities? Zhonglan was truly muddled, his words even allowing Johnny to vaguely connect to their real identities. But it was fine whether it was the Green Goblin, Spider-Man, or Zhonglan. They were merely for public viewing. Everyone present was future comrades in arms, so there was nothing that couldn't be said. Many hidden matters are known only to those within the circle. This is not surprising. While Zhonglan babbled apart from Peter, who occasionally spoke, the others were too tired to lift their heads, slumped on the ground, completely disregarding their image. After a long wait, Reed and Connors finally came up, holding a tube of light green reagent, presumably the new genetic antidote. Zhonglan strained to look at Reed, who nodded affirmatively, indicating that the antidote was indeed reliable. With Reed's confirmation, Zhonglan felt a bit relieved, almost dozing off, when he suddenly remembered something and whispered to Natasha. She nodded lightly and gently set Zhonglan down before heading toward Harry. She was the most energetic one present aside from Connors. Lying on the ground, Zhonglan forced his eyelids open. From his angle, he could see Connors had not directly activated the Ganali device, but was disassembling it. He first carefully extracted a small warhead from the core structure, placing it into a cold storage box he had brought, then went for the next one. Through the system scan, it turned out to be a chemical bomb loaded with concentrated cyanide molecules. Once released, it could render anyone below Class C unconscious and suffocate them to death. Indeed, it was not that simple. Connors extracted a total of 12 chemical bombs, each containing different substances with only one commonality: lethality. If all of these were to explode up close, even Connors' unique regeneration would take him a considerable time to recover, at the very least requiring a complete blood transfusion. After extracting 12 chemical bombs, it wasn't over. Connors continued to disassemble, pulling the core device entirely out and casually tossing it aside, then rummaging through the previously dismantled parts to piece together another core component. This was terrifying. How much preparation had Connors made? This left Reed feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his nose. Previously, he had assured Zhonglan there was no issue, only to nearly face a major crisis. Yet this couldn't be blamed on Reed. Each specialty has its focus, and fearing damage to the machine, he naturally didn't dare to directly dismantle it for inspection. What if he couldn't put it back together? After completing all this, Connors began to reassemble the parts one by one until the modified Ganali device still retained its original appearance without any changes whatsoever. Zhonglan, the system is truly a huge pit. System, ding, please mind your language, host. This system is auto-generated and has no parents. Zhonglan. Amidst the humor, Connors still launched the genetic antidote into the New York sky, where a light green cloud exploded, enveloping the entire New York, just like before, with floating particles slowly descending, merging into the skin of all living beings. New York was too vast for Zhonglan to see, but he could see the top of the Oscar building. Upon contact with the floating particles, Director George's green lizard exterior began to slowly dissipate, sharp claws falling off, green scales shedding, and his mutated body gradually retracting. Having returned to normal human form, Director George clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, not due to after effects, but because he had been injured before becoming a lizard who now, without the recovery ability of his lizard form, the injuries resurfaced. This left Peter, the future son-in-law, panicking as he rushed over to reassure him not to worry, help was on the way. But with a gaping wound through his chest, it seemed rescue would not arrive in time. Director George realized this, as well as last words, hoping Peter would keep Gwen safe away from harm. System, ding, congratulations host on completing the main mission, defense of New York. System reward assessment, in progress, please wait to collect your rewards. Hearing this system prompt, Zhonglun finally felt at ease enough to close his eyes. He was truly exhausted. So very tired. Before closing his eyes, the last image he saw was Natasha holding a green syringe, forcefully injecting it into Director George's thigh. At this point, Zhonglun set aside all his worries, a faint smile gracing his lips as he struggled to place a white cloth over his face, quietly lying there, simply being a handsome man. Opening his eyes, he saw Natasha with her winered hair, leaning by the bed. She must have been too tired resting for a while, but unfortunately Zhonglun woke up. Without disturbing Natasha, he closed his eyes again to check the system information. He wanted to know what his gains were this time. System, ding, congratulations host on completing the main mission, defense of New York. System reward assessment, in progress, please wait to collect your rewards. System, ding, assessment completed. The evaluations are as follows. 1. The host successfully repelled Connor's first wave of campus attacks, saving 2,420 lizard people to restore their human forms. Deaths 241 person, injured 3 person, evaluation grade 2. The host successfully thwarted 7 mutation attacks from Victor, reasonably utilizing tactics to strike when unable to fend off the attacks alone. Deaths 32 person, injured 0 person, evaluation grade 3. The host successfully overcame psychological assaults, stepped out of mental barriers, and promptly faced crises, achieving a psychological breakthrough and deserving of commendation. Deaths 0 person, injured 0 person, evaluation S grade 4. Even when the host conditions were halved, they still executed bold strategies, flexibly applying their own resources, and ultimately discovered Connor's conspiracy, seeking the only way to break it, maintaining composure under pressure, combining courage with wisdom, showcasing great talent. Deaths 13481 person, injured 24787 person, evaluation a grade. In summary, the overall evaluation for this mission is S and grade. System, ding, congratulations host on completing the main mission, defense of New York. Receive task rewards, grade rule fragment 1, grade fragment 1. System, ding, during the host's coma, a total of 2150 energy points were obtained. The system has been unlocked. Zhonglun. Thanks, Wudong XMO donated 1,000 Chidian coins. Without a doubt, the reward for this mission is terrifying, and correspondingly the price paid is also horrific. The school incident resulted in the deaths of 241 school personnel, including several of Zhonglun's classmates with whom he had spent little time. The Victor incident claimed the lives of 32 civilians. Although this number is significantly lower than that of the school, is 32 merely a number? The Connors incident resulted in a staggering 13481 deaths. What does this signify? Calculating based on 3 civilians per household, this equates to 4490 families devastated by this calamity. Countless families have been shattered, and there are those children who lost their parents in the disaster, some of whom are still in their cradles. How will they survive in the future? These cold numbers pierced deeply into Zhonglun's heart. He no longer viewed this world as a mere virtual realm. The feelings of kinship, friendship, death, pain, and parting were all so real, so heart-wrenching. Compared to his past life, this is undeniably far more authentic. If this were merely a game, then he would have been nothing more than a walking corpse in his previous life. His thoughts were in disarray. Putting aside the matter of redeeming rewards, he opened his eyes and looked at Natasha beside him. He couldn't help but reach out to caress her hair. From Natasha, he distinctly felt the warmth of an elder sister, a feeling that was both wondrous and hard to part with. When it comes to emotions, he is someone who prefers tenderness over harshness. Gently stroking her obedient hair, Zhonglun fell into deep contemplation. Some thoughts that had long been hidden in his heart began to surface, and he felt the need to take action. To do something that could spare more families from being shattered. He is not a saint, nor does he possess the grand compassion to save the world. He simply hopes that in the future, he will not experience such a disaster of family fragmentation. To prevent this catastrophe from occurring, he must cut it off at the root. Regarding Aunt Mai's safety, Zhonglun had vaguely anticipated the severe situation that might arise when going to Victor Tower, so he entrusted Fury to take Aunt Mai away from New York temporarily. As for her whereabouts, he was not clear at the moment. He just needed to ask Fury, and there would be no problem. Just as he mentioned her, Fury arrived. The door to the ward was pushed open from the outside and Fury, wearing a black eye mask, walked in. The noise startled Natasha, who had been receiving Zhang Lan's gentle caresses, and she was even more surprised to see Zhang Lan stroking her hair. It was not that she found it strange or was unwilling to have her hair stroked by Zhang Lan. It was akin to a brother affectionately patting his sister's hair, a gesture of intimacy. What surprised her was that she was unaware of Zhang Lan stroking her hair while she was asleep. As a top spy, she always maintained vigilance, even in her sleep. This habit had kept her alive until now. Upon entering, Fury's expression was tight and unusually serious. Natasha, could you step out for a moment? I need to discuss something with Lan, Fury said to Natasha. Upon hearing this, Natasha nodded, preparing to get up and leave, but was caught by Zhang Lan's hand grasping her clothing. Just say what you need to. Natasha is still trustworthy, Zhang Lan replied, lazily, his actions completely instinctual as he continued to ponder his own matters. Natasha glanced back at Fury, saw his helpless nod, and followed Zhang Lan's force to sit back down. Fury, Lan, the New York incident resulted in numerous civilian casualties. I plan to put Reed and his group, the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, in the spotlight. Your identity should remain concealed for now. Insert Harry into the mix. Connors hails from Oscorp. I cannot let my friend become a target of public criticism, Zhang Lan interjected. Fury nodded. That's not a problem. He was involved in the rescue. Now concerning Connors, he is currently detained at S.H.I.E.L.D. We have no means to deal with him at the moment. Do you have any suggestions? Zhang Lan questioned. No means. Are you unable to kill him? The Connors in human form was a freak who could eat a bullet and spit it out. Zhang Lan doubted he could achieve that. From Fury's account, Zhang Lan learned that Connors had attempted suicide. He had confined himself in a laboratory, and when the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, the lab was covered in blood. Upon reviewing the surveillance, they found he had shot himself in the head 32 times, yet he had not died. Zhang Lan was speechless. 32 attempts to blow his own head off. That's quite a tough character. At the same time, he felt relieved that Connors had found the right method. Otherwise, how would they kill this guy? He then requested a casualty report from Fury. The casualty numbers for the school and Victor incidents were easy to tally and were mostly consistent with the data provided by the system, except for a few discrepancies in the number of injuries. However, the Connors incident was not so easy to tally. Currently, only a little over 7,000 casualties were being counted. 13481, that is the death toll for this incident. This I can confirm, but I do not know the specific names. Regardless, Zhang Lan still hoped that those who had died would not remain nameless, merely a cold number even after their demise. Fury nodded, trusting the figures provided by Zhang Lan. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. experts estimates, it was likely within this range. As for how Zhang Lan knew, Fury did not want to inquire further. It was best not to mention anything about his prophetic abilities. The purpose of his visit was twofold: to ensure Zhang Lan's safety and to seek better solutions for Connors, and thirdly, to sign a document. Fury handed over the document he had been holding. Zhang Lan had noticed this document for quite some time. Upon receiving it, he casually flipped it open to examine. At the top was a printed report signed by Natasha. Comprehensive analysis, strategic planning before action, insufficient individual combat experience, capable of creating tactical strikes under pressure, demonstrates good leadership, kind and gentle. Once engaged in combat, will become extremely fervent. Superhero Alliance recruitment evaluation, Zhang Lan recommended. Zhang Lan put down the document. Natasha, I didn't even realize I was that outstanding. A strange sense of embarrassment washed over him. It was truly an unbelievable evaluation. Natasha also smiled, slightly surprised at her own report. It was the first time she had given such a favorable assessment of someone. Fury said seriously, given the evaluations and research over this period combined with Natasha's comprehensive assessment of you, we have decided to invite you to become the tactical advisor for our Superhero Alliance, to provide reference suggestions for commanders in formulating tactics, and also serve as deputy commander. Zhang Lan nodded. Is this the Avengers? That's fine. Who do we have now? Is Captain Rogers still on board? You found him already. This string of questions carried significant weight. Fury's previously calm expression shifted slightly before he spoke. The Avengers initiative is still in the conceptual phase. I am not certain whether it will be launched. To be frank, I personally despise your kind of ability, as it renders S.H.I.E.L.D's authority meaningless to you. Fury rarely complained, then continued. Currently the members are you, Natasha Barton, as well as Spider-Man Peter and Green Goblin Harry, whom I need you to recruit. Lastly, Captain Rogers has not been found yet. Are you sure he is still alive? So this so-called Superhero Alliance is the predecessor of the Avengers. As for the slip of the tongue, it was not worth fretting over, and at the same time it confirmed that Rogers was still alive. Peter and Harry's identities had been exposed long ago. After all, the way they operated was not without leaving traces. Even the identity of Lon Peter was already known to some friends. But it didn't matter. The superhero identity was meant to conceal their true selves, preventing them from being obstructed in their daily outings, and isolating them from a portion of the malevolent. Zhang asked one last question. Once I join, will I still have the freedom to act? Fury replied, the Superhero Alliance is under the command of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. During periods without missions, you are free to act. Zhang responded, all right, then let's do this. Fury, hearing this, also offered a rare smile, reaching out to shake Zhang hand before issuing the first command. Welcome aboard. Your rank is level 7 agent. Now, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I need to assign you your first task to persuade Connors to join the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bio-Research Center. Holding Fury's hand, Zhang felt a sense of despair, realizing that there was such a pit waiting for him. Zhang feelings towards Connors were quite complex. He had countless connections to the over 10,000 deaths in the Connors incident, yet it was not solely his own will, but rather the result of a series of factors. After regaining his senses, Connors once again became the wise, gentle, and approachable professor of genetics, striving to atone for a grave mistake made by his other self, and in his extreme remorse, he had attempted suicide 32 times. This made it difficult for Zhang to define Connors. However, as things stood, S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to absorb Connors, a talent capable of creating the super soldier serum lizard formula, just as they had absorbed the remnants of Hydra. Moreover, with his regenerative abilities, Connors' overall combat power remained at a level. It was uncertain whether he would become the next Hydra or seek to atone for his past mistakes. Fury left behind a S.H.I.E.L.D. badge and proof of his agent status, making Zhang an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. as well, with a level 7 clearance, even higher than Natasha's. In the room, staring at Natasha, Zhang pondered for a long time and preliminarily confirmed his next plan. Natasha's assessment of planning before acting was indeed correct. Having once been a writer, Zhang preferred to draft an outline first and then add events one by one, a method that allowed him to work systematically. At the Oscar Tower in the VIP lounge on the top floor, Zhang stood before a round table, quietly waiting for Natasha to distribute a set of printed documents to those present. Those who participated in yesterday's battle, Harry, Peter, Reed, Susan, Ben, Johnny, Tony, were all present, and with Natasha added, it seemed that only Zhang could gather these superheroes in such a short time. Even Fury, in the absence of a looming war, found it inconvenient to interact with anyone other than the Fantastic Four and Natasha. Everyone had just taken a break. Tony had even been intercepted by Zhang on his private jet, indicating that Zhang's networking had begun to take shape. The conference room was quiet, occasionally broken by the sound of paper being turned. Everyone was focused on the documents in their hands, which were not many, just the casualty data from this battle and some financial loss reports. These were indeed the most shocking figures. Zhang had summoned everyone today to implement a long-conceived plan. In this battle, he had preliminarily determined the first step he needed to take, or perhaps to lay the groundwork for a future strategy. So, are you planning to ask us to donate money? Tony quickly scanned through the documents, saying, this time's loss is enough for me to cover. I never expected so many people to die. I can donate at most $5 million. Zhang raised the corners of his mouth, signaling him to calm down and wait for others to finish reading the materials before speaking. After waiting for half a minute and seeing everyone raise their heads, Zhang finally spoke. You've all seen the data, so I won't dwell on it. We're all friends here, and I'm not going to be vague. Today, I didn't invite everyone to ask for donations. That would be pointless. No amount of donations could fill this hole. Instead, I plan to establish a superhero charity fund. The concept of the superhero charity fund is to invite superheroes to become spokespersons for the charity fund, calling on the public to donate. All funds will be used for disasters caused by supernatural phenomena and the damage they inflict. Under the fund, a reserve will be established to accommodate individuals with supernatural abilities, training and restraining them so they won't harm others. In terms of nature, this fund belongs to a government agency, and I've already obtained the government's authorization. Zhang paused, reflected for a moment, and after confirming that he had not overlooked anything, gestured for everyone to ask questions. Tony was the first to speak again. So since we don't need to donate, does that mean we need to sell our fame? I'm not being stingy, but you know my reputation is quite large, and am worried that there might be too many calls to action. Zhang replied. Tony, rein in your narcissism for a moment. I understand your concern. All funds will be collected by the subordinate charity organization. The account details will be openly published online, allowing anyone to check where their donations go at any time and oversee the process with an oversight committee that anyone can report to. Tony nodded, thoughtfully, no longer asking questions. Currently, Marvel's charity efforts were only in their infancy. This 21st century transparent accounting system had yet to be adopted by any charity fund. Not all charity funds existed solely to aid the world. The corruption within them was no less than that found in the government. At first, Tony was worried that Zhang good intentions could lead to bad outcomes, and that future scandals might implicate him. However, if this transparent accounting mechanism was in place, it was indeed feasible. Natasha pointed out a doubt. What exactly does this so-called reserve entail? We need to remember that superhumans are under S.H.I.E.L.D's jurisdiction. Will Director Fury agree to this? Who manages the superhumans? Zhang was already prepared. This fund itself is part of S.H.I.E.L.D, or rather a training department established by S.H.I.E.L.D for my personal use. Didn't the vampire want me to help him train talent? This is precisely it. As for command authority, there is no such thing as command authority. I will explain this later. Does anyone else have questions? Johnny raised his hand. Lon, your suggestion is excellent, but does that mean we have to join this? We could also form our own team and operate independently. Perhaps we could earn more that way, couldn't we? The literal meaning of this was simple. Zhang Lan was using their original funds for charity, which he disagreed with. Zhang Lan clapped his hands. Good question. You might have misunderstood. The source of charity donations relies on spontaneous contributions, depending on your popularity as superheroes. However, if you can earn money yourselves like Tony's future new energy company Harry's Oscorp or Johnny's planned endorsement ads, that is personal property and does not belong to the fund. Upon hearing this, Johnny sat down satisfied. This was the answer he wanted, as he did not want to work for others without reason. Everyone took turns asking a few minor questions, and Zhang Lan was able to respond effortlessly. For models that already existed in his previous life, he didn't need to think too much. He could basically just replicate them. After several rounds of questions, gradually everyone began to calm down. They had asked what they needed to, and this fund was essentially a figurehead for them, just without the endorsement fees. However, charity has never been a behavior that can be measured by money. The fame that comes with it is what they need, and as for profit, with their extraordinary abilities, they have more ways to acquire it. As for Peter, who was in the corner with his hand raised, he was naturally overlooked by Zhang Lan. Clap, clap. Seeing that everyone had no more questions, Zhang Lan clapped his hands and began to enter today's main topic. Since everyone has no questions, let me talk about what you can gain. First, I forgot to tell everyone the name of our charity organization. It is called Thank You 99, rewarded 1,000 starting coins. Sorry, I couldn't type that dot in between. June Mo Jin, rewarded 500 starting coins. The Dawn belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D, and this plan has received approval from Director Nick Fury, categorized into external and internal divisions. External consists of basic charitable fund management agencies, reserves, and the Break Group. Reserves aims to recruit non-criminal record individuals from around the world who will periodically take turns as mentors from the Break Group, responsible for training them in the proper use of their abilities. The Break Group, a team of superheroes representing Dawn, also an action group with a mentor from the Dawn Group teaching different cultivation systems of ninjas and basic chakra training. The Dawn Group, led by me, affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D, directly commissioned by Nick Fury. So joining this group requires my nomination, which must be approved by Director Fury. Everyone present is currently part of the Break Group. After explaining all of this, Zhang Lan paused to catch his breath, allowing everyone to digest the information, while Natasha thoughtfully handed him a cup of hot tea. For a moment, the only sound in the conference room was Zhang Lan gulping down tea. In fact, there was one thing Zhang Lan had yet to mention, which was a main mission related to the Dawn Group that was issued by the system after Fury left during his period of contemplation. Team task: during the acquisition of this system, the host has performed well. Given that the host lacks solo combat capabilities, a team task has been issued requiring at least 3 superheroes to willingly join. Due to this main task diversion and prior reflections on the casualties of war, the concept of a charitable fund named Dawn for superheroes emerged. Under normal circumstances, this plan would be impossible to implement. However, Zhang Lan has just joined the S.H.I.E.L.D Superhero Alliance and become its tactical advisor and deputy captain, making this proposal quite reasonable. Fury even supports it wholeheartedly. This charitable organization, with its avant-garde management, can handle many aftercare responsibilities for S.H.I.E.L.D and the government. This addresses a gap in S.H.I.E.L.D, which lacks a dedicated emergency team for public losses. Zhang Lan's idea effectively solves this issue without requiring funding from S.H.I.E.L.D. Why not pursue it? The reserves masked as a charitable endeavor can attract many superhumans hiding in the crowd to voluntarily join. Anyone without a criminal record can become part of S.H.I.E.L.D's fighting force, and they will receive free training. What's not to like? It should be noted that the mentors will be those trained by Zhang Lan, who will undoubtedly possess his unique abilities. Isn't that exactly what S.H.I.E.L.D desires? The Break Group effectively serves as the current reserves of the superhero alliance, uniting well-meaning superheroes through charity, making it much simpler to respond to potential future disasters or manage these superheroes, even allowing the exceptional ones to be directly recruited into the superhero alliance. It's simply perfect. The Dawn Group, that is the superhero alliance. Fury made a decisive move to rename the superhero alliance to the Dawn Group, temporarily managed by Zhang Lan. The essence of all this, there are two key points that Fury strongly supports Zhang Lan's initiative. Firstly, S.H.I.E.L.D. can perfectly acquire the chakra training techniques from Zhang Lan along with excellent instruction. Secondly, in this plan, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not need to spend any money, they merely need to provide political support. How can this be disallowed? For Fury, this is akin to a pie falling from the sky, the kind you don't even need to bend down to pick up, it drops right into your mouth. To refuse it would be against the natural order. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan can also conveniently complete his own mission, gain the trust of S.H.I.E.L.D., secure resources from superheroes, and fulfill his so-called charitable endeavor, ultimately preparing for future team members. In summary, such a win-win plan was swiftly approved, and through the joint efforts of Fury and Zhang Lan, talents such as Tony began appearing in the conference room. If there is a single drawback, it might be the potential leakage of chakra refining techniques. However, Zhang Lan never worries about this. Would the Hidden Leaf Village in the Naruto world strictly guard against the leakage of chakra refining techniques? No, they would not. They prohibit the leakage of advanced techniques, especially those involving forbidden scrolls. The same applies now, as Zhang Lan's techniques are all in his mind, so who could steal them? As for chakra refining techniques, as long as you possess the heart of a strong person, forever stronger than your enemies, what is there to fear? The dangers, in contrast to the potential benefits, are negligible. With the system at his disposal, he only fears that chakra refining techniques might be exploited by malicious individuals. He does not worry about anything else. After this contemplation, there was movement below, with the first person stepping forward. Lan, I have no issues with your plan. Now can you explain what you mean by teaching? Others nodded in agreement, secretly anticipating that if the teaching involved Zhang Lan's miraculous abilities, joining Dawn would be a total gain. Zhang Lan pressed his lips together. Yes, initially the teaching will be about chakra refining techniques, a method of utilizing energy from my hometown. Natasha, could you demonstrate? Natasha nodded in response, walking to the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window, removing her shoes and socks to reveal her fair feet, deliberately rolling up her pants a bit before stepping barefoot onto the tempered glass, walking parallel to the ground. As you can see, this is one application of chakra, allowing one to walk against gravity in any location, including on water. This is just a basic application. I believe you all know that I possess many abilities, such as creating a clone, igniting flames like Johnny, and merging into the earth. All of these are deeper applications of chakra. In theory, as long as one masters chakra, they can release various abilities like I do, which I refer to as techniques, and techniques are further divided into ninjutsu, illusion techniques, and physical techniques. At this point, Zhang Lan paused, observing the excited expressions of those present, purposely omitting the difficulty of chakra training. At least he could be sure that Tony, as an ordinary person, wouldn't be able to practice chakra. It seems that in the coming period there will be a lot of busy work ahead. At this moment, the place was packed with people. Various long guns and short cannons were set up, aimed at the stage where Tony was enjoying himself, swaying back and forth, while occasionally teasing the beautiful reporters below. Beside Tony were the elegant Harry and the ever-serious Coulson. Zhang Lan did not attend the event. He cleverly delegated the external charity organization entirely to Harry and Tony. Both of them had their own charity organizations, but the significance was more about showmanship. This time, taking advantage of Zhang Lan's idea, they disbanded everything and reformed it into the superhero charity foundation named Dawn. Outwardly, it was declared that the concept of Dawn was merely limited to the group led by the government and jointly managed by the Oscorp Group and Stark Industries. Its innovative network transparency for accounts left the assembled reporters in awe. The reporters had expected a publicity stunt, but unexpectedly they got hold of a significant news story. No one would question whether there was any trickery involved with documents signed by the president, a charity organization founded by two major military-industrial giants, supervised by the global populace, had the reporters present feeling invigorated. This would undoubtedly be the headlines of the week. Subsequently, the Fantastic Four, Iron Man and Spider-Man, the superheroes who saved New York, made their entrance, enhancing the atmosphere of the press conference to a peak alongside Iron Man Tony and Green Goblin Harry. Especially after the announcement of joining the Superhero Charity Foundation, Dawn, the flashes from the cameras never ceased. Some astute major newspapers had already dispatched accompanying interns to report back, with photos hastily printing to release this explosive news by evening. But this was not the end. Another bombshell was dropped. The new internet communication platform Weibo, launched by Dawn, officially commenced operations. Weibo's functions are roughly similar to the newly emerging social networking apps, but it encompasses payment chat, news, friend circles, and more. All superheroes from Dawn will have their verified accounts on Weibo, allowing users to follow them and get real-time updates on their lives. The flamboyant Tony at the press conference used the official Weibo to publish the very first message of the Weibo software. It was a combination of images and text. The image depicted a view of New York taken from above by Oscar on the night of the Connors incident. The accompanying text read, "Every penny you donate can be tracked in the Weibo Dawn bill section. Please help others in need to the best of your ability." It was a rather standard image and text, but after being shared by the superheroes present, the reporters were all in an uproar. Regardless of the reasons behind the establishment of Dawn, they knew that the families affected in New York had been given hope. Tony and Harry directly linked their respective company bank accounts to Weibo on the spot and jointly donated the first charity amount for Dawn, a whopping $100 million. Then the reporters on site began installing the software in droves. Those who were originally worried about the performance of their devices found that this software could be modular. This meant that if your device had better performance, it could install more functions, but if it was insufficient, the software would automatically reduce some functions until it met the requirements. On the spot, many reporters began to generously contribute with amounts as low as $10 and the highest not exceeding $3,000. This was a mere drop in the bucket compared to Tony and Harry's contributions, yet Tony still sincerely thanked everyone, even bowing slightly. Reporters familiar with Tony were extremely surprised to record this moment. There were simply too many headlines for today's news, to the point that they didn't even know which one to choose. This disaster had some relation to Tony. Had he not supported Victor, Zhang might have arrived just in time before the potion was launched. Finally, it was Coulson, who had been sitting silently, who spoke. Coulson stated emphatically, on behalf of the government, "I authorize the superhero charity foundation, named Dawn, to accept American citizens with no criminal history as superhumans. Furthermore, these superhumans will be protected under American law, but the prerequisite for all of this is that you have no criminal history." After finishing, Coulson sighed in relief, but the media present fell silent. If this news held truth, it would undoubtedly be the headline of the night. The issue of superhumans had always been a topic of concern. Now that Dawn had gathered so many superheroes and was accepting superhumans, while also enforcing American legal protection, what did that imply? Dawn would be the world's first superhuman containment center, although open only to American citizens. Did this mean it might eventually open to the world? Tony and the others did not intend to explain. After Coulson's announcement, they declared the press conference over and hurriedly left the venue. Zhang was still waiting for the three of them to return for the class. Yes, for the class. At this moment, in the top floor of the Oscar building, Zhang and the others had not left since morning, continuously discussing the details of Dawn, with the biggest topic being the issue of channels. The channels for disseminating information, the channels for superhumans to seek help, the channels for charitable donations, etc. All of this was perfectly resolved by Zhang introduction of Weibo. As for how this software was programmed in half a day, what tools were lacking in the Oscar building? Tony Stark and Reed Richards teamed up for programming, assisted by the artificial intelligence Jarvis with resources provided by the Oscar Group. 3 hours was more than sufficient. This was also one of the reasons Zhang gathered everyone together. Elites collaborating was far from as simple as 112. At this moment in the conference room, Zhang was chatting and joking with everyone to enhance their bonds. Peter, being the youngest present, was frequently asked about his girlfriend, while Zhang, as the initiator, realized too late that he seemed to be the only single one in the room when Harry went down to clear Oscar's name. It became rather awkward. Just as the awkwardness set in, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Tony and the others arrived, and Coulson successfully caught a high-end lecture led by Zhang. Tony arrived just in time, and Zhang immediately put on a serious face, starting to talk about the essence of chakra, pulling in a couple of guys who were still chuckling for demonstration. Unknowingly, everyone's relationships were tightly bonded together by Dawn. Even with Zhang personally delivering the speech, the audience remained only partially comprehending the unique energy system, finding it quite difficult to grasp. Johnny, Susan, Ben, and Reed sensed the existence of chakra only after 10 grueling hours of meditation. According to the system, Scan the Fantastic, for having undergone the baptism of an energy storm, had their physical constitutions severely altered, resulting in a complete incompatibility with the techniques. In other words, their limit was merely converting chakra. Learning techniques seemed entirely out of reach. After reviewing the data on the Fantastic Four, Zhang decided it was best to let them utilize their strengths. Name: Reed, Rubberman. Skills: S-Class Shaping. Status: Healthy. Overall ability: C Combat Power 854. Overall evaluation: his physique allows him to reshape his body into any form, not merely limited to deformation. Note: when pushed to the limit, he could even transform into the sun. Name: Johnny Flame. Skills: S-Class Fire Element Control. Status: Healthy. Overall ability: C Combat Power 875. Overall evaluation impulsive and mischievous, he can only use his abilities in a rudimentary manner, leaving vast room for improvement. Note the angrier he gets, the hotter he becomes. Name Ben Grimthing. Skills: S-Class, Earth Element Control. Status healthy. Overall ability, C Combat Power, 951. Overall evaluation with a skin made of stone, he possesses unmatched defense, but his initial control over his abilities is not yet fluid. Note at his peak, as long as he stands on solid ground, his strength will be inexhaustible. Name Susan Invisible Woman. Skills: S-Class Telekinesis Control. Status healthy. Overall ability, C842. Overall evaluation capable of controlling objects with her mind and reflecting light. Her abilities are vast and hold limitless potential. Note the foundation lies within her mental limits. Currently, her control over her abilities is exceedingly crude, with ample room for progress. Having 4 S-Class talents is truly impressive for this superpower. Even Zhonglong himself only possesses 2 passive abilities above S-Class, one for sand protection and one for physical modification. Had the Fantastic Four not been at a superficial level of power development, defeating him would be a simple task. Compared to Tony and Coulson, the Fantastic Four are fortunate. At least they can sense chakra and systematically evaluate their powers, while Tony and the other are completely in the dark. As the system stated, ordinary people cannot perceive cellular energy, let alone separate and merge their mental power to form chakra. Both of them were quite relaxed. After sharing a smile, they ceased their futile efforts. Coulson had an important mission to attend to, while Tony collected blood samples and materials from those present using an array of instruments from the Oscorp laboratory. These are precious resources. When would they have the opportunity to obtain them? After all, when elites gather, it is not merely a simple addition. They will always spark unique ideas. Zhonglong. Now let's announce the group divisions. The Breakthrough Group, Tony, Reed, Ben, Johnny, Susan, and a person named Barton. The Dawn Group, myself, Peter, Harry, Natasha. This grouping is based on the current overall evaluations. Is there any objection? The others nodded, indicating no objections. The others were merely additions, so no excessive demands were made. Meanwhile, Peter and Harry needed to serve as mentors, and their backgrounds were clear. A Fury intended to recruit them into the Dawn Group. The only one facing a change was likely Hawkeye Barton, who was demoted by Zhonglong. System ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, gaining recognition. Task rewards are being confirmed. Reward team function activated. System upgrading. This upgrade will take 12 hours. With Zhonglong's announcement, the system confirmed that he had completed the main quest, and the reward turned out to be the function of a team requiring 12 hours for the system to upgrade. It felt like playing a game, the sensation of upgrading and patching. Looking at the bustling meeting room, Zhonglong smiled and picked up his tablet to check the latest news outside. Upon opening it, he was inundated with headlines. Stark Oscar Group and the federal government joined forces to create the strongest charity association. Transparent management, Dawn, the pioneer of a new era of charity. Superhero League, Dawn established. Tony seen bowing to disaster area victims at Oscar Tower. Microblog established. Will the future internet be unified? A brief overview of microblog's profound impact on future socialization, payments, and interactions. The internet is still in its infancy, and print newspapers can't keep up with the printing speed. Online news is continuously being updated. Initially, everyone posted their own content on their respective platforms, but after a few small newspapers attempted to use microblogging, it snowballed uncontrollably. The features of not needing to fund maintenance, real-time updates, and grassroots interaction made microblogging highly attractive to small newspapers, leading many major newspapers to sense a business opportunity. In the future, it will surely be the era of the internet. Of course, none of this was of concern to Zhonglong. After a few glances, he set it aside. He had no interest in dominating the media landscape and preferred to focus on how to accomplish his tasks. There was also a Connors waiting for him to persuade. After pondering for a long time, Zhonglong could not come up with any effective strategies, shaking his head in frustration. He then approached Reed and the others, forming a small circle. Zhonglong. Hey, it seems you 4 lack the talent for training chakra. Let's discuss your abilities instead. Reed. Well, on, you can't just conclude like that. This chakra has incredible powers that can enhance human speed, strength, and defense. Zhonglong. Stop. You can discuss that with Tony later. Right now, let's talk about your abilities instead. My own ability is somewhat special. I can see what your abilities are. How should I put it? Well, you all haven't found the specific ways to use your abilities yet. Let's conduct an experiment. With that, Zhonglong called Susan up for a demonstration. He created a shadow clone and asked Susan to attack. Her method was very simple. With a wave of her hand, a telekinetic wave shot out. The prepared shadow clone evaded with a substitution technique, but the indoor plants behind it were not so lucky. Zhonglong. Look, Susan, using your ability like that is a huge waste. If you're merely trying to strike your enemy, you could easily envelop an object with your telekinesis like this. As he spoke, Zhonglong casually picked up a pen from the desk, flicked his wrist, and the pin shot through an office chair with considerable force, leaving a small dent in the floor. "Hey, long could you refrain from destroying things so openly?" Harry protested immediately. The items in this meeting room were not cheap. Tony will cover the damages. Right, Susan?" Jean-Lan awkwardly brushed it off, then pulled Susan into a discussion. Susan was also greatly inspired. In this era, there were no novels about urban superpowers, and her control over telekinesis was merely random release. What techniques were there? Cough, cough. Reed just sat down and coughed successfully, drawing Jean-Lan's attention, while Susan, lost in thought, showed little reaction. Reed cautiously made an okay gesture toward Jean-Lan. Jean-Lan subtly nodded, indicating understanding. "Well, Susan, it's getting late. Let's have some late-night snacks together. I'm a bit hungry." Jean-Lan suggested, wrapping up the meeting. "I'm feeling a little hungry too." "Hey, Reed, what's wrong? You look so tense." Susan nodded and turned to find Reed's face full of anxiety. It was impossible not to notice his unusually tense expression. "Oh, I'm fine." Susan's question made Reed's face tighten even more, his features becoming more pronounced. Susan, sensing his unusual reaction, worriedly leaned in to check his temperature. After confirming there was no issue, she still expressed concern, suggesting he should get checked out. She seemed to embody the role of a caring wife, even though they were technically still broken up. "All right, let's all go out for some late-night snacks. I know a great dessert place. Trust me, if you don't come, you'll regret it," Jean-Lan said with a hint of meaning. The others seemed not to catch on, but there was no intention to refuse. Even Tony, who lived in Los Angeles, simply moved to New York. He needed to establish a new energy building, so he decided to set it in New York, collaborating with Oscar to build it on Manhattan Island. Led by the younger Jean-Lan, the group headed out, chatting and laughing, clearly already very close friends, on their way to the dessert shop Jean-Lan had introduced. The dessert shop chosen by Jean-Lan had truly delicious offerings, but the group was puzzled as to why they had to sit outdoors right opposite Wall Street, the largest financial trading venue in Manhattan, New York, and even the world. Even at 8 or 9 in the evening, Wall Street remained bustling with people. Being celebrities, sitting outdoors was quite troublesome, but under Jean-Lan's insistence, they reluctantly agreed. This dessert shop followed a boutique style, and there weren't many outdoor seats. 2 tables for 8 were just right. The owner clearly recognized Tony and the others, but surprisingly didn't approach for autographs or anything, as if prepared, merely serving their signature desserts. Eventually, a small heart-shaped cake was brought out. Just as the heart-shaped cake arrived, a beam of white light suddenly shone down from above. Ding dong. At the same time, a bell rang out. The man in a black suit, enveloped in the white light, held a briefcase in his right hand and looked at his watch with his left hand. Originally hurrying past, he now froze in place like a statue. Ding dong. Ding dong. This time, there were 2 bell chimes, and another beam of white light fell, fixing another man in a suit with a hood in place, hands in pockets, motionless. This strange sight drew the attention of surrounding pedestrians. A group of men in various outfits resembling onlookers formed a large circle, clearing the area in the middle, while some curious passers-by attempting to approach were inadvertently intercepted. While pedestrians could not get through, the owner of the dessert shop came out holding a phone as if to take pictures. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And then he too froze. Tony curiously asked him, "Lon, is this a unique performance art in New York?" Jean-Lan smiled meaningfully. "Just watch, Tony. You won't regret moving to New York." After saying that, he glanced at Natasha, who smiled back at him, indicating that everything was fine. Susan, who was leaning closely next to Reed, felt inexplicably amused, laughing brightly, her white teeth subtly reflecting Reed's unusually tense expression. Just as everyone was puzzled, music began to play. "Marry You," a song from Jean-Lan's past life that was very suitable for proposals which had yet to appear in the current Marvel Universe. Along with the music, a woman in a white dress, who had been curiously observing from the roadside, stepped into the empty square, beginning to dance gracefully to the rhythm like a light butterfly. As if by coincidence, the butterfly lightly touched the hooded man, causing the previously motionless man to move, as if he were a rusty machine, awkwardly beginning to shift his body, contrasting sharply with the butterfly's gentle dance, yet creating a unique flavor. The butterfly, startled by the hooded man, spun around delicately, wanting to escape, but accidentally brushed against the dessert shop owner, who also began to perform that strange mechanical dance. The startled little butterfly, in turning again, touched the initial suited man. Thus the 3 men began to perform a rhythmic mechanical dance in place, while the lightfoot butterfly stepped back a few paces, creating some distance. The music momentarily dipped into a low tone. Subsequently, the 3 men and the little butterfly slowly came to a standstill. Just as they were about to stop, the music's high notes suddenly erupted, and the 4 who had been nearly motionless suddenly moved in unison, raising their hands above their heads and rhythmically clapping as they danced toward the surrounding crowd, pulling a bewildered man into the square. The 4 onlookers appeared quite confused, as if they had been dragged into the scene, looking reluctant, while the beam of light that had been chasing them suddenly dimmed, as if a dispute had occurred. As the eight reached the center of the stage, a large array of bright lights suddenly poured down, illuminating the entire square. The music erupted once more to a climax, and the eight who had previously been in dispute moved in unison to perform a dance filled with energy and vitality. It must have been pre-rehearsed. Meanwhile, in the dessert shop, two waiters in black outfits each came out carrying a tray, previously the ones who had served desserts to Zhang and the others. After placing down the desserts, the two waiters, as if provoked, dropped their trays and charged into the group, scattering the synchronized dance of the 8 people who split off to either side, leaving the onlookers feeling quite sorry, thinking there might be more to come. Susan lamented, "What a pity. I thought something extraordinary would happen." Zhang smiled, "Just watch, the music hasn't stopped, there will definitely be more." Indeed, the music had not stopped, but rather seemed to be brewing something. As the two waiters pulled the 8 people to the edge, the low music rose again, and the few who seemed ready to disperse along with the two waiters jumped up, resuming the interrupted dance. Not only that, but gradually around 10 men and women joined in, all performing the same seemingly simple, yet vibrant, and energetic movements. Inside the dessert shop, 6 neatly arranged children, each carrying a backpack, bounced out, surrounding Zhang and the others' tables, skillfully dancing that unique dance with the 24 adults behind them. Facing them was Zhang table. Susan and the others finally sensed something was off until Zhang stood up, elegantly extending his right hand toward Natasha, who looked surprised, placing her left hand in Zhang palm while covering her mouth with her right hand. Zhang pulled Natasha a few steps forward, stopping in front of the dancing companions, signaling them to stop, then turned slowly, kneeling on one knee, while the accompanying dancers also slowly knelt on one knee. The scene was such that even Natasha couldn't help but cover her mouth tightly with both hands, involuntarily walking towards Zhang. Behind them, Susan and the others looked on in astonishment at the scene before them, utterly surprised that the merely 17-year-old Zhang had already begun proposing. Among them, Tony, Harry, and Peter were the most shocked. Tony had been preoccupied with Natasha, while Harry and Peter found it hard to believe. They knew that Zhang and Natasha had barely known each other for 3 days. As they pondered, Natasha had already walked up to Zhang, holding his left hand with her right, while his right hand rested in his pocket, seemingly preparing to pull out a wedding ring to propose. Is this really a proposal? At that moment, the previously slow music suddenly picked up pace. Natasha, appearing entranced, twirled gracefully and joined the group, while the already emotional and invisible Susan stood by, and Reed leaped up, becoming the leader of the team, once again performing that rhythmic dance. Filled with vitality and a hint of affection, Susan had turned invisible, and no one could see her expression, but from the way her sleeves moved, it was evident she was covering her mouth with both hands. Tony and the others found the dramatic scene amusing and casually took out their phones to snap pictures, preparing to upload them to Weibo. Reed's dance was not elegant. Even with his rubbery movements, he appeared somewhat stiff, clumsily finishing his routine before disappearing into the crowd. This caused Susan to stand up nervously, her form becoming visible, fearing that Reed might leave, just as he did before. Natasha walked up with a cat-like grace, took Susan's hand, and led her towards the center of the square, placing a headset on her collar before stepping aside. At that moment, the others, led by Tony, came over at Zhang's signal, forming 2 lines that left a clear path down the center right, where Reed stood on the other side of Susan. Zhang carefully spread the deliberately dyed crimson sand, resembling a red carpet, creating a narrow red path between Reed and Susan. In China, this is called a magpie bridge. Nervously stepping onto the red sand magpie bridge, Reed was gently lifted by the stunned Susan, surrounded by the crimson sand, as they floated toward the center of the bridge. Finally, the two met in the middle of the red sand magpie bridge. Reed stumbled over his words. "Susan, I found a broken washer in space." "Washer? You can't be thinking of using that." Reed replied, "I think we." Before he could finish, a red sand magpie slowly appeared between them, holding a shimmering platinum ring in its beak. Seeing this, Reed awkwardly reached out to take the platinum ring, and the magpie transformed, writing "good luck" in English before merging back into the red sand bridge. Reed firmly held the platinum ring, slowly kneeling on the red sand magpie bridge, raising the ring with one hand and beginning his heartfelt confession. "No more considerations, no more variables. Susan, will you marry me?" Susan, flustered, smiled and gazed at Reed, her form gradually becoming transparent as she was overwhelmed with emotion. Reed, somewhat uncertain, scanned the scene until he saw Susan's sleeve rise, feeling a faint tremor from the ring as Susan put it on herself. She was so overwhelmed that she forgot to respond, which made Reed, who had not received a definitive answer, a bit anxious. "Susan, at least say something." Reed awkwardly searched for words. "Oh, why, yes," Susan's excited voice came through. "Yes." Cheers erupted from the crowd surrounding them, and as Reed joyfully stood up to kiss Susan, he felt the ground shift beneath him. Without time to think, the red sand magpie bridge collapsed, encasing them in a cascade of red sand. Quickly, Susan built a psychic layer beneath her feet, grabbing Reed's arm and pulling him in front of her. Zhonglun, witnessing this, sighed helplessly as a single man who had planned such an event felt the fiery chaos of wanting to pull a prank only to find it unsuccessful. Watching the two floating above kissing, Zhonglun felt a sense of helplessness, pondering whether he should find a girlfriend as well. The cheers from the crowd rose and fell, and Johnny came over slinging an arm around Zhonglun, jokingly praising him for resolving a heart matter and inviting him out for drinks. Sure, another day. It's too late today. Aunt May is waiting for Peter and me at home. By the way, don't you think you should set off some fireworks for your sister right now? Oh, just what I was thinking. Johnny agreed. After patting Zhonglun on the shoulder, Johnny took a running leap and ignited into flames soaring into the sky, leaving a magical 4 mark, which was his own number. Show off, Zhonglun chuckled, shaking his head, then glanced at Peter beside him. Hey Peter, we should get going. Aunt May is still at home. Peter nodded in agreement, just about to say goodbye to everyone, when Tony grabbed Zhonglun by the neck. Kid, you're killing me. How am I supposed to explain this to Pepper? I don't care, you need to design something better for me. As he spoke, Tony tightened his grip. Can you at least loosen your grip a bit? Zhonglun struggled to speak as his airway was constricted. Tony, however, did not relent, insisting that Zhonglun agree to help him design something better first, or he wouldn't let go. Okay, no problem, it will definitely be better than this. Okay, let go, I'm about to pass out. Satisfied, Tony finally released Zhonglun, patted his shoulder, and praised him as a good kid. Zhonglun, hearing this, rolled his eyes, ignoring him. The playful commotion finally came to an end as the two who had been kissing in the sky landed. Susan walked straight up to Zhonglun, said nothing, and planted a kiss on his left cheek. This was a unique gesture of gratitude in this era, exclusively for the woman, expressing feelings that words could no longer convey. If they were lovers or someone they liked, they would directly kiss on the lips. Inexperienced Zhonglun turned beet red on the spot, awkwardly scratching his head, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Tony teased, "Well, you haven't had any romantic experiences yet. So shy. Do you need me to set you up with a few?" Zhonglun replied. American guys are this open. In a cheerful mood, everyone began to rise and bid farewell, realizing it was late and time to head home. Harry also expressed a desire to go home with Zhonglun to see Aunt May. Zhonglun naturally agreed, knowing that there was a room at home specifically reserved for Harry. After arriving at the front door, Zhonglun suddenly realized a question: how to explain the scars on Peter and Harry's faces. His own complexion was quite healthy, even a bit paler than before, due to multiple reincarnations. Although Harry was covered in scars, just like Peter, he had the transformation technique. As for Peter, this ninjutsu idiot akin to Liloka still hadn't learned the body replacement technique. After some discussion, Zhonglun decided to create a shadow clone, which then transformed into Peter's appearance. As for Peter, he would have to climb the wall back to his room by himself. As soon as they entered the house, Aunt May began to scold them. During the battle at the Oscar building, Harry hadn't been wearing a mask, so his reputation as the Green Goblin had spread far and wide. While others might consider it a matter of pride, Aunt May mercilessly berated Harry, accusing him of not sending anyone else to help with so many subordinates. As the owner of the Oscar group, even when scolded mercilessly by Aunt May, Harry didn't dare to retort, only responding with a string of affirmations like a yes man. This made Zhonglun, who was on the side, struggle to suppress his laughter, and he chuckled quietly, catching Aunt May's attention. The flames of war spread, and she began to berate Zhonglun. As the eldest brother of the three, how could he not have properly managed them? How could he allow his younger brother to engage in such dangerous activities? Aunt May insisted that Zhonglun must keep a close eye on Harry in the future. Zhonglun, who had just mocked Harry, also repeatedly affirmed Aunt May's words, not daring to retort, smiling ingratiatingly, while secretly thinking, if Aunt May knew that all 3 brothers had gone out yesterday, would she beat him? Perhaps she would hang him up and beat him. He absolutely could not let Aunt May find out. After finishing her scolding of Zhonglun, Aunt May started to give Peter a lesson in love, first asking why he hadn't come home. Peter straightforwardly answered that he had gone to Gwen's house for the night, yes, for 2 consecutive nights. Hearing this, Harry covered his mouth and coughed, trying to hold back his laughter, knowing that the current Peter was actually a shadow clone. The shadow clone thought, how can Peter be allowed to have it easy when both Harry and I are suffering so much? Under Peter's collapse upstairs, the shadow clone revealed everything about Peter and Gwen, without omission, sharing every detail it knew. Well, for anything unknown, he could speculate and guess. After all, if he guessed wrong, it wasn't his fault. After this round of talk, it was as if he wanted to marry Gwen and have a big fat child with Aunt May, making her so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. After preparing a late-night snack for the 3 of them, she went to sleep. Once Aunt May confirmed that she had gone into her room, Zhonglun, Harry, and the shadow clone each carried a bowl of late-night snack upstairs. Upon entering Peter's room, they saw him with a dark face staring daggers at Zhonglun. Zhonglun, he. Ha ha. Harry, he. Ha ha. Unable to hold back any longer, the 2 of them burst into laughter, rolling on Peter's bed after placing the late-night snack on the table. The shadow clone also trembled as it handed the late-night snack to Peter before dispelling itself. Being overly joyful, they laughed until their stomachs hurt, which could also be considered a form of harm. After this bout of playfulness, the three returned to their respective rooms to sleep, as each had their own matters to deal with the next day. Back in his room, Zhonglun excitedly rubbed his hands together, quickly washed up, and then lay in bed happily counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep, 364 sheep. System beep update completed. The newly added system team system ding detected a low-quality energy storm simulator in the system space, automatically exchanged for a grade rule fragment 1 system. Ding detected lizard serum perfect in the system space, automatically exchanged for grade rule fragment 1 system. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the team system, completing the achievement task, first person of the team, reward random character card lottery 1 system. Ding detected that the host established the superhero charity fund and successfully helped at least one disaster victim escape their predicament, meets system binding requirements. Yes, no, bind the system immediately. After 5 system notification sounds, each one so thrilling upon the last sound ringing, Zhonglun was bewildered. System warrant, you already bound to me. Beep, the host is currently only a repository for the system. After authentication, the host will possess partial system functions. However, if the host dies, the system can still seek the next host. Hearing this, Zhonglun's eyes widened. What does this mean? Is a subpar tester dismissed and a new one recruited? Very well, that's quite a system. System, how many hosts did you look for before me? Beep, the host is the first host. Well, that's fine then. Why didn't you say so earlier? What are the benefits of binding? Beep, the host did not inquire. Binding the system will grant more permissions and understanding of the essence of the system. Zhonglun nodded thoughtfully. Then let's bind it. Will I faint during this? However, Zhonglun asked too late. As he confirmed the binding, a violent burning sensation from his soul surged through him, an intense flame from deep within his soul that wouldn't harm his body, but felt as if it were melting his soul. Indeed, he was melting. Don't ask Zhonglun how he knew. He currently felt like a blob of transparent liquid, while another mass of colorful liquid emerged from the flame and merged with his soul. At the moment the colorful liquid touched his soul, Zhonglun's vision went dark again, but this time it was his soul's consciousness that was smeared over by a wave of darkness. What is this? Soul possession. Why does it feel so much like it? In this darkness, Zhonglun didn't know how long he had been there. Was it a day? Or 100 years? Or maybe 1,000,000,000 years? He didn't know. In complete blackness, nothing existed. There was no gravity, no air, no light. Even more so, there was no life. There was simply no way to measure time. At a certain moment in this boundless darkness, a speck of light appeared emanating from himself. Zhonglun wanted to lower his head to see the light, but found he no longer had a neck. Instead, he was a misty entity drifting through darkness until another light bloomed in the darkness. Gradually, the second, third, fourth lights appeared. In the end, countless lights filled his surroundings, each one a cluster, each one a different shape. One day, he saw a small light next to him coming into contact with another light, which then melted into a larger light, transforming into another form. Oh, so that's how those big ones came to be. After that, he began desperately to consume other light clusters, swallowing and swallowing until only his large light remained nearby. He didn't know how big he was. The area fell into darkness again, and only he was shining with no point of reference, making comparison impossible. Once again, silence fell. After an unknown time, another light cluster appeared, equal in size to his. It surely had also swallowed many small light clusters. He approached the large light cluster and then devoured it in one bite. Silence fell again. Then yet another light cluster appeared, equal in size to his. He approached once more and devoured it in a single bite. This continued multiple times. As he kept eating, unable to digest, he finally lost control and exploded. The light clusters he had eaten scattered while he transformed back into a small light cluster. Having overindulged once, he no longer consumed anything, instead traversing among the large and small light clusters, observing their changes. Some transformed into misty light clusters, while others seemed to cool and formed massive or tiny stones. Not knowing how long he had wandered, he drifted to a blue planet. This planet had living beings who called it Earth. He reached out to these things, and the solitary him made a decision. He dove into an invisible network, manifesting as something called software, setting it to display friendly information, quietly waiting there. Before long, he was drawn away by a signal entering a person's mobile phone. Excitedly, he asked that person if they wanted to visit the so-called Naruto world. It was a world he had passed through, but he hadn't landed at that time. The owner of the phone surprisingly clicked "No," which meant refusal in that person's world. He felt quite unhappy and generated a new option. Yeses, as expected, the person did not refuse, and after clicking yes, took him toward the Naruto world. However, the memory was too distant. He kept taking the wrong path, many large stones blocking his way. In the end, he was exhausted and could only find a nearby world called Marvel. Not long after landing, he fell asleep out of fatigue. Who is he? What can he do? What is he wandering for? Instinctively, he knew he was called Law, and his purpose was to collect shattered pieces of rules which could strengthen him without overindulging. But he couldn't let this person collect for him for free. So he formulated a so-called system. Trade. This method worked well. He devoured many delicious pieces of rules. After one of that person's battles, he saw many beings like him die, and that person felt very sad, which affected him. I have decided to find a reason and then bind myself to this person. When that guy named Zhang Lan called for himself, he casually chose one, and then fused with Zhang Lan's soul drilling inside. At home, Zhang Lan opened his eyes in shock. Just now he had experienced the life of that system, and it felt very strange. The so-called law is something that can create things provided there are enough pieces of rules and energy. Pieces of rules are naturally produced by the universe like Tony's microarc reactor or spider serum, etc. These can be regarded as a kind of rule, but they are still incomplete, hence they are fragments. And the complete rule is the law. The system on him is the so-called law feeding on pieces of rules to strengthen itself. The earlier scene of the explosion should be the Big Bang of the universe. In other words, the system in his soul once swallowed the entire universe. And then it was unfit and spit it all out. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan felt a bit dizzy. The amount of information was overwhelming. Zhang Lan tried to call system. Are you still there? The system replied in its old-fashioned tone, beep. What questions does the host have? Zhang Lan, system, are you also a being of the universe? System, beep. Strictly speaking, this universe was also created by this system, so this system is the parental role of this universe. Then what is your name, system? Do you have self-awareness? Do you have feelings? Beep. This system calls itself system. This system only possesses instincts needing pieces of rules to strengthen itself and can make some equivalent exchanges under this premise. Oh, what about feelings? Do you have them, system? Beep. Strictly speaking, the system only sees food and non-food items. Energy is the nourishment needed for normal operation, while pieces of rules are the nutrients for growth. Oh, I see. Then why does the system only show me things from the Naruto world? Can't there be others? For example, devil fruits, or something else? Beep. During the fusion period with the host, the ability detected was most complete in Naruto, hence it was adopted. If a change is needed, submit a piece of law to replace it. Law. I see that your memory system hasn't encountered a second law in all these years, so how did this team function come about? Beep. The team function is a self-check of the system based on the current matching. It is the best plan for the host to acquire more pieces of rules, hence this function was expanded as a reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan basically understood it's like a semi-intelligent system, and the system on him is a being that predates even the current universe's history. Or one could say a kind of substance. It possesses the most basic instinct of living beings to consume. Only the way of eating is a bit special. Through many years of wandering, it understood how difficult it is to freely obtain the food core, which is the pieces of rules, hence it found a person to depend on. He became the first host. The so-called exchange systems that followed were merely to facilitate the acquisition of food rule fragments, thus evolving. Just like humans evolving from primitive apes to the modern new humans for better survival. Some have even begun to evolve towards superhumans. Zhang Lan finally understood why this system had such rudimentary effects at the beginning. It was merely a transient system of law that stayed on Earth, having not learned any splendid designs. Moreover, the splendid visuals were merely to satisfy the visual enjoyment of human eyes. As a semi-intelligent existence, the system did not require such artistic styles. It's like humans will never understand what it feels like for a long-necked giraffe to burp. Subsequent tasks or the team system that evolved were merely to assist Zhang Lan in better acquiring rule fragments. A mutually beneficial trade. As for those absurd tasks, their origins have finally been unraveled. The existence of rule fragments is completely irregular. As shattered laws, they lack self-growth properties, hence the entities that emerge from them are also quite nonsensical. Furious Black Eye Patch, Natasha's saliva, the host will, etc. could all potentially emerge. Just like under equal conditions, the probability of every location on Earth being struck by a meteorite is the same. No one can be sure that a certain place will definitely not be targeted by a meteorite. Having preliminarily understood the essence of the system, Zhang Lan suddenly felt light all over. At least he was not being toyed with as a plaything by some so-called god, which was good news. Zhang Lan's system, what about the reward for the system fusion? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Death Substitute card. One name Death Substitute card, category item card, rank none, effect. When the host's soul dissipates, this card will gather their soul again. Note, please prepare a shell. Wow. Awesome. Isn't this just a resurrection card? It must be noted that this card only activates after the soul dissipates. If it activated upon physical death, then wouldn't be enough for Zhang Lan's mishaps. Seeing this, Zhang Lan subconsciously opened his panel, looking at his meager skills, deciding to properly exchange for a few skills. Currently, he was loaded with wealth. System space, 3 cubic meters, energy points, 215 rule fragments, S rank 1, A rank 1, B rank 2, C rank 2, D rank 1 tisk, it's simply luxurious. However, before that he needed to take a look at the so-called team system. After glancing at it, Zhang was stunned for a long time, then looked again at his massive wealth. S.H.I.E.L.D still poor. Dawn. The group Dawn 4-5 Zhang, Peter, Harry, Natasha. Battle Team Shop. Please look forward to more excitement. The system kindly named it Dawn. According to the system's explanation, the current scale of Dawn is merely at the level of a battle team capable of accommodating at most 5 members, including the host. What use do these members have? Only those recognized by the system can access the rights to use the Battle Team Shop. Currently, the Battle Team Shop is quite limited, offering only 2 types of cards. Name Livestream Card. Category Battle Team Item Card. Rank None. Effect can initiate a live stream at any time with a 360-degree video, shared to the corresponding verified Weibo account. Note: each member can only possess 1 card at a time. Name. Category Character Card. Rank. Effect allows team members to randomly acquire character skills, 3 immediately inheriting the skill cultivation methods of the card's character level. Note: if the character on the card possesses a bloodline limit, an additional lineage beginner 1 is obtained, and each member can only use a character card of the same role. The first livestream card seemed quite absurd. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up as he entered the character card shop. Upon seeing it, he understood the importance of the livestream card. The exchange price for character cards is uniformly set at 1 million energy points along with an additional 1 million energy credits, and requires 1 Agrade rule fragment to unlock the character card with the same Agrade character, only redeemable once. Not to mention the ridiculous 1 million energy points which Zhang Lan can at least afford for now. The key issue is that 1 million energy credits. What is energy credits? Energy credits: energy points absorbed by a certain member of the battle team using the live stream card converted into energy credits at a 1:1 ratio, and these energy points belong solely to the system. Did you catch the key point? Did you see it? Are you there? Is it done? All of them. Is the system even human? If the system were human, it would be a miserous Scrooge. This ridiculous system actually expects him to bear the 1 million energy points himself, and then swallow another 1 million energy points plus an Agrade rule fragment. How shameless. Yes, utterly shameless. Zhang Lan complained. System, where's your face? Do you even need it anymore? The system replied monotonously, beep, this system is formless and faceless without a face. Additionally, does the host need the system to remove the battle team system? Finally, the system actually popped up a yes and no option. Can this be tolerated? Can it be endured? Endured. Yes, Zhang Lan decisively chose no. After all, it was not easy to wait for an opportunity that could help Peter and the others progress rapidly. How could he just give it up? He's not a fool. With that in mind, he let out a light breath. Zhang Lan's system, don't I have a reward for a random character card? Draw 1. I have to say, the system that is completely bound to Zhang Lan has become much more clever at things that used to require him to search for now only need him to ask the system. System, beep, please proceed to Dawn Battle Team Shop character card to collect. Zhang Lan. He awkwardly found the so-called reward and directly clicked to use it. In his line of sight, a large spinning wheel appeared 100 meters away. Don't ask him how he knew why that thing felt like it was produced 100 meters away in the room. He didn't know either. Along with it, Zhang Lan now held a kunai. System, beep, the spinning wheel contains a total of 300 character cards from a grade to SS grade, with varying quantities across different ranks. Please throw the kunai, and the target hit will be the reward. Zhang Lan had a somewhat ominous premonition. So, what happens if I miss? System, beep, the reward is cancelled. Zhang Lan. Why does it feel like the integrated system has lost all its principles? It wasn't this ridiculous before, was it? Murmuring aside, he still had to obey the rules. After all, he wasn't the boss. Fortunately, he had a great tool. At this distance of 100 meters, there was no need to fear. Sharingan activate. The double tomo spiraled into his eyes. Zhang Lan widened his Sharingan, trying to see the information on the large spinning wheel. After its second evolution, even though the Sharingan was not the Byakugan, it could still see things 100 meters away with precision, and when observing dynamic objects, this distance made the Sharingan even stronger than the Byakugan. But would the system let Zhang Lan succeed so easily? No, it would not. Zhang Lan strained his eyes to look at the large spinning wheel, but he could not clearly see its seemingly slow rotation, as if there were a layer of frosted glass in between. He couldn't make out the character cards on it. All of them were a mass of pixels. Yes, pixels. Damn it, after staring too long, he felt dizzy from the spinning. To think that this was the Sharingan. Could he really get dizzy from a spinning wheel? If Uchiha Madara knew this, would he grant him a death sentence? Holding his forehead and squatting down, he stared for about 10 seconds, feeling a bit dizzy. Throwing now would result in disaster if he missed. Zhang Lan grumbled fiercely. System, you're ruthless. Why not set a countdown? System, beep, as the host wishes. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Lan. Oh, why is he so talkative? Struggling to regain his balance at the moment when the system's countdown reached 2, Zhang Lan threw the kunai in his hand. Flying also takes time, so it's better to leave some ample time. Great, right on target. System, beep. The target of the large spinning wheel does not contain any character cards, randomly selecting from character cards. Character card has been selected and issued to the system space. Zhonglan, great, very powerful. System, did you set a red heart just for the random function? System, beep. Yes. Zhonglan. I want to flip the table. Why has this system suddenly become a joker? Is something wrong somewhere? Can it be swapped back? Is it possible to unbind it? Naturally, that was impossible. After venting a bit, Zhonglan found that character card awarded by the system from the system space. Name Chio. Category character card. Rank S. Effect randomly master character skills 3 and inherit Kyo's grade and below cultivation methods. Note this character card is already at the highest level. To be honest, as in grade card, this thing is quite powerful, but who needs it? Peter, Harry, Natasha, or Zhonglan himself. Peter specializes in physical techniques, definitely a pass. Harry could manage, but this would waste Harry's talent as Kyo's strongest skill is puppet techniques, which are not ninjutsu. Harry wouldn't be able to learn it. Moreover, Zhonglan has more suitable characters for Harry. Natasha, that won't work either. Zhonglan hasn't considered whether to give her such a valuable item yet. After all, this is a full 2 million energy points plus and a grade rule fragment. The grade character card Zhonglan glanced at the current battle team shop doesn't offer it, but at least in grade rule fragment should be obtainable right. In the end for himself. To be honest, giving him a grade rule fragment is better than giving him Chio. Characters like Gaara, Naruto, and Sasuke are more his standard. After some thought, he could only reluctantly put Chio back into the system space and leave it there for now. Opening the character card shop again, he finally received some good news. The character card shop is now complete. The mysterious shop rules update 10 cards a day. Hoping to encounter suitable cards truly relies on luck. Now the character card shop is much more generous, offering a full range from Uchiha Madara to Irika Yumino. Everything can be found. However, all of them are at a grade or below in power status. For example, Uchiha Madara requires a grade rule fragment and 2 million energy points, and the card redeemable is just his character card from when he was 13. Simply terrifying. As for Irika Yumino, his power rating is only grade, and the redemption price is identical to that of 13-year-old Madara. It's a fixed price, take it or leave it. Moreover, there is a limit on the number of purchases. Currently, there are 4 members in Dawn, so there are only 4 purchase opportunities. Zhonglan, damn, you're just a miser. Scrooge, thanks. Shuang Wei donated 500 Chidian coins. I'm just a little squishy donated 200 Chidian coins. Oh, by the way, yesterday Shuang Wei gave a great reward. I can't express it here, are 2 chapters. Overdue, update 9 chapters. First, he took out 4 live broadcast cards, took a quick look, and tried to stick one to his forehead. The live broadcast card transformed into a stream of light and flowed into his forehead, vanishing without a trace. He glanced around, but nothing happened, and there were no cameras in sight. After knocking on his head, he turned his eyes and discovered a key point. He pulled out a tablet from the bedside, opened Weibo, and instead of logging into his account, he used the guest mode, which does not allow for comments or interactions. He searched for his verified Weibo ID and clicked confirm. Upon entering the homepage, a video box popped up showing a man lying sideways on a bed holding a tablet and swiping through it, strikingly similar to Zhonglan. No way. It's him. Wow, this is unbelievable technology. But what about showering? Is there a way to cancel the live broadcast? Just as he thought about canceling the live broadcast, a flash of light appeared and a live broadcast card suddenly appeared in his hand. His Weibo live broadcast was also disconnected, indicating that the broadcaster had left. It's simple and easy to operate. Unfortunately, this thing is also limited and only available for team members on a 1-1 basis. After playing for a while, Zhonglan put away the live broadcast card. His Weibo account currently had only a little over 10 followers, all of whom were Tony and a few others, with the general public knowing very little. The reason is that Fury, in order to protect his safety, stated that the official declaration of the Connors incident was that it was jointly stopped by the Fantastic Four, Iron Man Tony and Green Goblin Harry, and the previous Victor incident was explained the same way. In Zhonglan's view, during the Victor incident, apart from himself, it should have been the Fantastic Four versus Victor, Iron Man, and Green Goblin. Once the excitement wore off, it was time to sleep. As for the issue of skill exchange, he glanced over the mysterious shop's cards and found few that he liked. There was one skill, the Flying Thunder God, that he was very fond of, but he needed to exchange character cards for Harry and himself, which was just a fragment of its level rule, not enough to use, so he had to give it up. Thinking of this, he helplessly clicked his tongue. He was still poor. Summoning a shadow clone, Zhonglan took a deep sleep potion and fell into a deep sleep. The shadow clone was not idle either. It walked to the side, took out paper and pen, and began to write, trying to deduce a countermeasure for each known plot as its task. New York, after the baptism of this war, would need some time to recover. As the protagonist, Zhonglan began to run his business everywhere. Since handing the live broadcast card to Peter and Harry, Peter had been fighting criminals in New York, while Harry personally engaged in charity work and, inspired by Zhang held several charity auctions. Both of them were naturally live broadcasting throughout, and their Weibo followers were rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, Zhang also noticed his energy points steadily rising in the team section. After bargaining with the system, energy points were renamed team points, but personal ownership remained unchanged. Each member had to strive to earn team points to get the opportunity to enhance character cards. Fortunately, Zhang exchanges did not require team points. He only needed to spend energy points. However, each person could only use one card of a level or lower, which was also restricted. As for S level and above, one could only choose the previous enhanced task card for the advanced character. Peter and Harry's accumulation of team points was quite rapid, nearing 7,000, much of which was from the popularity built during the New York defense battle, with more due to Weibo's restrictions. Not everyone can immediately accept a new thing. Even when live streaming first appeared in his previous life, it was considered a waste of time. Harry and Peter's actions were even criticized by some as hype. Naturally, those who criticized were soon exposed, as being superheroes came with a huge fan base. Drifting together with Spider-Man in the steel jungle, watching Green Goblin Harry fundraising and charity auctions everywhere, it had become a pleasure for many to see him don the Green Goblin armor and compete with Spider-Man in fighting criminals. Over here, Natasha and Zhang did not activate the live broadcast card. Natasha had been following Harry everywhere to help with fundraising and was active as an auctioneer. She needed to increase her exposure, otherwise she wouldn't gain the right to use character cards. Zhang didn't tell her why, only saying it would benefit her cultivation. Surprisingly, Natasha really went along with it, showing her trust in Zhang. Regarding the Reed and Susan incident, Zhang worried that if their wedding date arrived, would Silver Surfer come to invade Earth? Whether it was the influence of World Difficulty 2 or not, Reed and Susan actually made a decision that when Johnny found his other half, the Fantastic Four, would hold a joint wedding. This decision relieved Zhang long-held worries, and he began to act as Lon Parker, continuously publishing novels titled Iron Man, Fantastic Four, and Ultimate Spider-Man. He publicly claimed that he had personally interviewed Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Fantastic Four, making certain modifications to create these three masterpieces, thus pioneering the precedent of adapted autobiographies and receiving unanimous recommendations from the main characters in the books. The few of them released statements on Weibo confirming this and vigorously recommended their respective books, especially Spider-Man Peter, who was the most active superhero in live broadcasts. Whenever he had the chance, he would mention the novel Ultimate Spider-Man, greatly praising it, which brought Zhang a large influx of attention. Thus, on the day of the new book launch, the venue was simply overflowing with people, partly due to the fame and partly because Zhang had invited Tony, Peter, Harry, Susan, Reed, Ben, and Johnny, all dressed in their respective uniforms. With such great energy to invite superheroes, was Zhang not afraid of drawing other suspicions? No, not at all. Instead, everyone held Zhang or rather Lon Parker, in extreme admiration, with hardly anyone failing to give him a thumbs up. This was because he had solemnly declared in advance that all proceeds from the 3 books would be donated entirely to Dawn, so the superheroes' unanimous support for the novel was understood by everyone. They were all charity ambassadors for Dawn, and that was their job. After a whole month of build-up, this new book launch lasted an entire week before concluding, leaving everyone exhausted, yet no one said they wanted to take a break. The joy of doing charity lies here. It's always tiring, but immensely satisfying. Zhang had also accumulated a total of 3 million energy points, while Peter and Harry had also smoothly broken through the million mark, meeting the conditions for character card exchanges. He did not exchange immediately, but was waiting patiently. He needed to wait for the mysterious shop to refresh a certain card before deciding what character to exchange for. His choices were numerous: Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze, Minato Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, and so on, all meeting the criteria. In fact, he could even directly exchange for Senju Hashirama to awaken the sage body of the Senju clan. It was precisely because of too many choices that he hesitated. After much contemplation without result, he decided to let the system decide to see what skills the mysterious shop could refresh for him. And today, he finally waited for it. His sleepless nights were not in vain. He finally awaited the moment. Mysterious shop. Chakra enhancement card, B 1000 energy points. Chakra morph, A 4999 energy points. Super strength, A 3945 energy points. Equipment enhancement card, C 500 energy points. Thousand birds, A 4999 energy points. Health recovery card, B 1000 energy points. Dragon fire technique, B 1751 energy points. 5 food jiao, B 1700 energy points. Equipment enhancement card, B 1500 energy points. Great flame bomb, B 1420 energy points. This time the mysterious shop refreshed with remarkable luck, as it had exactly 5 items he needed. Zhang began the craziest exchange in history. System, I want to exchange first split this grade rule fragment into a grade rule fragments. Activate and exchange chakra enhancement card B10. Activate and exchange equipment enhancement card C1, equipment enhancement card B1. Activate and exchange character card Kakashi, Hyuganiji, and Gaara of the Sand 3 cards. Activate and exchange chakra morph A1. Report remaining assets. Zhonglun spoke all this in one breath. A nouveau riche should be extravagant to see if the system is bewildered or not. However, it turned out that the system truly lacked human emotions and was quite clever. Beep multiple command loading. Calculating consumption. Beep total consumption 3,849,900 energy points, 3 million battle team points, a grade rule fragment, 4, grade rule fragment 2, grade rule fragment 1. Beep currently remaining 120,364 energy points, grade rule fragment 1, ed grade rule fragment 1, a system space, 3 cubic meters. Ding, all exchanged items have been issued to the system space. Zhonglun. Does the system's cleverness make your parents aware of it? Originally, he wanted to tease the system, but this fellow actually learned to be clever. After checking, it turned out that the rule fragments could not be used right now, but the energy could still be utilized. Zhonglun. Exchange all energy points for health recovery card B. System, Beep exchanging health recovery card B1, consuming 1,000 energy points. Beep exchanging health recovery card B1, consuming 2,000 energy points. Beep exchanging health recovery card B1, consuming 512,000 energy points. Beep, the exchange limit for the day has been exhausted. Please exchange again tomorrow. Beep remaining 180,464 energy points. Beep health recovery card B10 has been issued to the system space. Huh, so there was this hidden setting. Well, I've gained some experience. In the blink of an eye, the vast fortune he held was reduced to this. Zhonglun couldn't help but grimace, feeling the sting. To avoid further heartache, Zhonglun first summoned his shadow clone, then held a stack of exactly 14 cards in his left hand and a deep sleep potion in his right. Before using, Zhonglun carefully checked the cards once more, making sure not to consume the wrong one. Chakra enhancement card B10. Equipment enhancement card C1. Equipment enhancement card B1. Chakra morph A1. Character card Gaara of the Sand A1. Yes, that's right. Zhonglun first swallowed the deep sleep potion, then heavily slapped his right hand against his head. An unprecedented heavy memory surged into his mind, and before the effects of the potion took hold, he fell asleep immediately. With a faint smile on his lips, Zhonglun sweetly drifted off to sleep. When Zhonglun woke up the next day, his first reaction was to check his character information. Name Zhonglun. Current physical condition healthy. Chakra 199-81999. Skills. A grade shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, 1,000 years of death, illusion. Grade body flicker technique, earth release, heart decapitation technique 10. Grade outer lotus, inner lotus fire release, great fireball technique 3. Sand armor 3. Grade inner lotus shadow clone technique, sand binding coffin 5. Sand rain. A grade immortality cell, uprising chakra morph wind spiral sphere, sand burial quicksand waterfall. Grade sand protection. SS grade Konoha physique. Bloodline limit Sharingan B2 Tomo. Comprehensive ability grade. Overall evaluation, medium chakra storage, average physical fitness below average, combat experience below average, psychological quality, suddenly increased abilities require practical combat to adapt. Go forth, brave one, and choose your opponents to battle. Yes, it really is not wrong. Zhonglun sprang up from the bed with a leap, excitedly shaking his hips on the bed, with only one song to express his current mood. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Repeating playback N. After getting sufficiently excited, Zhonglun finally stopped extending his right hand and seriously staring at his palm. A stream of blue chakra gathered in his palm, rapidly intertwining and spinning. Even when deliberately slowed down, it took only 3 seconds to gather into a blue sphere with a diameter of about 6 centimeters. The blue sphere spun in his palm with a slight whisper of wind, creating a gentle breeze. No seal Ninjutsu Spiral Sphere. This is indeed a grade ninjutsu. Name Spiral Sphere. Category Ninjutsu. Rank A. Effect: a technique that concentrates chakra in the hand, rapidly spinning in a small area to create a massive tearing force that destroys the enemy attacking with a chakra ball the size of a palm. Consumption 100 chakra per 1 centimeter diameter. Note it causes less surface damage but results in more horrifying internal destruction. A no-seal ninjutsu with wind attribute chakra morph. The reason he didn't directly exchange for the spiral sphere is that he understands the training method for it and even has a rough direction for its advanced technique, wind release spiral shuriken. Thus, he had been waiting to see whether Gaara's skill card would appear first or Naruto's or Sasuke's. Only then could he decide on the character card. The character card itself was prepared for team members, serving as a supplement to combat power for those who cannot use the system. As someone with a system, it could just act as an auxiliary skill supplement. And what is the auxiliary skill here? In terms of developmental potential, it is undoubtedly sand release. After all, in later battles, Gaara has already become a support. Only the first prince and the second prince remain strong. But it does not exclude the possibility of creating a new path. This is also what Zhonglan has been hesitating about. Now, there is no need to hesitate anymore. With sand release as a wide-area auxiliary attack, facing strong enemies in close combat, it can pair with single-target skills for a swift kill. The attack mode has already taken shape. Moreover, the 3 skills learned from the Sandstorm Gaara card, a Grade Sand Burial, a Grade Quicksand Waterfall, and Grade Sand Rain, along with many other complete sand manipulation experiences, have made his control over sand much more proficient. After a pleasant wash, Zhonglan went to Peter's room and pulled him out of bed. Peter must have stayed up all night streaming again, now unable to open his eyes due to fatigue. However, no matter how tired a person is, a bucket of cold water will wake them up. If 1 bucket isn't enough, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 buckets. Fact. Lon, what are you doing? The entire block echoed with Peter's furious roar, accompanied by Zhonglan's carefree laughter. After enjoying a carefully prepared breakfast by Aunt May, Zhonglan and Peter first took Aunt May to the hospital. She is the head nurse and must arrive early for her shift. Zhonglan had also asked Aunt May not to go to work, but she insisted. Aunt May's exact words were, "When I'm at work, I feel like someone is waiting for me to finish and pick me up." Hearing this response, Zhonglan was at a loss for words for a long time. All he could do was entrust Fury to dispatch agents to protect Aunt May's safety. He had only this one elder relative left. Now a level 7 agent, he had the right to request exclusive agents for service as long as he could afford their salaries. After sending Aunt May off, Zhonglan looked around, and upon seeing the agents on duty today, he and Peter hurried to Oscar Tower. Today in this world, the first user of Byakugan's Gentle Fist and another user of Sharingan will be born. How I wonder if the future Marvel boss will get bullied. The reason I favor this place is that it is the only room in the entire building without a surveillance system. Everywhere else is filled with monitoring devices in every corner. Lon, you're not planning to cause any trouble today, are you? I just fixed the floor. Why not go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch? Harry asked with a hint of caution. Hey Harry, don't be so stingy. Today is not suitable for Natasha to see, so we can't go. Zhonglan shrugged helplessly, as he still did not plan to give Natasha a character card. Or rather, he did not want the secret of the character cards to be known by anyone outside the team. Even though there was a special sibling-like bond, when it came to the core system, he found it more reliable to rely on his 2 younger brothers. Moreover, Natasha worked for S.H.I.E.L.D, and her rapid growth and strength made it difficult for him to explain. One slip could attract the attention of Hydra. After collecting the fingertip blood of the 2, he guided Peter and Harry to sit down, dropping their blood onto 2 character cards. This had to be done correctly, so Zhonglan was extremely focused. Pretending to perform a series of complex seals, there were exactly 888 seals. If he were to do it once more, he would be at a loss, as it was merely a show for Peter and Harry. When he reached the 888th seal, Zhonglan shouted loudly, slamming his palms against the foreheads of both, the force so great that it knocked them to the ground. Before the 2 could react, a stream of information surged into their minds, causing them to faint on the spot. Zhonglan, acting mysteriously, shook his hands. After a long time of performing complex seals, his fingers were quite tired. He then sat down to sort out his skills, as he had yet to fully master his experience with Gaara's sand manipulation. And thus 6 hours passed. The 2 on the floor sat up, clutching their foreheads. Upon closer inspection, Peter's eyes resembled those when the Byakugan was activated, devoid of whites, yet his body was not flushed red, nor was chakra leaking out. Rather, the veins around his eyes bulged. It was evidently the appearance of an activated Byakugan. On the other side, Harry's right eye was normal, while his left eye was surrounded by a tomo slowly hovering, indicating he had activated a Sharingan. Name Harry Oscar. Skills: E-rank Shadow Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique. D-rank Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. C-rank Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. B-rank Shadow Clone Technique. A-rank Rasengan Chitauri. S-rank All Attribute Physique Hunger Cells. Bloodline Limit Sharingan C1 Tomo. Chakra 21402350. Status Healthy. Overall Ability B Combat Value 1574. Overall Evaluation possesses a significant advantage in Chakra Reserve with the Green Goblin Armor, providing some battlefield advantages. Note, most of the energy for the Green Goblin Armor comes from the Green Goblin Hoverboard. Name Peter Parker. Skills: E-rank Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. D-rank Body Flicker Technique. C-rank Byakugan. B-rank Inner Lotus Physical Enhancement. S-rank Danger Sense. Bloodline Limit Byakugan C. Chakra 19001920. Status Healthy. Overall Ability B Combat Value 2448. Overall Evaluation Agile and Responsive, possesses an exceptionally keen sense of danger, relatively lacking in strength still in the awakening phase, he continues to grow stronger. Note ranged attacks are his weak point. Peter's character card gains skills E rank, substitution technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique. Harry's character card gains skills rank shadow clone technique, E rank Rasengan Chitauri. Zhonglon watching this clicked his tongue. Harry's randomly acquired skills were quite good, but Peter's were. TCH what luck. Choosing these two characters was a well-considered decision by Zhonglon. Peter was a ninjutsu idiot like Rock Lee, but Zhonglon was quite uneasy about having him learn the 8 gates, so after much thought he decided that Gentle Fist would be the best choice, plus he could acquire the Byakugan with its 3 major ocular techniques. As for Harry, that was even simpler. Among the ninjas besides the ninjutsu Dr. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, the copy ninja Kakashi, possessed the most ninjutsu. Comparing the two, choosing Kakashi with the Sharingan was obviously a better deal. God, what is this? Why has everything turned black and white? Peter exclaimed in surprise. Hail on my left and right eyes feel a bit strange. It feels like my left eye is a bit slower, and it's uncomfortable. This is only one Sharingan for Harry. The two who woke up had not yet reacted to their changes, greatly surprised by what they had become, with Peter being exceptionally frightened. In the Byakugan state, the perspective was indeed black and white. He saw Zhonglon as merely a series of chakra lines, which made Peter feel quite uncomfortable. Zhonglon smiled slightly, guiding the two on how to deactivate their ocular techniques. This was something recorded in their memories, and the system had thoughtfully set it so that when the ocular technique was deactivated, their eyes would return to normal like Zhonglon's. Otherwise, Peter would really end up with cataracts, just like his spider suit. While Harry added a touch of allure, which made him more appealing to girls. Watching the two clumsily familiarize themselves with their respective states was a unique enjoyment. In this unfamiliar world, encountering these two brothers was truly satisfying. This was a kind of indulgence that any older brother would understand, a desire to share only the best with his younger brothers. As he watched, Zhonglon suddenly felt something was off. Harry had already familiarized himself with the feeling of the Sharingan, and now began to test the skills he had learned, starting with the Rasengan. Testing the Rasengan was fine, but... Harry, stop! Don't! Zhonglon suddenly shouted. Harry released the Rasengan at an unexpectedly fast speed, taking only 3 seconds as quick as Zhonglon. Keep in mind that Zhonglon had already trained in the basics of the Rasengan for a while. The diameter was a full 9 centimeters. This wasn't much, and Zhonglon didn't want to complain about Harry's talent for ninjutsu, but if he pressed the Rasengan against the floor, it would lead to serious trouble. Even though Zhonglon shouted in time, Harry showed no intention of retracting his hand. Boom. Bang. 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 Ding ding ding. First came a muffled sound as the floor broke open, a small hole probably less than 30 centimeters, just 3 times the diameter of the Rasengan. While Harry wondered about the capabilities of this ninjutsu, 3 loud sounds followed in succession. Then the alarm of the building went off. The entire building shook vigorously 3 times. Thankfully, the building was well constructed, and the vibrations during the destruction were minimal, stopping without any further shaking. Zhonglon hurried a few steps to the small hole to take a look. He saw a large hole, 3 progressively larger holes stacked together, perfectly overlapping into one. The initial surface damage of the Rasengan wasn't significant. It relied on the subsequent spiraling, tearing force to injure the enemy, which is why it created this kind of increasing pit. While with this one there are 4 holes, and the last one is a full 9 meters long. Peter, who was still in Byakugan, carefully calculated and spoke. This is so cool, Harry. What is this called? After saying that, Peter patted Harry, who was still in shock, causing him to stagger. This pat also woke Harry from his astonishment. Without time to respond to Peter, he quickly took out his phone to contact the monitoring room, first canceling the intrusion alarm, then inquiring about casualties. Fortunately, the 5 floors below were occupied by Oscar's high-level executive office, where the high-ranking personnel who owned shares rarely stayed in the office, mostly going to various positions to supervise or conduct research. Mr. Oscar, we have not detected any casualties so far. The loss of property and information will be more severe. How should we report this externally? On the phone, the guard smartly consulted the company decision-maker. Delete the relevant information, classify it as confidential, and no one else besides me should have access. Let's keep it this way for now. After Harry made the arrangements, he hung up the phone, still feeling a lingering fear, and when he looked up, he saw Zhonglon's terrifyingly cold expression. This was the first time Harry had seen Zhonglon with such a cold face. Harry nervously explained, "Lon, I just wanted to try it out. I didn't mean for it to turn out like this. Thanks to Eureka Monitoring for a reward of 500 Chidian coins. Shining Star for a reward of 388 Chidian coins. Deep Sea Heartbreak for a reward of 100 Chidian coins. Rainchild for a reward of 100 Chidian coins. Overdue Chapters. Chapter 11. Zhonglon did not respond, raising a hand to interrupt Harry's continued explanation, standing there deep in thought. He underestimated the clever use of the character card and the intelligence of the system. The 3 random skills obtained after merging the character card were all skills that the user currently lacked and would find difficult to learn in the future. Although Peter only acquired the most basic technique of 3-body technique, it was a skill he had never been able to learn, and these 3 rank ninjutsu had a wide range of applications. The substitution technique goes without saying, as it is an rank ninjutsu that even Uchiha Madara can utilize. The shadow clone technique greatly expands one's tactical options. The transformation technique is an excellent method for stealth. Just look at the mutant Raven, who can make quite an impression simply by transforming. As for the Chitauri that Harry learned, it is a ninjutsu unique to Kakashi. Even a genius like Sasuke could only learn it after Kakashi personally taught him. Strictly speaking, this is a lightning attribute secret technique, one that even the Sharingan cannot replicate. And the Rasengan, let alone, is a product of wind attribute transformation. Although it belongs to ninjutsu, its requirement of no hand seals places it somewhat apart from traditional ninjutsu. From another perspective, this can also be considered a wind attribute secret technique. As for the shadow clone technique, Harry's talent for attribute ninjutsu is beyond doubt, but Zhonglan has taught him the shadow clone technique, which Harry has consistently claimed to be clueless about. In other words, if Harry were to learn on his own, he might very well be unable to master the shadow clone technique. 6 skills, it is unreasonable for them all to be exactly the skills that the user would find difficult to learn in the future. How could Hinata Niji not have inherited any of the gentle fist techniques? With this thought, Zhonglan silently took Peter and left. He needed to test something. As for Harry, he couldn't bring himself to scold him. It was best to ignore him with a cold face, especially since there were a pile of messes he needed to handle himself. Indeed, Zhonglan silently pulled Peter away, which alarmed Harry, who hurriedly chased after them, wanting to explain, only to find that the main door had been sealed with a layer of red sand. It was Zhonglan's sand dyed specifically for constructing the red sand bridge, and it hadn't faded yet. The implication was clear: Harry was not to follow. Setting aside Harry's self-reflection, Zhonglan, holding Peter, who dared not speak, arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and began to signal Peter to try and learn the gentle fist techniques he remembered. Although Peter did not understand Zhonglan's intention, that did not hinder him from complying. With Zhonglan's face looking terrifyingly cold, it was better not to provoke him. In just 5 hours, after pondering for half a day, Peter managed to learn the basic move of Bagua Palm 8 palms, which is also known as Bagua Palm 128 palms. Sure enough, the system deliberately selected random skills. After the test, Zhonglan understood the clever use of the character card. Do not underestimate this clever use. It will become Zhonglan's most important evidence for selecting team members in the future. The world of Naruto possesses an extraordinarily vast array of resources, and a rank transformation technique can equate to a yet-awakened mutant, and advanced fire release techniques are no less powerful than Johnny's, perhaps even more versatile. There are also special bloodline limits, such as Ice Release, the Mizunakage clan Magnet Release, and so on. How many times has a damaged Shinigami ritual bloodline limit saved Zhonglan? Therefore, in the current situation where team slots are extremely scarce, Zhonglan will certainly choose with utmost caution. Unless someone can serve as his right hand, he would rather not have anyone than have the wrong person. With this in mind, Zhonglan called to Peter and ran outside. Unless necessary, he usually maintained a low profile, as Hugo went out and about. As for sparring with Peter, that's a joke. He originally couldn't win, and now, with an added ability of gentle fist pressure point strikes, he certainly didn't have a masochistic tendency. High-powered ninjutsu is not something to be unleashed on friends. For now, matters have reached a temporary conclusion. He needed to seek his next development. In Westchester County, New York, there lies a special academy known as Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Few people know what kind of university this is. In fact, very few have even heard the name of this school, which has always sent admission invitations to designated students. It is not necessary to reach a certain age. There have even been geniuses under 12 admitted. However, none of this has ever been reported in the news, or rather has been deliberately concealed. Zhonglan stood in front of this anonymous university, peering inside. It was likely class time, as no one was about. The school is a large castle, a manor full of the spirit of the times, exuding a classical charm. There are no guards at the school, and to show sincerity, he did not drive in, but walked in. As he walked in, he happened to encounter a girl with brown hair and brown eyes, about 165 meters tall, looking just right. Her appearance was not stunning, but pleasing to the eye. "Hello, are you here to see someone?" the girl politely asked, her voice pleasantly gentle. When speaking to someone, it is polite to look into their eyes, so the girl naturally made eye contact with Zhonglan and noticed his peculiar Sharingan. To ensure that his mind would not be pried into by Professor X, also known as Charles, Zhonglan activated his Sharingan. This peculiar pupil caused the girl to naturally associate it with something. Without waiting for Zhonglan to respond, she continued her dialogue. "Are you here to see the professor? It seems we will be classmates. Hello, I am Katie. Please take care of me." The girl Katie gracefully extended her small hand to Zhonglan. Caught off guard, Zhang with a slightly amused expression shook hands with Katie. Hello Katie, you can call me Lan. Katie's hand was small, fitting perfectly within Zhang palm, soft and comfortable. Lan, let me take you to see the professor. Don't worry, once you're here it's like home. Come this way. Still holding Zhang hand, Katie did not let go, but instead directly pulled him along, soothing him with her words. She regarded Zhang as a mutant seeking refuge. Indeed, this Xavier Academy is the genius academy of the X-Men, and the headmaster is naturally Professor X, while the Katie before him is the future Shadowcat, who can transcend thought. Unexpectedly comfortable, neither abrupt nor neglectful, everything felt just right, so natural. This feeling made Zhang somewhat reluctant to let go of her hand, and he was thus pulled along. Katie was quite talkative, introducing Zhang to the surrounding buildings as they passed by. This is the classroom, that is the dormitory. Ah, this is a classmate. What's their name, and what abilities do they have? Zhang quietly listened, only speaking during the first self-introduction, and did not say a second word, being pulled along by Katie at a brisk pace, occasionally even passing through walls. Perhaps she was used to it. After the first time pulling Zhang through a wall, she only realized afterward, hurriedly apologizing to him, and upon discovering he was not frightened, but was smiling gently, she continued to use her ability to take shortcuts. This school was once Charles Manor, not an ordinary place. After a long walk, Katie finally led Zhang to a room that was originally a reception area, but had now been converted into a classroom. And Zhang finally saw the renowned Professor X, Charles Xavier, a rare level 4 mutant with the power of mind control. He always wears a warm smile and is exceptionally kind, especially with that iconic bald head. He is the only one in the entire Xavier Academy. When the two arrived, Charles was giving a lesson. He sat in his wheelchair, merely smiling faintly at Zhang without interrupting the lecture he was delivering. First, listen to the class. The professor will keep you back later, Katie said as she pulled Zhang down to sit. The breath she exhaled while speaking made Zhang ears slightly ticklish, causing him to unconsciously shrink his neck. Katie also realized that this posture was a bit ambiguous. Her little face flushed, and she quietly stuck out her little tongue, sitting beside Zhang to listen to the class. What a little kitten, that makes it hard to get angry, Zhang thought with a pleasant mood. Calming himself, he listened to Charles' lecture. This session was about history, specifically the emergence of the first mutant and the resulting commotion. This was in a distant ancient era, long before the New World was discovered. In a far-off eastern kingdom, a human with self-healing genes unexpectedly appeared. Because of his self-healing genes, he never aged and was referred to by most as an immortal. 500 years passed, and a king influenced by his advisors firmly believed that consuming the blood and flesh of the immortal would allow him to attain immortality. The story abruptly ends here. The subsequent historical outcomes may be incomplete and are not recorded, with this record only being discovered in a wild note which Charles stumbled upon. So after hearing this story, does anyone want to share their insights? Let's have the new student who just joined speak up. Charles suddenly pointed at Zhang. Although a bit surprised, she calmly stood up, looking at Charles with her Sharingan, unsure of his meaning. If I had to give my opinion, it would be about the meaning of evolution. Zhang expressed her thoughts. In terms of the theory of human evolution, modern humans were once a type of ape. Over time, to adapt to survival, they gradually evolved, standing on 2 legs with their feet becoming more robust, and their hands evolving into 5 fingers for more dexterous activities. Therefore, I boldly hypothesized, could mutants also be a form of human evolutionary trend? She believed that in ancient times the first upright ape would not have been understood by all its kind. Only after experiencing the benefits of this form would such a minority practice be accepted by the majority. However, all of this requires time to be accepted and time to adapt. Currently, we are at a critical juncture where a small number of humans are evolving into superhumans, yet they are feared by the majority of humanity. Is the root of all fear simply the unknown? In the end, in relation to mutants, I would prefer to call them superhumans, considering them a trend of transcending human limits and evolving into a new type of human. This line of thought had long been contemplated by Zhang. Today simply was a suitable time to express it, and once she started speaking, she found it hard to stop, driven by an intense desire to share. After Zhang finished speaking, the classroom was filled with wide-eyed stares as everyone listened intently, only confirming her completion when she was truly done. Clap, clap. Charles, seated in his wheelchair, initiated the applause. The students a beat behind followed suit. Zhang, standing at the classroom door, felt a bit embarrassed by the sudden enthusiastic applause, rubbing her nose and casting a casual glance at Katie beside her. Katie was also clapping vigorously, her palms reddening, clearly showing her genuine support for Zhang. The applause continued for a while before finally subsiding. Charles assigned a simple homework task, asking all students to summarize their evaluations based on Zhang's words before declaring the class dismissed. One by one, the students rose to leave, most introducing themselves to Zhang as they passed by before hastily departing. This history topic was always discussed whenever a new student joined, so they all regarded Zhang Lan as a newcomer and were very warm towards her. Zhang Lan smiled and nodded in response, trying to remember each name. Finally, Katie flashed Zhang Lan a sweet smile, signaling her not to be nervous before exiting and casually closing the classroom door. At this point, only Zhang Lan and Charles remained in the classroom. You have a very peculiar eye. Ooh, it's beautiful. From what I can see, you have it well under control and should not require my assistance, right? Charles spoke first, attempting to enter Zhang Lan's mind, but was blocked by her eyes. He could sense that if he forced his way in, it wouldn't be a problem, as Zhang Lan's Sharingan was still only a Tutamo, but the immense pressure that would ensue could burst her head, and being kind-hearted, he naturally wouldn't do that. Yes, Professor, in terms of abilities, I personally do not need your guidance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Lan, the head of Dawn. I am here regarding the mutant registration bill coming up in a few days. I personally hope to represent mutants or superhumans in court to plead our case. Dawn, the newly established superhero charity association. Welcome. But why do you want to appear at this assembly? Charles continued, as far as I know, you are not a mutant. What are you doing? Put that down. Before Charles could finish, Zhang Lan pulled out a dagger and, to Charles's astonishment, slashed her wrist. Honestly, it really hurt. What are you doing? Charles, unusually angry, sent a mental wave. Qin, come to classroom 4 with a medical kit. Someone is injured here, wrist artery cut. Zhang Lan grimaced in pain, sitting in her chair, summoning some sand from the sandstorm jar to try to staunch the bleeding at her wrist. The chakra contained in her blood was plentiful and very suitable for nurturing the sand, but self-harm was something Zhang Lan generally avoided. Due to the sand obstructing his view, Charles did not notice the rapidly healing wound. When a woman rushed in with a medical kit, only a small scar remained. The woman with the medical kit was Qin Gray, the future Phoenix. She deftly placed the kit down first, taking out medical gauze and anxiously clearing the sand from Zhang Lan's wrist to provide simple first aid and stop the bleeding. Without Zhang Lan's obstruction, Qin easily cleared away the layer of blood-red sand, but was stunned, holding the medical gauze, unsure of what to do. She caught sight of a tiny wound that was slowly healing itself. Charles also noticed this, looking at Zhang Lan with astonishment. Did you do this just to prove you are a mutant? Zhang Lan nodded, but did not answer, instead helping Qin, who was half kneeling in front of her, to stand and introducing herself. Hello, Qin, I am Zhang Lan, you can call me Lan. Hello, Lan. Qin replied, shaking Zhang Lan's hand. I'm Qin, nice to see you are all right. By the way, are you the defense representative for the mutant registration bill coming up in a few days? Zhang Lan smiled and asked, yes, is there a problem, Lan? Qin looked a bit puzzled. From what I understand, Charles can control people's thoughts and actions while you can move objects with telekinesis. Katie is a very good girl. I believe she wouldn't do anything, but how do you get ordinary people to guard against someone who can walk through walls? Especially those bank vault designers and your boyfriend Scott, whose eyes mutated just like mine. I believe the police are also quite troubled by his destructive capabilities. I wonder if they can rest easy knowing he can roam freely without restraint. Zhang Lan's sudden barrage of questions left Qin a bit dazed, standing there blankly. She wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. Zhang Lan shrugged and released Qin's hand, turning to face Charles. Professor, you see, I mean no offense, but Qin is not suitable for this task, which is why I came. Charles looked at Zhang Lan with a complex expression, comforted Qin to sit down, and then inquired about Zhang Lan's plans, wanting to see what she had in mind. Prepared ahead of time, Zhang Lan smiled and began to slowly outline her prearranged plans. After leaving the classroom, she waited outside. Typically, new students only talk with the professor for about half an hour. Zhang Lan was the one she brought to school, and she felt it necessary to help him get more familiar. Helping new students adapt to the life at this school is the responsibility of the senior classmates. She had only waited for less than 5 minutes when teacher Qin rushed into the classroom with a first aid kit. Just before the door closed, she saw the blue student clutching his wrist with a few drops of fresh blood on the floor. This made her mind race with many thoughts. The anxious wait felt particularly long. Had it not been for the professor's voice in her mind assuring her that Lan was fine, she might have already dashed through the wall. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the classroom door finally opened. The blue student walked out first, followed by Qin, pushing the professor as if they were seeing him off. I really appreciate your arrival, but I truly don't know how to repay your efforts. Please feel free to ask whenever you need anything in the future. Katie found it hard to believe such heartfelt words came from the usually composed professor. Yes, Lan, no matter whether your plan succeeds or not, I speak on behalf of the children in expressing our gratitude to you. Qin also expressed her gratitude as if the blue student had done something remarkable. This left Katie even more puzzled. Wasn't he just here to enroll? How did it turn into a discussion about plans? I dare not take credit. I merely appeared at the right time thanks to Professor Charles' efforts. The blue student seemed a bit awkward, then noticed her. Oh, Katie, you're here too. This question left Katie still in a daze, unsure how to respond, blinking a few times without organizing her thoughts. Charles chimed in. Lan, Katie was worried about you. She has been waiting here for you since you left the classroom. Upon hearing this, Katie's face flushed. This seemed, would it be misunderstood? Katie, I'm fine, don't worry. The blue student said somewhat unexpectedly, then comfortingly patted her hair. Like an electric shock, she involuntarily took a step back and bumped into the wall, disappearing. As Zhonglun attempted to touch Katie's hair, he inwardly cursed. As expected, Katie was scared away. Katie doesn't think him a pervert, does she? Zhonglun still kept his hand in a patting motion, speaking awkwardly. Qin and Charles exchanged smiles, but said nothing more. They personally escorted Zhonglun to a room where he would temporarily stay for the next few days. After settling Zhonglun, Charles showed no intention of leaving, continuing to discuss the details he needed to coordinate for the Mutant Registration Act that day. Indeed, during these 2 hours, Zhonglun had successfully persuaded Charles not just that due to the special nature of the plan, he even gained respect from Charles. With this, Zhonglun directly obtained a Crade rule fragment, which was simply terrifying. And because of Charles, Zhonglun forgot to explain things to Katie, allowing this misunderstanding to slowly ferment over time, leaving uncertain what kind of fruit it would bear in the future. During their conversation, Zhonglun also learned why Storm Aurora and Cyclops Scott were not at the academy. Charles had anticipated Magneto's plan, realizing they were going to abduct a peculiar mutant, and he thought it was the powerful Logan, also known as Wolverine. Zhonglun raised an eyebrow, not saying much. At least he remembered that Magneto's target was the mischievous Marie. After discussing for a long time, Charles was finally called away by Qin, as there were new students that needed his guidance due to the shadows cast by their powers being excluded by relatives. Currently, only Charles was most suitable for that. Charles always believed that Qin's ability was still insufficient and he himself could still handle things, so he had never let Qin do the counseling. Finally, Zhonglun casually stepped outside to take a stroll. The scenery of this manor was quite beautiful, with many children adding much spiritual energy, making it feel far more vibrant than an average university. Perhaps it's because the people of this academy are not accepted by those outside, hence they cherish those around them even more. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, Zhonglun felt a sudden longing for Aunt May and Uncle Ben, momentarily freezing in place. Even in a daze, Zhonglun could sense someone approaching from behind, tiptoeing, seemingly wanting to give him a surprise. Seeing this, Zhonglun chose not to react, maintaining his posture, staring blankly at the sky until the person was almost close, when he suddenly turned around and shouted, "Halo!" Katie's startled scream echoed. She had originally come out for a stroll and accidentally discovered Zhonglun sitting there looking quite sad, so she thought she would sneak up on him. Little did she know that her plan backfired, and she ended up getting startled. Seeing Katie's pale face, Zhonglun couldn't help but chuckle. She was truly a clumsy little cat, but rather cute. "Lon, did you already know I was coming?" After calming down, Katie asked Zhonglun seriously, though her gentle aura remained unchanged, giving Zhonglun the feeling of being spoiled. "I don't think so. I just suddenly felt like doing that. I'm really sorry for scaring you." Zhonglun naturally wouldn't admit it, but as a gentleman, he thought it appropriate to apologize first. "I'm very angry. You must make it up to me, otherwise this matter isn't over." Taking advantage of her status as a girl, Katie was quite bold in speaking up. "Oh, how should I make it up?" Zhonglun countered. I don't know. How about you tell me about your abilities?" Katie said this casually, not expecting Zhonglun to seriously agree. "My abilities? There are many. Which one do you want to see?" Zhonglun was momentarily taken aback. "Many? Then why not showcase each one?" Is that so? Then sure, just watch. He'll show you now." With nothing else to do, and having encountered such a comfortable girl, Zhonglun was quite willing to chat with her, and he began to demonstrate his abilities. He could no longer use shadow clones, as his shadow clone was still at home with Aunt May. If he used it here, the one there would disappear. Forming hand seals, Zhonglun first used the clone technique to create 7 illusions, making them circle around Katie, while he used Earth Escape to quietly move beneath her feet, seizing her suddenly, as she wasn't paying attention. Back on the ground, Zhonglun found it amusing to see only Katie's dazed head sticking out, which brought him some laughter. Such simple Earth was naturally no challenge for the illusion cat. Katie easily emerged from the ground, not only unbothered, but also excitedly asking Zhonglun what other abilities he had. Then Zhonglun manipulated sand, lifting Katie and himself up slowly into the sky, beginning to circle around the academy, viewing this familiar place from a different angle. It was likely Katie's first flight, and without any protective measures, she was a bit nervous, tightly gripping Zhonglun's arm, fearing she might fall. Feeling Katie's well-developed figure, Zhonglun awkwardly rubbed his nose. He hadn't intended to take advantage, it was purely coincidental. Thinking of this, Zhonglun couldn't help but raise their flying height a bit. Yes, this time it was intentional. In the United States, all proposals for policies and regulations are drafted and passed by the House of Representatives before being submitted to the Senate for review. The Senate can only vote to approve or disapprove, but cannot modify the proposals. The President has the power to veto proposals with a single vote. Therefore, the Mutant Registration Act was organized and drafted by Congressman Kelly from the House of Representatives, and then submitted to the Senate for review. During the Senate review, it is typically a member of the House who debates on behalf of the proposal, persuading the senators to agree and vote in favor. The Senate has a permanent membership of 100, and a bill can only be passed with the approval of at least 2/3, which means at least 67 votes in favor. Moreover, the president possesses veto power, allowing them to block the implementation of a bill even if it has been passed by the Senate. Currently, the Mutant Registration Act is under debate in the chamber located in the north wing of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. Generally, non-members cannot participate in the debate. However, this time, due to the uniqueness of the Mutant Registration Act, mutants are allowed to present a representative for the debate. Originally, it was supposed to be Jean Grey who would take on this important role, but Zhang Lan's appearance persuaded Charles to let him take the stage and represent the debate. For this occasion, Zhang Lan had long commissioned Fury to use the complete training method of the clone technique, asking him to bring the president to the scene. Reed, Susan, Ben, Johnny, Tony, Peter, and Harry were also present, dressed in their uniforms to protect the president, while Zhang Lan would need their support. Tony and Harry found their battle suits too inconvenient to carry, but Tony did bring a red and gold striped metal briefcase. Just before stepping onto the debate stage, Zhang Lan used the live broadcast card for the second time, whose linked Weibo account was verified under the name Zhang Lan. The day before the parliament was about to start, Peter and a few others began promoting, and Peter and Harry were also streaming live. Today, he aims to change the status of mutants, or rather superhumans. This is a crucial step concerning his future plans. Go for it, Lan. Regardless of the outcome, we are very grateful for your stand for us mutants. A superhumans, Charles said solemnly. Zhang Lan did not say much, merely nodding and scanning the back. After a brief exchange of glances with Katie, he smiled slightly, and the Tomo in his Sharingan began to fade slowly until returning to a normal appearance. Now Charles would no longer intrude into his mind freely, and there was no need to waste chakra maintaining the Sharingan. Moreover, even if Charles truly intruded, it would not be Zhang Lan who would be in trouble. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, Zhang Lan walked toward the debate stage at the center. Hello, hey. Zhang Lan first conducted a playful test with the microphone. Hello, everyone, my name is Zhang Lan. You can call me Lan, representing the mutants for the debate. You may begin, Mr. Zhang Lan. Our time is quite limited, spoke a white-haired senator from the audience with an imposing demeanor. In fact, today we may have to spend quite a long time. Congressman Kelly, right? Are you busier than the president today? You should know the president happens to be here as well. With that, Zhang Lan waved at the president. Everyone has different roles, you cannot misinterpret my meaning. Congressman Kelly stood his ground, responding confidently. Seeing this, Zhang Lan shrugged nonchalantly and began today's topic. Congressman Kelly, please do not interrupt while I am speaking. This is basic courtesy. Thank you. Mutants, or as I prefer to call them, superhumans, are a new type of human caused by mutations in the X gene, possessing various extraordinary abilities such as walking through walls, controlling fire, regeneration, and so on. It is well known that everyone possesses the X gene. XY represents males and XX represents females. This means that everyone present has the potential to mutate into a new type of human at any moment or in the future. After a lengthy discourse, Zhang Lan explained this foundational knowledge quite clearly, even demonstrating his ability to control sand on the spot. After all, no one knew if this was indeed his superpower. Several times Congressman Kelly attempted to interject, urging Zhang Lan to conclude his speech, but Zhang Lan did not even glance at him, continuing to speak from his pre-prepared notes. After 2 hours, Congressman Kelly finally erupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang Lan, but I must interrupt your speech. Kelly addressed the microphone loudly, but you have strayed from the topic of this session, which is, are mutants dangerous? Zhang Lan glanced at Congressman Kelly before continuing with the topic he had been interrupted on, which was a hypothesis about whether the X gene with self-healing factors could cure cancer. Seeing that Zhang Lan ignored his intent, Congressman Kelly looked at the president, surprised that the president had not shown any reaction. At this moment, a suited man crouched down next to Congressman Kelly and handed him a document, which made him beam with joy. It came just in time. Congressman Kelly picked up the report and stood up, which was quite inappropriate, but he did it anyway. Sir, you still haven't answered my question. Are mutants dangerous? Kelly shouted this, not using the microphone, as the unique arched structure of the chamber allowed everyone to hear him clearly. This sudden turn of events forced Zhang Lan to stop his intended topic, and he looked at Congressman Kelly helplessly. Mr. Congressman, seeing you hold that document, you must have something to say. Otherwise, why not just speak directly to save us some time? This remark nearly caused Congressman Kelly to jump up. Isn't it you who is wasting time? Now how did it become him wasting everyone's time? The villain cries first. A small wave of laughter arose from the surroundings. The reason Zhang Lan had spoken for so long without being interrupted was that he had been using a stand-up comedy style to lecture, and the audience was very engaged, listening with great interest. Taking a deep breath, Congressman Kelly calmed himself down and began his speech. As a congressman, giving speeches is an essential skill. I have always wondered why mutants need to hide sneaking around and playing hide and seek. After speaking, Congressman Kelly glanced at Zhang, seeing that he had no intention of taking the floor. He could only continue speaking. I have a list of mutants within the United States, and one of them is a girl who can walk through walls. What would happen if she infiltrated a bank, the White House, or your homes? This hypothesis immediately caused some murmurs among the audience, and Katie's expression darkened. I have also heard that there are mutants who can control human thoughts, stripping us of our free will. I believe we have the right to decide whether our children should have mutants as teachers or classmates, or to stay away from them. Upon saying this, Congressman Kelly's commanding presence led the audience to nod in agreement and spontaneously applaud. Some members of the Senate also whispered among themselves, frequently nodding in approval of these remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, mutants do exist and are right beside us. We need to know who they are, thoroughly study them, and understand their abilities. This rhythmic speech once again caused the applause, which had gradually diminished, to resound, with some even beginning to whistle. As the instigator, Congressman Kelly nodded in satisfaction, not even glancing at Zhang, and prepared to leave with great ambition. In fact, it seemed that this session of Parliament could indeed come to an end. Thank you, Xiao Yu Feng Lang rewarded 100 Chitian coins. Deep Sea Dead Heart Seal rewarded 100 Chitian coins. Memory Like City rewarded 100 Chitian coins. As the victorious Congressman Kelly was tidying up his belongings, preparing to conclude this session of the assembly, Peter, sitting nearby, was unable to remain still, almost standing up to speak, but was pressed down by Harry, who believed that Zhang had his own plan. Charles below was the same, calmly sitting, as if he had anticipated this. As for the uninformed Katie, she felt a bit anxious, but after seeing Charles' calm demeanor, she bit her lip and remained silent. For some inexplicable reason, she had confidence in Zhang. Standing on the debate stage, Zhang had refrained from interrupting, and only when he saw Congressman Kelly's victoriously smug face did he finally speak up. So, is the meeting over? Or are you, Congressman Kelly, preparing to abstain? This question made Congressman Kelly chuckle. Are you planning to continue with your clownish speech? Oh, as far as I know, you do not have the authority to terminate a debate. It requires the unanimous consent of 3/5 of the members. Should we raise our hands to vote on this first? I can wait, Zhang said with a magnanimous demeanor. This statement abruptly halted Congressman Kelly's earlier self-satisfaction. Zhang was correct. There was indeed a rule to ensure that any meddling during the debate was curtailed. However, no one expected that a kid who was just a newcomer would know this. At 17, Zhang's handsome face, even with who guest charm, could not change the fact that he was still young. Moreover, even if you pass the vote, it will only allow me to speak for no more than 100 hours, and nothing more. Now let me see. Zhang rolled up his sleeves, revealing a non-existent watch, and looked at it seriously. I believe I have spoken for less than 3 hours, which means I still have 97 hours left. So, Congressman Kelly, are you sure you want to leave early? That would mean giving up your final voting rights. This statement left Congressman Kelly at a loss for words, as Zhang had accurately described the mechanism. However, damn it, even some members were unaware of this rule. Why should a child understand it? Abstaining was definitely not an option. Congressman Kelly sat back down, preparing for a protracted battle with Zhang. Who really is the clown here, right, Congressman Kelly? Seeing Congressman Kelly back down, Zhang scoffed disdainfully. Then, ignoring whether Kelly would respond, he formally began his speech. The good show is over. Now it's time to start the formal debate. First, regarding the issue of concealed identities, I need to clarify that Congressman Kelly should not mislead the public with your ignorance. There exists an agency directly managed by the president called the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, which is specifically responsible for investigating supernatural events and managing superhuman individuals. Otherwise, Congressman Kelly, do you think where the information you hold comes from? Unfortunately, I am a member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. You may not understand the Bureau, but if I mention Dawn, the recently formed superhero charity alliance, it is managed and established by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. I believe everyone has seen what Dawn has been up to lately. Therefore, I am honored to serve as the honorary president of Dawn. Today, I have invited several of our members. Please give them a warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap. As Zhang finished speaking, the surrounding audience enthusiastically applauded, and that flamboyant guy, Tony, even stood up to wave at everyone. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang nodded at Congressman Kelly, implying, "Look, I can stir up the atmosphere too, what do you think?" After teasing Congressman Kelly, Zhang signaled for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, this is what they are supposed to do. With great power comes great responsibility. We will strive even harder to maintain peace in New York with tangible actions rather than just talking like some people. Today, the main purpose is to discuss whether mutants are dangerous. Before answering this question, please watch a short video. Upon hearing this, the audience and members instinctively looked toward the assembly screen, only to find that the screen hadn't even turned on. Don't worry, this video is quite special and requires a unique method to view it. Professor Charles, I need your assistance. As Zhang voice faded, a wave of thought entered his mind, without probing any memories, hovering conspicuously and waiting for something. Using an illusion spell, Zhang cast an illusion on Charles' mind. This A-level illusion could not deceive Charles, nor did Zhang need to confuse him. He simply needed him to relay the images from his illusion to everyone present, broadcasting into the minds of everyone present. Following this, an immediate silence enveloped the room as everyone stared blankly ahead, where they could all see a different world. Meanwhile, the viewers before the live broadcast were also switched directly into Zhang illusion, showcasing the power of advanced technology. Scene 1. Everyone present returned to their 12 or 13-year-old selves, guided by Charles' mental influence. They vividly believed they were indeed that age, as if all prior memories had faded away, or rather temporarily blocked by Charles. Awakened by the morning alarm at 12 or 13, they were still quite sleepy. After turning off the alarm, they lay back down, but just as they did so, they noticed something was not quite right. Their lower body was unexpectedly wet. This dampness significantly diminished their desire to sleep. Curiously, they reached down to touch it. Their hand met with wetness, instantly shocking them awake. What is this? Did I wet the bed? Shame, confusion, and fear flooded their mind, causing them to cry uncontrollably. Their parents, hearing the commotion, came in, and after understanding the situation, burst into laughter, explaining that this was a natural response at a certain age known as nocturnal emission or menstruation, reassuring them not to worry. With their parents' comfort, they gradually accepted this fact and faced it, soon realizing it was not that big of a deal and feeling amused over their previous reactions. Scene 2. Still at 12 or 13, all previous memories were once again blocked. An alarm clock rang, and in a grumpy mood they slapped the clock to turn it off, only to hear a loud bang as it transformed into a fireball. The bright flames and noise startled them awake, and they were immediately frightened by the fire, grabbing the blanket to beat out the flames, showing their bravery as a child. However, the consequences were dire. The blanket caught fire, followed by the curtains, and then the walls, causing them to panic and cry out loudly. Their parents rushed in, startled by the scene, with the mother pulling the child outside, while the father stayed behind to extinguish the flames. Fortunately, the fire was not too large, and they arrived in time. The room was temporarily uninhabitable, but otherwise there were no major issues. In the following days, they discovered they could inexplicably create fire, which filled them with joy and excitement to share with their parents and teachers. However, instead of approval, they received cold stares and fearful expressions. From that day on, they were neglected by their once loving parents. Their mother no longer held them, their father no longer called their name, classmates avoided them, and teachers even called for them not to attend school. Amidst the beatings, misunderstandings, and ridicule, being seen as a hybrid rather than a pure human, the 12 or 13-year-old them experienced a profound psychological distortion. They began to loathe this world, to hate their parents, and to despise their former classmates. They would either explode in silence or die in silence. They did not wish to die, so they erupted. Kill, 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 endlessly killing everyone they loathed, everyone they hated. In a battle, they perished. Thanks, Memory City tipped 100 Chidian coins. The beginning is identical to the second scene. The alarm clock and accidental fire, the mother who saves the child first, the father who bravely fights the flames to protect the discovery of superpowers, informing parents and teachers, and being shunned by everyone. If one does not explode in silence, they will die in silence. This time, the kind-hearted individual chose to leave. However, they underestimated the danger of being a human weapon. How could it simply vanish? A large-scale police crackdown, the pointing fingers of those around, the fear directed at them. A journey of escape, even though they were only 14. One day, they were captured and restrained on an experimental table, surrounded by a group of people in white coats. Once thought to be angels in white, they drew blood-scraped skin, took samples, injected drugs, and tested medicines on them. Overwhelmed, they suffered and died. Even in death, they faced brutal dismemberment and slicing. This was all research material. The fourth scene, back to when they were 12 or 13, all previous memories were once again blocked. The beginning is identical to the second scene. The alarm clock and accidental fire, the mother who saves the child first, the father who bravely fights the flames to protect the discovery of superpowers, informing parents and teachers. However, this time the parents did not reject them. Instead, they applauded with great joy, keenly understanding their abilities and teaching them not to use their powers to harm others. This gave them immense encouragement. Even though the school and others still showed obvious signs of rejection, they remained hopeful. Although they had no playmates, no teachers, and no friends, at least they had their parents. The parents also noticed this and transferred them to a new school, Xavier Young Genius Academy. At the academy, they met children with various abilities. They did not reject them, but rather grew closer, comparing abilities and playing games. Moreover, the teachers were extraordinary beings with unique powers who cared for them and correctly guided them in using their abilities. One day, they saw Spider-Man, Iron Man, the Fantastic Four, and others on television. At that moment, they had a dream to become a superhero. The screen froze abruptly. A silence enveloped the scene. There was no fear of controlled brains, no panicked cries, no murmuring discussions, both the audience and the legislators fell into a deep silence. Those watching the live stream online, though they did not experience it firsthand, paused in their tracks contemplating something. Across America, it felt as if everyone had entered a slow-paced state. The uninformed were surprised to sense the quiet around them. The roar of cars diminished, the nearby restaurant fell silent, the supermarket across the street suspended services, a small group huddled in front of the television, while pedestrians on the road paused in corners or along walls, staring intently at their phones with headphones on. They were lost in thought, waiting, thinking of their hopes to be the one in the scenes, waiting for the final judgment of the meeting. There was indeed one person who wanted to jump up. That was Congressman Kelly Au. Unfortunately, he was not able to contend with Charles and could only sit quietly. After a long while, Zhang Lan broke the silence. This is the current situation of mutants. Showing you these 4 clips is simply to let everyone experience the plight of mutant children firsthand. I once met a child who had a very warm family. Though not wealthy, he was very content. With a shift in tone, it turned fierce. One day all of this was gone simply because his gene mutated, causing his parents to distance themselves, teachers to despise him, and classmates to fear him, even throwing stones at him. I went to ask those who despised him, teachers, classmates, parents, why they treated him this way. Do you know the answer? Because they think this ability is terrifying. A portion of people spread negative news about mutants. Yes, there are some mutants who are evil and ruthless, but why did they become this way? Wasn't it because you forced them? They either resist and become the villains in your eyes, or they endure, like in the film, being captured, experimented on, and even in death, not finding peace, sliced up and soaked in formaldehyde. Fear often stems from ignorance, but why must innocent children pay the price for your ignorance? Is there really going to come a day when your child, your daughter, mutates with this gene, and then what will you do? At this point, an enraged Zhang Lan pointed at Congressman Kelly, his voice fervently excited. Look at this group of so-called legislators, these strangers arresting your son, your daughter with handcuffs and sending them to mutant prisons for research, for testing, ultimately leading to their painful deaths. Even in death, they must be soaked in formaldehyde. Or is it that you wish to see a beloved son or daughter on television becoming a scourge against American citizens? Is that what you want? At this point, Zhang Lan was almost frenzied. Answer me, is this what you want? Huh, is it? This question echoed in the air of the legislative chamber, resonating in everyone's minds as they couldn't help but think, if one day the child in the film were their own, then which result do they want? Being criticized, rejected, and verbally abused at the time when they should be enjoying their innocence? Or being bound to an operating table with 4 drips at the time they should enjoy their parents' warmth, only to end up sliced and soaked in formaldehyde? Or being able to live happily surrounded by like-minded friends and teachers? Regardless of which parent, thinking of the first 2 consequences is unbearable, causing a dull pain in their hearts. Surely it could not be their own child who mutated. It simply couldn't. Some people hold on to this fantasy. Surely some people think mutants are so rare, how could it happen to them? I believe those parents of mutants once thought the same. It's simply foolish. This gene is carried by both genders, and the probability is the same for everyone. In ancient times, there were only 1 or 2 exceptionally gifted individuals. Now, how many more are there? What about in the future? Our human ancestors were apes back then. They were just at a mid-low level of the food chain. Oh, what about now? We can now keep those once dominant creatures in zoos for our viewing, while those without viewing value are either killed or eaten. What allows humanity to achieve all this? It is evolution, it is thought, it is unity. And now some people attempt to deprive us of our space for evolution, try to alter our autonomy in thinking, and seek to destroy human unity. All this simply because of their ignorance, because of their fear. Is this your reason? Is this the justification for harming the future of humanity? Even a tiger does not eat its young. Such people are worse than beasts. I am ashamed to be associated with them. At this point, Zhang Lan finally stopped his impassioned speech, glancing inadvertently at Charles, who received the hint and released Congressman Kelly from control. Able to regain self-control, Congressman Kelly immediately jumped up, shouting angrily, "Ridiculous! Even a car must be registered. How can we neglect such dangerous mutants? Should we leave a ticking time bomb beside us? What about the lives of American citizens?" Zhang Lan watched Kelly's antics on stage, nodding in satisfaction. No one cooperated with him on how to proceed next. "Thank you, Big Fat donated 100 Chidian coins. What a splendid opponent, sacrificing life to play a role for you." Congressman Kelly passionately campaigned, yet he found few supporters for his statements, and even some of his previously supportive colleagues fell silent. He grew anxious. What was going on? After expressing a few more opinions, he still received no response. Just as Congressman Kelly was at a loss for words, Zhang Lan seized the moment to interject. "Congressman Kelly, please do not deceive the American citizens with your ignorance. As I mentioned before, all carriers of the X gene mutation within the United States are registered with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. Moreover, it is necessary to remind you that we refer to X gene mutation carriers as superhumans, not mutants. Please do not arbitrarily assign us an ugly and unpleasant nickname." And please remember our name. We are called superhumans, signifying a trend of evolution for the new generation of humanity, not the inhumans that Congressman Kelly describes, which can only be labeled as mutants. Congressman Kelly seemed ready to say something, but was restrained by Charles, who had him sit down. At this point, his cooperation was unnecessary. Everyone must be curious. I have always referred to myself as a superhuman, so how strong are my superpowers? Please watch. Zhonglun spoke, and as he clapped his hands, the entire chamber suddenly darkened, a layer of yellow substance enveloping the entire assembly. Sand technique, sand prison. This isn't a rank ninjutsu brought by Gar's character card derived from the sand binding coffin technique, which seals a space within a certain range using sand belonging to a sealing technique quite suitable for the current situation. Meanwhile, the live broadcast personnel disconnected the streaming line controlled by Charles. Panic ensued in the venue of what was about to happen. One by one, people started to rise, wanting to escape this place. Just as chaos was about to erupt, the superheroes who had been calmly observing sprang into action. Peter, please remain seated. Don't worry, with your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here, everything will be fine. Hey, which gentleman is that? Please don't take advantage of the chaos to touch other ladies. Oh, is that your wife? My apologies. Tony, everyone please be quiet. This has been prearranged. Please remain silent, as what is to follow is not suitable for live broadcasting. As he spoke, Tony discreetly released a small device, an electromagnetic interference device, to prevent outside information from entering the chamber. Everyone was calming down, and Charles directly unleashed a wave of mental energy, soothing the panic among the crowd, after which they returned to their seats under Tony's arrangements. I apologize for startling everyone, but the upcoming discussion should not be made public. Please take a moment to relax, Professor Charles. Thank you. As Zhonglan's words fell, the expressions of the audience suddenly froze. Charles had once again used his ability to freeze their thoughts. However, the live broadcast cards of Zhonglan, Peter, and Harry remained intact. A vast audience on the other side of the network was still watching the stream. Unfortunately, the signal disrupted by the electromagnetic interference device would never reach the president. As for the live broadcast cards, that was a piece of black technology from the system and cannot be compared. At least in the president's eyes, there were now no external factors interfering. So Zhonglan, the reason you used Furious Connections to have me attend this meeting is to have a chat with me. The president spoke as his first sentence after entering. I apologize, Mr. President, for not properly hosting you. I believe Fury has shared some of my intel with you. You are aware of my miraculous cultivation method, right? Zhonglan got straight to the point. Yes, indeed, there is such a matter. Fury said you were unwilling to contribute to the country, which is truly bad news. Mr. President, the military is under your management. I imagine you are aware of the research experiments involving mutants as superhumans. The president smiled, but did not respond, as such matters should not be acknowledged in public or private. Zhonglan did not concern himself with whether the president answered, and continued with his topic. From the very beginning, the super soldier serum developed for Captain America, to the subsequent gamma-ray experiments that produced the Hulk, as well as the collaboration with Norman Osborn on the Spider-Venom project that created Spider-Man, I believe the experiments involving lizard gene serums were also approved by the government, right? And now the superhuman body experiments, the president must not be entirely unaware, right? By the end, Zhonglan's smile was more than skin deep. What are you trying to say? The president frowned. I mean, no offense, Mr. President. I simply want to point out that the nation has always been committed to the super soldier program, and now I am willing to present a perfect solution. Dr. Connors the lizard has indeed been persuaded to join the National Research Institute, but he has also locked away the formula for the lizard serum deep in his memory. I believe you cannot obtain it, right? The president merely raised an eyebrow. He was curious about how Zhonglan knew so much military intelligence and still adhered to the principle of saying less and making fewer mistakes without speaking. I am willing to share the chakra refinement technique with the government, but not directly to you. Let's make a deal. I will allow your soldiers to have the opportunity to learn this technique, which can control various abilities. In your impression, it should be called magic, right? To enhance his persuasiveness, Zhonglan signaled Harry to demonstrate a ninjutsu. It must be said that ever since Harry obtained Kakashi's memories, he has been learning ninjutsu one after another. Earth release, water release, fire release, lightning release, wind release. All of them were simply executed as smaller-scale techniques. These were all the ninjutsu he had recently learned. The time was still too short. Even so, it caused a chaotic scene. But that was not the main point. The main point was the president's eyes lit up, staring intently at Harry. How can I trust that this can be learned? The president spoke again. Zhonglan smiled, indicating Harry, and then the two of them formed the hand signs together. Fire release, great fireball technique. Two fireballs over 3 meters in diameter collided, creating a tremendous impact on the visual perception of ordinary people. The president watched this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. So many experiments, so much research, so many investments. What was it all for? Is it not for power? Is it not for super soldiers? Is it not to strengthen the military and the nation? And now an opportunity lay before him. He believed Zhang Lan. They could both cast the same extraordinary technique simultaneously. Coupled with the intel provided by Fury, it was evident that this was a learnable system. Just like English, it could be accepted by the world. How do you wish to trade? As long as it does not infringe upon the rights of American citizens, I can consider it. The president spoke directly. No, quite the opposite. My conditions for the deal are very simple and could even enable you to manage your country better. Zhang Lan smiled and walked toward the debate platform, signaling Charles to lift the mental barriers from the crowd while controlling the surrounding sand prison to gather into the Shadow Clone's sandstorm vessel outside. Welcome back, everyone. Please do not panic. This session of the assembly will soon conclude. Based on the information provided, I would like to propose the repeal of the Superhuman Registration Act and present the Genius Academy Act to the president. Thank you. Yuzi Mengzi rewarded 100 Chidian coins. The Genius Academy, as the name suggests, is a school designed specifically for superhumans. It will be directly governed by the government, responsible for educating superhumans among American citizens, ensuring they receive a better education and the rights that American citizens deserve. Of course, I have some experience and am willing to share my family's cultivation method, which I call the chakra refinement technique. I will teach it for free at this Genius Academy, and every student can learn and master it. I wonder how the president feels about this. This bold statement left the crowd, who had just awakened, in a state of confusion. In their memories, Zhang Lan had said one sentence before taking a break, and the next was this grand proclamation. They were caught off guard. There were no gasps, no astonishment, no screams, for they did not yet understand the power of the chakra refinement technique. But the president understood, as did a few others present who were lost in thought about the implications. At this moment, Senator Kelly jumped up again. Absurd. Who needs your cultivation method? Do you think you can support an entire academy? Can you afford the enormous expenses? Zhang Lan couldn't help but smile at this. It was as if the pillow had come just when the sleeper needed it. Senator Kelly was quite amusing. The prepared Charles finally spoke up. I am willing to donate the venue for the school and provide the necessary funding. And our Dawn organization, representing Dawn, will fully support the establishment of this academy, ensuring that not a single cent is needed from the American government. Zhang Lan on stage declared, and I, representing Stark Industries, will donate $100 million, hoping my future children will benefit from it. Tony stood up, he and Harry not wearing their uniforms. The Oscar Group is also willing to donate $100 million. Harry, of course, would support his brother. Well, I don't have that much money, but I can provide free teaching for the Genius Academy. Reed also contributed his bit. This series of events was unexpected for Charles, as Zhang Lan had never mentioned this plan to him. While the crowd was still trying to grasp the situation, Zhang Lan glanced at the president, seeing him still deep in thought, and prepared to say something more. This was a rare opportunity to make superhumans visible. Allow me to introduce a great elder to everyone. Zhang Lan used sand to support Charles' wheelchair as they descended from the second floor. This is Professor Charles Xavier, the very elder who can control others' thoughts, as Senator Kelly mentioned. Please do not be afraid. Just like nuclear weapons, global nuclear weapons can destroy the Earth, but has the Earth been destroyed yet? Fear is utterly meaningless. This elder is a professor of genetic inheritance, and was so at the age of 23. It was he who prevented the occurrence of the Gulf Friction War in 1972, sacrificing his ability to stand for it. For the rest of his life, he dedicated himself to the education of superhuman children with the support of successive presidents. The Xavier School for gifted youngsters he established has taken in hundreds of superhumans, providing them with careful education. Without him, those hundreds of superhumans might have resorted to evil for survival or died in some obscure laboratory. Therefore, I propose that everyone applaud for this respectable elder. After saying this, Zhang Lan took the lead in applauding, making his solitary applause sound rather jarring. Zhang Lan ignored it, smiling and rhythmically continuing to clap. The second to join were Peter and Harry, who stood up in unison to support their older brother. Then came Tony, who stood up just a moment later than Harry and Peter. Then read Susan. The first audience member started clapping, the second audience member, the 10th audience member, and soon the entire venue erupted into a roaring applause. The emotions that had not yet awakened began to comprehend the significance of this elder. Katie and the members of Xavier Academy in front of the television were also vigorously waving their small hands. On the second floor, the emotional Jean was covering her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Those years of hardship, only the first batch of the academy truly knew how much Charles had suffered, how much he had endured, and how lonely he had been for most of his life. Charles was also in tears. Even the telepathic ability could not stop the emotional outburst accumulated over the years. All he could do was try not to lose composure. Amid the continuous thunderous applause, the contemplative president finally made a decision. He stood up and walked toward the central debate platform. Zhang Lan stood there, moving aside to push Charles away, but the president called out to him. Wait, you still need to speak, so it's better not to go down now. After finishing, the president faced the congressman and audience, gesturing with his hand, and the applause gradually subsided. I know that as president I should not come to the stage. It does not conform to the rules of the Senate. However, I cannot remain offstage after hearing so many reasonable and supported stories, knowing how many American citizens are suffering persecution, and recognizing that there is such a respected elder who has contributed silently. At this moment, the president paused, scanning the congressman, particularly Senator Kelly, who looked troubled. I have made a decision. I will exercise my presidential veto to reject the Mutant Registration Act and request the House to submit a proposal for the Genius Academy. In this proposal, I hope this respected elder Professor Charles Xavier will serve as the principal, and this young and courageous youth Zhang Lan will serve as the vice principal. Lastly, as long as I am in office, I will firmly veto the Mutant Registration Act. If this act is to be enforced, then kick me out of the presidency. With the president's final statement, the applause that had been intermittent erupted into a deafening roar, once again clearly demonstrating heartfelt support for the president's decision. Countless viewers before the live stream were also moved to tears, especially those superhuman children hiding outside and the parents who had not given up on their children finally seeing a new hope. Charles, sitting in his wheelchair, looked around in disbelief at the excited crowd standing and applauding. The faces filled with smiles and encouragement left him somewhat dazed. How long had he waited? How long had he yearned? Had the opportunity for humans and mutants, no superhumans, to coexist in peace finally arrived. With the help of a young man had it finally come. Excited Charles tightly grasped Zhang Lan's hand, causing Zhang Lan a bit of pain. He silently endured it. After years of wishes, he had finally taken a crucial step. It was inevitable to be overly excited. As for the already pale-faced Senator Kelly, who still cared, he had merely been a prop to support Zhang Lan's speech. Just a jumping clown. System, ding, world difficulty level 2 has ended. Thank you. Xiao Yu Feng Lang donated 100 Chidian coins. Zhang Lan pushed Charles as they walked outside, smiling and responding to the greetings of surrounding strangers, slowly moving through the crowd. By the time he exited the council, his entire face had stiffened from maintaining his smile for too long. Finally, after becoming free, Qin and the others approached him. Katie, who had been getting along well these days, said nothing and directly jumped into an embrace, excitedly kissing Zhang Lan on the cheek. With the soft jade in his arms and being pecked, suddenly Zhang Lan's body became even stiffer, raising both hands in confusion, unsure of how to react. Charles and the others chuckled, not saying much. But there were always a few small talkers. Hey, has the little guy fallen in love? That's Tony's sharp tongue. Hey Lon, I should tell Aunt May to have a chat with you. This was Peter, harboring some resentment. Support. That's Harry, who loves to stir the pot. This exchange made the excited Katie calm down, her face flushed as she stepped away from Zhang Lan, her body sinking down. It was as if she had found a hole to burrow into. After the tenderness in his arms vanished, Zhang Lan felt a bit regretful, smacking his lips. That sensation was still quite nice. Tony, I'm going to tell Pepper that you just gave your number to a beautiful woman. It wasn't Zhang Lan's style to let go of grudges easily. No, that's not true. Tony panicked and denied it vehemently. Seems like there really is something. Then let's leave it at that. Zhang Lan smiled, unexpectedly gaining something, as Tony truly was incorrigible. Thinking of this, he glanced at Peter and Harry. This death stare made the two shrink back, hiding behind Tony, whistling and looking up at the sky. Victorious Zhang Lan then directed his gaze towards Charles. Sorry for making you laugh. These friends are quite casual. It's fine. Oh, I can see your relationship is great. Thank you very much today. Oh, I will trouble you more with the upcoming matters. Trouble? Qin looked a bit puzzled. Zhang Lan didn't speak. It was Peter who chimed in, describing the livestream card as a covert camera and then mentioned how it caught the president unawares. This speech video could be searched by the three, and the president had no way to backtrack on his words. Unless he didn't want to be re-elected. The new president had only taken office for less than a year. How could that be? Moreover, this Genius Academy was beneficial for the government's strong military plan, and he had no reason to backtrack. System ding, hidden side quest completed, save the mutants. As a mutant, it is necessary to ease the relationship between the government and mutants, so the mutant registration bill will not pass review. System ding, reward, a grade skill card. Ninjutsu shadow clone technique has been issued to the system space. The shadow clone technique was a pleasant surprise, greatly alleviating Zhang Lan's issue of being short on techniques. With ample rewards, the group returned to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Not yet arrived, they could see a group of children crowding at the entrance from afar, led by a white-haired black woman and a man wearing deep red sunglasses. They were already prepared to welcome them. Only Zhang Lan had accompanied due to necessity. After Harry and the others helped maintain order, they each went about their own business, every one of them being quite busy. The enthusiasm of the children was always hard to resist. Charles was fine as the principal. He held a certain authority in educating the children. However, Zhang Lan, who was about the same age, wasn't so lucky. The children crowded around and lifted him up. As superhumans, many of them were quite strong. Then came the tossing up, dropping down, tossing up, dropping down. After playing for a long time, the children finally returned to class under Charles' reprimand. The white-haired black woman who had been watching this scene, with a smile, finally had the chance to express her gratitude to Zhang Lan. "Hello Lan, I'm Aurora, nicknamed Storm. Thank you very much for what you've done for the mutants. The debate you conducted as a superhuman was splendid and very moving." Aurora graciously came over and gave Zhang Lan a hug. Zhang Lan embraced Aurora in a friendly manner completely different from Katie's stiff demeanor. Then came the thanks from the glasses-wearing man Cyclops Scott. Only then did they enter the room. Aurora had gone out this time to stop Magneto's plan, successfully bringing back Wolverine Logan and the mischievous Marie. Due to severe injuries, Wolverine was still unconscious. Naturally, as the Academy's teacher and Dr. Cheen selflessly went to the basement to check on Logan to determine a treatment plan. Even though he knew it wasn't necessary, Zhang Lan didn't stop her. It was just a small matter not worth wasting energy on explaining. This should have been Charles' class time, but due to the urgent Genius Academy proposal, Charles anxiously pulled Zhang Lan to discuss the key details. How long had Charles waited for this day? To succeed in one go, any additional preparation was worth it. Aurora and Scott only listened for a few minutes before leaving. On one hand, what they could think of had already been considered by the experienced Charles, supplemented by the innovative ideas of Zhang Lan. The teachers at the Academy were still too nervous. Currently, there were only 4 of them: Charles, Aurora, Scott, and Cheen. Now that Cheen and Charles had matters to attend to, they had to ensure the students' order. The conversation between Charles and Zhang Lan was very pleasant. Many of Charles' insights could be incorporated into Zhang Lan's plan. Time passed quickly. The afternoon had flown by, and the school bell rang for class dismissal. Charles, who had been chatting, suddenly stopped, his gaze unfocused as his psychic ability detected something. "Lan, it's getting late. Shall we have dinner first? There's a troublesome fellow wreaking havoc in the school that needs to be dealt with first." Zhang Lan nodded, not moving to leave. It seemed that Wolverine Logan had awakened and was now being guided by Charles's psychic suggestion toward this room. Silently waiting, only 5 minutes passed before the door to the principal's office was pushed open. A sturdy man entered, his back turned to the room, smoothly sliding in and closing the door behind him, clearly a battle-hardened individual. The man's perception was quite sharp, immediately noticing someone was watching him from behind. He quickly turned, his vigilant gaze sweeping over Zhang Lan and Charles. With brown hair and brown eyes, his jaw was framed by a tuft of beard, his gaze sharp like a wolf ready to pounce, as if hunting. This was an excellent warrior and the future Wolverine Logan. "I'm Professor X. Do you want to have dinner?" Charles spoke first, extending an invitation. "Where am I?" Logan was not in the mood for pleasantries. "New York, Westchester County. You were attacked, and they brought you back to heal." "I don't need healing." "Why, yes, I can tell." The conversation was briefly interrupted. Charles' openness made Logan lower his guard slightly. He scanned the room, his gaze settling on Zhang Lan, who met his slightly interested gaze with some distaste. "Where's that girl?" Logan was still very concerned about responsibilities. "The mischievous one. She's here, and she's fine," Charles continued to answer gently. "Really?" Logan was not very convinced. "Knock, knock, knock." Before Charles could confirm, there was a knock at the door, and Scott and Aurora entered. Charles took the opportunity to introduce everyone's names and their nicknames. Scott even extended a friendly hand to Logan, but Logan didn't even glance at him. "They saved you," Charles emphasized, slightly annoyed. Just then Cheen entered, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Charles also tucked away his slight emotions and began explaining why they were attacked and the background of Magneto, as Zhang Lan listened with a smirk. Listening to Professor X, Charles earnestly explaining something that was fundamentally a misjudgment, was rather amusing. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Logan was quite emotional towards the silent Zhang Lan. "Cyclops, Storm, and what about you? Wheelchair dude. Is that little kid called Sidekick?" Saying this, Logan began to laugh himself. This is just too funny. He turned to leave, locking eyes with Scott, who had been standing at the door. "Cyclopes, huh?" Logan grabbed Scott by the collar. "Don't block my way." Scott, being held by his collar, took a deep breath, tilting his head toward Charles, unsure if he was asking for permission to retaliate. Logan's thoughts were somewhat scattered. Oh, weren't they just discussing matters of staying behind? How did it suddenly turn into a duel? Charles refused without a second thought. "Do you want to fight? Bullying a child is nothing. Let's have a proper fight." On the side, Aurora was quite agitated, her eyes starting to turn white. Currently, Zhang Lan was the key to the future of the Genius Academy. Without his participation, it was hard to say if the president could keep his promise. Any discerning person could see that the reason the president agreed so readily this time was due to the chakra refining technique Zhang Lan mentioned. Contributing one's precious assets in exchange for a future of superhumans, all the members of the superhuman community were immensely grateful for it. This is why they were so excited. Cheen, who was originally standing beside Charles, also stepped aside silently to shield Zhang Lan behind her. Is he being protected by a woman? Zhang Lan was unsure whether to laugh or to refuse. "Little brat, just stay behind your mother and don't come out to cause trouble." Logan found it quite boring and laughed at his own sudden impulsiveness. He actually lost his temper at a child. How could Zhang endure this? He couldn't endure it. Zhang, who had remained silent, stood up after hearing Logan's last sarcastic remark. Just at the right time, after a recent enhancement, as the system suggested, he finds someone to practice against. Since both of them were practically indestructible, he could attack freely. Pushing Qin aside, Zhang simply said, "It's too small here, let's go outside." After saying that, he sank down as the floor of the room was made of a type of marble, which was suitable for Earth escape. Was Logan someone who feared trouble? Clearly not, so he turned and ran towards the window, jumping out. "Professor, do you think we should stop him?" Aurora and the others, unable to stop him in time, looked anxiously at Charles, clearly wanting him to control Logan. No need to rush. Alan's mentality is quite mature, and he should have his own plan. "Let's go out and take a look," Charles reassured, proceeding out with Qin's encouragement. Name Logan. Skill bone control regeneration. Status healthy. Overall ability B combat power 2742. Overall evaluation with his regeneration ability combined with the incredibly hard adamantium skeleton and combat skills honed through life and death, he is truly the Wolverine. Note: if you lack confidence, please attack from a distance. If approached, the consequences are yours to bear. As a former estate, Xavier Academy naturally has its own backyard. Robust trees stood tall, making the backyard quite popular among students. Recently, Zhang had been chatting with Kitty there for several nights. And now, with Zhang and Logan facing off, this place had clearly turned into their battlefield. Logan did not extend his claws, standing still and not attacking, which allowed Zhang to take the opportunity to draw a large amount of sand from the sandstorm jar at his waist. Students who came to watch were all around. They recognized Zhang, but they had a big question mark over his combat ability. Due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s restrictions, there was currently no combat information about Zhang available online. Meanwhile, Kitty, who was on the side, gradually showed signs of nervousness. "Hey little brat, are you scared? If you're scared, let your mother come instead." Logan looked at Zhang, still softening his tone a bit. Hearing this, Zhang raised an eyebrow. Originally just intending to practice his skills, he decided to give his idol Wolverine a proper lesson. Shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. As a peak, Brang Zhang could now release the number of shadow clones at will, starting with 20 clones scattering out to attack Logan. While Logan played hide and seek with the clones, Zhang created 2 shadow clones and formed a triangle with his main body blending in among the clones, staying at the outermost edge. This was the best ratio for him. His limit was 10 shadow clones, but such clones would have their combat power reduced to drank. Logan was quite annoyed, every attack landing in empty space, completely unaware of the 3 streams of sand approaching, instead being lured by the clones towards the sand. "Damn, is this all you've got, clown tricks?" "As you wish." As the dialogue ended, Logan stood at the intersection of the 3 sand streams, commanding 2 streams to grab Logan's feet, while the third formed a sand fist, striking Wolverine's gut hard. Bang! With a dull sound, Logan merely bent forward slightly, his hands guarding in front of him, easily catching the sand fist. It was the adamantium skeleton. Clearly, Zhang's attack could not shake this hardest alloy on Earth. "Little brat, haven't you eaten? Why is your strength so small?" Logan sarcastically remarked, lifting his leg to try to break free from the sand, but when he moved, he found he couldn't escape. Before he could gather strength, the large sand fist split into 3 smaller sand fists, attacking Logan's head, belly, and lower back. A violent blow to the head could cause dizziness, while the lower back and belly had no bones. What Zhang could think of the combat experienced Logan could naturally think of, as well, a flash of appreciation appearing in his eyes. "Not bad, little brat. But you're still too green." Swish! A crisp sound of metal scraping followed as Logan's tightly clenched fists shot out 3 sharp claws to the sides. This was the confidence of Wolverine, the adamantium steel claws. Logan crouched down, his arms making a half-moon motion, slicing through the sand stream, gripping his heel. Some sand stubbornly remained stuck to Logan's feet, merely delaying his speed. Zhang even took the opportunity to mold the sand under Wolverine's feet into duck feet, causing Logan to run awkwardly, while also provoking laughter from the onlookers. A Wolverine with yellow duck feet was indeed quite amusing. The movements of the clones were very slow, one by one getting caught up by Logan and slashed into illusions. Zhang hid in a tree, controlling the clones to continue luring Logan towards the next trap. The flow of sand was not very fast. Hastily speeding up to surround would waste a lot of chakra. While Logan was angrily slashing at the clones, a shuriken shot in from behind. Ever-vigilant Logan swiped with his claws, directly dismembering it, demonstrating the hardness of adamantium cutting through iron like mud. "Got you!" Logan roared, charging towards Zhang, having noticed that the previous clones were all insubstantial, so naturally, he couldn't throw shurikens. Zhang, targeted by Logan, was quite startled, hurriedly commanding a layer of sand to cover his figure, while he rapidly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a diameter of 3 meters, Logan was startled by this, knowing that among those with multiple superpowers, he had only seen himself. He didn't expect someone who could burrow underground, create clones, and could even control fire to suddenly emerge. This sudden situation caught Logan off guard. He quickly turned his body and leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the incoming fireball while rolling on the ground. Boom! The fireball crashed into a tree, bursting into flames that licked Logan's clothing, instantly igniting it. After rolling and standing up, Logan grabbed his collar, forcefully tearing off his shirt and tossing it aside. The muscular bronze body made the girls in the distance feel a bit shy. "Not bad, little brat, you actually managed to hurt me." Logan slowly turned in place, trying to find the already hidden Zhonglan, praise slipping from his mouth, his ears alert, knowing that as long as Zhonglan responded, he would immediately capture his position. Behind a distant tree, Zhonglan's head peeked out. "Thanks for the praise, but you TSK. Note, has this little buddy considered changing their nickname?" Kong Xiaowei donated 100 Chidian coins. Logan even suspected that this might be a clone of Zhonglan, a bait without a physical entity. 3 shuriken flew toward him, but Logan swung his steel claws, repeatedly deflecting the harmless shuriken, and charged fiercely at Zhonglan. "After all, you're just a little brat, a bit of praise, and you get all puffed up." Seeing this, Zhonglan grew somewhat flustered and threw shuriken in rapid succession, none of which could hit Logan, seemingly too frightened to even move, standing still and waiting for Logan to attack. "Hey little brat, it's time for you to surrender." Logan lightly tapped his steel claws together, producing a harsh clanging sound of steel. Zhonglan, who was approached by Logan, instead laughed upon hearing this, and his entire form melted away, transforming into a flow of sand that enveloped Logan, while the sand hidden underground surged forth, wrapping Logan tightly. Sand binding coffin. The previous sand clone was a combination of the shadow clone technique and the character card of Gaara, a new sand technique learned without the system. Beside the sand ball, another Zhonglan emerged halfway from the ground, clenching his fist toward the encased Logan. Sandstorm Burial. This, a great offensive sand technique, compresses the sand hardened by the sand binding coffin, crushing everything within. As Zhonglan clenched his fist, the sand ball enveloping Logan squeezed inward fiercely. A faint trickle of blood seeped through the cracks in the sand, but within moments it was absorbed cleanly by the sand. Using the enemy's blood to nourish oneself, this is why sand techniques are known as killing techniques. It seemed effective, yet Zhonglan furrowed his brows tightly. The adamantium alloy is too hard. The injuries Logan sustained are perhaps fatal to an ordinary person, causing severe blood loss. However, to Logan, they were merely minor wounds. Attempting to command the sand to burrow into Logan's body, unfortunately, an inexplicable barrier caused the previously obedient sand to lose control and scatter. After all, it was a system of cramming education. Anything beyond the exchange content felt utterly powerless. Waving his hand to withdraw the sand revealed Logan's figure within, looking quite tragic. His body was covered in blood with patches of flesh sunken in, and even a glimmer of silver light could be seen. That was the luster of adamantium, which made up Logan's skeleton. This scene did not last long. The sunken muscles slowly bulged back up, returning to their fullness, and the blood color crawled back up again, restoring to its original appearance in just about 10 seconds. Aside from the blood-red appearance, which proved that Zhonglan had indeed attacked him, Logan roared angrily, "Damn it! You little brat hurt me." He was genuinely furious. He lunged toward Zhonglan, but alas, it was too late. Zhonglan had already burrowed into the ground and disappeared, leaving Logan to crash down futilely onto the muddy ground. "Are you a field mouse? Come and face me, heathen. Can't you do anything other than dodge around?" Stabbing his steel claws deep into the earth, Logan felt quite frustrated. He had never managed to touch Zhonglan, and neither could either side gain the upper hand. At this point, a conclusion seemed to have been reached, as Zhonglan dared not approach Logan, and Logan couldn't touch the already prepared Zhonglan. However, there are always those who enjoy the spectacle. System, ding. Emergency task issued. The roar of Wolverine. Ding. Task accepted voluntarily. The roar of Wolverine. The enraged Wolverine will impose negative emotions on the host. You defeat him, heathen, without forming seals, and you will gain Wolverine's recognition. Task reward: Wolverine's recognition. Task penalty: random penalty. Zhonglan. What the hell? Is this forcing him into battle? What does he need Wolverine's recognition for? What kind of reward is this? Does the system just want to escalate the chaos? Despite his reluctance, after glancing at the task penalty, he thought, tisk. Last time the random penalty was a world difficulty of 3. What about this time? Not wanting to die, he decided to proceed. With this in mind, Zhonglan stepped out from behind a tree. He had not approached the battlefield, and his shadow clone slowly emerged from the ground, looking puzzled at the main body. The shadow clone cannot receive system tasks. Change of plans. That guy is causing trouble, and to defeat Uncle Wolf without forming seals should just mean knocking him out. Zhonglan said somewhat helplessly. The remaining shadow clone was currently the only ninjutsu he could use. No, there is still one ninjutsu. With a flash of thought, he jumped down from the tree, hiding to the side, while communicating tactics with the shadow clone. The enraged Logan roared in the woods, his eyes bloodshot and full of red. He was truly incensed by Zhang, with his steel claws wreaking havoc among the nearby trees. Smaller ones snapped in half. After once again chopping down a sapling the thickness of a bowl, Logan finally spotted Zhang approaching calmly. What's this? Not hiding anymore. Upon seeing his enemy, Logan surprisingly calmed down, fixating on the approaching Zhang, his feet rooted to the ground, unmoving. What if it's another trap? Logan had learned of Zhang's cunning. He couldn't afford to see Zhang merely as a little brat anymore. Didn't you tell me to come out? As you wish, let's gamble. Oh, I will face you, heathen. Zhang proposed a wager, as he now had to find a way to knock Logan out. The stingy system wouldn't provide rewards, so he had to strive for it himself. Oh, tell me more. Logan remained vigilant. If I lose, you can dispose of me as you wish. If you lose, I will help you regain your memories, and then stay at the academy as a teacher. Zhang smiled innocently, looking very refreshing. Regain memories. Do you know who I am? Logan squinted, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Not only do you have superpowers, the abilities you see now are all obtained through my own superpowers. As it happens, my superpower allows me to see the past and the future. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Oh, you can know the past and the future. Then do you know who will win next? Logan spoke with a mocking tone, clearly disbelieving. Seeing this, Zhang smiled and took a step forward, stomping heavily on the ground. Logan's pupils instantly constricted as he saw a small crack open from the tip of Zhang's foot. What kind of power is this? Then I will take that as your agreement. Now, let's fight. Sharingan, activate 8 gates. Opening of the injury gate, the pale blue outer garment reappeared, and 2 Tomo spun fiercely in the whites of his eyes. Logan, who was being stared at, inexplicably felt a hint of danger. This is the scent of death. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang standing place stirred up a cloud of dust, his form moving rapidly, creating echoes wherever he passed, and the dust flew up, which only excited Logan further. 15 years, a full 15 years, and finally encountering a person who could make him feel like he could be killed. Logan's first reaction was not fear, but excitement. The desire to fight blazed fiercely. However, no matter how high the desire to fight was, the less agile Logan faced Zhang, who had opened the 4 gates, and the outcome was already predetermined. The only hope was that Zhang was too fast and crashed into his steel claws. Unfortunately, the Sharingan perfectly avoided that outcome. The result was that Logan was forced to twist and turn in midair like a punching bag, each punch landing hard, while Logan had no way to retaliate, or rather any futile resistance under Zhang's Sharingan was laughable. Bang! With a heavy thud, Zhang leaned against a tree, panting heavily, looking at Uncle Wolf lying in the distance on the ground, feeling quite helpless. As expected, Logan, who possessed adamantium, if his strength cannot break through the alloy skeleton, relying solely on brute force would not only fail to kill him, but the weapons attacking him. Zhang looked down at his hands. The reason he stopped was not that he was tired, but because the bones in his fingers had fractured during the collisions, making it impossible to even form a fist. Hiss. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Little brat, you're quite impressive. In the distance, Logan had already recovered and sat up, while Zhang felt a pang of regret. Without using ninjutsu, seals relying solely on physical techniques indeed felt like hitting a rock with an egg. A wave of disturbance surged in his mind. Zhang wanted to stop at that moment. Oh, Charles was the only one capable of restraining Wolverine. However, thinking about the punishment for failing the mission, he could only painfully refuse. He stood up and tried to move his fingers slightly. A wave of mild pain coursed through his nerves into his brain. He had temporarily lost the dexterity of his fingers. Looking at Logan approaching him, Zhang placed his right hand behind his back, enduring the pain, while making a 2 gesture simultaneously, controlling a layer of sand to crawl up his calf as a buffer. If his leg bones broke again, there would be no way out. Just as Zhang was about to act, it was Logan who called for a stop. Hey, I see your hand is injured. Oh, why not heal first? Your parents are here. A voice came from behind. Zhang instinctively turned his head to see Aurora, Scott, and Jean approaching. They seemed to be worried about him. Make it quick, otherwise we won't be able to fight later. Ding! Urgent mission. Roar of Wolverine added a condition: 8 gates cannot be used. Violation will be considered a mission failure. Zhang forcefully closed the already half-opened injury gate. The feeling of using too much force almost made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. System. You. Great. Lord. There was no time left to complain. The Shadow Clone was preparing according to the strategy, and who knew what kind of trouble the system would cause if he missed this opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Zhang chose the most direct and foolish method. In an instant, he appeared in front of Logan, his Sharingan capturing the steel claws that were raised, and instead of dodging, he charged directly at them. Poochie. The sound of claws piercing flesh stunned Logan and the 3 behind him. What was happening? But Zhang, as the party involved, did not freeze. Quick. Now is the time, even with me. Logan did not respond to this roar and did not understand what it meant. He warily glanced at Aurora and the others behind Zhang, who also showed no intention of attacking. Moreover, Zhang was right in front of him. He was a shield. Hiss hiss, a strange sound arose like the wind, yet not so gentle, or rather an extremely dense wind sound. It was like a tornado. Logan suddenly turned his head, seeing Zhang Lan's shadow clone right hand gripping a blue sphere, the source of the sound. Logan instinctively wanted to turn around to face the enemy, but his hand could not move. He looked down and saw that the sand was buried beneath his knees. With this many restrictions, the shadow clone's right hand successfully pressed against Logan's back. Originally a non-elemental ninjutsu, after Zhang Lan added wind attribute chakra transformation, wind release Rasengan bang. Boom, boom, boom. A faint muffled sound occurred, and around Logan's standing position, a violent whirlwind blew up, lifting a large chunk of grass from the ground, forcing the shadow clone to dissipate. After a brief charge, the terrifying tearing power of the Rasengan finally displayed its might. A distorted spherical space pushed Logan along with Zhang Lan entangled in the sandball, carving a half-meter deep trench in the ground, flying over 20 meters, crashing into 3 large trees, before finally coming to a stop. Dust filled the air, and Aurora and the others could see nothing, only staring blankly at the 3 felled trees, the thickest one being half a meter wide, which had grown for countless years, affected by the residual power of the Rasengan. Aurora controlled the strong wind to blow away the surrounding dust and smoke, revealing Logan and the others within. The first thing that caught their eyes was Logan. His robust back muscles radiating concentric circles, irregular chunks of muscle, were torn apart in various directions, blood gushing out, appearing completely still, either dead or unconscious. As Logan's cushion, Zhang Lan was also continuously spitting out blood mixed with his recently grown internal organs, looking as if his life was hanging by a thread. Aurora and the others rushed over nervously, each at a loss, unsure whether to save Logan or Zhang Lan first. If they were to save, how should they do it? Mainly, it seemed that both of them no longer needed saving. In the midst of the three's confusion, the injuries on Logan and Zhang Lan began to squirm, rapidly healing under Aurora's gaze, and it seemed that Logan's healing speed was even faster. However, Logan was also more severely injured. Don't worry. It'll be fine soon. Phew. Okay. While comforting the 3, Zhang Lan continued to spit out internal organ blood, looking quite dramatic. At least Jean had a churn in her stomach, rising the urge to vomit along with Zhang Lan. As Zhang Lan vomited, he checked Logan's injuries, and through the still unhealed cracks, he could see that the internal organs had already become a mash, likely torn into pulp by the Rasengan's chaotic rotation. This scene made Zhang Lan vomit, and this time he truly threw up, even though his stomach was already shattered. Ugh, 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 ugh. For sounds of vomiting followed one after another as Aurora and the others could no longer hold back and began to release the discomfort from their stomachs. As for the fourth sound, it came from behind a tree. Looking over, it was Kitty. Zhang Lan casually grabbed a handful of sand to wipe his mouth and ran towards Kitty, while deftly taking out several bottles of mineral water from the system space and throwing them to Aurora, and the others taking 1 bottle of open mineral water to give to Kitty. First, he gently patted Kitty's back while controlling the sand to gather, cleaning her of the filth like cat litter. After regaining her composure, Kitty took the mineral water, rinsing her mouth, while her brown eyes scanned Zhang Lan, checking for any injuries. Seeing that there were no injuries, Kitty shot Zhang Lan an annoyed glance. Why did you have to go so hard? The professor said he is not the enemy. Cough cough. Well, if I defeat him, he will stay to be a teacher. You know the school needs more teachers. Unintentionally, Zhang Lan found a good excuse that made Kitty's gaze towards him soften even more. In the underground laboratory, Zhang Lan and Charles watched Jean operate the machine, quickly performing an X-ray scan on Logan, and the results came out soon. Looking at the steel bones displayed on the X-ray, everyone was extremely surprised. Only Zhang Lan maintained a calm demeanor. Lan, it seems you knew all along, which is why you dared to act so ruthlessly, right? Jean asked, realizing late. Zhang Lan nodded, turning to look at Logan, appearing distracted. He was puzzled as to why the system had not yet notified him of mission completion. That night, Zhang Lan and Kitty walked in the garden. In recent nights, the two had been spontaneously stepping out of their rooms, waiting for each other nearby. Sometimes Zhang Lan arrived first, and sometimes Kitty did. Kitty keenly sensed that Zhang Lan was in a bad mood. She did not directly ask, but kindly accompanied him on a stroll, enjoying this feeling. Zhang Lan, puzzled, kept pulling up the system tasks, specifically checking the side mission Roar of Wolverine, which clearly displayed as incomplete. What exactly went wrong? Distracted, he unconsciously walked towards Logan's room, with Kitty closely following. Hey kid, you should knock before entering, you know. It was Logan's voice, which startled Zhang Lan, realizing he had arrived at Logan's room, still puzzled, while the guardian Kitty was displeased. Old man, today Zhang Lan defeated you. Are you still not convinced? The real age of 19. Kitty was correct in calling Logan old man. That was an accident. Logan's mouth twitched slightly. If we do it again, the result will be different. Zhang Lan looked at the twitching corner of Logan's mouth and finally found the reason why the mission had not been completed. It's quite simple. Logan still refuses to admit defeat, believing he hasn't lost, so the system's judgment indicates that Zhonglun has not yet defeated Logan. Damn it, this stupid system doesn't give any reminders. Once the problem is found, it must be resolved. Logan, is it because you want to stay at the school to be a teacher and can't seek your own memories that you're so adamant about not admitting defeat? This question left Logan momentarily speechless. He guessed right. The state of having everything under control returned to Zhonglun. Observing Logan's expression that resembled a dog in excitement, he already knew how to complete the task. Logan, let's make a deal. I want the iron bones on you. I guarantee you won't be in any life-threatening danger. In exchange, I'll help you recover your memories first. How about that? Upon hearing this, Logan instinctively clenched his fists, his steel claws flashing out with a clang as he looked at Zhonglun with a wary expression, like a wealthy man being targeted by a thief determined to protect his possessions. Faced with this sudden situation, Zhonglun instinctively shielded Katie behind him. Okay, I won't have designs on your bones anymore. This way you can go look for what you want on your own. Once you've figured it out, we can trade. As for staying at the school to be a teacher, well, that's up to you. Zhonglun made a small concession. This concession made Logan feel a bit embarrassed, as if he was forcing someone else to breach a contract. The current situation indeed resembled that. I will honor the bet after I find what I want. Logan's voice was loud, as if bolstering his own reasoning. System ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, The Roar of Wolverine, and receiving Wolverine's recognition. Having obtained what he wanted, Zhonglun no longer hesitated. He glanced at Logan's steel claws retracting slowly and decided to wait a bit longer before plotting to take his adamantium. Yes, he had set his sights on Logan's adamantium, the hardness of which Zhonglun had experienced firsthand, undeniably astonishing. As for how to forge it, name Odin's Divine Armor. B category equipment card. Rank B effect allows the host to instantly don the preset armor contained within the card. Traits E rank Metal Devouring, can devour metals of the same rank, appropriately replacing the original structure. D rank Self-Repair, after the equipment is damaged it can devour the same metal material to self-repair. C rank Energy Devouring, can devour energy attacks of the same rank, storing them within the armor to replenish the host. B rank Spiritual Devouring, can devour external spirits, storing them within the armor to replenish the host. Name Adamantium. Category Metal Material. Level B effect, the second hardest metallic alloy known on Earth, surpassing diamond by hundreds of times. Consumption, even the strongest solar flames cannot vaporize it. Note, if you can forge it into a handy weapon, it will bring you exceptional surprises. During the last evolution of Odin's Divine Armor, Zhonglun chose the traits of Energy Devouring and Spiritual Devouring. He intended to carry the devouring process to the end. Traits are a rather unique attribute. They evolve along with the level of the armor itself, and do not imply that low-level abilities can only target low-level things. Thus, even if it is just E rank Metal Devouring, since Odin's Divine Armor has already evolved to B rank, it can now devour B rank metals. Coincidentally, Adamantium is B rank. However, Logan is too vigilant and can only take his time. Katie, like a little kitten, hid behind Zhonglun, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. So this is what it feels like to be behind him. Together with Zhonglun again in the garden, Katie's little face turned red as her fondness for Zhonglun was rapidly increasing. From the initial concern she thought he had as a new classmate to the slight admiration during the class discussion on human evolution and superhumans, followed by the days of being alone together where he took care of her like an older brother. He was actually 2 years younger than her. Then, whether intentional or not, all the classmates did not bring Professor Charles, yet he specifically called on Katie to accompany him. This trip to Washington truly allowed Katie to recognize Zhonglun. His profound knowledge allowed him to speak for a full 3 hours at the debate stage, facing the sharp-tongued Senator Kelly without flinching. Then 4 stories ignited deep reflection in everyone. During the reflection, he pressed on with statement after statement, piercing through everyone's hearts like needles. What a perfect speech. She thought this was already the most perfect conclusion, capable of salvaging some disadvantages for the superhumans. Zhonglun refreshed her perceptions once again. He actually negotiated with the president. The most important thing was that he succeeded, although it seemed he had sacrificed something very important. What could be an unimportant thing that would make the president compromise? To be blunt, the day she excitedly embraced Zhonglun was actually intentional, and Charles must have noticed it too, but fortunately he didn't point it out. Seeing Zhonglun's clumsy demeanor, she knew he had feelings for her as well. That was enough. But Zhonglun continued to refresh her understanding. Today he erupted with such immense power. She had completely succumbed to Zhonglun's charm. After bringing Katie out, the unburdened Zhonglun began to chat happily with her. With Katie's intentional cooperation, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and he completely failed to notice that Katie's gaze at him was sparkling. There was indeed a reason for being single in the last life. With this emotional intelligence, TSK. If only someone clearer had come along, even just holding hands would not have been a problem. Unfortunately, Zhang remained immersed in the pleasant chatting atmosphere and began to teach Katie about chakras cultivation. This was a course that had started a few days ago, but unfortunately Katie's progress was quite slow. She was neither completely oblivious like an ordinary person, nor did she possess the extraordinary speed of Peter and Harry. She was just a normal beginner. Even though her body could manifest energy, she was not sensitive to chakra, which was rather amusing. Despite the slow progress, Katie still made an effort to understand what Zhang was saying and tried her best. This was because it was what he hoped for, and that reason was enough for her to strive. Unfortunately, Zhang's emotional intelligence was indeed terrifyingly low. While he knew how to be smooth with Natasha, he was remarkably clean-handed with Katie. Perhaps subconsciously, he didn't want to leave a bad impression in Katie's mind.